The young boy dreamed of becoming a martial artist, but due to his impoverished family background, even affording a single vial of cell nutrient solution required meticulous budgeting by the entire household. Nevertheless, he persisted in practicing martial arts every day without fail. On a fresh morning in May of the year 2130 on Blue Star, a nimble figure quietly moved through the hallway of the Jinxiu Huayuan residential complex in Furong District, Yusha City, part of the Hanyang base. Just turned 18, Yang Jin tiptoed out of his home and made his way to the rooftop of the 20-story building. The outdated infrastructure of this old neighborhood meant the elevator was often out of service, and for someone living on the 10th floor, running up the stairs seemed more convenient. The first rays of the sunrise lit up the horizon. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jin spread his legs, dropped his shoulders, and sank his elbows. His right fist spiraled forward from his chest like a coiled spring. Before the momentum of his punch faded, he stepped forward with his left foot, his elbow slicing upward like a sharp axe. He was practicing the 100 forms of Hua Fist, a foundational martial art created by integrating Tai Chi, Bagua, Xingyi, Bajiquan, and other ancient Chinese styles. This one-star technique, developed by a coalition of martial arts masters under national guidance, was a mandatory curriculum for all high school students in Huaxia. Even elementary and middle school students had their own training routines, such as the 5 animal frolics and 8 brocades, which focused on building physical endurance, strengthening bones, and promoting growth and development. Yang Jin's movements alternated between the ferocity of a tiger roaring in the forest, the agility of a monkey climbing a tree, and the grace of a crane spreading its wings. Within a one-zhong radius, he moved fluidly, creating bursts of wind with his strikes. Unexpectedly, his morning practice was interrupted by the buzz of an electronic vibration. It was a call from his younger cousin, Yang Hui, urging him to come downstairs for breakfast. In just half a minute, Yang Jin dashed back to the 10th floor. Pushing open the door, he saw his uncle Yang Tianhai with graying temples and his slightly frail Aunt Xiao Ting already seated at the dining table. Yang Hui, tall and graceful, handed him a towel with a smile. The atmosphere at breakfast was undeniably heartwarming. His aunt had specially prepared a bowl of noodles in a savory broth, accompanied by hot milk for the 2 youngsters. She even scolded Yang Jin with a hint of concern for draping the damp towel over his shoulder. Ever since losing his parents at the age of 5, it was his uncle and aunt who had taken on the burden of raising him and his cousins with great care and effort. After the siblings left for school, Yang Tianhai cautiously suggested to his wife that they buy a vial of cell nutrient solution for Yang Jin. With the college entrance exams approaching, Yang Jin was under immense pressure, balancing both academic studies and martial arts training. Without hesitation, Xiao Ting transferred 10,000 Blue Star coins but discreetly hid the remaining balance from her husband, unwilling to show him their meager savings. The school was 10 miles away from Jinxiu Huayuan, but Yang Jin insisted on running to and from school every day. Not only did this help him stay in shape, but it also saved on transportation costs. He was fully aware that his uncle and aunt were ordinary workers, supporting his cousin Yang Ning, who was in college, and Yang Hui, who was in middle school. He didn't want to add to their financial burden. After careful consideration, he decided to apply to a military academy, as it offered free tuition along with room and board. By this time, Blue Star was no longer the same as it was a century ago. Universities were divided into 4 categories: cultural, technical, military, and martial arts academies. The first 2 only required meeting academic standards, but tuition costs had to be borne by the students. Military academies demanded not only academic competence, but also physical fitness and martial arts skills. While they offered generous benefits, students faced the peril of battling monsters and interdimensional creatures. Martial arts academies, the most challenging to enter, required applicants to already be certified martial artists, and there were only 3 such institutions in existence. This history was written in blood and tears. Since the spatial convergence event of the 2030s, Blue Star had begun intersecting with multiple other planets, leading to a dramatic enhancement in human physical capabilities. However, this also unleashed countless mutated beasts and interdimensional creatures upon the world. Over the past century, many cities were destroyed, and the global population was halved. The survivors banded together to form 6 major nations: Huaxia, America, Western Europe, Soviet Russia, Bharat, and Australasia. In this unending battle for survival, those who could shatter iron with a single punch, topple buildings with a single kick, or even defy gravity to soar through the skies were revered as martial artists. Yang Jin adjusted his breathing and began jogging at a steady pace. If his vitality reached 2 and he passed the practical combat assessment, he would be granted the title of warrior. Vitality is a comprehensive index developed by scientists after countless calculations, evaluating physical attributes such as strength, speed, and agility. In the 22nd century, the average vitality of a healthy adult male is 1. Last month, my vitality was measured at 1.7, and it's nearly impossible to reach 2 in such a short time. Becoming a warrior before the college entrance exams is basically out of the question. The Pioneer Group sells a type of cellular nutrient solution that has a significant effect the first time it's consumed, increasing vitality by around 0.1. However, the effect diminishes rapidly with continued use until it becomes negligible. Among the thousands of students at our school, the one reputed to have the highest vitality is Tang Jong. It's said he drinks one vial of the solution every week, which costs over 10,000 Blue Star coins each time. Truly wealthy. Forget it, I can't rely on the nutrient solution. With my current academic and martial arts performance, getting into a military academy shouldn't be an issue. Just need to work hard. Yang Jin swung his arms evenly, his expression calm and composed. Suddenly, urgent cries came from a nearby alley, catching his attention. Turning toward the sound, he saw two burly men with buzz cuts and black t-shirts cornering a skinny man with glasses against a wall, shoving him aggressively. The Jinshio Garden area is part of an old neighborhood, with dilapidated streets lined with broken streetlights and malfunctioning security cameras that have long gone unrepaired, adding to its desolate appearance. This kind of densely populated slum is a chaotic mix of all sorts of people. Although the government has set up a security office, the limited manpower means law enforcement is weak, and incidents like fights, scams, and robberies are not uncommon. Such has always been the life of the lower class. You don't know what's good for you. Hand over the money. If you don't, they'll castrate you. One of the men roared, waving a butterfly knife in his hand. The blade glinted as it reflected the light, accentuating his menacing expression. The man with glasses trembled on his knees, pleading incessantly, "Please, brothers, I just started my job. I really don't have any extra money. Let me go? Damn it, still yapping? You're asking for it." The two thugs glanced around nervously. Robbing someone in broad daylight, they wanted to get it over with quickly. One of them noticed young Jean standing at the alley entrance and scowled. Seeing the school uniform, he realized it was just a student, and he shouted harshly, "Hey, kid, what are you looking at? Get lost." Yang Jin's expression darkened, and anger surged within him. Damn it. As the saying goes, a weapon in hand stirs the heart to fight. Yang Jin, having trained in martial arts for years and full of youthful vigor, couldn't stand being insulted. Let alone witnessing such despicable robbery in broad daylight. It made his blood boil. Instead of stepping back, he moved forward into the alley. The two thugs were momentarily stunned, then flew into a rage. "You little punk, you're asking for it. Let's see how you like it when I cut you." The one who had insulted him charged at Yang Jin with the butterfly knife, a vicious grin on his face. Yang Jin's eyes glinted sharply. He raised his left hand slightly, grabbing the thug's wrist, while his right hand clamped onto the man's elbow joint, twisting it downward with force. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the thug as the butterfly knife plunged into his own thigh. Hot blood gushed out, and he grimaced in agony. "Old Cohen, get him! Take him down!" the wounded thug yelled. Yang Jin, now in control, didn't let up. With his right hand shaped like a tiger's claw, he struck the thug squarely in the back. The force reverberated through the man's body, causing his vision to darken. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground. Another man had never encountered someone so fierce before. Terrified, his scalp tingled as his lips trembled. Stammering, he said, "Ew, you killed Yongji. Kill your own mother." Yang Jin lifted his foot and struck the man squarely in the stomach, instantly sending him flying over 2 meters away. He slammed into the wall, rebounded, and fell heavily to the ground, his mouth full of dirt. Yang Jin shot a cold glance at the bespectacled man, then turned and ran. The bespectacled man, suppressing his fear, followed closely behind Yang Jin. The two ran through several streets before the bespectacled man, panting heavily, asked, "Brother, should we report this to the authorities?" Yang Jin chuckled and replied, "I only knocked them unconscious, not killed them. As for reporting it, do you really want to confront two robbers face to face and let them know all about you?" The bespectacled man's face turned pale instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea of reporting the incident. "Brother, my name is Tong Yuanjung. Thank you for saving me," Tong said gratefully, adding, "I recently started a new job and was hoping to find a cheap rental apartment in this area. But after this, I've completely given up on renting here. Even if it's more expensive, I'd rather rent in a safer part of the city." Yang Jin gave a faint smile, secretly feeling proud of himself, thinking, "I'm just a high school student, yet I have such skills. I can't believe you're just a high schooler with such abilities." "That's impressive," Tong Yuanjing remarked. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, agreeing to keep in touch. After chatting briefly, they parted ways. Yang Jin, still carrying his school bag, walked leisurely toward school. As for the two thugs unconscious in the alley, they'd wake up in an hour or so anyway, and he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Yuesha City, one of the 8 satellite cities of Hanyang Bay City. The mighty Xiang River flowed through it, dividing the city into east and west. Skyscrapers lined both sides of the river, their outlines highlighted by colorful neon lights, creating a dreamlike cityscape. On Linjiang Road, a 30-story building stood tall in Yida Plaza, with the words Xinhua Martial Arts Academy shining brilliantly under the sunlight. The Xinhua Martial Arts Academy was a branch of the Xinhua Martial Institute, one of the world's 3 most prestigious martial academies. In the conference room of the Martial Academy's building, dozens of individuals sat, their auras imposing, like beasts lying in wait. Even while sitting still, they exuded a palpable sense of pressure. At the head of the table sat a burly middle-aged man. His gaze swept over the group as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone present, turn on the video." "Understood," replied a mechanical voice. A light screen projection appeared before them, displaying a bald man with a shiny forehead and sharp, chiseled features. The sight of him caused everyone to tense up, their thoughts racing. Lord Nie Jinxiu, the head of the Hanyang-based city branch of Xinhua Martial Institute, was a figure whose mere presence could shake the city to its core. What kind of matter could be significant enough to warrant the personal appearance of the branch head? Everyone wondered silently. Nie Jinxiu began speaking. The Blue Star Alliance has discovered an extraterrestrial demon, severely injured and on the brink of death. It managed to break through a space-time rift and infiltrate Blue Star. Investigations suggest the demon has likely entered the borders of Huaxia. Due to certain circumstances, the director cannot personally intervene and has ordered all Xinhua Martial Institute-affiliated warriors to conduct a thorough search and locate its hiding place. His tone grew grave. Be advised, though this demon is gravely injured, it may still possess survival mechanisms. You must act discreetly, exercise extreme caution, and refrain from reckless attacks. Above all, avoid causing public panic. Deploy teams immediately and report any information without delay. After issuing the command, the light screen dissipated. The room remained filled with stunned expressions, the shock of the news still sinking in. Moments later, everyone exchanged glances before collectively turning their attention to the burly middle-aged man at the head of the table. Gu Xingyan, the head of the Xinhua Martial Academy's Yuesha City branch. His brows furrowed, and his expression turned solemn as he commanded, "Everyone, act according to the orders. Begin the operation immediately." In unison, the group responded, "Understood," before dispersing to carry out their tasks. In the classroom of Class 7, Grade 12, at Furong District First High School, Yang Jin sat upright and focused. With less than a month left before the college entrance exams, classes had already concluded, and this was the critical period for reviewing and consolidating key knowledge points. High school courses were divided into cultural studies and martial arts. Depending on the type of university applied for, the weighting of these subjects varied. For cultural and technical universities, cultural studies made up 80 of the score, while martial arts accounted for 20. For military academies, the split was 50-50. As for the 3 prestigious martial arts academies, being a martial artist was a basic requirement. Therefore, for most high school students in Huaxia, the majority chose cultural or technical universities. A smaller number could qualify for military academies, and those who became martial artists and entered the 3 martial arts academies were fewer than 1 in 10,000. For instance, at Furong District First High School, there were over 1,000 grade 12 students, and even Tang Jong, known for having the highest vitality in the school, only had a martial arts score of 1.9, still below the threshold for martial artist qualification. Ding ding ding. The lunch bell rang. It was Friday, and students were free to rest in the afternoon. The school operated on a veranda half-day schedule, so when the bell rang, the students, like freed ducks, noisily rushed out of the classroom. Hu Qinghua, with his stylish middle-part haircut and handsome looks, placed a hand casually on Yang Jin's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Ah Jin, I won't be going to the beach this afternoon. My dad said my cultural grades aren't good enough, so he hired a tutor for me to catch up on a few lessons while I'm still in the zone." The beach was a shallow riverside area on the outskirts of town where the two often practiced martial arts on weekends. Yang Jin nodded and replied, "All right, I'll just go by myself then." Hu Qinghua hesitated slightly, his usually lively personality now tinged with caution. "There's something else. My parents think military academies are too risky. They don't want me to apply and instead want me to go for a cultural or technical university." Yang Jin was momentarily stunned but quickly reassured him. "It's okay, Qinghua. No matter what kind of university it is, getting in is already a success." Hu Qinghua's family was well off, firmly middle class, and his parents had a clear plan for his future. Hiring a private tutor, for instance, cost hundreds of Blue Star credits per session, something an average family couldn't afford. In life, some people can walk lightly because their parents carry the weight for them. In contrast, Yang Jin aimed for a military academy to ease his family's financial burden by studying for free. He had no choice but to rely on himself, pressing forward step by step even if the journey was arduous. At that moment, Hu Qinghua nudged Yang Jin and said, "Look, it's Xiao Qingtong from Class 1. Yang Jin turned his head to see a group of girls in school uniforms walking toward them. The girls were youthful and attractive, especially the one in the middle. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her legs were slender, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled with a lively and innocent charm, reminiscent of a serene spring. Xiao Qingtong, widely recognized as the school beauty of Furong District First High School, excelled not only in academics, but also in martial arts. Yang Jin remembered that during the school's opening flag-raising ceremony in their first year, she had represented the freshmen and delivered a speech on stage. Her every gesture and smile back then had left a deep impression on him. Over time, he learned bits and pieces about Zhao Qingtong's background. Rumor had it that her family was very affluent, and she was chauffeured to and from school every day. Yang Jin had observed at the school gate for a few days and even looked up the car online. When he saw its price, he was stunned. The cost of her ride could buy 3 or 4 houses like his uncle's. From that moment, Yang Jin completely gave up any unrealistic thoughts about her. The other person is destined to soar like a swan in the sky, while I'm nothing more than a toad in the mud. Ah Jin, if you like her, just confess your feelings. Otherwise, after the college entrance exams, you might never see her again and you'll definitely regret it. Hu Qinghua, standing nearby, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, wishing he could give his friend a push. Forget it, Yang Jin shook his head. He understood the vast gap between them and didn't want to make a fool of himself. Qingtong, so this is where you are. A rough voice interrupted, and several figures brushed past Yang Jin. The group of young men were tall and muscular, their eyes fierce. Leading them was a burly youth whose bulging muscles strained against his school uniform, as if it might burst at any moment. Standing there, he resembled a bear walking on its hind legs. Yang Jin squinted slightly, focusing on the figure blocking his view. Tang Jong. Qingtong, I've got 2 VIP tickets to the Vienna restaurant. Let's find some time this weekend to go try it out. Tang Jong raised the gold embossed tickets in his hand, looking smug. The Vienna restaurant was a well-known upscale establishment in Furong District, with a minimum spend of 5,000 blue star coins per person, several times the monthly salary of an average worker. No need. I have plans this weekend, Zhao Qingtong replied coldly, her tone devoid of emotion. Tang Zhong's pupils narrowed slightly, but he maintained his grin. Then how about next week? Or the week after that? I'm busy lately, preparing for exams every day. Zhao Qingtong frowned slightly, clearly unwilling to engage with Tang Jong further. She turned and walked in the opposite direction. Tang Jong stood frozen for a moment, his right hand slowly clenching the tickets, veins bulging on his fist. Humph. Tang Jong snorted angrily through his nose and stormed off with his group of followers. By a twist of fate, the direction he turned to head and placed Yang Jin and Hu Qinghua right in his path. Move. Without hesitation, Tang Jong swung his large hand toward Hu Qinghua, who was standing closer to him. To Tang Jong, the 2 boys blocking his way were no more than trash on the street, an eyesore to be swept aside. Hu Qinghua's face changed slightly as he instinctively raised his arm to block. Who do you think you are, standing in my way? Tang Jong, already fuming, vented his anger with a powerful strike against Hu Qinghua's arm. The blow hit like a hammer, sending shockwaves through Hu Qinghua's body. His balance faltered, and he staggered backward, nearly falling until a hand supported him from behind. It was Yang Jin who had steadied him. Oh, Tang Jong sneered, his gaze landing disdainfully on Yang Jin. And who are you? Tonga, he's Yang Jin from Class 7, one of his lackeys informed him. Yang Jin. Tang Jong flexed his fingers, the cracking of his knuckles audible. He glared at Yang Jin. I've heard you've got some skills. Why don't we test them out? The commotion had drawn the attention of many students, who began whispering among themselves while watching the scene unfold. Zhao Qingtong, who had initially walked away, noticed the escalating tension and quickly returned. Tang Jong, why take your anger out on others? Tang Jong bared his teeth in a chilling grin. Qingtong, I'm just sparring with this classmate here. Zhao Qingtong glanced at Yang Jin and immediately recognized him as someone from an ordinary family. Although the school mandated uniforms to avoid comparisons, many students flaunted their wealth through their electronic wristbands and shoes. For example, Tang Jong wore the latest Pineapple F11 wristband, priced at 20,000 blue star coins, and high-end Asics running shoes worth over 10,000. In contrast, Yang Jin's wristband and shoes were both generic brands, totaling less than 500 altogether. Zhao Qingtong knew Tang Zhong's petty and vindictive nature well, and didn't want Yang Jin or Hu Qinghua to get caught up in his wrath. She spoke firmly. This has nothing to do with you two. Leave now. But Tang Jong, still fuming, wasn't about to let them off so easily. Nobody's leaving. Yang Jin ignored him and pulled Hu Qinghua along, intending to leave. Seeing the two disregard him, Tang Jong, like an enraged dog whose tail had been stepped on, flew into a fit of rage. He raised his fan-like hand, fingers clawed, and lunged viciously at Yang Jin's shoulder blade. The strike was brutal. If it landed, it wouldn't just injure flesh and bone. Even a brick would be left with 5 deep gouges. Watch out. Zhao Qingtong's expression shifted slightly, ready to step in, but then Yang Jin suddenly turned around. His well-defined face was illuminated by a pair of sharp, cold eyes. That single glance was enough to make Tang Zhong's heart skip a beat, and his movements slowed involuntarily. Yang Jin's shoulder trembled slightly, deflecting the force of the iron claw. In the next instant, his right fist shot forward like a spike, aiming straight for Tang Jong's throat. Tang Jong, startled, quickly raised his elbow to block. Smack! Their arms collided, sending a faint tremor through both of their bodies. Zhao Qingtong swiftly stepped between them, her voice stern as she scolded. Tang Jong, if you bully someone again, I'll call the teacher. Tang Jong, though unwilling to back down, had no choice but to relent in front of Zhao Qingtong. He sneered coldly. Yang, I'll let you off the hook for Qingtong's sake today. But next time, you won't get away so easily. With that, he spat his threat and left with a few lackeys in tow. Yang, I'm so sorry you got dragged into this mess, Zhao Qingtong said apologetically. I'm Zhao Qingtong. If Tang Jong gives you any trouble again, just call me. Yang Jin gave a faint smile, though a subtle tension flickered across his face. Nice to meet you, Zhao. I still have something to take care of, so let's talk another time. As she watched Yang Jin's retreating figure, Zhao Qingtong smiled faintly, thinking to herself, Yang Jin, you seem to have some impressive skills. Qingtong, this is the first time I've seen you offer your contact info to a guy. Her classmates chirped excitedly beside her. Yeah. That Yang Jin must be so flustered, he even forgot to ask for your WeChat. Their lively voices filled the air, light and cheerful. Smart move, bro. Not far away. Hu Qinghua gave Yang Jin a thumbs up, full of admiration. What? Yang Jin looked puzzled. That was a brilliant play acting hard to get. Hu Qinghua said enthusiastically. You walked away just as the beauty was paying attention. Now she's hooked, curious about you. She might even dream of you tonight. You know, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. The deeper the thought, the stronger the longing. Hu Qinghua spoke animatedly, while Yang Jin listened with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't been playing coy, he was just nervous, facing his crush for the first time. Such is the innocence of high school affection. By the banks of the Xiang River, on a secluded beach at the edge of the city, few people ever came here. Gazing into the distance, Yang Jin could see a faint, undulating line on the horizon, broken by occasional protrusions. He knew that was the defensive wall of Yusha City, and the protrusions were artillery towers. In this era, humanity lived in concentrated base cities and their satellite towns, protected by sturdy city walls. Beyond the walls lay the wilderness, a domain claimed by monstrous creatures. Yang Jin removed his shoes, feeling the rough sand scrape against his soles, and began his training for the day. Practicing martial arts was like climbing a mountain, a journey of persistence and gradual progress. Every weekend, he would come to this beach to train. The mid-May weather was already quite warm, and within 10 minutes of practicing the 100 forms of Hua Fist, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Just as he was hitting his stride, the roar of motorcycles broke the tranquility. Turning his head, he saw 3 motorcycles speeding toward him. As the riders came into view, Yang Jin's eyelids twitched. 5 men, all with buzz cuts, wearing short sleeves, and exuding an air of menace and aggression, dismounted. Among them were 2 burly men he had knocked unconscious in the alley earlier that morning. Leave a snake alive, and it will come back to bite you. They had come seeking revenge. Yang Jin stood on the sandy beach with his back to the roaring river, his gaze fixed on the speeding motorcycles approaching rapidly. The motorcycles screeched to a halt about 10 meters away, forming a semicircle around him. Dust kicked up by the rear wheels swirled in the sunlight. On the middle motorcycle sat a man in his 40s, his face marked by a deep, crimson scar that twisted like a writhing centipede, giving him a menacing appearance. Lao Kuan pointed at Yang Jin, his teeth clenched in fury. The bruises from the humiliating beating he had suffered at Yang Jin's hands earlier that morning were still visible on his face. Beside him, Yongji, another burly man, glared at Yang Jin with blazing eyes, as though he wanted to tear him apart. Lao Kuan and Yongji were the very men Yang Jin had beaten up earlier in the day. The scar-faced man fixed Yang Jin with a cold stare, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, you hurt my 2 brothers. It's time to settle this score, he said. Yang Jin furrowed his brow and replied calmly. What do you want? Let's talk. The man with the scar raised 2 fingers, his tone icy. You have 2 options. Pay me 100,000 as compensation for my brother's medical expenses, or we break your arms and legs, an eye for an eye. Your choice. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, as though he had already envisioned Yang Jin's submission. Yang Jin raised his head, showing no trace of fear. 100,000? Do you think I can come up with that kind of money? My uncle and aunt work hard all year and barely make 100,000 blue star coins, not counting their daily expenses. Our family doesn't even have a few thousand in savings, let alone 100,000. And even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. The scar-faced man licked his lips, his eyes growing colder. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Now, there's nothing more to say. With a wave of his hand, Lao Kuan, Yongji, Green Turtle, and Crazy Dog advanced on Yang Jin menacingly, like a pack of vicious hyenas surrounding a helpless rabbit. Anger simmered in Yang Jin's heart. Faced with this gang of bullies who preyed on the innocent and extorted money, he resolved to fight back. As the 4 men closed in, instead of feeling fear, A surge of excitement coursed through him. With unwavering determination, Yang Jin made the first move. He pushed off the ground with his right leg, his body moving like the wind, and his fist shot forward like a hammer, aiming straight for Lao Kuan, who was closest to him. Caught off guard, Lao Kuan shouted, "Die!" and swung his bat at Yang Jin's head. Yang Jin raised his left arm to block the blow and drove his right fist into Lao Kuan's chest. The force of the punch sent Lao Kuan flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground in humiliation. But Yongji, Green Turtle, and Crazy Dog immediately followed, swinging their bats at Yang Jin with full force. The blows landed painfully, but Yang Jin shielded his head with his left arm and crouched low. With a sweeping kick, he struck Green Turtle's leg, breaking the bone with a sickening crack. Green Turtle let out a blood-curdling scream. Yang Jin then darted toward Yongji with the agility of a wildcat. His hands clamped down on Yongji's arm like a steel vise, and with a sharp twist, the bone snapped. Yongji howled in agony as his arm was brutally fractured. At that moment, Crazy Dog's bat smashed directly into Yang Jin's nose, and blood gushed out instantly. The searing pain blurred his vision, but it only fueled the fire of anger burning within him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar, he clenched his right fist tightly. Like an iron spike, his punch drove straight into Crazy Dog's throat, producing a faint, chilling crack. Mad Dog clutched his throat, his pupils dilating rapidly as his eyes widened in terror. He staggered back a few steps, coughing violently. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. His windpipe had been crushed. Desperately clutching his neck, his body collapsed backward, crumpling to the ground, convulsing like a dying pig. Scarface had been confident in their 4-against-1 advantage, but in just a few moments, 3 of his men were seriously injured, and 1 was dead. His confidence shattered. "You little bastard, die!" Scarface roared, reaching behind him to pull out a short-barreled shotgun. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at Yang Jin. No matter how skilled a fighter, nothing could rival the firepower of a gun. Yang Jin, unarmed, had no means to counter the shotgun in Scarface's hands. Seeing the weapon, Yang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Though outdated and a relic of the previous century, the shotgun was still lethally powerful. At such close range, there was no chance of survival if hit. With no time to think, Yang Jin instinctively twisted his body and dashed to the side. Bang! Scarface pulled the trigger, the steel pellets spraying out in a wide arc, narrowly missing Yang Jin. A sharp, searing pain tore through his leg, and Yang Jin realized things were turning dire. Scarface, consumed by rage and bloodlust, had only one thought in mind: to kill Yang Jin and avenge his fallen men. Bang! The shotgun fired again. Injured in the leg and unable to dodge in time, Yang Jin summoned every ounce of his strength and dove toward the river. Splash! Water erupted as waves crashed and sprayed, engulfing him. Yang Jin's figure disappeared beneath the surface, leaving behind a large, crimson stain spreading across the water. Scarface scanned the river for a long moment, but there was no sign of movement. He spat on the ground in frustration. "Pack up Mad Dog's body and take it with us," he ordered. Looking at Mad Dog's lifeless face, his bulging eyes frozen in horror, Lao Kuan, Yongji, and Green Turtle shuddered. "Man, kids these days are brutal," one of them muttered. "Good thing it wasn't me who got killed." "Yongji, you sure about the route we took here?" Scarface asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Despite his bravado, killing someone had shaken him. Yongji, his arm broken and face pale, nodded. "Scarface, I checked. No cameras anywhere along the route. Even if the kid's family reports it, the police won't file a case for at least 12 hours. Scarface nodded. "Good. Stay low for the next few days. Let's move." The roar of motorcycles echoed as they sped off, carrying 4 men and a corpse. The riverbank fell silent, the wind rippling across the water as though nothing had happened. Only a faint trace of blood remained near the shore, a grim reminder of the violence. Suddenly, there was a splash. Downstream, 3 or 4 miles away, Reed swayed as Yang Jin emerged from the water, gasping for air. "That was close, almost died back there," he muttered, wincing as he glanced at his mangled left arm. The second shot had struck his arm, thankfully not his back, or he'd already be dead. "Damn it," he growled through gritted teeth. "This isn't over. One day, he'll make those scumbags pay." For now, survival was his priority. If Scarface and his men were lying in wait, returning to the riverbank could mean certain death. His electronic wristband had been grazed by a stray pellet, short-circuited by water, rendering it useless. He tapped the watch face, but there was no response. Lying low in the shallows, Yang Jin listened as the sound of motorcycles faded into the distance. Once he was sure they were gone, he struggled to push himself up, trying to stand. Suddenly, something cold wrapped around his ankle. Before he could react, a powerful force yanked him downward. Yang Jin's eyes widened in shock as his body was dragged uncontrollably back into the water. Yang Jin felt the river water rush into his nostrils, as if a massive hand had clamped tightly around his heels, dragging him mercilessly toward the depths. He struggled desperately, But against the force of that hand, he was as helpless as a frog caught by its slender legs, futile no matter how hard it leapt. Who could possess such immense strength? Could it be a water ghost? Fear gripped Yang Jin's heart. As time passed, his consciousness began to blur, his vision warped, and his body gradually lost control. In the haze, two kind figures appeared in the distance, beckoning to him. Their faces were indistinct, impossible to discern. Dad, Mom, is it you? At that moment, a blinding light tore through the scene before him, illuminating everything as if it were daytime. A thunderous voice echoed in his mind, shaking his very soul. Who is it? Yang Jin was startled, glancing around to find himself in a vast, gray expanse. The space seemed boundless, no sky above, no ground below. Only a short distance ahead, a brilliant and enormous sphere of light stood, its presence overwhelming. The scene was eerily surreal, as though he were suspended in space, staring at a radiant star. Human, this is your sea of consciousness. Time is short, so listen carefully. A profound and mysterious vibration resonated, like a chaotic symphony of notes that somehow conveyed meaning with perfect clarity. I am Powang Tianjun, hailing from the grand world of Luofu. I once fought valiantly among the stars, but was ambushed, gravely injured, and left on the brink of death. While traversing dimensions, I accidentally entered your blue planet. My body has been destroyed, my soul shattered, I do not have long to live. As fate would have it, I encountered you. I now bestow upon you two divine artifacts to aid you in transforming from a mere fish into a dragon. Should you achieve greatness in the future, I ask that you fulfill two tasks. First, gather the scattered fragments of my corpse across Blue Planet and return them to my homeland. Second, slay the traitor who ambushed me, Hun Tianjun. Powang Tianjun's voice gradually dimmed, tinged with endless regret and unwillingness, before fading completely. The sphere of light before Yang Jin suddenly exploded, scattering its radiance. When the light dissipated, it revealed a massive black and gold orb. The orb, as large as a house, rotated slowly, its surface emitting streams of gray mist that swirled around it before dispersing into the space around. Astonishingly, next to the black and gold orb floated a small white object, about the size of a fist. The object was pure white, like carved jade, smooth and translucent. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a curled-up silkworm. The black and gold orb and the jade-like silkworm formed a strange and mesmerizing tableau. Could these be the two divine artifacts Powang Tianjun mentioned? Yang Jin's gaze fixed on the black and gold orb and the white silkworm, and suddenly, a rush of rudimentary knowledge surged into his mind, revealing the basic information about these two treasures. The black and gold orb was called the Thought Force Sphere, capable of unleashing mental energy. However, the strength of this energy was constrained by the physical body. It could only channel as much mental energy as the body could endure. To put it simply, mental energy was like water, and the body was the container. The larger the container, the more water it could hold, and the stronger the mental energy became. The white silkworm was known as the primordial divine worm, an exceedingly rare cosmic beast. It possessed a self-contained spatial dimension within its body and could devour space to traverse the void. Unfortunately, when Powang Tianjun acquired the worm, it was merely a young larva, and its soul had long since dissipated, leaving it capable of only limited, passive functionality. Even so, its abilities remained formidable after all. How else could Powang Tianjun, gravely wounded, have traversed the dimensional rift to escape to the blue planet? Yang Jin snapped back to reality, his consciousness surfacing from the depths of his mind like breaking through the water. He gasped for fresh air, taking deep, urgent breaths. Dragging his drenched body, he struggled to climb onto the riverbank. A tingling sensation spread through his legs and arms. Pulling back his soaked clothes to inspect, he saw that the wounds inflicted by the shotgun pellets had already scabbed over, on the verge of healing completely. It was clear that Powang Tianjun had used the last of his strength to heal him. Powang Tianjun had also mentioned gifting him two divine artifacts and tasked him with two missions, to gather the remnants of his body scattered across Blue Star and return them to his homeland, and to eliminate his nemesis, Yi Hun Tianjun. Yang Jin couldn't help but let out a wry laugh, musing to himself. Just how formidable was Powang Tianjun's enemy? The location of Luo Fu de Shiji in the vast universe was unknown to anyone. How could revenge even be possible? He had heard that the government military and the three major martial academies occasionally clashed with creatures from other realms. If he could enroll in a martial academy, perhaps he could gather some information. Armed with the psychic sphere and the ancient divine insect, becoming a martial artist wouldn't be too challenging. For now, the most pressing matter was to quickly grow stronger, become a martial artist, and find Scar and his gang to exact revenge. Yang Jin admitted he was neither a noble man nor a villain. He had one burning desirito: eliminate Scar and his accomplices. Otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled, and his mind would never find peace. He walked slowly along the riverbank back home, picking up his scattered school bag and shoes along the way. and then quickened his pace. As he made his way back, Yang Jin carefully observed the changes in his body. He noticed significant improvements in his vision, hearing, perception, and sense of smell. These enhancements weren't due to physical strength, but rather the effects of his spiritual psychic power. Even with his eyes closed, his psychic power radiated outward, allowing him to perceive every detail within a 5-meter radius clearer than what his eyes could see. It was truly incredible. By the time he got home, it was already 6 p.m. His uncle and aunt were busy in the cramped kitchen, while his younger sister was seated at the dining table doing her homework. Mom, Dad, second brother is back. Yang Jin's voice interrupted the bustling kitchen. His aunt replied, Jin, take a rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. There was a hint of weariness in her tone. The house was small, with less than 70 square meters of living space. His uncle and aunt shared the master bedroom, while Yang Jin and his younger sister each had a small room of their own. Yang Jin slipped into his tiny room, changed into dry clothes, and stepped into the living room. Second brother, help me with this problem. Yang Hui, who was in her 3rd year of middle school, struggled with math and often pouted while chewing on her pen cap when stuck on a tough question. Yang Jin patiently explained the comprehensive quadratic function problem to her, covering everything from the parabolic equation to the vertex coordinates and how to set up the equations. His explanation was thorough and detailed. Yang Hui listened intently, and before long, the problem was solved. She beamed with joy. Second brother, you're amazing. During dinner, Yang Tianhai brought out a simple yet delicious meal, 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Xiao Ting's cooking was a favorite among the 2 kids, and Yang Jin and Yang Hui ate with great enthusiasm. After the meal, Yang Tianhai took out a small, exquisite blue box and solemnly placed it in front of Yang Jin. Jin, this is a cell nutrient solution to help you recover. Before Yang Jin could respond, Yang Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. Cellular nutrient solution. It was said to significantly enhance one's vitality, but it came with a hefty price tag. Yang Tianhai gently patted his daughter Ahui on the head and said, this is for your second brother. When you're in your senior year, your mom and I will get you one too. Yang Jin glanced at his uncle and aunt, noticing the strands of gray hair at their temples. A wave of emotion surged in his heart. He was acutely aware of the love and care they had shown him over the years, which at times even surpassed the attention they gave their own children, Yang Ning and Yang Hui. For instance, this cellular nutrient solution Yang Ning hadn't received such a gift during his senior year. Yang Jin understood that purchasing this nutrient solution must have drained the family's savings. His lips trembled slightly as he considered rejecting the generous gift or even suggesting they return it for the money. However, when his aunt's gaze met his, he froze. Xiao Ting looked at him tenderly and said, word by word, Jin, I know what you're thinking. But since we've bought it, it's yours. You need to drink it or get into a good school. Yang Hui pushed the box toward him and encouraged, second brother, drink it. Then tell me how it tastes. Yang Tianhai raised his voice on purpose, laughing. Come on, be a man. Don't be so hesitant, drink it. Yang Jin nodded firmly and picked up the small blue box. Though it was light in his hands, it felt as heavy as a mountain in his heart, carrying an invisible weight of responsibility. He opened the lid to reveal a glass vial, about the thickness of a finger, filled with a blue liquid. Tiny white particles floated gently within. Holding the vial, Yang Jin gave it a gentle shake, and the shimmering blue light reflected across the room. Under the watchful eyes of his uncle, aunt, and younger sister, he unscrewed the cap, brought it to his lips, and took a trembling sip. The viscous blue liquid slid into his mouth, and he quickly grabbed a glass of water to help swallow it down. Second brother, how does it taste? Yang Hui asked eagerly, resting her chin in her hands. Yang Jin pretended to think seriously before answering. Sticky, like eating snot. Yang Hui made a gagging motion, clearly amused. According to the instructions, after consuming the nutrient solution, one needed to rest quietly to allow the body to absorb and digest it. His uncle and aunt urged him to return to his room. Yang Jin closed the door and lay on the bed. After about 10 minutes, a warm sensation began to rise in his stomach, a sign that the solution was taking effect. Gradually, countless tiny streams of heat seemed to flow from his digestive system into his bloodstream, spreading throughout his body. The heat radiated outward, searing every muscle and bone. His cells seemed to leap with vitality, his body growing increasingly hot, while his skin visibly twitched and spasmed. It really hurts a bit, Yang Jin thought to himself. The first absorption of the nutrient solution was said to have the most pronounced effects. According to official data, the results varied from person to person. Those with good absorption could gain up to 0.2 vitality points, while others might gain less than 0.1. On average, the increase was around 0.1 vitality points. For reference, an average healthy adult male had a vitality of about 1, so a 0.1 increase represented a 10 boost in overall physical fitness, a remarkable improvement. After more than 2 hours, the absorption process was complete. Yang Jin had heard that while the first dose yielded significant results and intense pain, subsequent doses would be less effective and less painful. After all, if it always hurt this much, who could endure it? He got out of bed, clenched his fists, and felt a noticeable increase in strength throughout his limbs. He thought about visiting the school to measure exactly how much his vitality had improved. Mental energy is closely tied to physical strength. If my vitality increases, my mental energy should also grow stronger, Yang Jin mused. He focused his thoughts and entered his mental sea. Compared to before, the energy flows surrounding the mental sphere seemed slightly denser. Unfortunately, despite possessing the mental sphere and the primordial divine insect to extraordinary artifacts, there was no corresponding cultivation method for them. The heaven-piercing sovereign had died too quickly, only managing to pass down the two artifacts and some basic information. As for how to cultivate, develop, and utilize these treasures, Yang Jin had no clue and could only rely on the limited knowledge he had, slowly exploring and researching on his own. While browsing online, Yang Jin turned on his old laptop and logged into the Martial Sky Forum. This forum was created by a group of martial arts enthusiasts and features a wide variety of posts with rich and diverse content. However, the authenticity of the posts requires users to discern for themselves. Yang Jin typed the words mental force into the search bar, and in an instant, hundreds of related posts appeared. Among them, one post had been pinned and highlighted, making it particularly eye-catching. Clicking into the post, Yang Jin found it authored by a user named I am a martial artist. The post broadly outlined the classification of martial artist levels. Officially, martial artists are divided into 5 realms: martial artist, martial master, martial lord, martial king, and martial saint. Each realm is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. The transition from martial artist to martial lord signifies a significant boost in vitality, while from martial king onward, martial artists gain unique abilities, such as controlling fire, manipulating water, or emitting lightning. As a result, there is a saying among martial artists: only as a martial king can one truly be called strong. As for martial saints, they are considered supreme beings capable of taking on an army of 100,000 alone, a level beyond further discussion for now. The post then focused on a unique existence: the mentalist. Mentalists are exceedingly rare, possessing a mysterious power known as mental force. According to official statistics, there are fewer than 100 mentalists across the entire blue star. Unlike the unique abilities of martial kings, mental force can manifest as early as the martial artist stage. The strength of mental force depends on 2 main factors. First, the individual's mental force core, located in the sea of consciousness. The larger the core, the greater the total mental force. It is said that smaller cores are the size of an egg, while larger ones can be as big as a pumpkin. Upon reading this, Yang Jin was struck with realization his mental force sphere in a sea of consciousness was as large as a house. Did this mean his mental force was the strongest among martial artists? He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging within him, and continued reading. The second factor is the host's physical condition. The stronger the vitality, the more mental force the body can sustain. Due to the extraordinary nature of mental force, a mentalist's actual combat power often exceeds their level. For instance, a mentalist at the beginner martial artist level might possess combat strength equivalent to an intermediate or even advanced martial artist, and could potentially rival the strength of a beginner martial master. The post also mentioned a shocking event that occurred years ago in Jiangnan Bay City, something Yang Jin was very familiar with. At that time, the eastern nation had long since fallen, leaving many of its people displaced. Among them was an eastern martial saint named Miyamoto Jiexiong, who visited the Qin family in Jiangnan Bay City as a guest. Unfortunately, Miyamoto Jiexiong, with his corrupt character, behaved disgracefully during a banquet, going so far as to harass a female server and even attempting to grope her. Seeing this, Qin Muyang immediately intervened to stop Miyamoto Jiexiong's shameless behavior. As a martial saint, Miyamoto Jiexiong held himself in high regard and looked down on the younger generation. Enraged, he arrogantly declared that showing favor to Chinese women was a privilege bestowed by him as a martial saint. Qin Muyang was infuriated and directly called him a slave of a fallen nation, condemning his arrogance. Without hesitation, he challenged Miyamoto Jiexiong to a duel. The two swiftly left Jiangnan Bay City and ventured into the wilderness for a fierce fight. The battle lasted half an hour and ended with Qin Muyang severing one of Miyamoto Jiexiong's legs. This incident drew worldwide attention, with major media outlets racing to report on it. Yang Jin vividly remembered the headline from China's official media about the fight: China's martial master defeats the martial saint of Dongying. It was at that moment, at just 12 years old, that Yang Jin's heart surged with passion, and his dream of becoming a martial artist began to take root. To his surprise, his childhood idol was also a spiritual psychic. However, after that event, Qin Muyang disappeared from the news entirely, and Yang Jin had no idea where he had gone. Continuing to browse the forum posts, Yang Jin came across a general introduction to the cultivation paths of spiritual psychics. There were 2 primary approaches: The first was object manipulation, using telekinesis to attack opponents by controlling objects. The second was mental manipulation, invading an opponent's mind to create illusions, confuse them, or even cause mental attacks that could leave the target brain dead or catatonic. Each method had its own strengths and weaknesses, entirely dependent on the practitioner's abilities. After spending over an hour reading posts about spiritual psychics, Yang Jin searched for keywords like cosmic behemoth, only to find no relevant posts. It seemed that cosmic behemoths were far too advanced for the people of Blue Star to comprehend. Realizing he would have to explore on his own, Yang Jin decided to experiment with telekinesis. Sitting upright, he focused his spiritual energy, which radiated outward, creating a peculiar sensation as if invisible hands had formed, capable of touching and manipulating objects. His gaze fell on a cup on the desk, and with a thought, the cup floated unsteadily into the air, wobbling like a drunken man, before slowly drifting toward him. The bottom of the cup tilted, and water poured into his mouth. Refreshing, Yang Jin exclaimed in delight. However, his expression quickly changed as his momentary distraction caused the cup to slip from his telekinetic control and fall to the ground. He quickly caught it with his hand, realizing the importance of maintaining focus while using telekinesis. With a thought, a pin flew into the air, darting and spinning around his body before piercing into the wall with a sharp thud. If he used telekinesis to control flying knives or daggers, they would undoubtedly surpass bullets in effectiveness. Bullets couldn't turn, but telekinetically controlled weapons could. It was no wonder the forums claimed that spiritual psychics could fight opponents far above their level. The ability was truly terrifying. Additionally, the spiritual energy within Yang Jin's psychic core was exceptionally powerful. As long as he strengthened his physical body and increased his vitality, his spiritual energy would continue to grow. Clenching his fists, Yang Jin felt a surge of excitement. He wondered if spiritual energy could also control his own body. Gathering his energy, he enveloped his body in an invisible force, lifting himself a few dozen centimeters off the ground. Haha, I can fly. Overjoyed, Yang Jin practiced enthusiastically late into the night before finally falling asleep. The next day was Saturday. Yang Jin woke up early and went to the rooftop to continue practicing martial arts. Compared to the previous day, he felt a significant improvement in his skill and strength, thanks to the effects of the cellular nutrient solution and the enhancement from his spiritual energy. Yang Jin roughly estimated his vitality to be close to 2. During breakfast, he noticed, perhaps due to his increased spiritual sensitivity, that his aunt's aura seemed faint and disordered. Concerned, he asked, "Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaoting paused for a moment before smiling faintly. "Jin, I'm fine." However, seeing the tiredness hidden in her eyes, Yang Jin couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Yang Tianhai leaned closer, wrapped his arm around Xiaoting's shoulder, and said with concern, "Honey, your sleep quality has been poor lately, and you've been coughing a lot. How about you skip work today, and I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Yang Hui put down the food in her hands, her eyes filled with worry. "Mom, please get checked." "I'm fine," Xiaoting replied, pretending to be annoyed. "I'll finish work today and then take a few days off. Is that okay?" She worked as a cleaner at a hotel, where she could take 4 days off a month but had no concept of holidays. Hearing her response, everyone stopped pressing the matter. Yang Tianhai's attention shifted, noticing Yang Jin wasn't wearing his wristband. "Ah Jin, where's your electronic wristband?" he asked. Yang Jin replied helplessly. "It got wet accidentally, and now it's short-circuited." Yang Tianhai immediately said, "Give it to me. I'll take it to the factory to fix it. I'm an electronics worker, after all." After breakfast, the uncle and aunt left for work, and Yang Hui stayed home to do her homework. Yang Jin gave a few instructions to his younger sister before heading out for a jog, a habit he'd maintained for years, running at least 10 kilometers every day. The area near Jinxiu Huayuan was a poor neighborhood. Apart from a few wide main roads, most of the streets were narrow and winding alleys. As Yang Jin passed the entrance of an alley, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Right was Lao Kuan, one of Scar's men. "Damn it. I was just wondering where to find you scumbags. And here you are." Yang Jin sneered coldly and quickly slipped into the alley. Lao Kuan was leaning against the wall, holding a bottle of liquor and swinging it aimlessly in the air. "Mad Dog, stop following me. Scar told you to do it, but that guy killed you. Your death has nothing to do with me. Please, just leave me alone." Yesterday, after Mad Dog was killed by Yang Jin, it was Lao Kuan who used a motorcycle to drag the body away and discreetly disposed of it. Lao Kuan hadn't been able to sleep all night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Mad Dog's bulging eyes and shattered throat, haunting him until he woke up in terror. Only drinking could numb his fear. At dawn, Lao Kuan, still tipsy, wandered out and instinctively ended up in the slums, a place where he often extorted money and collected protection fees. "Mad Dog, come drink, drink," he mumbled drunkenly. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, with a face that looked all too familiar. "You are..." Lao Kuan froze for a moment before letting out a piercing scream, as if he'd seen a ghost. A ghost. Before he could finish, Yang Jin pressed a finger against his forehead, and Lao Kuan's scream abruptly ceased. A surge of psychic energy flowed from Yang Jin's fingertip into Lao Kuan's mind. This was a skill Yang Jin had unexpectedly discovered the night before, a newfound ability to hypnotize others or create illusions using his mental power. Tell me, who are you? What do you do? And where do you live? Yang Jin asked. Lao Kuan's eyes turned vacant, as if he had been hypnotized. My name is Lao Kuan. I work for Scar, collecting protection money, extorting vendors, selling drugs. I live in the sewers. Yang Jin continued. Which sewer? Lao Kuan, now like a mindless puppet, answered blankly. A sewer in Furong District, Scar's secret base. I live there with Yongji and Green Turtle. Yang Jin pressed on. What's inside? Is it dangerous? Lao Kuan stammered. A lot of money, all Scar's. Scar is the most dangerous. He has 2 guns on him. Yang Jin maintained his psychic pressure. How can I get to that place? Old Kuan replied. There are a few routes. The closest one from here is the fork at Jiuji Road. The 5th manhole cover in the alley. Go straight down, then take a left at the 3rd intersection. After some questioning, Yang Jin gathered a lot of information. Suddenly, his right palm struck Old Kuan's forehead with a force infused with mental energy. It felt as if Old Kuan's brain shattered like soft tofu, and he died instantly. Watching Old Kuan collapse to the ground like a lifeless heap of mud, Yang Jin's body trembled slightly. After all, it was his first time actively killing someone. His heart raced with a mix of tension, unease, and an inexplicable thrill, a whirlwind of emotions flooding him all at once. Half a minute later, he steadied his breathing and realized how much mental energy he had consumed. Wiping off a thin layer of sweat, he focused for a moment and discovered that the mental energy stored in his consciousness was nearly depleted. Although the mental sphere could continuously generate mental energy, Yang Jin's physical body was too weak to store much at his current level. He decided to head to the sewers next and eliminate those scumbags. Fortunately, this was a slum area with poor security, and the nearby surveillance cameras had been broken for years. Yang Jin decisively hid Old Kuan's body in a corner and quickly made his way toward Jiuji Road. At the alley near the fork, he located the 5th manhole cover, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then pried it open and climbed into the sewer. The sewer was dim and shadowy, with surprisingly spacious tunnels that extended in all directions, like a hidden network beneath the bustling city. The air was thick with a damp, moldy stench mixed with an unsettling chill, making his nose twitch as if he might sneeze. 3rd intersection, turn left. 2nd intersection, turn right. After walking through the darkness for over 10 minutes, Yang Jin finally spotted a red mark on the wall ahead. This was the place. Old Kuan had mentioned that Scarface and Yongji were out handling business in town, leaving Gui to guard the base alone. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Jin knocked on the wall 5 times. A few seconds later, a hoarse male voice came from inside the wall. Who's there? Gui. It's me. Yang Jin replied, masking his voice with mental energy to mimic Old Kuan's tone. Hearing this, Gui cursed. Old Kuan, you went out to drink horse piss and left me alone to guard this empty place. Before he could finish, Gui suddenly froze in shock. Yang Jin had already closed in, and with a sharp punch to the throat, shattered Gui's windpipe. Coughing and stumbling back a few steps, Gui collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Jin killed Gui without a flicker of emotion, then slipped into Scarface's secret base. The so-called secret base was actually a series of connected sewer sections, divided into various functional areas: living room, bedroom, kitchen, storage room, and more. The total space was over 100 square meters, much larger than his uncle's house. The ceiling was crisscrossed with a maze of pipes, cleverly concealing the lighting system and ventilation ducts, giving the space a rugged, yet highly functional design. What a spot, Yang Jin thought, his eyes lighting up with the idea of claiming it for himself. He inspected each room one by one and eventually found a thick notebook. After reading through it, his face darkened. It was more of a ledger, meticulously recording every penny Scarface and his gang had earned. For instance, one entry noted they injured a man and stole 325 yuan. Another recorded a profit of 8,014 yuan from selling illegal drugs. Yet another detailed robbing a couple during a romantic outing, netting 520 yuan. The pages were densely packed, listing thousands of such entries over dozens of pages. These scumbags deserve 1,000 deaths. Yang Jin's killing intent surged uncontrollably. Returning to the living room, Yang Jin leaned back on the sofa, quietly waiting for Scarface and his crew to return. To be prepared, he retrieved kitchen knives and other sharp tools, carefully placing them behind the door and in other strategic spots. As time ticked by, his gaze alternated between the lifeless green turtle on the floor and the tightly shut iron door. Over an hour later, a knocking sound came from outside. By then, his depleted mental energy had mostly recovered. With a subtle gesture, the door creaked open. Green Turtle, what the hell are you doing? Not even turning on the lights. Scarface and Brave Chicken barged into the pitch-dark room, unable to see a thing. Click. The room was suddenly flooded with light, forcing them to shield their eyes instinctively. Swish. Swish. Two razor-sharp boning knives spun through the air, slicing cleanly through their right wrists in an instant. The excruciating pain left them paralyzed, clutching their arms as piercing screams filled the room. You're alive. Scarface finally took in the sight of the young man sitting on the sofa, his gaze sharp and emotionless. It was the same boy he had shot with a shotgun the day before. Impossible, this can't be. How are you still alive? Fear gripped Scarface as he stared at Yang Jin, who now seemed like a demon risen straight from hell. Because I'm here to kill you, Yang Jin said coldly. With a flick of his mind, the boning knives shot forward again, piercing through the necks of Scarface and Brave Chicken. In mere seconds, they were helplessly slaughtered, their deaths a testament to the terrifying power of a psychic. Rummaging through the corpses, Yang Jin found a handgun, a shotgun, a set of keys, and a significant amount of Blue Star currency. He walked into the largest bedroom and eyed a safe in the corner. It was an old-fashioned model that required both a key and a combination to unlock. Inserting the key, he focused his psychic energy, carefully sensing the movements of the dial. After a few clicks, the lock disengaged. So much money inside the safe were neatly stacked bundles of Blue Star currency. Each bundle contained 10,000, and after counting, there were 85 bundles in total. Combined with the cash he had taken from the corpses, the amount came to 900,000. Yang Jin was stunned, had never seen so much money in his life. To put it in perspective, the market price of a house in Jinxiu Huayuan was less than 400,000. This sudden windfall left the high schooler at a loss for how to handle it. Carrying 900,000 in cash was inconvenient, and depositing it in a bank might attract unwanted attention. His thoughts turned to the ancient divine worm in his mind. Though the worm's consciousness had been wiped, rendering it a mindless larva, it should theoretically still possess the ability to create a spatial storage. He tried to communicate with it, but received no response. The worm had been used by the Heavenly Lord of Void to breach dimensional rifts, so it should have been functional. Could it be that his abilities were too weak to activate the worm's powers for now? This seemed like the only plausible explanation. Looking around, he found the place oddly reminiscent of the sewer hideout from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, where the rat sensei and the turtles lived. Yang Jin decided that this would be his secret base from now on, naming it Safe House Number 1. However, the 3 bodies lying on the floor were quite an eyesore. After searching through the house, he found several oversized black plastic bags and stuffed the corpses into them. Carrying the corpses out the door, Yang Jin found a hidden corner in the dark sewer and discarded them all. After returning to the surface, he found Lao Kuan's body in an alley. The streets were sparsely populated, and the surveillance cameras were broken, with no one to repair them. Quietly, Yang Jin took Lao Kuan's body back to the sewer. A family should stay together. Looking at the 4 stiff plastic bags lying there, Yang Jin clapped his hands. The task was done, and it was already past 2 p.m. His younger sister was home alone. It was time to head back to avoid worrying her. He pulled out a few hundred-yuan bills, stuffed them into his pocket, and left the safe house. "Saimei, I'm back." Yang Jin opened the door to a silent house. Yang Hui was leaning against the sofa, her shoulders trembling slightly as she sobbed quietly. "Saimei." Yang Jin was startled and hurried to her side. Second brother. Yang Hui's eyes were swollen and red, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Don't cry, Saimei. What's wrong?" Yang Jin hugged his sister, comforting her gently. "It's Mom. She fainted and was admitted to the hospital." Yang Hui's words sent a jolt through Yang Jin's heart. Their mother was in the hospital. Yang Hui wiped her tears away and explained what had happened. Earlier that morning, Yang Hui had received a call from the hotel where Xiao Ting worked, informing her that Xiao Ting had collapsed during work and had been taken to the hospital by ambulance. The hotel had tried calling the emergency contact, but no one answered, so they finally reached Yang Hui. Yang Hui rushed to the hospital in a panic, only to encounter Yang Tianhai, who had also hurried there. Due to a malfunctioning electronic wristband, Yang Jin had been unreachable. After a series of tests, the diagnosis hit like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Ting had late-stage liver cancer. Late-stage liver cancer. Yang Jin felt as if he had been struck by thunder, cold sweat dripping down his face. Dad decided to sell the house to pay for Mom's treatment, but she scolded him furiously. Mom said she had known about her terminal illness for a long time and had been hiding it from us because we couldn't afford the treatment. She told me not to tell you and to act as if nothing had happened so it wouldn't affect your college entrance exams. Yang Hui cried. Second brother, what do we do? What do we do? Yang Hui collapsed into Yang Jin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, nearly fainting. Saimei. Yang Jin grabbed her shoulders, looking her straight in the eye. Do you trust me? For some reason, her brother's steady gaze gave Yang Hui an unexplainable sense of confidence and courage. She nodded, full of hope. Good. Did the doctor say if there's any way to treat it? How much would it cost? Yang Jin asked. The doctor mentioned a type of nanomachine medical device that can kill cancer cells, but it's incredibly expensive. Even after insurance reimbursement, it would still cost about 1 million yuan out of pocket, Yang Hui replied. Hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes turned red. 1 million yuan, no wonder their mother refused treatment. He thought about how, over the years, their mother had worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, raising her 3 children with immense love and sacrifice. She had never thought of herself, never even bought herself a new piece of clothing. Even with a terminal illness, she chose to endure it silently, unwilling to burden the family. Yang Jin swallowed the lump in his throat, forcing back the tears that threatened to fall. Sammei, come on, let's go to the hospital, Yang Jin said firmly. Second brother, going there won't change anything. We have no money. Even if we sell the house, it won't be enough, Yang Hui said helplessly. No, I have money. Yang Jin's voice was resolute. Yang Jin, accompanied by Yang Hui, unusually opted not to take a bus or subway, but instead hailed a taxi. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Yusha City People's Hospital. Second sister, which room is my aunt's attending doctor in? I'll go find him, Yang Jin asked. Second brother, follow me, Yang Hui replied. They headed to the Department of Gastrointestinal Oncology. The office door was ajar, and Dr. Jong, wearing thick glasses, sat at his desk, focused on a report in his hands. He sighed and murmured, the illness can be treated, but the lack of money makes it unreachable. Such is the plight of ordinary people. The door was pushed open, and Yang Hui entered with a young man. Dr. Zhang, young lady, what brings you here? Dr. Zhang asked. Dr. Zhang, this is my second brother. He wants to inquire about my mom's condition, Yang Hui said timidly. Please, have a seat. Dr. Zhang gestured for Yang Jin to sit down. Yang Jin asked earnestly, Dr. Zhang, could you tell me how much it would cost to cure my aunt's illness? Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and replied, our hospital has a nanobot medical device that can treat cancer. However, due to the high cost of materials, the treatment is very expensive. For Ms. Ting's condition, including surgery and post-operative checkups, a full recovery would cost approximately 1 million yuan out of pocket. All right, 1 million it is, Yang Jin said firmly. Dr. Zhang, when can the surgery begin? Dr. Zhang was momentarily stunned. Well, as soon as the payment is made, the surgery can be scheduled anytime. Dr. Zhang, please give me 1 hour, Yang Jin said, pulling Yang Hui out of the office. Third sister, you go to Andy's ward first. I'll go handle the payment, Yang Jin instructed. Yang Hui looked at Yang Jin, still in disbelief. Second brother, can we really save mom? Yang Jin's tone was resolute. We definitely can. All right, Yang Hui nodded vigorously and pulled an electronic wristband from her pocket. Second brother, dad fixed your wristband. Yang Jin took the wristband and patted Yang Hui on the shoulder. Third sister, go quickly. After they parted ways, Yang Jin flagged down another taxi and headed for the safe house. He currently had 900,000 Blue Star coins, with 850,000 from the safe and 50,000 scavenged from the bodies of Scarface and his men. The medical fees required 1 million, leaving him short by 100,000. He pondered silently. Where can I get it? As he watched the cityscape blur past the car window, Yang Jin furrowed his brow, every crease on his face bearing the weight of his thoughts. Short on money. Where can I find an extra 100,000? Should I borrow it? After a long moment of reflection, he dialed a number. In Lushan Mansion, an upscale residential area in Furong District, the neighborhood featured Madris buildings and was home to families with assets worth millions or even tens of millions. Yang Jin's close friend, Hu Qinghua, lived in one of these apartments. Hu Qinghua, sporting a stylish middle-parted hairstyle, was currently sitting on the couch with a sulky expression. At the other end of the couch sat a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him, also looking disgruntled. Hu Qinghua's mother glanced at the two of them and sighed. You two are at it again? What's wrong with you, father and son? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Hu Qinghua's father pointed at his son, exasperated. Your grades are terrible, so I hired a private tutor at a high price for unknown lessons, and you're still not happy? You're going to be the death of me. Hu Qinghua retorted indignantly. My grades are bad because of your genetics. His father's chest heaved with anger, as though he was on the verge of losing his temper. At that moment, Hu Qinghua's electronic wristband vibrated. He sprang up from the couch and walked to the balcony. Ah Jin, what's up? Qinghua, I need to borrow some money. Yang Jin's voice came through the phone, carrying a clear sense of hesitation and struggle. Hu Qinghua asked, what's going on? How much do you need? Yang Jin replied, my aunt is in the hospital. She needs surgery, and we're short 100,000 yuan. The mention of surgery sent a jolt through Hu Qinghua. With modern medical advancements, most illnesses can be treated with medication or IV therapy, and only life-threatening conditions typically call for surgery. He immediately asked, Ajin, is 100,000 enough? Yang Jin replied firmly, it's enough. Taking a deep breath, Hu Qinghua returned to the living room, thinking carefully. Dad, I promise to fully cooperate with the tutor and study hard, Hu Qinghua said. His father looked surprised, clearly puzzled by the sudden change in his son's attitude. However, Hu Qinghua quickly added his own request. I need you to lend me 50,000 yuan as a nutrition allowance. The sooner, the better. In the taxi, Yang Jin clutched a bulging backpack while two notification sounds lit up his phone screen. Opening it, he saw two transfer confirmations from Hu Qinghua. 50,000 yuan each, totaling 100,000 yuan. Overcome with emotion, Yang Jin immediately sent a message to Hu Qinghua via WeChat. Thanks, bro. I promise to pay you back as soon as possible. A few seconds later, Hu Qinghua replied, no problem. It's all from my personal savings. If it's not enough, they'll figure something out. Yang Jin felt deeply grateful. With the borrowed 100,000 yuan added to the 900,000 already in his bag, the full 1 million yuan was finally ready, and his aunt's life could be saved. On the third floor of the intensive care unit at People's Hospital, Xiaoting lay in bed, her face pale and her eyes weary, a shadow of severe illness hanging over her. Yang Tianhai sat hunched over, silently peeling an apple for his wife, while Yang Hui sat by the bedside, tears welling in her eyes. Struggling to open her eyes, Xiaoting reached out her right hand to her daughter. Ahui Yang Hu's small hand trembled as she held her mother's cold, frail hand tightly. Xiaoting said softly, Ahui, your dad can stay here. You should go home. Don't let your second brother know. So he doesn't worry. Yang Tianhai rubbed the corners of his eyes vigorously, unable to stop the tears from falling. Xiaoting continued, Ahui, listen to your mom. Go home first. Your dad will take care of things here. Although Yang Hui wanted to tell her mother that her second brother already knew, the words caught in her throat. She could only nod through her tears. At that moment, the door opened, and a nurse peeked in. Is the family of Xiaoting here? Please come sign the consent form. Yang Tianhai froze, confused. What form? He asked. The nurse replied, the pre-surgery consent form, of course. Didn't you just pay the fees? Yang Tianhai was stunned, and Xiaoting's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Yang Hu's eyes. Second brother, she exclaimed. Seeing her father still in a daze, the nurse frowned. Xiaoting's family, please come sign the form. We need to prepare for surgery immediately. Yang Hui gave her father a push on the back, joy lighting up her face. Mom is going to be okay. Mom is going to be okay. Yang Tianhai remained in a state of confusion and shock until the nurse wheeled Xiaoting into the operating room. Only then did he begin to believe that this was real. 1 million yuan. He turned to his daughter, his eyes full of questions. Hui, do you know who paid for the surgery? Yang Hui nodded firmly. It was second brother. Yang Tianhai rubbed his face hard, his heart a mix of astonishment and worry. Ajin, where did he get so much money? A few minutes later, Yang Jin arrived outside the operating room, carrying a bag of fruit, a trace of nervousness on his face. His uncle, third sister, and second brother were already there. At this moment, the sorrow on Yang Hui's face had visibly eased, while Yang Tianhai appeared solemn, his gaze fixed on Yang Jin as he asked, Jin, where did you get so much money? Yang Tianhai couldn't help but feel worried. After all, he worked hard for a year and only earned 60 to 70,000, while Yang Jin, merely a high school student, had somehow managed to produce 1 million in cash. It was beyond comprehension. The atmosphere grew tense. Yang Hui also looked nervously at her second brother. Yang Jin paused, having already prepared his explanation, and said slowly, Uncle, I'm sorry. There's something I've been hiding from all of you. Actually, I've already reached the standard of a martial artist, but I haven't had the chance to take the certification test at the martial arts center. Also, I've been participating in underground black boxing matches for the past 6 months. Hearing the first part, Yang Tianhai's face showed disbelief. But when he heard the latter part, his face turned pale. Jin, do you have any idea how dangerous black boxing is? He asked urgently. In today's society, martial arts were highly popular, with official tournaments held frequently. However, underground boxing matches, commonly referred to as black boxing, were also widespread. While black boxing was lucrative, it came with no safety guarantees, a high injury rate, and frequent incidents of fighters being beaten to death in the ring. Yang Jin replied calmly, Uncle, I'm planning to visit the Xinhua Martial Arts Center in Yuesha City in a few days to apply for the martial artist certification. If I pass, I promise I won't participate in black boxing again. Yang Tianhai and Yang Hui were stunned, their eyes wide with shock and hope. Becoming a martial artist was not just a title, but a symbol of strength and status. Martial artists were highly esteemed and enjoyed privileges that ordinary people could only dream of. If Yang Jin succeeded, it could instantly change their family's financial struggles. Jin, are you confident? Yang Tianhai asked, his voice trembling slightly. Instead of answering directly, Yang Jin extended his right hand and gripped the armrest of a metal chair. He exerted force, and when he withdrew his hand, 5 faint finger impressions were left on the chair. Witnessing this, Yang Tianhai finally believed in his nephew's strength. Yang Hui couldn't help but touch the marks, her eyes full of admiration. An hour later, Xiaoting was wheeled out of the operating room, her eyes closed as she slept soundly. The surgery was highly successful, and after a full body checkup the next day, she would be ready to leave the hospital. Overwhelmed with relief and gratitude, Yang Tianhai, and Yang Hui wept with joy. "Thank you, doctor," they said sincerely. At that moment, Yang Jin deeply understood the importance of money. Without that unexpected windfall, his aunt would never have been able to undergo the surgery and would have been sent home to await the inevitable. As the anesthesia wore off, Xiao Ting woke up. Yang Tianhai briefly explained to her how Yang Jin had earned the money through black boxing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ting couldn't stop her tears. "Ah, Jin, your aunt is so useless, making you suffer like this," she said tearfully. After the surgery, Xiao Ting recovered well. Since the next day was Sunday, Yang Hui insisted on staying at the hospital to keep her company. The hospital room was small, so Xiao Ting urged Yang Jin to go home and rest. It was already past 9 in the evening when Yang Jin left the hospital. Walking alone down the street, he looked up at the gray, cloudy sky, his thoughts surging like waves. He recalled the scene at the hospital, where his uncle, aunt, and third sister had embraced each other in tears. Inside, he shouted silently to himself, "I must become a martial artist. I must grow stronger. I must make a lot of money and move into a big house. I want uncle, aunt, big brother, and third sister all of us to live a good life." A Mercedes convertible cruised down the street, passing by Yang Jin. The driver noticed Yang Jin standing by the roadside, gently tapped the brakes, and stopped a few meters ahead. A girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile waved at him. It was Zhao Qingtong. Yang Jin was momentarily stunned when he saw her in the car. Zhao Qingtong grinned and asked, "Where are you headed? Want a ride?" "Thanks, I can just walk." Yang Jin hesitated. Zhao Qingtong patted the passenger seat next to her. "It's just me in the car. What are you afraid of? Hop in, I'll give you a lift." Yang Jin intended to decline, but for some reason, the words changed as they left his mouth. Okay. It was his first time sitting in the same car as the girl he admired, so close to her, that he felt so nervous he didn't know where to place his hands. He wanted to speak, but couldn't think of a suitable topic. Zhao Qingtong, while driving, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his nervous expression, she couldn't help but smile to herself. "Yang, I heard you're the most resilient and skilled in combat in Class 7 of the senior year." Mentioning martial arts techniques gave Yang Jin a topic to latch onto. "My vitality is only 1.7. But I've heard others say that your vitality is really high, Zhao, almost comparable to Tang Jong." Zhao Qingtong deliberately teased. "Yang, you seem so honest, but you're not as straightforward as you look, are you?" "Me? Not straightforward." Yang Jin was bewildered. "You might fool others, but not me," Zhao Qingtong said with a playful smile. "I've got a device in my car that can roughly estimate vitality based on breathing, heartbeat, behavior, and posture." As she spoke, she tapped the car's screen lightly. A mechanical voice sounded. "Preliminary scan, front passenger's vitality level is 1.9, with a fluctuation range of 0.2. Zhao Qingtong blinked her sparkling eyes and gave a mischievous grin. "So, how does it feel to be exposed?" "Impressive tech," Yang Jin remarked in awe. "This device has its limitations. It only works on people with vitality below 5. Once a martial artist's vitality increases, they can suppress their aura, and the device won't give an accurate reading." Zhao Qingtong paused and then asked, "Yang, what's your plan after high school? What college do you want to apply to?" Yang Jin thought for a moment and replied, "I want to apply to a martial arts academy." A few days ago, his answer might have been a military academy. But today, the desire to become a martial artist and attend a martial arts academy had grown stronger. Zhao Qingtong sighed softly. "A martial arts academy, it's incredibly hard to get into." Puzzled, Yang Jin asked, "Isn't it true that becoming a martial artist qualifies you for admission?" Zhao Qingtong smiled faintly and explained, "Being a martial artist is just the basic requirement. There's still a long way to go before you can get into a martial arts academy. On Blue Star, there are 3 major academies: Xinhua, Starlink, and Holy Light. Each has branches worldwide. In base cities, the branches are called martial halls, and in satellite cities, they're called martial centers. To get into a martial arts academy, you first need to become a member of a martial center, then advance to a martial hall, and only after that can you aim for the academy. So, for a high school student, getting directly into a martial arts academy is harder than winning the lottery." Now it made sense. Yang Jin felt overwhelmed. No wonder it was rare for even one student from Furong District or all of Yuesha City's senior year classes to make it into a martial arts academy each year. It was incredibly challenging. However, where there's a will, there's a way. If someone is exceptionally talented and has an outstanding combat record, they might earn a special admission slot. For instance, Qin Muyang, the renowned martial artist, was scouted by Xinhua Martial Arts Academy during high school and joined right after graduation. Qin Muyang, a legendary figure who defeated martial saints as a martial lord, had been Yang Jin's idol since childhood. Hearing Zhao Qingtong mention his idol's achievements filled him with excitement. Clenching his fists, Yang Jin thought to himself, "Qin Muyang is a spiritual force practitioner. If he could do it, why can't I?" The Mercedes-Benz sped past and soon reached the edge of the slum. Yang Jin turned to Zhao Qingtong and said, "You can drop me off here." I'll walk the rest of the way. Known for its poor and chaotic environment, the slum was not a place Yang Jin wanted his crush to see. Zhao Qingtong smiled faintly and replied, all right, take care. She pulled out a card from her pocket and handed it to Yang Jin. Yang, this is a membership card for the Yusha City branch of the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. I don't use it much. You can try the physical fitness test there when you have time. Yang Jin accepted the card with gratitude, his heart swelling with appreciation. Thank you, Zhao. I hope you become a martial artist soon. Zhao Qingtong waved goodbye as the car quickly drove away. Watching the Mercedes fade into the distance, Yang Jin was overwhelmed with emotions. To Zhao Qingtong, it was just a small act of kindness to a classmate she happened to meet. But for Yang Jin, the encouragement and support from the girl he admired meant the world. Xinhua Martial Arts Academy, I'll go there tomorrow. He resolved silently, turning to jog back into the slum. Across the street, at a small roadside eatery, a young man who looked like a high school student froze in shock, a noodle hanging from his mouth as he forgot to chew. His mind raced. What the? Zhao Qingtong drove Yang Jin home, and they were even chatting happily. He quickly dialed a number, and the voice of Tang Jong answered on the other end. Gao Wei, what's up? Gao Wei spoke urgently. Brother Tang, I saw Zhao Qingtong driving a Mercedes. Tang Jong cut him off. I know. That's the car her family bought for her. Gao Wei raised his voice. That's not the point. I saw her driving Yang Jin home. There was a sudden clatter on the other end, like a cup falling to the floor. Impossible. Qingtong has high standards. She even looks down on me. How could she possibly be interested in Yang Jin? Tang Jong growled angrily. Who the hell is Yang Jin? I've never even been in her car, and now he has. His disbelief turned into a furious roar. Gao Wei, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Gao Wei replied firmly. Brother Tang, I'm absolutely sure. I'll stake my eyes on it. Tang Jong slammed his fist on the table, his face dark and stormy, as if he'd swallowed something vile. He erupted in rage. Damn it, Yang Jin, I'm going to destroy you. On Sunday morning, Yang Jin called his uncle and learned that his aunt was doing well and would be discharged from the hospital later that morning. He was overjoyed. Today, he planned to go to the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy in Yusha City for a physical fitness test. If he passed, his uncle and aunt would surely be thrilled. To become an officially certified martial artist, one must pass 2 tests. The first was a physical fitness test, requiring vitality to reach a level of 2. The second was a combat test, which involved hunting and killing a certain number of monsters. Yang Jin's focus now was on passing the first test. He boarded the subway, enduring over an hour of travel before finally arriving at Yida Plaza on Linjiang Road. Ahead of him stretched the vast, surging Xiang River, while behind him towered rows of high-rise buildings. Among these, one stood out with its striking sign atop the roof that read Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. On Blue Star, there were 3 major martial arts academies: Xinhua, Starlink, and Holy Light. Starlink Academy was founded by nationals, Holy Light Academy by Western Europeans, and Xinhua Academy by the people of Huaxia. While all 3 had branches worldwide, most Huaxia citizens preferred Xinhua Academy out of cultural pride and connection. At the entrance of the academy stood 2 imposing mech guards, solemnly safeguarding this revered sanctuary for martial artists. The mech stood 2 meters tall, its streamlined body forged from high-strength alloy, with a surface covered in sleek black plates that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Yang Jin gazed enviously at the black iron mech produced by Stark Industries. Rumor had it that each unit cost over 10 million. Stark Industries, a leading conglomerate specializing in weapons and mechs, ranked among the world's top 10 companies, alongside the Pioneer Group, known for producing cell nutrient solutions. Driven by curiosity, Yang Jin took a few steps closer to examine the black iron mech up close. However, the eyes of the 2 mechs suddenly lit up with red beams, and a cold voice warned, "Halt." The Ember Martial Hall was a sacred ground for martial artists, and ordinary individuals were not allowed to enter without a pass or prior appointment. Yang Jin pulled out the student card given to him by Zhao Qingtong and held it up. After scanning the card, the mechs allowed him to pass. Inside the spacious first-floor lobby, the place was bustling with activity. Most people wore lightweight combat armor and carried an array of weapons such as swords, axes, and spears. Their steady strides and powerful presence indicated that they were at least beginner-level martial artists. Yang Jin, like a country boy entering a grand city for the first time, looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. At the reception desk, a young woman with a sweet demeanor noticed his awestruck expression and began searching through the computer records. She found no information about Yang Jin, not even an appointment, and furrowed her brows slightly. Out of courtesy, she approached him and asked, "Excuse me, sir, is there something I can help you with?" Yang Jin replied, "Hello, miss. I'm here to take the martial artist fitness assessment." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but smile inwardly. The young man in front of her, no older than 18 or 19, looked like a high school student. It was obvious he was here out of curiosity to try out the assessment. Politely, she said, "Sir, The martial artist fitness assessment requires an appointment in advance. Additionally, if you're a student, you'll need to provide a vitality test certificate issued by your school. Yang Jin immediately understood that the woman had guessed he was a student and didn't believe he could pass the assessment. Her reaction was understandable. The process for martial artist assessments was rigorous and not something just anyone could take. After a moment of thought, Yang Jin pulled out the card Zhao Qingtong had given him and said, "Could you check this for me? It's a senior student card." The woman noticed the gold card in Yang Jin's hand. With a slight bow, she smiled and said, "Sir, with a senior student card, you can take the fitness assessment at any time. Please follow me." She guided Yang Jin to swipe the card and register his personal information. Holding the card, Yang Jin scanned it on the electronic device, which displayed Zhao Qingtong's registered photo. Under the receptionist's slightly puzzled gaze, he nervously entered his own information. Once the registration was complete, the woman handed Yang Jin an assessment logbook and said, "Sir, your senior student card has 5 uses remaining. I've deducted 1 for today's assessment." With a sweet smile, she added, "Please take the elevator to the 3rd floor to begin your fitness assessment. Best of luck, and I hope you pass successfully." Yang Jin responded with a smile, "Thank you." The 3rd floor of the martial hall was a large indoor training area divided into 7 or 8 sections. There were zones for practicing punching power, running speed, hand-to-hand combat, and weapon skills. About 20 students, dressed in uniform training attire, were sweating as they trained. These individuals were not martial artists, but had purchased student cards to train on weekends and holidays. Yang Jin's arrival drew the attention of everyone present. "Yang Jin," a tall woman in training attire called out in a puzzled tone from the training area. Yang Jin turned toward the voice. It was her. "Zhou Xiaoqing." Yang Jin recognized the girl. She was a student from class 1 of senior year 3 and often hung out with Zhao Qingtong. Zhou Xiaoqing quickly walked up to Yang Jin, her face lighting up with surprise. "Yang Jin, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here to prepare for the military academy and hone your martial skills?" Yang Jin smiled and replied, "I'm here to take the martial artist's physical fitness assessment." Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You're here for the fitness assessment? Your vitality has reached 2. She thought she must have misheard. She recalled the school's fitness test records. Last month's highest score was Tang Jong's 1.9, and Yang Jin's name hadn't appeared among the others with a vitality level of 1.8. Yang Jin's result last month was 1.7. He didn't feel the need to explain further and simply smiled faintly. Zhou Xiaoqing looked him up and down, suspicion flickering in her eyes. "Are you hiding your true strength, pretending to be weak to catch others off guard?" No wonder Qingtong said she had high hopes for you. You're actually a hidden expert. Zhou Xiaoqing quickly jumped to her own conclusions after just a few words from him. She playfully punched his shoulder and said excitedly, "Come on, show me some moves. Let me see what you're capable of." Their conversation soon attracted the attention of others in the room. Martial artist fitness assessments were rare and had a low pass rate, so the onlookers quickly gathered around, curiosity and excitement evident on their faces. Meanwhile, in the office located at the east corner of the training ground, a young man with short hair was seated comfortably, sipping fragrant tea. He was the instructor on duty that day, a mid-level martial artist named Linshan. At that moment, a student knocked on the door and reported, "Instructor Shi, someone is here for the fitness assessment." Linshan showed little interest. In fact, he had already received the assessment request on his computer a few minutes earlier and knew that a high school student named Yang Jin had shown up for the test. He sneered internally. "Humph, an 18-year-old kid who can barely walk straight wants to run? How ridiculous. Probably some rich kid looking to have a bit of fun. Let him wait a while." Linshan wasn't refusing to conduct the test that had simply seen this situation too many times before. Wealthy young men often signed up for membership cards and came to take the fitness assessment repeatedly, only to fail every time, wasting everyone's time. He thought to himself, "I'll wait 10 minutes. Maybe he'll give up on his own." With that, Linshan crossed his legs and leaned back, enjoying his tea leisurely. Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted from outside the office, startling Linshan. "What's going on?" he muttered, perking up his ears to listen. From the training ground came shouts of excitement. "Yang Jin, hit it again. Punch strength, 1,125 kilograms, 125 kilograms over the standard. Incredible. Well done." Hearing this, Linshan could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and walked out of the office. In the training area, Yang Jin stood next to the punch strength testing machine, surrounded by a group of students. The electronic screen above the machine displayed a bold red number, 1,125 kilograms. Yang Jin flexed his wrist, clearly satisfied with his performance. After all, his punch strength had only been 857 kilograms last month. In less than half a month, it had increased by nearly 300 kilograms, a remarkable leap. Instructor Shi finally approached Yang Jin, glancing at the number on the testing machine before offering a smile. "Yang Jin, I'm Linshan. I'll be overseeing your fitness assessment today. Let me explain the rules. The martial artist fitness assessment consists of three main components: strength, speed, and agility. Strength refers to the force of your punches, with 1,000 kilograms being the passing mark. Yang Jin stood in front of the punching power test machine, taking a deep breath as he prepared for the first challenge. Shi Linshan activated the indoor camera system, capturing this significant moment from multiple angles. The martial artist assessment was extremely rigorous, with every step requiring precision and being recorded for documentation. Planting his feet firmly, Yang Jin drew strength from the ground, channeling it up through his spine to his arms, and ultimately into his fist, which struck out like a cannonball. With a thunderous boom, the target was hit hard, and the electronic screen displayed glowing red text 1107 kg. The trainees erupted in cheers as Zhou Xiaoqin dialed her smart wristband to start a video call. She exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my goodness, over 1,000 kilograms. That could take down a bull." Yang Jin's strength filled her with pride, especially when comparing him to Tang Jong. Next came the second test. Yang Jin was taken to the training grounds track. Shi Linshan pointed to a 50-meter lane, explaining that the task was to complete a 100-meter round trip in under 5 seconds. The trainees stood silently on either side of the track, watching intently. Zhou Xiaoqin had already adjusted her camera, ready to record. Shi Linshan instructed, "Yang Jin, start whenever you're ready. The electronic system will accurately record the time." Yang Jin crouched down, his hands on the ground, his legs poised like tightly coiled springs. With a powerful push, he shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The onlookers could only see a black blur racing down the track, quickly turning and speeding back. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he crossed the starting line. The screen displayed the result: 21.5 ms. The trainees cheered wildly, and Shi Linshan nodded in approval, clearly pleased. The final test was agility. Yang Jin was led to the right side of the training ground, where there was a circular platform about 10 meters in diameter and 1 meter high. Shi Linshan explained, "In 1 minute, a total of 100 laser pulses will be fired at you. If you dodge at least 60 of them and stay on the platform, you'll pass. Be aware, getting hit by a laser pulse will cause mild paralysis, which might affect your ability to evade further." The surrounding trainees cheered for Yang Jin, with Zhou Xiaoqin waving her arms to encourage him. However, some trainees expressed concern, believing this test to be extremely difficult. Around the platform, from mechanical arms rose, the tips of their metal probes glowing with an eerie blue light, signaling that the laser pulses were about to begin. As Shi Linshan gestured, the mechanical arms began to move unpredictably. The probes converged, and suddenly, a pulse beam shot out with explosive force. Yang Jin stood at the center of the arena, facing two visible mechanical arms, while two others remained hidden behind him. For most people, this test would be extremely challenging, as it required an almost impossible level of awareness. However, Yang Jin was a mental force practitioner, and his telekinetic abilities allowed him to perceive the entire arena as a vivid, three-dimensional image in his mind. He calculated the movements of the mechanical arms and the trajectories of the laser pulses with precision. With a slight tilt of his shoulder, the pulse narrowly missed him. Below the arena, Shi Linshan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yang Jin's evasive movements, though subtle, were remarkably efficient. The laser pulses appeared to graze past him in dangerous proximity, but none could land a hit. It was as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade, a spectacle that left everyone on edge. After dodging over a dozen laser pulses, Yang Jin's movements faltered slightly, and he was struck by a pulse. A faint sizzling sound accompanied the hit, leaving a tingling sensation at the point of impact, akin to a mild electric shock. The brief pause allowed another pulse to hit him. "Be careful," gasped the students watching from below. Zhou Xiaoqin, holding her electronic wristband, looked tense, while Zhao Qingtong, on the other end of the call, was equally nervous. After a minute, the four mechanical arms ceased their assault. The crowd held their breath as they turned their attention to the electronic screen. The results were displayed: 32 hits, 68 dodges, with a dodge rate of 68. A mechanical voice announced, "Candidate Yang Jin, after completing the comprehensive strength, speed, and agility test, your vitality score is 2.1. Martial artist physical assessment passed." "Yes." The training field erupted in enthusiastic applause. Excitement filled the air as everyone celebrated witnessing the emergence of a new martial artist. "Excellent, truly excellent." Shi Linshan beamed with pride. While Yang Jin passing the assessment was significant, what stood out even more was his age, just 18. At 18, he was at the prime of his growth, with immense potential and room for development. "Yang Jin, congratulations." The crowd offered their heartfelt congratulations. Membership at Xinhua Martial Arts Academy was not inexpensive, and those who joined were typically from middle-class or affluent families. Many were children of officials or wealthy individuals, yet they showed no disdain for Yang Jin. Instead, they were eager to befriend him. Now that Yang Jin had passed the physical assessment, he only needed to succeed in the combat test to earn official recognition as a martial artist. The status of a martial artist was far superior to that of an ordinary student. Zhou Xiaoqin squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Yang Jin, waving her electronic wristband. Yang Jin, look who it is. The wristband screen displayed Zhao Qingtong's smiling face. Yang, congratulations, Zhao Qingtong said with a faint smile. Qingtong, thank you. If you hadn't lent me your academy card, I wouldn't have made it in today. Perhaps it was the confidence from passing the assessment, but Yang Jin's way of addressing Zhao Qingtong had changed from Zhao to the more familiar Qingtong. Qingtong, Zhou Xiaoqin hadn't expected Yang Jin to use such an intimate form of address. She glanced at Yang Jin, then at Zhao Qingtong on the screen. Zhao Qingtong smiled slightly. It's nothing. I saw you were just one step away, so I thought I'd give you a little boost. This isn't just a little boost, it's a lifeline. Thank you, Yang Jin said sincerely, his gratitude evident. The two exchanged a few words, and under Linshan's guidance, Yang Jin walked up to the fourth floor to complete the necessary procedures. Unlike the third floor's training area, the fourth floor resembled a large exhibition hall. Various weapons, shields, and armor were neatly displayed on racks and in glass cases. As they walked, Linshan said, Yang Jin, now that you've passed the physical fitness assessment, you are officially granted the title of a reserve warrior. Yang Jin asked with some confusion, reserve warrior? Linshan smiled and explained, yes, once you pass the combat assessment, the reserve part will be removed. Yang Jin then asked, Instructor Sure, when does the combat assessment take place? Linshan replied, the combat assessment is organized by government departments and is held approximately every 6 months, usually in June and December each year. Reserve warriors within the jurisdiction can sign up to participate. Based on the schedule, the first half of the year's assessment will be in mid to late June. You'll receive a notification in advance and can choose to participate or postpone. Yang Jin's heart stirred. This timing would be perfect, as his college entrance exams would be over by then, allowing him to focus on the combat assessment. He then thought of another question and asked, Instructor Sure, what happens if I fail the combat assessment? Linshan burst into laughter. Failing isn't a big deal. You can simply register for a retake. However, retakes require a fee. For instance, if you failed today's physical fitness test, you'd need to pay 10,000 yuan to retake it. As for the combat assessment, a retake costs 100,000 yuan. Yang Jin couldn't help but gasp. Wow, that's steep. Yang Jin, your information has already been entered into the Xinhua Martial Academy's network system. Today, an official notice will be sent to the Yusha City Martial Affairs Office and Public Security Bureau, and your personal information will be updated accordingly. Linshan led him to a display cabinet and explained, according to the joint regulations of the state and the 3 major martial academies, new reserve warriors receive the following rewards: a 1-star weapon with corresponding martial techniques, a set of yuan energy breathing techniques, and a vial of cell nutrient solution. Now, choose your weapon. Inside the display cases were a variety of weapon swords, spears, axes, bows, and even firearms. Among them, one case contained over a dozen modern firearms. Yang Jin asked, sniper rifles and Gatling guns, are those options too? Linshan chuckled. Yes, they're available, but I recommend choosing a cold weapon. Yang Jin was puzzled. Why, instructor? Linshan explained. For warriors and martial masters, modern firearms have limited effectiveness. Once you reach the level of a martial grandmaster or higher, ordinary firearms are far inferior to cold weapons. For one, firearms require a large supply of ammunition, which is inconvenient to carry. Secondly, their destructive power might not even match that of cold weapons. Imagine TS at the martial grandmaster level. Your speed is comparable to the speed of sound, and your punches can create sonic booms. Ordinary firearms wouldn't even scratch you. Yang Jin was both shocked and awed, swallowing hard at the thought. Yang Jin, pick a weapon. Linshan urged him to make a decision. Yang Jin scanned the options and finally fixed his gaze on a Tumterlong iron spear. I'll choose this one. Linshan nodded approvingly. A spear? Good choice. This is a high-grade alloy steel spear, 2 meters long and weighing 30 kilograms. The shaft can be disassembled and stored in a gun case. This spear is rated 1 star and comes with a set of basic spear techniques. As he spoke, Linshan tapped a few buttons on a nearby screen. Soon, a cylindrical robot rolled over, carrying a black leather case. Yang Jin, here are your rewards. Please check them, Linshan said. Yang Jin was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Thank you so much, Instructor Sure. Inside the box were several items: a long, dark gray gun case, a palm-sized, intricately designed blue box, and 2 insertable electronic reading cards. Linshan explained. The gun case contains a refined iron spear, and the blue box holds cellular nutrient fluid. These 2 electronic reading cards are for the basic spear technique and the primal energy breathing method. They can only be read for 1 week, are non-transferable, and will automatically delete after expiration. Make sure to dedicate time to your training when you get home. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Yang Jin and continued. I hope you can participate in next month's combat assessment. If you pass, there will be generous rewards. When Yang Jin left the martial arts hall, his face was beaming with joy, still immersed in his excitement. The gun case, weighing over 60 pounds, hung on his back, but it was nothing to him. He dialed a number, brimming with enthusiasm as he informed his family. Uncle, I passed the physical assessment and am now a reserve martial artist. Yes, I'm on my way home. How's Annie's health? Make sure she gets plenty of rest. I'll be home for lunch. At Jinxiu Huayuan, in apartment 3 on the 10th floor, Yang Tianhai was all smiles. I knew it, Ajin could definitely do it. Little Yang Hui was so excited she jumped up and down. I admire my second brother so much. He's my idol. Xiao Ting, leaning against the sofa, had fully recovered from the cancer cells in her body, as the doctor advised her to rest more at home. Yes, my dear wife. Yang Tianhai said cheerfully as he headed to the kitchen to prepare some braised pork. Just then, Xiao Ting's electronic wristband vibrated. When she saw that the caller ID displayed Supervisor Wu, her expression shifted slightly. Supervisor Wu was the head of human resources at the hotel, where Xiao Ting worked, a notorious opportunist who leveraged her looks and ambiguous relationship with the hotel manager to her advantage. She often treated lower-level employees like Xiao Ting with disdain. Xiao Ting cautiously answered the call. Supervisor Wu, is something the matter? Xiao Ting, came a cold voice through the wristband. According to company policy, you committed a serious error during work hours, causing distress to a guest. After discussion at the company office meeting, it has been decided that you are terminated and 6 months of your performance pay will be withheld. A wave of malice swept over Xiao Ting. I'm fired, but why? Supervisor Wu's tone turned harsher. You frightened a guest and damaged the company's reputation immeasurably. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. The fact that the company isn't pursuing further accountability is already lenient. How dare you question this? Xiao Ting, brimming with anger, retorted. Supervisor Wu, have some conscience. I work tirelessly every day, to the point of exhaustion, and I fainted from overwork. That should be considered a work injury. How is that scaring a guest? Supervisor Wu snorted dismissively. Xiao Ting, I don't have time to argue with you. From now on, you don't need to come back to work. If you have a problem with this, feel free to take legal action. With that, the call abruptly ended. Xiao Ting bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. She felt a deep sense of injustice. This is so unfair. Hearing the conversation, Yang Tianhai walked over to his wife and put his arm around her. Honey, it's okay. Forget about that lousy cleaning job. You don't need it. Xiao Ting, overwhelmed with grievance, could only cry out. It's not just being fired theory withholding 6 months of my performance pay. That's thousands of yuan. Yang Hui, visibly upset, chimed in. Mom, second brother is now a reserve martial artist. He's coming back soon, and I heard martial artists have certain privileges. Maybe he can. Hearing that Yang Jin was coming back, Xiao Ting gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Silly child, second brother just became a reserve martial artist. I can't let him worry. I'm fine. When Ajin comes home later, don't say anything. As she spoke, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Second brother was back. Yang Hui immediately recognized the sound. It was Yang Jin running up the stairs. Uncle, aunt, third sister. Yang Jin entered the house and placed a gun case on the table in front of his aunt. Xiao Ting curiously asked, Ajin, what's inside? Yang Jin opened the case to reveal 2 pieces of a gun barrel. He said proudly, Aunt, this is my reward from the Xinhua Martial Arts Hala Fine Iron Spear, a 1-star weapon. The spear was entirely black, with a tip that gleamed coldly like a sharp cone, exuding a deadly sharpness. The shaft was engraved with intricate patterns to enhance grip and prevent slipping. Aligning the 2 pieces, Yang Jin twisted them together until they clicked seamlessly into place. Yang Hui reached out with a face full of curiosity, running her fingers over the weapon as she exclaimed, What a cool spear. Yang Tianhai, observing the sleek design of the iron spear, remarked in surprise, A 1-star weapon? I remember seeing those on sale online for at least tens of thousands. Yang Jin disassembled the spear and stored it back in the case before pulling out a blue box. The martial arts hall also gave me a vial of cell nutrient solution. Third sister, this is for you. Yang Tianhai and Xiao Ting spoke in unison. Jin, you can't. Yang Hui hesitated and said, Brother, it would be kind of a waste for me to drink it. Yang Jin replied solemnly, I've already used one. Drinking another won't have much effect on me. This one, I want to give to third sister. Yang Tianhai and his wife exchanged a glance. Seeing the determination in Yang Jin's eyes, they softly agreed. All right then. The young girl was elated and repeatedly thanked her second brother. Thank you, second brother. Shortly after, Yang Tianhai finished preparing the meal, and the family gathered around the dining table, laughter filling the room as they enjoyed a harmonious evening together. Meanwhile, at Zhongliang Hotel, a well-known local hotel chain in Furong District, a curvaceous woman with a figure as lithe as a water serpent pressed a button on her electronic wristband and sneered, Humph, penniless fool. The company fired you, and you still dare to be defiant? How insolent. Wu Renxin, the hotel's HR manager, was notorious for being harsh with subordinates and was privately nicknamed Wu Skinner by the employees. Swaying her slender waist, she walked to an office labeled manager, gently knocked on the door, entered, and closed it behind her. Sitting in a leather chair, Chui Yongjun, a corpulent man with a smug face, squinted and asked, "So, did you make the call?" Wu Renxin replied in a deliberately sweet and coy voice, "Manager Chui, that woman, Qiu Ting, is very defiant. She might even sue us." Chui Yongjun snorted disdainfully, "Defiant? A woman from the slums, what does she amount to? If she dares to sue us, our legal department will drag it out until she gives up." He chuckled maliciously, adding, "Good job, Xinmei. Now leave for a bit. I'll call young Master Tang, and make sure you're rewarded handsomely tonight." At the mention of young Master Tang, Wu Renxin obediently exited, not forgetting to throw a flirtatious glance at Chui Yongjun. Zhongliang Hotel had 3 branches in Furong District, all owned by local tycoon Tang Zhongliang. The young Master Tang, Chui Yongjun referred to as Tang Zongliang's son, Tang Jong. After dialing the number, Chui Yongjun spoke obsequiously, "Young Master Tang, as per your instructions, Qiu Ting has been fired. I also heard she was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer and probably doesn't have long to live." His tone was filled with schadenfreude, oblivious to the fact that Qiu Ting's illness had already been cured. On the other end of the line, Tang Zhong's voice replied, "Manager Chui, well done. He'll put in a good word for you with my father." Chui Yongjun's face lit up with a sycophantic smile. "Thank you, young master, for your support. Should you need anything, just say the word." Longxiang Residence, located in the upscale community of Furong District, is a neighborhood consisting entirely of standalone villas, each priced at over 10 million yuan. Inside one of these villas, in a spacious indoor training room, Tang Jong was fully focused as he swung his right fist, striking the center of a punching power testing machine. The electronic screen flickered, displaying 995 kilograms. Just 5 kilograms short only needed a few more bottles of cell nutrient solution to reach 1,000 kilograms, at which point he could qualify for the martial artist fitness test. Clenching his fist, Tang Jong felt the surging power within his body, and a cold smirk played on his lips. "Yang Jin, you country bumpkin, how dare you try to steal my woman? I'll make your aunt lose her job first, let her die of cancer, and then deal with the rest of your family one by one. We'll play this game to the end." He unleashed punch after punch, venting his anger on the punching bag, which had a large Yang scribbled on it with a marker. After lunch, Yang Jin was helping his younger sister absorb the cell nutrient solution. Yang Hui lay on her back on the bed, sweat streaming down her face. At just 15 years old, still a middle schooler, the pain of the bodily transformation was nearly unbearable, and she clenched her teeth tightly. "Second brother, it hurts so much." Having experienced the same ordeal himself, Yang Jin encouraged her, "Hang in there, little sister. Perseverance leads to success." Yang Hui gripped her brother's arm tightly, her palms drenched in sweat. After more than 2 hours of enduring the pain, it gradually subsided, and the absorption was finally complete. She sat up excitedly and exclaimed, "Second brother, I feel so much stronger, and my mind is sharper too. There was this really hard math problem on a test that I could never solve before, but now I think I know how to approach it." The cell nutrient solution not only promoted cell growth, but also enhanced physical strength and even slightly boosted intelligence. Many wealthy families began giving their children cell nutrient solutions starting at the age of 10, sometimes even for long-term use. "Hiya." Yang Hui assumed a hoarse stance and threw a few punches into the air. Yang Jin wrinkled his nose on purpose and teased, "Little sister, go take a shower. You're all sweaty and smell awful." Puffing out her cheeks, Yang Hui retorted, "I'm not showering. I want to stink you to death." That evening, Yang Jin opened his old laptop, inserted an electronic card, and prepared to practice the primal energy breathing technique. This was a type of breathing cultivation method, and the video began with a brief introduction to its origins. After this stellar convergence event, Blue Planet's atmosphere underwent significant changes, causing genetic mutations in humans, animals, and plants to some extent. Through the relentless efforts of countless martial arts masters and scientists, they discovered that the root cause of these genetic mutations was a mysterious force from outer space: primal energy. Primal energy was omnipresent yet elusive, capable of promoting cell growth, strengthening, mutation, and even granting extraordinary abilities. After continuous exploration and refinement, humanity developed a method to absorb primal energy: the primal energy breathing technique. However, ordinary people, due to their insufficient physical strength, couldn't perceive primal energy. Thus, the prerequisite for practicing the technique was a vitality level of at least 2. To aid this, those who passed the fitness test and became candidate martial artists would receive the primal energy breathing technique for free, courtesy of the government. At this point in the video, Yang Jin couldn't help but admire the government's vision and generosity. The training bore some resemblance to the meditation and internal energy cultivation of ancient Chinese Taoism. Following the video demonstration by an AI instructor, Yang Jin sat cross-legged and began practicing as instructed. With his head held upright, body aligned, mouth closed, tongue resting against the roof of his mouth, and eyes slightly shut, Yang Jin allowed himself to relax completely. His hands rested on his thighs, palms facing upward. He began to sense the primordial energy of the universe, gradually drawing it into his body. It flowed through his veins, nourishing every cell. After about half an hour, Yang Jin's thoughts calmed, and his mind became an empty, tranquil space, free of any disturbance. At this moment, he seemed to perceive faint, scattered points of light in the surrounding space so tiny they were imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only through the mind. Primordial energy, he realized, was embodied in these luminous points. What Yang Jin didn't realize, however, was that his ability to sense this energy so quickly was largely due to the aid of his mental power. For others, it might take 5 or 6 hours to achieve this, and even then, they would be considered prodigies. As Yang Jin practiced the primordial energy breathing technique, his body seemed to generate a faint magnetic pull, drawing the points of light closer. Finally, one of the light particles adhered to him and was absorbed through his mouth. More and more light particles converged from all directions, entering his body through his nose and mouth. They flowed through his blood vessels, permeating the ends before dissolving into his bloodstream. As the blood circulated, his cells, like ravenous beasts, devoured the primordial energy hungrily. Yang Jin felt as though his body was akin to an inflated balloon, brimming with power. When his body reached a state of saturation, he ceased his practice. Swinging his arms casually, he noticed his strength had significantly increased. Roughly estimating, he concluded that this session alone had enhanced his vitality by at least 0.1 result, even surpassing that of a dose of cell nutrient liquid. The first session of the primordial energy breathing technique always yielded the most dramatic effects, with subsequent sessions producing more gradual improvements. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already midnight. Deciding to take a shower before bed, he stripped down effortlessly and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and perfectly proportioned muscles formed a classic-shaped physique. His entire body was toned and robust, exuding vitality and a raw, primal allure. It reminded him of the scene in the century-old film Spider-Man, where Peter Parker's body was transformed after being bitten by a genetically altered spider. Impressive. After washing up, Yang Jin climbed into bed to rest. Suddenly, he sensed a faint ripple in his sea of consciousness, and his awareness was drawn inward. Within his mental space, the sphere of psychic energy continued its slow rotation, and the mist formed by his mental power had grown slightly denser. That's odd. I clearly felt a disturbance. Yang Jin focused his attention, his gaze landing on the motionless form of the ancient divine worm. Wait, what's this? His vision seemed to pierce through the worm's body, revealing a dim, enclosed space. Could it be? A startling thought struck him. It was the internal space of the ancient divine worm. Examining it closely, he estimated the space to be about 1 cubic meter in volume, completely empty with nothing inside. It really is a spatial dimension. Yang Jin was ecstatic. Over the past century, while human technology had advanced rapidly, spatial technology remained in its infancy, with little progress made. He never imagined he would unlock the internal space of the ancient divine worm. Moreover, he had a vague sense that as his strength increased, this space would expand. Eager to test the space's functionality, Yang Jin retrieved a gun case. With a mere thought, the case vanished and reappeared inside the space. Another thought brought it back into his hand, seamless and efficient. This space could be used to store weapons like throwing knives and daggers, serving as a hidden trump card. However, he resolved to keep this discovery a secret. Not even his uncle, aunt, or third sister could know about it. Revealing it could lead to unimaginable consequences. As Yang Jin withdrew his consciousness from the sea of his mind, perhaps due to the slight increase in his mental power, he unintentionally sensed the conversation between his uncle and aunt next door. His uncle, Yang Tianhai, spoke, "Honey, it's all in the past. Stop sighing and get some rest early." His aunt, Xiao Ting, replied with a tone full of grievance and unwillingness, "Getting fired for no reason, and they even deducted 6 months of my performance bonus. That's thousands of yuan. Our family doesn't have any savings to begin with. When I needed treatment this time, we relied entirely on Ajin's money, and I feel uneasy about it. Now that I've lost my job, where am I supposed to earn thousands of yuan?" Those few simple sentences sent a chill across Yang Jin's face. His aunt had been fired from her job at the hotel and had her 6 months of bonus deducted. His gaze swept to his laptop as the keyboard began to move on its own. A web page quickly opened, displaying a long list of information about Zhongliang Hotel. Zhongliang Hotel was a local chain in the Furong district, with 3 branches in the area, and its corporate owner was Tang Jong. When Yang Jin typed Tang Jong into the search bar, numerous news articles appeared. Tang Jong was a wealthy businessman in Furong District, known for his charitable work and considered a prominent public figure. As Yang Jin looked at the photo of Tang Jong on the webpage, he couldn't help but pause. This man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Tang Jong, about 70 to 80% similar. Scrolling further, he came across a news article about Tang Jong attending a charity gala with Tang Jong, confirming that the two were father and son. Yang Jin's thoughts started to piece together the events leading to his aunt's dismissal. Zhongliang Hotel was part of the Tang family's business, and his aunt happened to work as a cleaner there. Tang Jong had discovered her connection to Yang Jin and had her fired in a domineering manner, even withholding her salary. At the core of it, this was a petty move by Tang Jong to target Yang Jin. Tang Jong, how dare you go after my family? You deserve to pay for this. Yang Jin's gaze turned icy and murderous, as if he was ready to strike. At 18, he was full of fiery determination. With his aunt being targeted, he was willing to go to any lengths to seek justice. His approach to problems was simple: repay grudges swiftly and decisively. The next day was Monday. Yang Jin woke up early and headed to the rooftop to practice his spear techniques. The basic spear techniques consisted of 13 forms: thrust, jab, sweep, flick, block, grab, twist, lift, press, chop, snap, coil, and lock. Each form had 10 variations, amounting to a total of 130 moves. Standing with his spear, Yang Jin positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed his gaze straight ahead. His left hand gripped the spear shaft while his right hand held the butt of the spear. With a sudden shake of the spear, the tip shot forward in a sharp thrust. This thrust concentrated all his strength into the spear's tip, forming a straight, razor-sharp line. The motion created a piercing sound as if tearing through the air, demonstrating considerable power. With the spear in hand, Yang Jin felt a surge of confidence, knowing that his combat effectiveness had increased by at least 50% compared to fighting barehanded. After finishing his practice, he returned home for breakfast. In front of their two children, his uncle and aunt maintained cheerful smiles. However, they were unaware that Yang Jin already knew about the family's troubles. After breakfast, Yang Jin left the house and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, requesting half a day off by claiming he had family matters to attend to. As a well-behaved and diligent student, Yang Jin's teacher didn't suspect anything and quickly approved his request. After jogging for over half an hour, Yang Jin arrived in front of a building with a sign that read Zhongliang Hotel. As Yang Jin approached the hotel entrance, he could hear a reprimanding voice echoing from the lobby. Cui Yongjun's thunderous voice emphasized that customers were akin to gods, and any employee who disrupted their experience would be mercilessly dismissed. His words were filled with authority and anger, serving as a stern warning to the employees present. Standing off to the side, Yang Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. Cui Yongjun stood with his hands on his hips, spittle flying as he spoke, completely unaware of the newcomer behind him. In the lobby, dozens of employees stood in neat rows, hands behind their backs, enduring the scolding. The HR manager, Wu Renxin, who was standing in the middle of the first row, subtly motioned with his mouth and said, "Manager Cui, behind you." Cui Yongjun turned around to see a young man, who looked like a high school student, leaning casually against the doorframe at the hotel entrance. "Who are you?" Cui Yongjun's face darkened instantly. "Manager Cui, my name is Yang Jin. Xiao Ting is my aunt," Yang Jin said calmly, but with an undertone of determination. At the mention of Xiao Ting, the employees exchanged startled glances. 2 days ago, Xiao Ting had collapsed at work and was heartlessly fired for allegedly frightening the customers. Most of the employees were well aware that Xiao Ting had been deliberately targeted by the company. Though they were dissatisfied, none dared to speak up. They certainly hadn't expected a family member of Xiao Ting's to show up, especially a high school student. It was a bold move, like a young cub unafraid of the tiger. Cui Yongjun's expression shifted to one of mockery. He clearly knew who Yang Jin was. This young man was the very person that Tang Jong, the young master, had specifically instructed him to deal with. "Yang Jin, what are you doing here? Are you trying to seek justice for your aunt?" Cui Yongjun crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. "Manager Cui, my aunt collapsed while working at Zhongliang Hotel, so the hotel must cover her medical expenses. Furthermore, firing her without cause violates labor laws, and she is entitled to compensation," Yang Jin said, his voice rising with anger. Cui Yongjun burst into loud laughter, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke. "Labor laws? Kid, who do you think you are? You'd better get out of here while you can, or I'll have you charged with trespassing on private property. And if I beat you up, no one will care." Yang Jin had intended to reason with him first, but Cui Yongjun's arrogance left him seething. He stared directly at the man. "Cui, fat pig, if you shortchange us by even a penny, I'll see you in court." "You dare insult me?" Cui Yongjun's face turned red with rage. Like an enraged wild boar, he charged at Yang Jin. "I'll make sure you don't leave this building today." Cui Yongjun, being of Korean descent, had trained in Taekwondo since childhood and was quite skilled. His massive frame closed the distance in just a few steps, and he raised his right leg to kick at Yang Jin's face. Yang Jin smirked faintly and shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. Hearing Yang Jin's mockery, Cui Yongjun became even more enraged. "You little brat, I'll kill you," he roared, stomping his right foot on the ground, twisting his waist, and swinging his left leg like an axe toward Yang Jin's head. The employees watched in awe, astonished by Manager Chui's martial prowess. None of them had expected him to be so formidable. Manager Chui is so strong. Incredible. Wu Renxin practically drooled with excitement and shouted eagerly. "Manager Chui, take him down. A mere taekwondo practitioner dares to challenge the ancient martial arts of China?" Yang Jin sneered coldly. Tilting his head back, he deftly avoided his opponent's whipping kick. In an instant, he stepped forward, his elbow snapping like a spring and his fist crashing down like an iron hammer, delivering a direct and powerful strike. Yang Jin executed the half-step collapse fist, one of the 100 forms of Hua fist, derived from the explosive Banquan technique. Fierce and unrelenting, the force of his blow was like a roaring gale. His fist struck Cui Yongjun's chest with a thunderous impact, sending him flying as if swept away by a tempest. Cui Yongjun crashed heavily to the ground. His massive frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was hurled 5 or 6 meters away, smashing into a magazine rack in the corner and shattering it into pieces. Books and magazines scattered across the floor. The employees in the lobby stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape in shock, as though the slightest sound could be heard in the stillness. Moments later, the silence broke with gasps of disbelief. "Oh my God, Manager Choi got beaten up. This is brutal." Chaos erupted as employees scrambled, and several female staff members screamed. Wu Renxin exclaimed in panic. "Call the police. Get an ambulance." Yang Jin's cold gaze swept across the room and landed on Wu Renxin. Her heart skipped a beat under his piercing eyes, and her legs buckled involuntarily. This sharp-tongued, abrasive woman trembled as if confronted by a ghost, her entire body shaking uncontrollably, even losing control of herself in fear. Hearing the disdainful and scornful murmurs of her colleagues around her, Wu Renxin broke down in tears, covering her face in shame and despair. Cui Yongjun struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes glinted with venomous malice. "Yang, just you wait," he hissed as he activated his smartwatch and made a call. "Hello, Public Security Bureau? This is Cui Yongjun from Zhongliang Hotel. Someone is causing violence here and has injured me. Please come quickly, I'm worried he might harm other guests." After hanging up, Cui Yongjun smirked sinisterly. "Kid, I may not be able to beat you, but I can destroy you. You're out of your league," he thought darkly, even considering more extreme measures to deal with Yang Jin. Yang Jin's unyielding glare locked onto Cui Yongjun, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Cui Yongjun felt a chill run down his spine, the icy gaze making his scalp tingle and his body tremble. This man looked ready to kill. Before long, a security vehicle pulled up outside the hotel. A tall, lean middle-aged man entered the lobby, followed by 2 uniformed security officers. "Manager Choi, we received a report about a disturbance," the man said. Cui Yongjun's confidence surged at the sight of the officers. "Officer, it's this guy? He assaulted me and even threatened my life. Arrest him immediately." The middle-aged man surveyed the scene, his eyes lingering on the shattered magazine rack before turning to Yang Jin. A flicker of curiosity crossed his face. "Young man, I'm Zhang Tongwei, the chief of the local security bureau. You're suspected of assaulting another individual. Please come with us." "Chief Zhang, they'll fully cooperate with your investigation," Yang Jin replied respectfully. Zhang Tongwei turned to Cui Yongjun. "Manager Choi, they'll need you to come with us as well." "No problem. They'll cooperate 100%, Cui Yongjun said with a smirk of satisfaction. Zhang Tongwei gave an order. "Xiao Cheng, retrieve the surveillance footage." One of the officers promptly headed to the control room to copy the recordings. Cui Yongjun glanced up and noticed 4 security cameras mounted around the ceiling. A wave of unease washed over him as he recalled that he had initiated the confrontation. Quickly, he began to devise a plan, calculating his next move. What are we afraid of? Even if it's judged as mutual affray, that kid will still have to spend a few days in detention. As long as everything is handled properly and young Master Tang is pleased, I don't mind spending a few days in there myself. About 10 minutes later, Yang Jin was brought into an interrogation room at the local public security office. The officer glanced at Yang Jin, who looked curious rather than concerned, and bluntly said, "Reflect on your actions. Don't try to hide anything, or you'll face more severe consequences if we find out the truth." Yang Jin remained unfazed. During the fight at the hotel, Cui Yongjun had made the first move, and Yang Jin had merely acted in self-defense. Moreover, as a prospective martial artist, his status meant that the local security office had no real authority to penalize him. Realizing this, Yang Jin leaned back in the chair, stretched out his legs, and closed his eyes, completely at ease. Meanwhile, in the security office's information processing room, Zhang Tongwei and several officers were reviewing surveillance footage. The sequence of events was clear. A dispute between Cui Yongjun and Yang Jin escalated, with Cui making the first move, but being sent flying 5 meters by a single punch from Yang Jin. Zhang Tongwei's eyes lit up as he watched. What a kid, he thought to himself. To send a guy weighing over 200 pounds flying like that with one punch, this level of strength must qualify him as a junior martial artist. He turned to one of the officers. Xiao Cheng, have you pulled up their citizen information yet? Yes, Director Zhang. Here it is, Xiao Cheng replied, handing over the documents. Zhang Tongwei scanned the details and snorted when he saw Cui Yongjun's information. South Korean? A stray dog dares to act arrogant on Chinese soil? His disdain deepened as he reviewed the footage and Cui's aggressive behavior. Wait, Yang Jin's identity record is blank. Could it be that he hasn't taken the martial artist certification exam yet? This realization left Zhang Tongwei in a bit of a dilemma. He admired the high school student named Yang Jin and wanted to help him. However, the video evidence didn't favor Yang Jin. Both parties were responsible for the fight, which meant fines or detention were inevitable. While Cui Yongjun might not care, Yang Jin was a high school student on the verge of taking his college entrance exams. A record could severely impact his future education and job prospects. Zhang Tongwei resolved to mediate the situation. Young students have it tough enough, he thought. It would be a shame to ruin his future over this. A few minutes later, Zhang Tongwei emerged from Cui Yongjun's interrogation room with a stern expression. He had intended to pressure Cui into agreeing to mediation, but Cui had stubbornly refused. Let us both be detained for a few days, Cui had said. But I won't agree to mediation. Zhang Tongwei rubbed his temples in frustration. Just then, a female officer handed him a document. Director Zhang, this is a letter forwarded from the District Public Security Bureau. It's from the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Tongwei's eyes widened in surprise. Matters involving the 3 major martial arts academies were always treated with the utmost seriousness. He skimmed the letter, and a smile slowly spread across his face. Well, this simplifies things, he said. Gesturing to his team, he added, let's deal with that arrogant fool. In the interrogation room, Cui Yongjun was whistling, clearly in a good mood. These Chinese are so cunning. If they think I'll agree to mediation, they're dreaming. A few days in detention? I'll treat it like a vacation. But that kid? If he gets locked up, his college entrance exams are as good as ruined. Just then, the door opened, and Zhang Tongwei entered, his expression serious. Manager Cui, I suggest you reconsider and agree to mediation. Cui smirked. Director Zhang, I've heard that your country prides itself on being a nation of laws, where fairness and justice reign supreme. Yet here you are, trying to twist things. What's the matter? Did you take a bribe from that kid? Well said, Manager Cui, Zhang Tongwei replied, raising his voice. Then we'll handle this strictly by the book. Xiao Cheng, draft a report immediately. Content as follows. Cui Yongjun, manager of Zhongliang Hotel, targeted and unjustly fired Yang Jin's aunt, who is associated with the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy, withholding her wages without cause. When Yang Jin confronted him, Cui Yongjun responded with verbal abuse and initiated physical violence. Cui Yongjun's actions are egregious. This report will be submitted to the District Public Security Bureau and copied to the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy in Yusha City for joint resolution. Zhang Tongwei paused to glance at Cui Yongjun, whose face had gone pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Cheng, submitted as an official red-letter document immediately. Yes, sir. Xiao Cheng replied with a crisp salute. Cui Yongjun's mind buzzed as if thunder was roaring inside. A reserve martial artist? Impossible. He had struggled for decades, relying on monthly doses of cellular nutrients. Yet his vitality remained stuck at 1.9, unable to break through. But this young kid, only 18 years old, was already a martial artist. Not just in Furong District, but even in the sprawling metropolis of Yuesha City with its millions, Yang was an extraordinary prodigy. The more Cui thought about it, the more terrified he became, cold sweat pouring down his face. When he heard Zhang Tongwei ordering someone to file a report, his entire body trembled. Director Zhang, let's talk this over. I'm willing to mediate, willing to mediate. Cui Yongjun knew all too well that if this report reached the district's Public Security Bureau and was forwarded to the Xinhua Martial Arts Hall, he would face severe consequences. A fine or detention was nothing, but losing his job? His annual salary of hundreds of thousands would be impossible to replace. Zhang Tongwei smiled faintly and asked, Manager Cui, are you sure? Cui nodded repeatedly, bowing so low his back was nearly horizontal. Yes, absolutely sure. All right then, let me check with the other party. Zhang Tongwei left the interrogation room with Xiao Cheng. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Director Zhang, this guy is shameless. Zhang Tongwei shook his head and said calmly, arrogant yet cowardly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, that's their typical behavior. In a way, this works out. Yang Jin is still a reserve martial artist, not officially recognized yet. It's better not to escalate things too much. Standing behind Cui Yongjun was Tang Jong, who thought to himself, if Yang Jin angered him, it would be like an egg smashing against a rock. Xiao Cheng clicked his tongue and said, Tang Jong, that guy's a billionaire, and I heard he even has a martial artist as a bodyguard. Zhang Tongwei sneered faintly. A martial artist working as a bodyguard for some freeloading tycoon? That martial artist can't be anything special. Pushing open the iron door to another interrogation room, Zhang Tongwei immediately spotted Yang Jin reclining in his chair. This young man, such a composed mindset. Hearing the door open, Yang Jin opened his eyes. Zhang Tongwei smiled and said, Young man, I've reviewed your citizen information. According to national regulations, martial artists are under the jurisdiction of specialized martial affairs departments, outside the authority of public security. However, since you're a reserve martial artist, we do have some oversight. For today's incident, the primary fault lies with Cui Yongjun. I have a suggestion. I hope both sides can mediate, Zhang Tongwei said. Yang Jin sat up straight and asked, Director Zhang, what kind of mediation are we talking about? Zhang Tongwei replied, either accept an apology from the other party or agree to financial compensation. Yang Jin, burdened with a 100,000 yuan debt and desperate for money, had a sudden idea. An apology would just be empty words, better to demand compensation. Zhang Tongwei nodded. All right, name your price, and I'll check with the other party. An idea flashed through Yang Jin's mind. Smiling, he asked, Director Zhang, you must have plenty of experience in these matters. Any suggestions? Zhang Tongwei chuckled and whispered, the official case database has plenty of reference material. On average, compensation ranges between 50,000 to 200,000. 200,000 is too little. Let's raise it, Yang Jin said. 300,000. Plus, compensation for my aunt's medical expenses and severance pay. Zhang Tongwei signaled Xiao Cheng with a glance. Xiao Cheng immediately left the interrogation room and soon returned with Cui Yongjun. Director Zhang, Student Yang. Cui Yongjun clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly. Student Yang will handle the medical expenses and severance pay strictly by the rules. But as for the 300,000, that's quite a sum. Could we lower it a bit? Yang Jin gave him a sidelong glance and said coldly, if that's the case, then there's no need to continue this discussion. Fine, Xiao Cheng, draft the report, Zhang Tongwei ordered. Cui Yongjun cursed inwardly, but forced a smile on his face that looked even worse than crying. In his mind, he thought, 300,000? No problem, I can pay it immediately. Shortly after, the mediation agreement was quickly finalized, with Cui Yongjun personally shouldering the 300,000 yuan. The payment went through without a hitch. As he left the police station, his face was dark as a storm cloud, and his teeth clenched so hard they made a grinding sound. Zhang Tongwei, intent on building a good relationship with Yang Jin, handed him a business card. Xiaoyang, hey, raise my contact information. Feel free to call me if you need anything. He added a warning. Cui Yongjun took a big hit today. He might cause you trouble later, so be careful and stay safe. Yang Jin could clearly feel Zhang Tongwei's goodwill and thanked him profusely. Watching Yang Jin leave, Zhang Tongwei let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, for a kid from a poor family to make something of himself, it's so hard. I hope he can become a full-fledged martial artist. Zhang Tongwei himself had grown up in the slums. After graduating, he returned to his hometown, took the civil service exam, and worked his way up from the lowest rank as a public safety officer. Now, in middle age, he had only managed to become the head of a local police station. In contrast, one of his university classmates, who had the strongest family connections, had already been transferred to the capital-based city, serving as the deputy director of the city's public security bureau. The comparison was stark like heaven and earth. Zhang Tongwei sighed deeply, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Young Master Tang, I have some new information to report. As soon as Cui Yongjun left the police station, he called Tang Jong. What did you just say? Yang Jin has become a reserve martial artist at the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. Tang Jong, who was hanging out with a few lackeys smoking in a corner of Furong District No. 1 High School, choked on the smoke upon hearing the news. Yang Jin had actually become a reserve martial artist. His lackeys looked equally shocked and incredulous. Furious, Tang Jong threw his cigarette butt to the ground and stomped on it repeatedly, cursing in his mind. Damn it. That bastard Yang got lucky and became a reserve martial artist. Even I haven't passed the exam yet. Anxiety began to creep into his thoughts. This won't do. If he becomes a full-fledged martial artist before me, dealing with him will be much harder. I need to come up with a plan. After pondering for a while, he realized he couldn't come up with anything. He turned to one of his lackeys nearby. Gao Wei, think of something. How can we deal with Yang Jin? Gao Wei hesitated, his face full of fear and reluctance. Brother Tang, he's a reserve martial artist. Tang Zhong's dissatisfaction was evident as he glared at his lackeys. Whoever comes up with a way to deal with Yang Jin, he'll give them 10,000 yuan. The promise of a hefty reward emboldened Gao Wei a bit. Brother Tang, I've been racking my brain, and I've come up with a plan. When Yang Jin returned to school, it was nearly lunchtime. He sat down to eat with his close friend, Hu Qinghua. Ah Jin, You repaid the money so quickly? I wasn't in a hurry, you know, Hu Qinghua said, surprised at the notification of the balance update he had received via text. He had lent Yang Jin 100,000 yuan, fully prepared for the possibility that it might never be repaid. Yet here it was, returned in full in less than 3 days. Where did you get the money? He asked. Yang Jin smiled. Brother, I passed the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy's physical fitness test last weekend. Am now a reserve martial artist. A reserve martial artist? Hu Qinghua practically jumped out of his seat. Ah Jin, your vitality has surpassed too. Yang Jin explained. My family bought me a vial of cellular nutrient solution. After taking it, my vitality increased significantly. Hu Qinghua shook his head in amazement. I remember your vitality was 1.7 last month. Even if it reached 1.8 this month, that nutrient solution must have boosted it by 0.2. That's impressive. I've taken 5 vials of nutrient solution, and all combined, they only raised my vitality by 0.13. One vial worked better for you than all 5 for metal. About unfair. At that moment, 2 girls carrying lunch trays approached their table. It was Zhao Qingtong and Zhou Xiaoqin. Yang Jin smiled faintly. Qingtong, Xiaoqin, come sit with us and eat. Hu Qinghua glanced at the 2 beautiful girls, who were smiling softly, then at Yang Jin, who remained calm and composed. He couldn't quite make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, not far away, Tang Jong and his lackeys spotted Yang Jin laughing and talking with Zhao Qingtong. They froze in place. Tang Jong clenched his chopsticks tightly, his jealousy growing like wild weeds, consuming his rationality. He'll destroy you. Destroy you, he thought darkly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and it was now the end of May, with just over a week until the college entrance exams. The compensation from Zhongliang Hotel for the ant had been deposited, amounting to a little over 100,000 yuan. Fully recovered, the ant, who couldn't stand idleness, found a job as a sales assistant at a supermarket near the neighborhood. As for Yang Jin, he had undoubtedly become the talk of the school. First, the news of him being a candidate warrior was confirmed by multiple sources, spreading like wildfire. During a flag-raising ceremony, the principal proudly mentioned it in his speech, his tone brimming with pride. He even awarded Yang Jin a first-class scholarship worth a hefty 50,000 yuan. Yang Jin used the entire sum to help support his family, deeply touching and comforting his aunt and uncle. If becoming a warrior made every student envious, the second piece of news left all the boys green with jealousy. Zhao Qingtong, unanimously recognized as the school beauty, apparently had a close relationship with Yang Jin. In the cafeteria, it was common to see Zhao Qingtong, Zhou Xiaoqin, Yang Jin, and Hu Qinghua sitting together, laughing and chatting, much to the frustration of the other boys. Some were so enraged they even considered beating him up. Just a few days ago, Tang Jong and a group of his lackeys tried to gang up on him, 5 against 1, but Yang Jin took them all down in less than 10 seconds. Many others still harbored thoughts of challenging him. During this time, Yang Jin trained diligently every day, and his strength continued to grow. He took some time to visit the Xinhua Martial Arts Center for testing, and found that his vitality had reached 2.4. With his current abilities, passing next month's warrior practical assessment was almost a certainty. For him, the college entrance exams no longer held much significance. Under the night sky, Yang Jin jogged at a steady pace. The deserted road had few pedestrians, and several streetlights were broken, their flickering light casting an eerie glow. The ground was slick, likely from a recent rain. As he turned a corner, he noticed an off-road vehicle parked under a dim streetlight ahead. A man and a woman were tugging at each other beside the car, seemingly a couple in the middle of an argument. Darling, listen to me. There's really nothing going on between me and that woman, the man pleaded anxiously. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it, the woman retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. As Yang Jin drew closer to the pair, his naturally keen hearing picked up their conversation clearly. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace to pass them quickly. Suddenly, his ears caught a faint sound of breathing from behind the off-road vehicle. His mental senses flared, like the echolocation of a bat, precisely detecting someone hiding behind the car. Damn it, they were setting a trap. Yang Jin immediately realized the couple's argument was a ruse, and along with the person hiding behind the vehicle, the 2 men and 1 woman were clearly targeting him. The argument between the couple escalated, with the man raising his hand as if to strike the woman. He'll do whatever I want. Who are you to tell me what to do? You wretch, the woman suddenly flung her arm, screaming as she ran towards Yang Jin. Help! Someone help me! Her face was a picture of terror, her expression so convincing that if Yang Jin hadn't sensed the truth beforehand, he would have been completely fooled. Handsome, please save me. He's going to hit me. Her voice was filled with desperation. Yang Jin replied coldly. He's right, you do deserve a beating. The woman's face froze in shock, and as her foot slipped on the wet ground, she stumbled forward. Her right hand moved in a swift motion, releasing a streak of black light that shot through the air. The projectile was incredibly fast, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but Yang Jin's mental awareness captured every detail. He shifted slightly, and the intricately designed throwing knife grazed past his right shoulder. Anger flared in Yang Jin's chest. If not for his heightened perception, the knife would have hit its mark, crippling his arm on the spot. Die, you wretch. Yang Jin coldly spat out the words, then swung his fist with full force at the approaching woman. With a loud crack, the punch sounded like a firecracker explosion, its power terrifying. The woman felt a gust of wind strike her face before the fist even landed, the sheer force making the skin on her face tremble violently. Startled, as if she had seen a ghost, she instinctively tilted her head to evade. Bang! The ferocious impact struck her shoulder, sending shockwaves through her body. She was flung away like a rag doll, blood spurting from her mouth midair before she hit the ground heavily and passed out. With just one punch, Yang Jin had left the woman unconscious and bleeding. Chen-Hu, let's take him together. The woman's male companion, enraged at the sight of her lying in a pool of blood, pulled out a knife and charged at Yang Jin. From behind the car, a man referred to as Chen-Hu also sprang out like a big cat, unwilling to hold back. You're dead, kid. The man with the knife snarled as he closed in, aiming a flashing blade straight at Yang Jin. Yang Jin reacted with lightning speed. His right hand shot out, quickly followed by his left, locking onto the man's wrist and elbow in an instant. With a sharp twist and pull, he exerted immense force. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed, followed by the man's agonized scream as his right arm was ripped apart. Kid, you're ruthless. Chen-Hu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In less than 30 seconds, two of his comrades were down, and Yang Jin's overwhelming strength was nothing short of terrifying. If you plan to take me on, you'd better be ready to lose your life, Yang Jin said coldly, tossing aside the severed arm. He then delivered a sharp kick to the jaw of the screaming man, knocking him unconscious instantly. Seeing this, Chen-Hu clenched his fingers into a claw shape, mimicking a tiger's grip, and lunged at Yang Jin's face. Yang Jin didn't back down. He stepped forward and threw a punch. Feeling the sheer force of Yang Jin's strike, Chen-Hu was momentarily paralyzed with a suffocating sense of dread. He halted his steps and attempted to defend himself by grabbing at Yang Jin's torso. As Chen-Hu's right claw extended, Yang Jin suddenly stomped the ground, propelling himself forward with a sharp upward kick aimed directly at Chen-Hu's vital area. Alarmed, Chen-Hu's face turned pale. While he could grab Yang Jin, he knew he would also be struck, likely fatally. A seasoned fighter, he quickly changed tactics, turning his claw into a palm to support himself on the ground. Twisting his body midair in a 720-degree roll, he narrowly avoided the devastating kick. Just as he landed, another gust of force surged toward him. Yang Jin's fist was already flying in his direction. This guy is a monster. I can't beat him. I need to escape. A few exchanges later, Chen-Hu found himself in increasingly dangerous situations, his heart pounding in fear. He didn't dare confront Yang Jin head-on and quickly retreated. Bang! 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 Each punch from Yang Jin roared like thunder, narrowly missing Chen-Hu's face, but leaving his ears ringing painfully. Finally, Chen-Hu's steps faltered for a split second, and a massive fist smashed into his nose, shattering the bone. Blood gushed out in streams, transforming his face into a grotesque mess of red and white, a nauseating sight. The punch sent him flying into an SUV, triggering its alarm with a sharp, grating beep. Yang Jin shook off the blood from his fist and surveyed the three fallen figures. The couple was completely unconscious, while Chen-Hu lay on the ground, barely moving. Yang Jin walked over briskly, crouched down, and shifted his hand into a hypnotic gesture. Tell me, who sent you? Chen-Hu's eyes glazed over as he murmured, Zhongyang Hotel. Cui Yongjun offered 2 million for your arm. Yang Jin's gaze turned icy as he thought to himself, Cui Yongjun, it seems this is connected to Tang Jong as well. Suddenly, a faint noise pierced Yang Jin's silenced sniper shot. In an instant, Yang Jin's entire body tensed, his muscles tightening as his spiritual awareness surged like a tidal wave. He sensed a bullet hurtling toward his left arm. Dodge at that moment, his mental power surged, causing the bullet, which was initially aimed directly at his arm bone, to slightly veer off course, embedding itself into the muscle instead. A burst of crimson bloomed like a flower under the streetlight. The enemy was in the shadows while he was exposed, putting him at a severe disadvantage. He had to leave immediately. With movements swift as the wind, Yang Jin leaped into the darkness, his figure flickering and disappearing into the night. Minutes later, a man dressed entirely in black, with pants and a mask concealing his face, emerged from the distant shadows. He crouched down to check the breath of the 3 injured individuals on the ground before carrying them into an SUV. He stepped on the gas, and the vehicle roared away. 3 attackers up front. One hidden sniper, Cui Yongjun, had truly gone all out, clearly acting under Tang Jong's orders. Yang Jin's injury wasn't severe, merely a superficial wound, and the bleeding had already stopped. The thought of Tang Jong and Cui Yongjun filled Yang Jin with a seething, uncontrollable rage. These despicable men had caused trouble repeatedly. If such scum weren't dealt with, The frustration would remain lodged in his chest like a suffocating weight. By the time he returned to Jinsho Huayuan, a brilliant plan had already taken shape in his mind. That's it appear weak to lure the enemy and wait for the perfect opportunity to eliminate the two of them. Using his spiritual energy, Yang Jin reopened his wound, letting the blood flow freely as he dialed the police. Clutching his injured arm, he made his way home. Ajin, what happened? Why is there so much blood? His mother's voice was filled with panic. Ajin, does it hurt? Let me take a look, his second brother said, his voice trembling with concern. His uncle, aunt, and younger sister turned pale at the sight of Yang Jin's blood-soaked arm. Yang Jin replied nonchalantly. I ran into some thugs trying to rob me on the way home. I couldn't let it slide and got into a fight with them. Just a small wound, nothing serious. You silly boy, you should have just given them the money. It's not worth getting hurt over, his aunt scolded, both angry and worried. She hurried to fetch iodine and gauze to bandage Yang Jin's wound. The security in this neighborhood keeps getting worse. The police should increase their patrols. This is outrageous, his uncle, Yang Tianhai, fumed, his eyes blazing with anger. As they spoke, there was a loud knock at the door. Yang Tianhai opened it to find several security officers standing outside, led by Zhang Tongwei, the head of the local station, and someone Yang Jin was familiar with. Yang Jin raised a hand in greeting. Chief Zhang, thanks for coming all this way. Yang, lie down and don't move, Zhang Tongwei said, alarmed at the sight of Yang Jin's blood-stained clothes. What happened? Yang Jin recounted the events, but left out the part where he hypnotized his attackers and learned that Cui Yongjun was the mastermind. Zhang Tongwei listened with a furrowed brow, concluding that the attack was a premeditated and well-organized operation. The use of a silenced sniper rifle indicated that the perpetrators were far from ordinary criminals. In a remote house on the outskirts of Furong District, a dimly lit basement housed four figures: the three men and one woman who had ambushed Yang Jin. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages, and the woman's arm was in a sling, clearly broken by Yang Jin. The man she was with had an exposed right elbow, the severed end soaked in blood. Chun Hu, one of the men, had his nose shattered, his face covered in gauze, leaving only his eyes visible. Damn it, the sniper cursed, slamming his rifle onto the table and rubbing his face in frustration. Fazai, what did Boss Chui say? Chun Hu asked, his voice muffled and low due to his injuries. Screw Boss Chui. Fazai replied angrily, his face dark with fury. After the deal was struck, the full payment of 2 million was supposed to be made. However, the other parties suddenly changed their stance, insisting that they would only pay the remaining balance if Yang Jin didn't show up for school the next day. The boyfriend of the couple looked puzzled, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? What does stopping Yang Jin from going to school tomorrow have to do with us dealing with him? Fazai then explained, according to Cui Yongjun, tomorrow is the martial arts section of the college entrance exam. If Yang Jin is absent, his martial arts score will be marked as 0. Clearly, that Chui guy is up to something insidious, wants to make sure that kid loses a crucial part of his exam. The boyfriend sighed, lifting his injured arm helplessly. But this job was a huge loss for us. 2 million isn't even enough to cover my medical expenses. We shouldn't have taken this gig. Fazai opened his mouth to say something but hesitated, a trace of guilt crossing his face. Initially, they had assumed Yang Jin, being a newly minted reserve martial artist, wouldn't have a vitality score much higher than 2.0. They hadn't expected him to be so formidable. 4 of them had gone after him, and while they managed to injure his arm and put him out of commission for a few days, they hadn't anticipated his strength to far exceed their expectations. The girlfriend, who had been silent, rubbed her temples and spoke softly. I think that kid's vitality score is at least 2.5. With his abilities, it's only a matter of time before he officially becomes a martial artist. What worries me is if he comes after us for revenge later, we're all going to be in big trouble. Her words left the 3 of them exchanging uneasy glances. When they had taken on this private job, they had thoroughly investigated Yang Jin's background. Learning that he was just a kid from the slums, they had accepted the task without hesitation. They had assumed he was a powerless nobody, but it turned out he was a tiger with sharp claws. What's done is done, and there was no use regretting it now. Fazai sighed and said, for now, let's focus on getting the 3 of you patched up. We'll figure out the rest later. Also, we need to inform Iron Arm about this since he's the one who passed this job to us. Anyway, we're hiding out in the black market. Even if the Security Bureau wants to investigate, they might not be able to track us down. The girlfriend shook her head and sighed. That's all we can do for now. Still, we never should have taken this job. In Yang Jin's room at Jinshio Garden, despite his left arm being wrapped in bandages, the wound had already healed. Lying on his back, he pondered deeply. Tomorrow was the martial arts section of the college entrance exam. Tang Jong had orchestrated Cui Yongjun to arrange for people to attack him tonight. The motive was obvious, it was to stop him from taking the exam. Yang Jin decided to feign weakness and play along with their plan. He would skip the exam, giving them what they wanted. Then, when those 2 scumbags grew complacent, he would strike back with a fatal blow. Since he would be at home nursing his injury, he would have a perfectly solid alibi. He chuckled to himself. At that moment, deep in Yang Jin's heart, Tang Jong and Cui Yongjun were already as good as dead. The next day marked the martial arts exam day for the senior graduating class. Compared to the written exams, the martial arts test garnered far less attention. Despite the rising popularity of martial arts, the chances of an ordinary person becoming a martial artist were minuscule, not even 1 in 10,000. As a result, only a handful of high school students ever managed to embark on the martial arts path. At the sports hall of Furong District No. 1 High School, the graduating students stood in neat rows outside. The homeroom teacher of Class 7, Ms. Tianqin, was calling roll. Huang Feng. Here. You Lily. Here. In the lineup, Hu Qinghua anxiously looked around but didn't see any sign of Yang Jin. The exam was about to start. Where was Ah Jin? If he didn't show up soon, he wouldn't be allowed to enter. Due to the martial arts exam, all senior students had handed over their communication devices for safekeeping, leaving Hu Qinghua unable to contact Yang Jin. Hu Qinghua. At this moment, Tianqin called his name. Hu Qinghua responded promptly. Tianqin continued the roll call, and next was Yang Jin. The room fell silent. No one answered. Yang Jin? Is Yang Jin here? She asked several times, but still, there was no response. Why isn't Yang Jin here? Tianqin grew anxious. Yang Jin was a reserve martial artist with outstanding martial arts achievements. If he missed the exam, it would mean receiving a 0 for this crucial course, an immeasurable loss. She handed the roster to the class monitor, Huang Feng, and hurriedly stepped aside to make a phone call. A few minutes later, Tianqin's face turned pale. She dialed another number. Principal Luo, I have an urgent situation to report. Yang Jin from Class 7 was robbed on his way home last night. He was injured in the arm and lost a lot of blood. He's currently recovering at home and unable to attend today's martial arts exam. With Yang Jin's martial arts skills, missing this exam is such a pity. As she spoke, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Ms. Tian, don't worry. They'll look into the situation. If it's possible, they'll send a car to bring him here for the exam immediately. Principal Luo replied, sounding equally concerned on the other end of the line. At Jinxiu Huayuan, Yang Jin hung up the phone, murmuring to himself, Principal Luo, Ms. Tian, thank you for your concern. I'm truly sorry. For Yang Jin, the path of a martial artist was one he was determined to follow. Neither academic universities nor military schools appealed to him. Even the college entrance exam had lost its importance in his eyes. Tang Jong, tonight, I will show you the meaning of dying with regret. Yang Jin closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. He needed to adjust his body to its optimal state because tonight was the night he had planned to take action. By around 4 p.m., at Furong District No. 1 High School, over 1,000 senior students had completed their martial arts exams. The gymnasium was packed with people eagerly awaiting the results. The martial arts exam primarily tested students on strength, speed, and proficiency in martial techniques, with the entire process recorded by optical equipment. Results would be announced collectively after the exam ended. Zhao Qingtong, Zhou Xiaoqin, and a few other girls spotted Hu Qinghua in the crowd and approached him. Qinghua, why didn't we see Yang Jin today? They asked. Hu Qinghua shook his head. I didn't see him this morning either. After the exam, I specifically asked Ms. Tian. She said Yang Jin was ambushed and robbed last night, injured his arm, and is recovering at home, so he couldn't take the exam today. Zhou Xiaoqin asked in surprise. Yang Jin was robbed? But he's a reserve martial artist. Were there a lot of attackers? Hu Qinghua replied. I'm not sure about the details. I only heard there were 3 or 4 of them. To get injured right before the martial arts exam, was it just a coincidence? Or was it deliberate? Zhao Qingtong's heart tightened as her gaze involuntarily fell on Tang Jong in the distance. Tang Jong seemed to sense her stare, turned his head, and gave a smug smile. Zhao Qingtong frowned and thought to herself, that fat Tang Jong is so despicable. Could he have orchestrated this? Look, the martial arts exam results are out, someone shouted from the crowd. Everyone looked up as the electronic screen began scrolling through the results. The announcement read, Dear candidates, the results of this martial arts exam have been fully compiled. The rankings and scores are as follows. First place, Tang Jong, score, 150. Second place, Su Qingming, score, 146. Third place, Zhao Qingtong, score, 145. As the scores were displayed one after another, the stadium erupted in cheers, the excitement thunderous. Especially Tang Zhong's group of underlings, who were acting like crazed dogs, shouting with such enthusiasm that spit flew everywhere. Brother Tang, you're incredible. First place. Brother Tang is unstoppable, a perfect score in the martial arts exam. The underlings surrounded Tang Jong, their cheers rising in waves. Brother Tang, don't forget about us once you become a martial artist. Tang Jong, basking in the overwhelming praise, was practically floating, his face flushed red with excitement. Brothers, tonight at Zhongliang Hotel, I've booked the whole place. We're drinking till we drop, he announced loudly, striding out of the stadium with his posse following closely behind. They soon reached Zhao Qingtong and her group. Tang Jong wore a smug grin as he deliberately pointed his thumb toward the electronic scoreboard. Qingtong, tonight's on me. I'm inviting you to join us. What do you say? Give me the honor? Zhao Qingtong replied coolly. Sorry, I'm going home for dinner. Gao Wei, seeing his boss get rejected, immediately let out a mocking laugh. Brother Tang scored a perfect martial arts exam. He'll be taking the martial artist fitness assessment in a few days. Becoming a martial artist is a sure thing. Zhao, are you really turning down a future martial artist? Zhao Qingtong chuckled coldly at this. Oh my, a big, scary martial artist. I'm so terrified. How could I possibly offend you? Tang Zhong's face darkened instantly. Fine, since Qingtong isn't interested, I won't force it. Let's go, brothers. Turning to Hu Qinghua, he sneered. Hu Qinghua, where's your buddy Yang Jing? Isn't he supposed to be the best martial artist in the school? Why didn't he show up for the exam today? I guess he was too scared of getting a low score and decided to hide like a coward. Tang Zhong's underlings burst into laughter at his words. Hu Qinghua gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as anger surged through him. Tang Jong looked at him mockingly and said coldly, what? You want to spar with me? Veins bulged on Hu Qinghua's forehead, but under Tang Zhong's taunting gaze and the watchful eyes of his underlings, he swallowed his rage. Coward, Tang Zhong spat dismissively, leading his group away. Zhao Qingtong whispered to Hu Qinghua. Qinghua, you, but Hu Qinghua shook his head. Zhao, I'm fine. He turned and walked toward the exit, his shoulders trembling slightly. The slanting sunlight cast a lonely shadow behind him. At Jinxiu Garden, Yang Jin received a call from Hu Qinghua. Jin, I heard from Teacher Tian that you got injured. Are you okay? I'm fine. Qinghua, don't worry, Yang Jin reassured him. That's good. The martial arts exam results are out. That bastard Tang Zhong got first place with a perfect score. His vitality must have reached 2. Be careful. Hu Qinghua's voice carried a hint of concern. Qinghua, even if his vitality is 2, or 2.1, or 2.2, if he crosses me, we'll still beat him down like a dead dog, Yang Jin said firmly. Hearing this, Hu Qinghua sounded noticeably more reassured. All right, that's good to hear. By the way, Zhao Qingtong got 3rd place, Hu Qinghua added. My score wasn't great, only 107 points. I ranked over 900. Yang Jin tried to comfort him. Qinghua, for cultural universities, martial arts scores only account for 20. It's not a big deal. Hu Qinghua nodded. Yeah, I know. They'll focus on studying hard for the cultural exams next. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Yang Jin looked at the time. It was nearing 6 p.m. He thought to himself, according to Qinghua, Tang Jong and his gang are celebrating at Zhongliang Hotel tonight. Tang Jong, tonight, you'll meet your end. In the luxurious and spacious private room of Zhongliang Hotel, Tang Jong sat at the head of the round table, with the hotel manager, Cui Yongjun, beside him. Tang Jong raised his glass, downed it in one go, and gestured toward the drunken men slumped over the table. Manager Cui, arrange some cars and send them all home, he said. Cui Yongjun, already tipsy, laughed and replied, Young Master Tang, there are plenty of vacant rooms in the hotel. Why not stay the night? Tang Jong hesitated for a moment, seemingly intrigued by the suggestion. Just then, Tang Jong's smart wristband buzzed, and the caller ID made his expression change. It was his mother calling. He answered, and a projection of a middle-aged woman appeared. Her sharp voice pierced through the air. Tang Jong, it's 11 o'clock at night, and you're still not home. Are you planning to stay out overnight? Her words hit Tang Jong like a hammer, instantly sobering him up. Mom, I'll head back right away, he replied hastily. Yongjun, you're there too? The middle-aged woman noticed the manager and let out a cold snort. You took my son out drinking. Impressive. Cui Yongjun felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Director Song, he stammered. She cut him off sternly. I order you to have my son home by midnight. If not, hand in your resignation. The projection flickered and disappeared as the call ended. Someone, get a car ready immediately. I'll personally take young Master Tang home. Cui Yongjun ordered in a panic. He quickly pulled out 2 hangover pills, giving one to Tang Jong and swallowing the other himself. Supporting Tang Jong, he hurriedly led him downstairs. The sleek black convertible roared to life, speeding through the night. The wind whipped against their faces, slightly clearing their heads. Tang Jong shook his head and joked. Manager Cui, we didn't drink enough tonight. Let's make up for it next time. Cui Yongjun forced a bitter smile, knowing full well that what he feared most wasn't the drinking, it was Tang Zhong's mother. Although Zhongliang Hotel bore the name of Tang Zhongliang, the true authority behind it was Song Suli. As the car sped along the road, a street lamp ahead flickered, emitting faint electrical crackling sounds. Tang Jong muttered in frustration, even the streetlights on the main road are breaking down. What a shoddy job. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadowy figure behind the lamp post. He blinked rapidly and focused, only to find nothing there. Manager Cui, did you see that? There was someone behind that pole, he asked. Cui Yongjun followed Tang Zhong's gaze and saw a fleeting white figure behind the pole. His heart skipped a beat, but when he looked again, the area was completely empty. Tang Jong noticed the unease in Chui's expression, and a chill ran down his spine. He shouted urgently, "Step on it. Let's go." With a roar, Chui Yongjun floored the gas pedal, and the car surged forward. In the blink of an eye, they covered 50 meters, but then another street lamp ahead suddenly went dark. Instinctively, both men turned to look at it, and an icy dread washed over them. Goosebumps rose as they saw a woman standing in the shadow of the lamp post. She wore a white nightgown, her long hair hanging loose over her face. As they stared, her hair parted suddenly, revealing a ghastly pale face and blood-red eyes. The woman let out a chilling laugh, her mouth opening wide to reveal a crimson tongue writhing grotesquely. A ghost. Both men screamed hysterically inside the car. It was unclear whether Chui Yongjun had lost his senses out of fear or acted recklessly in panic, but his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, violently jerking it to the right. The car swerved sharply, accompanied by the screech of tires, followed by a deafening crash as the vehicle smashed into the roadside iron railing. The two passengers inside were thrown forward by the immense impact, their heads slamming into the windshield, which shattered instantly. They were flung like ragdolls, landing 7 or 8 meters away with a heavy thud. The air reeked of blood, and Tang Jong and Chui Yongjun lay motionless in a pool of crimson. Around them, shards of glass and blood mixed with dirt and fallen leaves, creating a harrowing scene. No one noticed a face emerging from the greenery by the roadside. The features were sharp, the gaze resolute, cold, and indifferent. It was Yang Jin. Two scoundrels, deserving of their fate, he sneered, his voice icy. The illusion he had conjured with his mental powers had worked perfectly. Without another word, he vanished into the shadows. At Longxiang Mansion, the standalone villa of the Tang family, on the second floor's living room, Song Suli lounged on the sofa in her nightgown, exuding a mature elegance despite being in her early 40s. She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, her expression turning displeased. What on earth is going on? It's been over half an hour, and they're still not back. Chui Yongjun is getting bolder, daring to take my son out drinking. Doesn't he know he's still just a child? At that moment, the mechanical voice of the smart home assistant interrupted the silence. Madam, the young master's pulse is weak and slow, and there is significant internal bleeding. He appears to be severely injured. Song Suli leapt up from the sofa, startled. Assistant, locate the young master's position immediately. Call the hospital for an ambulance. Hurry. She grabbed a coat and dashed downstairs. Moments later, the roar of an engine echoed as she sped off in her car. Late at night, outside the emergency room at Yuesha City Hexia Hospital, Tang Zhongliang, Song Suli, and several members of the Tang Corporation anxiously awaited news. That damn Chui Yongjun. How dare he trick my son into drinking and then drive drunk? He deserves to die. Song Suli seethed with rage, her face dark with hatred. Tang Zhongliang paced back and forth, sighing repeatedly. After more than half an hour, the door to the emergency room finally opened, and a doctor in surgical attire emerged. Professor Li, how are they? Tang Zhongliang and the others rushed forward, their voices trembling with anxiety. Professor Li shook his head. Manager Chui's injuries were too severe, we couldn't save him. As for your son, his injuries are less critical, and his life has been spared. However, the severe impact to his head has left him in a coma, and it is unlikely he will wake up. Tang Zhongliang's lips trembled. Professor Li, are you saying my son will become a vegetative patient? Isn't there any way, with modern medicine, to wake him? Professor Li gave a bitter smile. Chairman Tang, while our advanced medical technology can eliminate cancer cells with nanorobots and even treat AIDS, the human brain remains the most complex and intricate organ. Many of its mysteries are still beyond our understanding. I'm afraid there's nothing more we can do. Song Suli's legs gave way as she collapsed into a chair. Shortly after, a few nurses wheeled out a surgical bed. My son, seeing her son wrapped in bandages like a mummy, Song Suli broke down in tears. The next morning, in a VIP hospital room, Tang Jong lay unconscious in bed, his body connected to various electronic devices. Tang Zhongliang turned to Professor Li, who was examining the medical data. Professor Li, what are the odds of a vegetative patient waking up? Though his son's life was temporarily saved, Tang Zhongliang couldn't accept the possibility of a permanent comet was no different from death. Professor Li replied, Chairman Tang, based on medical statistics, if a patient remains in a vegetative state for 6 months, the probability of regaining consciousness is about 50. If it extends to a year, the chances drop to 1015. Essentially, the longer the duration, the lower the likelihood of recovery. Tang Zhongliang asked, Professor Li, is there any way, perhaps some external stimulation, to help my son wake up sooner? Professor Li pondered for a moment before replying. Mr. Tang, we've known each other for a long time, so I'll be straightforward. Current medical technology has no scientifically proven methods to treat vegetative states. However, he shifted his tone and continued. There are documented cases in medical history where vegetative patients regained consciousness after certain stimuli, particularly mental or emotional stimulation. Mental or emotional stimulation? Tang Jong and Song Suli exchanged puzzled glances. Professor Lee explained, a vegetative state isn't a physical sleep, but a state of unconsciousness in mental awareness. I've heard that among martial artists, there are spiritual masters who can provide mental stimulation. If you could find such an expert, it might be possible to wake your son. Martial artists, spiritual masters. Tang Jongliang urgently turned to Song Suli. Suli, I remember your father is the vice president of the Korean Association and knows many capable people. Do you think he knows any spiritual masters? Song Suli suddenly realized and replied excitedly. I do have a cousin who is a spiritual master. In fact, he's a relative from my family clan. I'll call him right away and ask him to come. A few minutes later, Song Suli returned to the hospital room after making the call, her face full of hope. How did it go? Tang Zhongliang asked anxiously. Song Suli, barely able to contain her excitement, replied. He agreed to come, but the fee is 5 million. 5 million. Tang Zhongliang was momentarily stunned. His gaze shifted to his son lying on the bed, and he said in a low voice, fine. Though inwardly, he cursed, 5 million? Damn it, what kind of relative is that? Noticing her husband's displeased expression, Song Suli spoke in a calm but firm tone. Zhongliang, I suggest you put aside your complaints. My cousin is a martial master. 5 million is a discounted price out of family consideration. If we weren't related, the fee would be at least tens of millions. Hearing this, Tang Zhongliang broke out in a cold sweat. A martial master, someone with a life force above 10, offending such a person could easily cost him his life. That afternoon, Song Suli's cousin, Song Jiating, arrived at Hixia Hospital from the Hanyang-based city. Song Jiating, a man in his 50s, had a lean frame, slightly sunken eyes, and an intense gaze that seemed to pierce through one's soul. When Tang Zhongliang met his eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold steel blade had grazed his skin. He instinctively bowed his head and greeted. Good to see you, brother-in-law. Appa, you must save your nephew. Song Suli pleaded, clutching Song Jiating's arm. At over 40 years old, she displayed a rare, girlish vulnerability. Song Jiating patted her hand reassuringly. Suli, don't worry. Let me take a look first. Standing nearby, Tang Zhongliang felt uncomfortable watching his wife being so familiar with another man, even though he knew they were cousins. Song Jiating approached the hospital bed and prepared to demonstrate his skill. He slowly extended his right index finger, which began to tremble rapidly, creating a faint buzzing sound in the air. He pressed the fingertip against the center of Tang Zhong's forehead. After about 10 seconds, Song Jiating stepped back, his expression dark and troubled. Appa, is it possible? Song Suli asked nervously. Song Jiating didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Suli, you said your nephew was injured in a car accident caused by a drunk driver? Song Suli nodded. Sensing something was wrong, Tang Zhongliang quickly asked, brother-in-law, is there something else going on? But Song Jiating ignored him and continued speaking to Song Suli. Suli, have someone make a copy of the surveillance footage near the scene. I need to review it carefully. Song Suli glanced at Tang Zhongliang and instructed, you, go get the footage. An hour later, Tang Zhongliang returned with the copied video in hand. The footage was projected onto the wall of the room, and the three of them watched it intently, scrutinizing every detail. In the video, Chui Yongjun was driving a convertible with Tang Zhong as his passenger, heading onto the main road. As the car passed under a flickering streetlight, it suddenly accelerated. Moments later, the vehicle approached another streetlight, this one completely dark. Both passengers turned their heads simultaneously, and the next thing, the steering wheel was jerked violently, causing the car to crash into the roadside railing. Ah! Song Suli screamed, covering her eyes as she saw her son being thrown from the car in the footage. Zhonger, Tang Zhongliang reached out as if trying to help his fallen son, but felt utterly powerless. Song Jiating kept his eyes fixed on the video, his expression unreadable. He asked, Suli, Mr. Tang, did you notice anything? Tang Zhongliang and Song Suli exchanged a sorrowful, helpless glance. Song Jiating quickly scrubbed through the footage and paused on a frame showing the car passing under the first flickering streetlight. Look closely, he said. The light here is flickering. Both passengers glance at it, and then the car suddenly accelerates. My guess is they saw something that startled them and instinctively hit the gas. Tang Zhongliang stared at the screen, puzzled. But there's nothing there besides the streetlight. Just because you didn't see it, Mr. Tang, doesn't mean it wasn't there, Song Jiating replied, pulling up another segment of the footage. This time, it showed the second streetlight. As the car approached, the light went out, and once again, both passengers glanced at it before screaming. The car swerved sharply, leading to the crash. After a brief pause, Song Jiating summarized. From the entire video, there are a few suspicious points. First, the two streetlights, one flickering, the other going dark, seem oddly coincidental. Could someone have tampered with them? Second, both passengers reacted strongly when passing the lights, as if they were frightened, which caused the overreaction and loss of control. What I want to know is, what did they see? Tang Zhongliang and Song Suli looked at each other, their expressions filled with unease. They understood the implication in Song Jiatan's words that the crash might have been orchestrated. Yet, no matter how closely they examined the footage, they couldn't find any concrete evidence. Tang Jong finally said, "Brother-in-law, if you have a theory, please just tell us." Without a word, Song Jiatan pointed to a corner of the hospital room. "Mr. Tang, look over there. What do you see?" Tang Zhongliang turned his head, but saw nothing in the corner. Song Jiatan's hand trembled slightly as he said, "Look again." This time, Tang Zongliang's eyes widened in shock. A translucent woman had appeared in the corner. She was kneeling on the ground, her smooth and bare body glowing faintly, exuding an indescribable allure. Tang Zhongliang swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her back, which looked eerily familiar like his wife, Song Suli. Just as he was grappling with this realization, Song Jiatan waved his hand, and the figure vanished. "Brother-in-law, what was that?" Tang Zhongliang asked, his voice filled with disbelief as he turned to Song Jiatan. Song Jiatan replied calmly, "Mr. Tang, that was an illusion created by a psychic illusionist. It exists only in your mind. What you just saw wasn't real, it was something I deliberately projected for you. No one else could see it." Hearing this, Song Suli felt a sinking sense of dread in her heart. "Appa, are you saying my son saw an illusion, got scared, and that's what caused the crash?" Song Jiatan nodded with certainty. "Exactly." Tang Zhongliang and Song Suli's faces turned pale instantly. The impact of this news was far greater than a car accident. Their son had been attacked by a psychic illusion, which meant the perpetrator was a psychic mind master. Offending such a person filled the couple with dread, as they imagined the possibility of underhanded retaliation at any moment. Tang Zhongliang's voice trembled as he pleaded, "Brother-in-law, please help us." His heart was gripped by fear, worried that if the psychic mind master bore a grudge, the rest of the family might be targeted next. Who could guarantee that he or his wife wouldn't be the next victims? In his frustration, Tang Zhongliang even felt a surge of anger toward Tang Jong. If not for his wayward, reckless son, how could they have offended a psychic mind master? Getting into fights and bullying others was one thing, but offending a martial artist, let alone a mysterious psychic mind master, was utterly unacceptable. Song Suli, her face filled with sorrow and tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded, "Go, you have to help us." Song Jiatan responded firmly, "Don't worry, I'll help." However, he added a warning. The other party showed no mercy and even aimed to take your son's life. This indicates that the person you've offended is ruthless. After this, you must find out who was responsible. In any case, don't think about confronting them. Instead, think of a way to apologize and seek their forgiveness. Cold sweat formed on Tang Zongliang's forehead as he nodded hastily. Once Zhong wakes up, we'll ask him who he offended and take him to apologize, whatever it takes to make amends. Song Jiatan nodded in approval. That's the right approach. Earlier, I did a quick examination. Your son's consciousness is trapped in a psychic confinement. As long as we break the confinement, he'll be free. The couple exchanged confused glances, their faces full of uncertainty. Psychic confinement? What does that mean? Song Jiatan explained. When an ordinary person suffers severe physical trauma, their mind constructs a protective barrier to safeguard their consciousness. For instance, people in a vegetative state remain unconscious because their injuries are too severe, causing their consciousness to deviate and become trapped within this protective barrier. This is what we call psychic confinement. In Zhong's case, his psychic confinement is represented by the car accident scene, where his consciousness is trapped, repeatedly reliving the crash. Unless his own willpower breaks through or external help intervenes, he may never wake up. Hearing this, the couple nodded, though they only half understood. Song Jiatan continued, "All right, no more explanations. I'll use my psychic energy to break his confinement." He sat down beside the hospital bed, placing his right hand on Tang Zhong's forehead and closing his eyes. Tang Zhongliang and Song Suli watched him intently, holding their breaths in nervous anticipation. Meanwhile, deep within Tang Zhong's mind, a bizarre scene unfolded: 2 streetlights and a stretch of road. On the road, a convertible sports car sped along with 2 people inside. Tang Jong sat in the passenger seat, frantically pounding on the driver's seat. "Choi Yongjun, you bastard, stop the car." Choi Yongjun's face was expressionless, like a lifeless puppet, mechanically pressing the accelerator and steering the wheel. "Dad, Mom, help me." Tang Jong shouted in terror, his eyes darting around. Under the dim streetlights, a disheveled, ghostly woman stood, staring at him coldly. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the car slammed into the roadside barrier, shattering into pieces. In the distance, at the beginning of the road, the car appeared again, repeating the same tragic sequence. "Help me. Someone, please save me." Tang Jong cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, a figure flashed into view. Song Jiatan appeared at the roadside. Seeing the ghostly figure under the lamppost, Song Jiating clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Master, I am young and inexperienced. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." The female ghost turned around abruptly and lunged at Song Jiating, letting out a chilling laugh. Hee hee, I want him dead. And anyone who dares to stop me will die too. In the VIP ward of Hexia Hospital, Tang Jong and Song Suli's faces were filled with tension. 10 minutes had passed, and Song Jiating remained motionless with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his body shook violently, and his eyes snapped open. His eyelids drooped heavily, as if weighed down by something, making him look utterly exhausted. The restraints had been broken, and his nephew would awaken in a few minutes. Song Jiating stood up, his face showing a trace of worry despite his fatigue. The other party is a psychic no less powerful than I am. I must leave now. No need to see me off. Take care of yourselves. Tang Jong and Song Suli turned pale. Their son had provoked such a terrifying figure. Right was like bringing a lantern into an outhouse, courting death. Tang Jong looked at his son lying on the bed, his fear and dread turning into a fiery rage. Damn it, you little brat. I could just strangle you. I should have shot you against the wall back then, he cursed furiously. Song Suli's eyebrows shot up as she rebuked him. Tang, if you're so scared, you can get lost. I'll handle my son's issues myself. Tang Zhongliang's face turned red with anger. Song Suli, if you hadn't spoiled him so much, letting him grow so arrogant, how would he have caused all this trouble? Song Suli shot back defiantly. So what? He's my only son. If I don't spoil him, who will? As soon as Song Jiating left, the couple broke into a heated argument. After resting at home for 2 days, Yang Jin had fully recovered and was in high spirits, knowing his revenge had been served. Ah Jin, you're finally back at school. You had me worried sick, Hu Qinghua said, punching Yang Jin lightly on the arm when he saw him. Yang Jin smiled. Didn't I tell you over the phone? It's just a minor injury, no big deal. Hu Qinghua blinked and said, did you hear? Tang Jong got into a car accident. Yang Jin feigned surprise. A car accident? Hu Qinghua explained. Yeah, it happened the night before last. Manager Chui from Zhongliang Hotel was driving him home. Both of them were drunk and crashed into a roadside barrier. Manager Chui didn't make it, but Tang Jong was lucky enough to survive. Yang Jin froze. Tang Zhong's not dead. Hu Qinghua nodded. That's right. They spent millions on the best medical treatment to save him. Damn it. I should have finished him off when I had the chance. Yang Jin felt a pang of regret. There's something else, Hu Qinghua continued. After Tang Jong was discharged yesterday, his father took him around to apologize to everyone he'd offended. Yang Jin looked skeptical. Tang Jong, apologizing? That'll be the day the sun rises in the west. Hu Qinghua leaned in conspiratorially. Word is, Tang Jong offended someone extremely powerful, and the car accident was orchestrated by that person. The Tang family is scared out of their wits, but has no idea who it is, so they're apologizing to everyone they've crossed. Yang Jin couldn't help but laugh. Qinghua, I didn't realize you're so well informed. Hu Qinghua grinned. One of the people they apologized to is a friend of mine. He called me last night and bragged about it for half an hour. Yang Jin teased. Did Tang Jong apologize to you? He's targeted you before, hasn't he? Hu Qinghua scratched his head. Someone like me? He probably doesn't even remember. But you? Ah Jin, he's gone after you so many times. Yang Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. Huh. Then he'll wait and see if he dares to come and apologize to me. More than a week had passed, and Tang Jong had been taking leave, staying at home without attending school. During this time, Tang Zhongliang had accompanied him to apologize to families one by one, visiting over a dozen people who had been affected. Even Hu Qinghua received an expensive gift, yet Yang Jin was the sole exception. Perhaps in Tang Zhong's eyes, Yang Jin was just a poor boy with a bit of martial talent, not worth his time or attention. As for the mysterious spiritual psychic, Tang Jong felt both fear and resentment. He buried this hatred deep in his heart and devoted himself to rigorous martial training at home, vowing to become a true martial artist. One day, he would uncover the true identity of that mysterious individual and settle the score. Time flew by, and before long, it was June 7th day of the college entrance exams. In the global landscape of the 6 surviving nations, the Huaxia nation ranked first in economy, population, military strength, and martial arts. Consequently, the traditional 2-day college entrance exams on June 7th and 8th had become an unspoken convention across the globe. Outside the gates of Furong District No. 1 High School, the crowd was bustling with activity. Parents who had come to accompany their children to the exams packed the entire entrance. Security lines were drawn, and heavily armed soldiers along with riot shield-equipped security personnel ensured airtight safety measures. At 8:30, the bell rang, signaling students to orderly enter the examination halls. Hey Feng, you've got this. Let's do our best together, came words of encouragement. Lily, don't be nervous, just do your best. Mom, don't worry, and remember to prepare the graduation gift set for me. Qinghua, it all comes down to this moment. It's time to prove yourself, Hu Mingliang said, patting his son Hu Qinghua on the shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. Mingliang, don't put too much pressure on him, Liang Fong interjected, cheering for her son. Aim for an S9, and we'll reward you with 100,000 yuan. S9 referred to the top universities in Huaxiao Nation, 9 prestigious institutions, one in each of the 9 major base cities. You'd be lucky to get into an A9 or B9, Hu Qinghua muttered, then turned to Yang Jin beside him. Ajin, let's go, time to head in. Hu Mingliang puffed up his cheeks in frustration at this comment, while Liang Fong could only shake her head in resignation. Auntie, and third sister, it's quite hot today. Why don't you head back home? Yang Jin suggested. It was a special day, and Yang Jin's parents had taken leave from work, while his younger sister's middle school had given a day off. The entire family had come to see him off for the exams. Yang Tianhai replied, it's fine, we'll wait here for you, and head home together after you're done. Qiu Ting smiled, and added, Ajin, Annie will head back soon to make your favorite braised pork. Yang Hui clenched her little fists and encouraged him, second brother, stay calm and believe in yourself. As they walked, Hu Qinghua asked, Ajin, why haven't I seen Zhao Qingtong? Yang Jin replied, the district shuffled the test takers into different schools. Qingtong's exam center is at the second high school. I just hope I can do well enough to justify the tutoring fees my parents spent. Although Hu Qinghua appeared carefree, he was feeling immense pressure inside. As students gradually entered the exam halls, Hu Mingliang struck up a conversation with Yang Tianhai. You must be Yang Jin's parent. I've heard Qinghua mention him often. Yang Tianhai smiled and replied, hello, Mr. Hu. My Ajin often talks about Qinghua too. They have a great relationship. I heard from Qinghua that Yang Jin is already a reserve martial artist. I'm envious. Hu Mingliang sighed and shook his head. My boy's hopeless. He's lazy and unmotivated, neither excelling in academics nor martial arts. I'd be thrilled if he could even get into AB9. The college entrance exams consisted of 5 subjects. Apart from the martial arts exam held a week earlier, Yang Jin faced the remaining 4 exams on June 7th and 8th. Mathematics, technology, social sciences, and natural sciences, each with a maximum score of 150 points. Compared to 100 years ago, when the core subjects were Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages, today's main subjects have been reduced to just mathematics and technology. Mathematics serves as the foundation of all sciences, while technology drives human progress, making these 2 subjects highly prioritized by nations worldwide. Yang Jin had always performed well academically, ranking in the top 50 of the entire school, particularly excelling in mathematics and technology. Recently, his vitality had surged, making his thinking sharper and his responses quicker, allowing him to breeze through questions effortlessly. Each exam lasted 2.5 hours, but Yang Jin would finish within 2 hours, spinning his pen out of boredom, feeling a sense of emptiness. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Using his mental powers, he probed the classroom. What the, he thought to himself. The answers on the test papers of dozens of students in the room appeared vividly in his mind, their handwriting clear as day. It was practically the ultimate tool for cheating in exams. Yang Jin realized he didn't even need to solve the questions himself. He could simply use his mental powers to sense the answers from other students and copy them. Among the examinees was Han Xuemei from Class 2, whose grades consistently ranked in the top 10 of the school. Yang Jin decided to compare his answers with hers. The first question's answer was A, and they both had the same choice. The second question was Kagain, identical. Wait, hold on. For this question, she chose B, while he had chosen D. He quickly double-checked and confirmed that B was correct. He promptly changed his answer. But no, he couldn't copy all her answers. If their test papers were flagged for being too similar, it would spell trouble, especially if it affected Han Xuemei. That wouldn't be fair to her. He decided to intentionally get a few answers wrong to avoid suspicion since her ranking was in the top 10. While he was in the 40s, it couldn't look too obvious. After the morning math exam, Yang Jin walked out of the classroom and greeted Han Xuemei. Hi, Han Xuemei. I didn't expect us to be in the same exam room. Han Xuemei, with her shoulder-length hair, thick glasses, and slightly worn canvas shoes, came from a family background similar to Yang Jin's, living in another poor neighborhood. She was usually absorbed in her studies and had a shy personality. Faced with Yang Jin's friendly smile, she seemed a bit nervous. Yang Jin's reputation had long spread throughout the school, was known for his many titles. The only backup warrior, a close friend of the school beauty, the absentee from the martial arts exam, and the one who defeated 5 opponents single-handedly. Combined with his tall, handsome appearance and warm smile, it was no wonder Han Xuemei found herself fumbling for words. Yang Jin, hello? I. Han Xuemei stammered. Yang Jin smiled and said, take the exam seriously, put your heart into it. S9, no problem for you. Han Xuemei nodded, a warm feeling rising in her heart, though she couldn't quite understand why Yang Jin had taken the time to encourage her. Hey Jin, come on. My dad's car can give you a ride. At that moment, Hu Qinghua emerged from another classroom. Spotting Han Xuemei next to Yang Jin, his eyes lit up. The 2 close friends walked shoulder to shoulder, and Hu Qinghua nudged Yang Jin with his elbow. Jin, are you close with Han Xuemei? Yang Jin replied. Same exam room, just had a quick chat. Lowering his voice, Hu Qinghua asked, do me a favor, can you get Han Xuemei's WeChat for me? Yang Jin turned to look at him, a playful smile on his face. Qinghua, don't tell me you like her. Hu Qinghua didn't bother hiding it. I don't know why, but yeah, I like her simple, genuine, and shy demeanor. It's just, I'm worried it might affect her grades, so I haven't dared to say anything. He sighed as he finished. High school is almost over. Her grades are excellent, and she's likely to get into S9. I'm worried I won't even make it into B9. Yang Jin reassured him. Qinghua, even if Han Xuemei gets into S9, she'll probably study in Hanyang Bay City. If you go to Hanyang too, the two of you being in the same city means there's still a chance. Hu Qinghua's eyes lit up. You're right, Jin. I've decided I'll find a way to ask Han Xuemei. No matter if it's A9, B9, or C9, wherever she goes, I'll follow. 2 days passed, and the college entrance examination was over. The results would be announced in a week. During the exams, Yang Jin took it easy, solving the simple questions himself while copying Han Xuemei's answers for the difficult ones, slightly altering the calculations to avoid suspicion. Even so, since he skipped one martial arts exam, his overall score wouldn't be very high. On the evening of the last exam day, Zhao Qingtong called him via video. Ajin, my dad is here to pick me up. He's taking me to the Jiangnan base city to visit my grandparents. We're leaving tonight. Yang Jin's eyes revealed his reluctance. You're leaving so soon? I was planning to invite you and Zhou Xiaoqin for a meal during the summer break. Qingtong, when will you be back? Zhao Qingtong shook her head. I'm not sure. I might stay with my dad and attend university in Jiangnan base city. A middle-aged man's voice came through the video. Qingtong, are you ready? Time to head to the airport. Zhao Qingtong responded. Coming, Dad. She called out toward the door, then turned back to wave at Yang Jin. Ajin, I'm leaving. Goodbye. A bitter feeling rose in Yang Jin's heart. Goodbye. Though Yang Jin had known Zhao Qingtong for over half a month, their interactions had been limited, aside from occasionally sitting together in the cafeteria. Their relationship was more of an ordinary friendship, far from being close. Deep down, Yang Jin harbored feelings for Zhao Qingtong, but lacked the courage and the right opportunity to confess. At this moment, his thoughts were in turmoil, unable to settle. Wait, Qingtong was heading to the airport. He quickly left his room, climbed to the rooftop, and gazed in the direction of the airport, lost in thought. In this world, humans lived in cities surrounded by walls and watchtowers. The areas beyond the cities were overrun by monsters and referred to as the wilderness. Civilian aircraft had long been rendered obsolete due to their inability to withstand the dangers of the wilderness. The only operational flying vehicles were weapon-equipped military aircraft. As a result, airfare was exorbitantly expensive, and most ordinary people might never afford to fly in their lifetime. A plane took off, and Qingtong was likely on it. In the night sky above the airport, several miles away, a black dot ascended and disappeared into the clouds. Qingtong, take care. Yang Jin waved toward the night sky. On the plane, Zhao Qingtong leaned against the window, looking down at the city beneath the night sky. Her gaze fell on a dimly lit area, the impoverished district of Jinxiu Huayuan. Beside her sat a tall, meticulously groomed middle-aged man speaking to her. My dear, everything has been arranged. As long as your college entrance exam scores meet the threshold, you'll have your pick of majors at Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University ranks among the top 3 in the S9 universities. After graduation, you can easily secure a job in a government department or a major state-owned enterprise. He added, staying with me is far better than living with your mom. Zhao Qingtong frowned and looked at her father. Dad, I understand all this, but could you please not speak ill of mom? Her father paused, then gave an awkward smile. All right, my Qingtong has grown up and has her own opinions. He'll listen to you. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Yang Jin's electronic bracelet buzzed. It was a call from Zhou Xiaoqin. Yang Jin, did you hear that Qingtong has gone to Jiangnan Base City with her dad? Yes, she told me, Yang Jin replied. Did you say anything to her? Yang Jin's voice carried a hint of helplessness. What can I say? Zhou Xiaoqin paused briefly before speaking seriously. Yang Jin, making this call was a decision I thought about for a long time. I want to tell you something. Yang Jin responded. Xiaoqin, whatever it is, just say it. Zhou Xiaoqin began slowly. Qingtong's parents divorced when she was in elementary school. All these years, she's been very withdrawn and has had a difficult life. Hearing this, Yang Jin's heart tightened. The bright and carefree girl he knew had actually been putting on a brave face all along. Zhou Xiaoqin continued. People think Qingtong is aloof and cold, but I know she's genuinely kind and caring towards her friends. Over the years, many guys have tried to pursue her, but she's never paid them any attention. Yang Jin, you're the only guy who's been closest to her. At this point, Zhou Xiaoqin chuckled softly. Sometimes I don't get it either. Besides being good-looking, there are plenty of guys out there who are more accomplished and wealthier than you. Why does she have eyes only for you? Her tone turned serious. I know, and Qingtong can probably tell too, that you have feelings for her. But you don't have the courage to take that step because you're afraid she'll reject you, afraid that failure will ruin even your friendship. Yang Jin felt flustered. Xiaoqin, Zhou Xiaoqin cut him off. Don't deny it. Just listen to me. Let me give you some background on Qingtong's family. Her mother's side is the Jung family, the #1 family on the Yuesha city wealth rankings. Yang Jin murmured to himself. So it's the Jung family, no wonder. The Jung family was a household name in Yuesha city, with members in the military, politics, and business sectors. It was one of the city's most prominent old money families. Zhou Xiaoqin paused for a few seconds before continuing. That's not all. Her father's side ranks among the top 5 families in Jiangnan Bay City. Yang Jin's mind buzzed. He knew Zhao Qingtong came from a powerful background, but he hadn't realized it was this influential. Jiangnan Bay City was one of the 9 major base cities in Huaxia, with a population of nearly 200 million. To be in the top 5 there, her family must be incredibly prosperous. Compared to such a lineage, even Tang Jong, a so-called tycoon of Furong district, seemed insignificant. Zhou Xiaoqin went on. Some might think that growing up in such a wealthy family means Qingtong must have had a happy life, but that's far from the truth. In reality, she's like a daughter from an ancient aristocratic family. Her career, her relationships, her marriage, even her life, are not entirely her own to decide. That's why she keeps everyone at a distance. Even with you, maybe she has feelings for you now, but how long can those feelings last if you're apart for too long? A few years from now, when she graduates from college, her family will undoubtedly arrange a marriage with someone equally prominent. Do you think you'll still have a chance then? Zhou Ziakin's voice grew sharper. Yang Jin, tell me, are you afraid? Yang Jin suddenly snapped to attention and replied firmly. What's there to be afraid of? Qingtong is my friend, and that's something that will never change. Zhou Xiaoqin was delighted. Good. I didn't call to ask you to confess to her, that wouldn't be realistic. She's lived with her mother since she was young, and now that she's gone to her father's side, she's in an unfamiliar environment. It's only natural for her to feel lonely and lost. I just hope you'll keep in touch with her and give her encouragement when she needs it. Yang Jin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Xiaoqin, I understand. Thank you for telling me all this. Zhou Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Don't flatter yourself. I just want my cousin to be happy every day. Yang Jin was puzzled. Your cousin? Zhou Xiaoqin explained. Qingtong's mom is my aunt, so of course, she's my cousin. Yang Jin burst out laughing. Oh, so you're my cousin-in-law. Nice to meet you, cousin. Zhou Xiaoqin let out a light snort. Flatter yourself all you want. After chatting with Zhou Xiaoqin for a while, Yang Jin hung up the phone and began drafting a message. He revised it repeatedly, carefully choosing his words until he was satisfied, and then pressed send. Qingtong, take care on your journey. One day, I will come to Jiangnan to find you. After sending the message, his thoughts surged like a tide, leaving him restless and uneasy. On the plane, Zhao Qingtong saw Yang Jin's message. Her eyes sparkled, as if reflecting a glimmer of light. After a moment, she solemnly typed a few words. Ajin, I'll wait for you. That night, Yang Jin couldn't sleep. He kept holding his smartwatch, rereading Zhao Qingtong's reply. Those 5 simple words seemed to carry an inexplicable power, keeping the high school student tossing and turning, his mind in turmoil. On June 9th, the day after the college entrance exams, Yang Jin received a call from Zhang Tongwei. Over the phone, Zhang explained that, after a thorough investigation, they had identified the 4 suspects who had intercepted him previously and requested to meet him in person. The meeting was arranged at a cafe on Minnan Road. The private room at Shinrui Cafe was quiet and comfortable. Zhang Tongwei, dressed casually, appeared tall and slender, exuding an air of elegance. It was hard to associate him with the role of a crime-fighting officer. Would you like some sugar? He asked. Thank you. Yang Jin picked up his cup and took a small sip. The bitter taste spread across his tongue. Zhang Tongwei placed a stack of documents on the table and began explaining the progress of the investigation. The 4 suspects who had intercepted Yang Jin were all from the underground black market. The couple who had pretended to be lovers were Zheng Wenchao and Peng Zhen. The sniper was named Jin Rongfa, and the 4th person was Chen Hu. Behind them was a leader named Liu Shanpao, who had lost his left arm and replaced it with a metal prosthetic, earning him the nickname Iron Arm. Together, they were known as the 5 Tigers of Dongshan, notorious for earning high rewards through underground fighting, guarding venues, and carrying out revenge missions. Flipping through the documents, Yang Jin asked in confusion, Officer Zhang, these materials are very detailed. Why are you showing them to me? Zhang Tongwei smiled slightly. Yang, to be honest, I want to ask for your help with this case. Me? Help with the case? Yang Jin was visibly surprised. Zhang glanced around and lowered his voice. Currently, I've been assigned to the District Security Bureau to handle a special case. We're short on manpower, so we need to involve civilians in solving the case. Yang, you're a reserve martial artist, and your physical abilities and skills are impressive. That's why I thought of you. Yang Jin shook his head. Officer Zhang, I'm just a student. Getting involved in a case like this is too risky. Zhang Tongwei smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. If the mission succeeds, you'll earn a reward of 100,000 yuan. Officer Zhang, we've known each other for a while now. Talking about money feels a bit impersonal, Yang Jin said, taking a sip of coffee and pausing to think. But let's start at 150,000. Zhang Tongwei agreed without hesitation. Deal. Yang Jin was momentarily stunned by how quickly he agreed, wondering if he'd underestimated the value of his involvement. Zhang, however, remained composed, though he was secretly pleased. He pulled out a piece of paper from his bag. This is a confidentiality agreement. Once you sign it, I'll share the full details of the case with you. The agreement was straightforward, emphasizing that as an external member of the task force, Yang Jin was required to maintain strict confidentiality about the case. Any breaches would result in legal consequences from the Security Bureau. Without hesitation, Yang Jin signed his name. Zhang Tongwei retrieved the agreement and handed over another set of case files. The incident traces back to Liu Xiaopao, the leader of the Dongshan Five Tigers. 3 years ago, he passed the martial artist physical assessment and became a candidate for official martial artist status. However, overcome with arrogance, Liu Xiaopao caused trouble at a celebratory banquet while drunk, injuring several civilians severely. This led to a 2-year prison sentence, costing him the chance to complete the combat assessment. Upon his release, relying on his exceptional martial skills, he made a living in the black market and gathered a small gang, including Jin Rongfa and Shun Hu. A few days ago, Liu Xiaopao and his followers were drinking in Yusha City when an argument broke out, leaving someone with several broken bones. They quickly fled back to Furong District. Unfortunately for them, the injured party turned out to be the son of a high-ranking official in Yusha City. Enraged, the official personally ordered Furong District to handle the case swiftly and strictly. The Public Security Bureau assigned the case to a special task force, with Zhang Tongwei from the local precinct taking charge. Zhang Tongwei smiled wryly as he spoke to Yang Jin. Yang, I'm under a lot of pressure here. My resources are limited. Funding isn't the issue, but I lack capable people. He looked at Yang Jin earnestly and continued. I have no choice, brother. You have to help me. Yang Jin frowned and voiced his concern. The security in the slums is terrible, and the black market is a breeding ground for criminals. Why doesn't the government shut it down or strengthen law enforcement to wipe out those scumbags? Zhang Tongwei sighed. Brother, it's not as simple as you think. Take Yusha City, for example. It has a population of nearly 10 million, spread across 8 districts, each with over 1 million people. The slums alone house at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. The cost of completely overhauling these areas would be astronomical. Moreover, the black market has an extremely intricate network of connections. Catching a few small fish is one thing, but if we disturb the big players, I'll be out of a job tomorrow. Yang Jin spoke in a grave tone. Isn't there any way to change this? Zhang Tongwei reflected. Unless a highly skilled martial arts master in a powerful position takes decisive action to reform the system, there might be a chance. But such figures are often far removed from the common people, and the risks are enormous. Who would willingly stand up for the underprivileged? Yang Jin felt a heavy weight in his chest, but responded with resolve. Chief Zhang, I'll give my all for this mission. Not for anything else, but to rid the world of these scumbags. Less is one less. Zhang Tongwei beamed. Good man. From now on, just call me Brother Zhang. Calling me Chief Zhang feels too formal. Yang Jin chuckled. Brother Zhang, when are we moving? Timing is critical. Let's set out tonight. Zhang Tongwei handed him a bank card and said, Brother, here's a 100,000 advance. Go home and buy yourself a good weapon and some armor. I'll contact you this afternoon with further instructions. After Yang Jin left, Zhang Tongwei finished his coffee and sighed deeply. If the case went well, a promotion and raise could be on the horizon. If it didn't, he might lose his position entirely. The road ahead was treacherous and uncertain. When Yang Jin returned home, his heart remained heavy. He opened his computer and logged onto the Taobei website to shop. The site offered a wide range of items, from everyday essentials like oil, salt, and soy sauce, to specialized martial artist gear such as weapons, armor, and cell nutrient solutions. Yang Jin already owned a fine iron spear and planned to purchase some armor. Opening the armor section, he found hundreds of options. Prices range from over 10,000 blue star coins for the cheapest to hundreds of thousands for the most expensive, all rated as 1-star equipment. However, the price differences were significant. As a shopping platform accessible to everyone, Taobei strictly regulated the sale of martial artist equipment, allowing only 1-star items. Anything rated 2-star or higher was prohibited from being sold. Yang Jin carefully browsed through the options and eventually set his sights on a set of alloy soft thread armor. This set consisted of 3 pieces, a cap, a top, and pants. The cap was designed like a balaclava, the top resembled a long-sleeve t-shirt, and the pants were 3/4 length shorts. Priced at 80,000, this armor was considered mid-tier among 1-star equipment. Yang Jin opted for the gray color. After completing the purchase, he still had over 210,000 left in his account. Next, he decided to buy 2 short knives. Given that Yang Jin's mental power enabled him to manipulate 2 flying knives simultaneously for swift and lethal attacks, choosing the right knives was crucial. Soon, he selected a model called Tiger Fong Blade. Made entirely of titanium steel, each knife was priced at 10,000. The delivery service from Taobei was impressively fast, and within an hour, the delivery truck arrived at the entrance of his neighborhood. The courier looked visibly surprised when Yang Jin came to sign for the package, clearly not expecting someone from the slums to afford such expensive items. Once home, Yang Jin unwrapped the package to reveal a finely crafted equipment box. He pressed his fingerprint, and after successful verification, the box opened to reveal a set of gray clothing and 2 short knives. Putting on the alloy soft thread armor, he felt it was cool and form-fitting. The cap could be folded up to resemble a melon hat or pulled down to cover his head and neck, leaving only his eyes exposed, giving him the look of a masked figure often seen in action films. Swish! With just a thought, the 2 tiger fang blades floated into the air, darting around him. Moving at incredible speed, the blades left behind faint black trails, forming a dense web of shadows. With a sharp sound, one blade sliced through a poster on the wall, not from direct contact but from the force of the wind it generated, leaving a clean tear. The sharpness of the blades was evident. Retracting the blades, they stopped midair before vanishing into the hidden insect space within his body. Around 5 p.m., Yang Jin received a call from Zhang Tongwei, arranging to meet at a designated location at 7 p.m. for their operation. Zhang Tongwei also asked him to pick a code name to conceal his identity. After a moment of thought, Yang Jin replied, Erlang. After hanging up, he sent a text to his uncle and aunt, saying he was attending a graduation dinner with classmates and would be home late, then left the house. In Furong District, at a small alley off 5th Road, a modest house served as the temporary gathering point for Zhang Tongwei's special task force. Inside, 8 people were present. In addition to Zhang Tongwei, there were 7 men dressed in black tactical uniforms. Each of them wore a solemn expression, silently cleaning their firearms and military knives. Captain Jong, it's past 6. When are the 2 reinforcements you mentioned arriving? One of the operatives asked. Yeah, I heard one of them is an 18-year-old high schooler. Are they reliable? This mission is bound to involve bloodshed. Bringing along outsiders might just scare them off, another added, echoing the group's concerns. Zhang Tongwei's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. As the operational leader of the task force, he was in charge of the mission, but the team members, drawn from elite security forces across the district, had not worked with him long enough to fully trust his judgment. At that moment, 3 knocks sounded on the door. One of the operatives leapt to his feet and asked, Who's there? A voice from outside replied, Looking for a fishing buddy. Going night fishing tonight. It was their agreed-upon code. The door opened, and a stocky man stepped inside. Brother, you're finally here, Zhang Tongwei said with relief, then turned to the others. Everyone, let me introduce you to our first reinforcement, codenamed Chung Long, a candidate warrior. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the 7 operatives. The vitality levels of the 7 special ops members were all around 1.8, still short of the 2.0 mark required to pass the martial artist physical fitness test. Despite this, their proficiency with firearms and combat skills were no less impressive than those of martial artist candidates. The 7 exchanged glances with Chung Long, nodding slightly in mutual acknowledgement. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, there was another knock at the door. After confirming the passcode, the door opened, and Yang Jin walked in with a gun case slung over his back. Seeing the room full of people, he scratched his head apologetically and said, Sorry, the bus was held up in traffic. Thanks for waiting. One of the special ops members shot Yang Jin a displeased look, thinking to himself that taking the bus to such an important mission was downright disrespectful. Yang Jin's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Zhang Tongwei, who returned an apologetic look and patted his shoulder before introducing him. Everyone, this young man here is codenamed Erlang, a martial artist candidate. The 7 special ops members showed expressions of disbelief, especially the one who had been unhappy with Yang Jin earlier. His gaze now wavered uneasily. An 18-year-old martial artist candidate was not someone to be underestimated. Through Zhang Tongwei's introduction, the 7 special ops members were assigned code names, from 1 to 7. Zhang Tongwei continued, You're all part of a team now and must trust one another. I don't want to hear any discord. With that, he moved on to the mission briefing. Now that everyone is here, let's assign tasks. According to reliable intel, the Dongshan 5 Tigers will be dining at the Howdy Club tonight. After dinner, they are likely to split up for entertainment. That will be our chance to move in for the capture. Numbers 1 and 2 will each drive a vehicle to provide support around the club's perimeter. Numbers 3 and 4 will enter the club as mobile units, ready to assist as needed. The leader of the Dongshan 5 Tigers, Liu Shampao, has been a martial artist candidate for 3 years and is quite formidable. He'll team up with number 5 to handle him. Chun, who will be assigned to number 6, and Peng Jun to number 7. Number 7, the same member who had been critical of Yang Jin earlier, muttered discontentedly. Captain Jong, why assign me to deal with a woman? That's such a waste of my skills. Zhang Tongwei paused, his tone growing heavier. Number 7, this woman has made a name for herself among the Dongshan 5 Tigers. She's no ordinary opponent. From what I know, she has at least 2 lives on her hands. If you think you can't handle it, I can reassign her to someone else, Zhang Tongwei added. Number 7 replied coldly. No, he'll take care of her. Zhang Tongwei resumed the assignments. Zheng Wenchao will be handled by Cheng Long, and Jin Rongfa by Erlang. Looking at Yang Jin, he warned, Erlang, Jin Rongfa is a sniper with weak close combat abilities, but he'll definitely be carrying a handgun. Be careful. Understood. Yang Jin nodded in acknowledgement. With the assignments complete, everyone sat in silence. Zhang Tongwei occasionally checked his electronic wristband, his face showing signs of urgency. At around 8 p.m., Zhang Tongwei received a message and immediately perked up. The Dongshan 5 Tigers have finished their meal and are all staying at the Howdy Club for entertainment. Let's move out. The group responded in unison. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, 2 off-road vehicles arrived at the perimeter of the Howdy Club. Located in a slum area, the club offered a full range of dining and entertainment options, including certain illicit activities that attracted many thrill-seeking men. At the club's entrance, 2 burly men with fierce expressions stood guard, scanning the crowd as people came and went. Yang Jin stepped out of the vehicle on the street. Over his alloy-threaded armor, he wore a loose sports jacket, and because the gun case was too conspicuous, he left it behind. One of the guards at the door lingered his gaze on Yang Jin for a moment, but, seeing his youthful and harmless appearance, quickly lost interest. Zhang, I'm inside the club, Yang Jin reported softly. Erlang, locate the targets first and wait for the signal to act, Zhang Tongwei responded. Yang Jin's target was Jin Rongfa, one of the 5 Tigers of Dongshan. According to the intel, Jin Rongfa was known for his greed and had a habit of relaxing in the seafood area after meals. The seafood area was located on the 2nd floor of the club, with a large public dance floor surrounding it. Multicolored lights intertwined like a dazzling web, while the rhythmic music pulsed through the air. Men and women swayed passionately on the dance floor. Yang Jin squeezed through the crowded throng, heading toward a dimly lit section. On either side of the hallway were small private rooms. Yang Jin spread his telekinetic senses, scanning the surroundings, and was immediately taken aback. He was just a high school student. Out of curiosity, he had secretly watched some videos online before, but he had never encountered such explicit scenes in real life. Having never even dated a girlfriend, he couldn't help but feel his face flush. To carry out his mission, he forced himself to stay focused, quickening his steps. His telekinetic senses swept through the rooms, scanning the sweat-drenched individuals, until he finally located Jin Rongfa. Brother Zhang, I found the target. Awaiting instructions, Yang Jin reported quietly. Erlang, some team members are not in position yet. Wait a moment. Stay hidden and don't alert the target. Brother Zhang's voice came through the earpiece. Leaning casually against the wall outside the private room, Yang Jin observed the intense activities inside. About 5 minutes later, Jin Rongfa lit a cigarette and reclined lazily on the bed. Take your time and relax, Jin. The woman with him said with a soft, teasing laugh. Go on. Jin Rongfa replied casually, tossing an envelope toward her. The woman caught it, her face lighting up with a playful smile as she exited the room. Noticing Yang Jin standing outside, she gave him a flirty look and said, Handsome, isn't it boring just standing here? Why not come with me and have some real fun? Yang Jin remained expressionless and replied flatly, Go clean yourself up first. TCH. The woman scoffed, rolling her eyes before strutting away. Pulling his cap lower to obscure his face, Yang Jin swiftly slipped into the room. The lighting inside was dim and smoky. Jin Rongfa exhaled a ring of smoke and looked up, startled to see someone standing before him. He instinctively reached for the handgun under his pillow, but before he could react, a flash of black light streaked through the room. A tiger fang blade pierced through Jin Rongfa's wrist, pinning it to the bed. The searing pain shot through his body, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, a foul-smelling rag was shoved into it, silencing him. Jin Rongfa's eyes widened in terror as muffled sounds of pleading escaped his throat. He'll ask, you answer. Satisfy me, and I might spare your life, Yang Jin said coldly, tossing another tiger fang blade into the air with a calm demeanor. Jin Rongfa nodded frantically, signaling his willingness to cooperate. How much money do you have in your accounts? Yang Jin asked. Jin Rongfa, unable to use his right hand, raised his left and held up 3 fingers. 300,000. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. Jin Rongfa nodded again. Good. Transfer it to this card, Yang Jin demanded, pulling a card from his pocket. The card had been created using the identity of Daoba, a man Yang Jin had killed earlier. With modern technology, opening a bank account online was simple. Using Daoba's decapitated head, Yang Jin had manipulated its eyes and mouth with his telekinetic powers to pass the video verification process and successfully create a new account. This card allowed him to handle illicit transactions without fear of official investigations. Jin Rongfa, too terrified to resist, completed the transfer. The 30,000 yuan was now in Yang Jin's possession. Just then, Yang Jin's electronic wristband buzzed with a message. All units, the big fish are on the hook. Proceed with the takedown. Yang Jin glanced at Jin Rongfa, then removed his cap, revealing a grim smile with teeth as white as bone. Sniper, do you recognize me? He asked, his voice icy. Jin Rongfa's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, his face shrouded in despair and fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. I had once told him that if he could satisfy me, I would spare his life. But Yang Jin's cold and emotionless gaze betrayed no mercy as he softly said, I'm not satisfied with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tiger fang blade plunged into Jin Rongfa's temple, twisted, and turned his brain into a pulp. Jin Rongfa didn't even have time to utter a sound before his life was snuffed out. The two tiger fang blades hovered in the air, quivering slightly as the blood on their surfaces dripped off, then disappeared back into the divine insect space within Yang Jin's body. He sent a message. Brother Zhang, the goldfish struggled and almost slipped off the hook, but I accidentally killed it. There was no response from the other side. Suddenly, a sharp, chaotic noise erupted in the hall. Damn it, Brother Zhang and his team had been discovered. Yang Jin couldn't be bothered to look at Jin Rongfa's corpse any longer and quickly dashed out. The dance floor was already in chaos. In the dim lighting, people were colliding like headless flies, shoving and pushing each other. A few had fallen to the ground, their screams echoing in the pandemonium. Nobody move. Get down. Yang Jin's voice thundered like a spring storm, sending visible ripples through the air. The crowd froze, shocked by the power of his voice, and hurriedly crouched down with their hands over their heads. Just as a stampede seemed imminent, Yang Jin let out another loud roar, and the crisis was averted. All team members, Lu Shanpao's strength has exceeded expectations. He has broken free from the hook. If anyone has completed their task, provide immediate support, came Zhang Tongwei's urgent voice through the electronic wristband. On the first floor hall, 3 men were locked in a fierce battle. On one side were Zhang Tongwei and a special ops soldier codenamed Number 5. On the other was a burly man wielding a steel arm. Captain Jong, I'm here to help. Number 7, another special ops soldier, arrived at the scene, brandishing a military knife as he leaped toward the steel-armed man, Lu Shanpao. Lu Shanpao's left arm was forged from high-strength alloy, a wearable prosthetic fixed to his shoulder. The arm was hollowed out to reduce its weight without compromising functionality. As Number 7 lunged, Lu Shanpao raised his arm to block. The military knife struck true, lodging itself in the hollow gaps of the steel arm. Number 7 tried to pull the knife free, but it was stuck fast, caught between the alloy bones. Is that the best you've got? Lu Shanpao sneered, lifting his right foot and kicking Number 7 square in the stomach, sending him flying. Then, with a sweeping motion of his arm, Lu Shanpao smashed through the glass door and, with a powerful step, bolted out of the hall. When Yang Jin caught up outside the club, Zhang Tongwei was already giving orders. Car 1, follow me and chase Lu Shanpao. The rest of you, escort the captured suspects back to base. Number 7 clutched his stomach, his face filled with frustration. Captain Jong, let me go with you. Being kicked away by Lu Shanpao was a humiliation he couldn't swallow. All he could think about was personally capturing Lu Shanpao to redeem himself. Zhang Tongwei's patience were thin. You're not coming. If you had dealt with the female suspect immediately instead of letting her send out a message, how would Lu Shanpao have been alerted? Number 7's face turned red with shame, and he stood there, speechless. Number 5, Qinglong, you're with me, Zhang Tongwei called, then turned to Yang Jin. Erling, you're coming too. The driver of the off-road vehicle stomped on the gas, and the car shot forward at high speed. Inside the car, Yang Jin asked, Brother Zhang, what's the current status? Chun Hu and Zheng Wenxiao successfully captured their targets. There was a minor hiccup with the female suspect, but she was ultimately apprehended as well, Zhang Tongwei replied, glancing at Yang Jin. But you accidentally killing Jin Rongfa? Yang Jin chuckled awkwardly. Jin Rongfa's death had been no accident, but of course, he wasn't going to admit that. Zhang Tongwei said, among the 5 tigers of Dongshan, Lu Shanpao escaped with the car, but the other 4 have been captured. He turned to the driver and asked, Number 1, have we locked onto Lu Shanpao? The driver replied, the command center has located Lu Shanpao's car. It's 5 kilometers away from us. Zhang Tongwei gritted his teeth and said, good. Pursue him relentlessly. This man is extremely strong. If he escapes this time, it will be very difficult to catch him again. Yang Jin asked curiously, Brother Zhang, is Lu Shanpao really that strong? Zhang Tongwei gave a bitter smile and said, very strong. Even when Number 5 and I teamed up, he still managed to escape. I estimate his vitality level to be at least 2.3. Number 5, a special forces operative, turned pale as he recalled the fight with Lu Shanpao in the clubhouse. He still felt uneasy and muttered, if it weren't for Captain Zhang's warning, my head would have been smashed in with a single punch. At that moment, the driver reported, Captain Zhang, the tracker shows Lu Shanpao has stopped his car. Everyone was surprised. Zhang Tongwei leaned closer to the car's monitor and saw that Lu Shanpao had stopped at a garbage transfer station. This station, covering tens of thousands of square meters, was a temporary storage site for waste from the surrounding area. Household trash was piled there and transported in bulk every quarter to be dumped in the wilderness. A few minutes later, they spotted a small car parked by the roadside ahead. A large hole was torn in the wire mesh fence nearby. The driver stayed in the car on standby while Zhang Tongwei issued orders. Number 5, Cheng Long. Erlang. Let's get out, bring your weapons, and search for Lu Xiaopao. The four disembarked, splitting into two groups. Zhang Tongwei paired with Number 5, while Cheng Long teamed up with Yang Jin. Under the dim night sky, the trash piles loomed like small hills, emitting a mix of rotting and moldy odors that assaulted their senses with every gust of wind, causing them to wrinkle their noses involuntarily. From time to time, faint rustling noises came from the trash heaps, likely from stray cats or rats scavenging for food. Cheng Long, holding a long blade, glanced at the gun case on Yang Jin's back and said, Erlang, they say the longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. Those who can handle a spear are usually experts. Yang Jin chuckled and replied, Brother Cheng Long, you're joking. I've only been practicing with a spear for less than a month. My skills are all in the moves, but I haven't had any real combat experience yet. Although Yang Jin had a solid foundation in spear techniques, he lacked practical battle experience. Boom. As they spoke, a nearby trash mound suddenly exploded, and a metallic arm lunged toward Cheng Long. Reacting swiftly, Cheng Long swung his blade in a reverse diagonal slash. With a sharp clang, sparks flew as his blade collided with the metal arm. The impact sent a violent shock through Cheng Long's arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. His palm stung painfully, the skin at the base of his thumb already torn. This guy is incredibly strong. Cheng Long was shocked and prepared to counterattack, but before he could, a shadow flashed before him. Lu Xiaopao had been hiding in the trash heap, waiting for the right moment to ambush. Taking advantage of the initial strike, he charged forward like a raging bull, slamming into Cheng Long and sending him flying. Lu Xiaopao immediately followed up with a powerful step forward, his iron fist drawn back and ready to strike like a cannonball aimed at Cheng Long's chest. Such a punch would not only crush flesh and bone, but could also shatter a millstone into dust. Suspended in midair, Cheng Long had no way to counter. As the iron fist hurtled toward him, he had only one thought. It's over. My life ends here. Just as the massive fist was about to strike, a long spear shot out from the side, its tip trembling as it intercepted the iron fist. A crisp metallic clang echoed as Lu Xiaopao's body momentarily froze. He sidestepped and turned to look at the young man, standing not far away. Inwardly, he thought, I didn't expect someone so young to possess such skill. Lu Xiaopao was having an exceptionally unlucky night, his frustration beyond words. Though he hadn't participated in the martial artist combat assessment, his vitality had already reached 2.5, far surpassing that of an average martial artist. Yet, despite his strength, he had been reduced to a desperate fugitive, fleeing from a group of security officers with vitality levels under 2. His 4 subordinates were either dead or captured, fueling his rage even further. Seeing no hope of escaping by car, he decided to stop and hide in a junkyard, intending to ambush and eliminate his pursuers one by one. Just as he was about to strike, he encountered a young man no weaker than himself. Erlang, this guy is strong, careful, muttered Cheng Long, who lay on the ground severely injured and unable to move. Lu Xiaopao frowned, realizing he couldn't take down this opponent quickly. With a cold glare, he growled, Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yang Jin's gaze was icy as he thrust his spear forward, aiming directly for Lu Xiaopao's throat. Lu Xiaopao, it's you who's going to die. Lu Xiaopao raised his left arm to block, while his right hand drew an iron whip to strike at the incoming spear. Yang Jin's spear deflected downward, and he swiftly targeted Lu Xiaopao's right wrist. Lu Xiaopao's expression shifted slightly, sensing the ferocity of the attack. He realized that if his whip missed its mark, his wrist would be pierced. Adjusting quickly, he swung his iron whip downward to intercept the spear's tip. Yang Jin abruptly withdrew his spear before launching it forward again like a striking serpent, piercing Lu Xiaopao's left arm. A metallic clang echoed. Lu Xiaopao sneered, My left arm is made of alloy. What can your spear possibly do? However, the spear tip shifted downward, striking multiple precise spots on the metal arm. It was then that Lu Xiaopao realized something was wrong. The spear was targeting the joints connecting his metal arm to his torso. Clang. Before Lu Xiaopao's horrified eyes, the connection at his left shoulder began to crack, and the metallic arm detached, falling to the ground and exposing a bare stump. My arm, he stammered, staring at Yang Jin with bloodshot eyes, overwhelmed by fear and disbelief. Impossible. How did you know the connection points of my arm? The metallic arm had been custom-made at great expense, with its joints designed to be highly intricate. No one but himself should have known about its vulnerabilities. Shoddy craftsmanship. It wasn't hard to figure out, Yang Jin replied coldly. In truth, he had used his psychic perception to pinpoint the weak spots and exploit them precisely. You. Lu Xiaopao gritted his teeth, humiliation and fury erupting like a volcano. Kid, I'll fight you to the death. He launched himself forward like a leaping frog. Bang! Yang Jin swung his spear, striking Lu Shanpao's head with the flat side. The blow, infused with psychic energy, sent Lu Shanpao sprawling to the ground. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His head tilted to the side, and he died with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Yang Jin had struck with full force, killing him outright. Someone like Lu Shanpaoscom of the Earth would likely escape the death penalty if left alive. Who could guarantee he wouldn't seek revenge if released? A dead enemy, Yang Jin knew, was the best kind of enemy. After finishing Lu Shanpao, Yang Jin turned to Cheng Long. Brother Long, are you all right? Cheng Long stared wide-eyed at the young man standing before him, spear in hand, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. His cold, commanding demeanor made him seem like a deity descended to earth. Erlanga, you're incredible. Cheng Long stammered, adding G to the end of Erlang's name with a mix of admiration and respect. Chenglong, Erlang. Zhang Tongwei's shout echoed in the air as he and number 5 quickly rushed over. The two froze in shock at the scene before them. Zhang Tongwei hurriedly helped Chenglong up and asked with concern, Chenglong, how bad are your injuries? Number 5 crouched down, checked Lu Shanpao's breath, and said gravely, Captain, he's dead. Zhang Tongwei's throat tightened slightly as he turned his gaze to Yang Jin and questioned, Erlang, did you kill Shanpao? Scratching the back of his head, Yang Jin replied apologetically, Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry. I went too hard and couldn't control my strength. In a life-or-death fight, there's no time to worry about the opponent's survival. Zhang Tongwei consoled him. Erlang, you took down the main perpetrator. This is a great achievement. I'll make sure you get credit for it. Yang Jin waved his hand. Brother Zhang, I'm just an ordinary civilian. It's not that big of a deal. I'd prefer the reward to be in cash. As for Lu Shanpao, it was a joint effort between all of us. Hearing Yang Jin's words, Zhang Tongwei and number 5 exchanged a glance, a flash of excitement in their eyes. By rights, if Yang Jin had killed Lu Shanpao single-handedly, he could claim full credit without issue. But since he didn't care about the recognition, Zhang Tongwei and number 5 could report it as a collective achievement. This way, their contributions would be acknowledged as well, increasing their chances of promotions and raises. Overjoyed, Zhang Tongwei and number 5 stopped insisting. Chenglong, limping slightly, walked up to Yang Jin and said respectfully, Brother Erlang, I won't say much to thank you. Just know that if you ever need anything, I'm at your service. Brother Erlang? Zhang Tongwei was startled by Chenglong's way of addressing Yang Jin. When Yang Jin returned to Jinxiu Huayuan, it was already midnight. His uncle, aunt, and third sister were long asleep. He quietly washed up and sat on his bed, replaying the day's battle in his mind. Reviewing, summarizing, and reflecting had become a habit of his. Thinking of Lu Shanpao, Yang Jin couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Such a formidable opponent, taken down in an instant by his own gunfire. Reflecting on himself, he realized that walking the path of a martial artist meant every step was fraught with danger, where a single misstep could lead to death or ruin. Resolving to grow stronger, he vowed to better protect his family. After a long while, Yang Jin let out a deep sigh. The following afternoon, while Yang Jin was home alone, Zhang Tongwei called. Over the phone, Zhang Tongwei sounded ecstatic as he informed Yang Jin that due to the successful resolution of the Lu Shanpao case, senior officials were very pleased and had personally issued commendations. All members of the task force, including Yang Jin and Chenglong, were awarded a 1-star merit citation. Zhang Tongwei, as the team leader, received a 2-star merit citation. Additionally, each member was granted a cash reward ranging from 50,000 to 300,000 yuan. Yang Jin asked, Brother Zhang, what can I do with a 1-star merit? And how much of the reward will I get? Zhang Tongwei explained, Brother, a 1-star merit will be recorded in your personal file. It can grant you certain benefits in employment, healthcare, your children's education, public transportation, and more. As for your reward, it's 250,000 yuan. After deducting the 100,000 yuan advance, I'll transfer the remaining 150,000 to you. Zhang Tongwei paused before continuing. To show our gratitude for your help, number 5 and I discussed it and decided to give you our combined reward of 400,000 yuan. Yang Jin was puzzled. Brother Zhang, why would you do that? Zhang Tongwei laughed heartily. Brother, to be honest, because of our outstanding performance during this mission, both number 5 and I got promoted. This morning, the personnel meeting just concluded and the announcement was published online. Zhang Tongwei's voice was filled with barely concealed joy and excitement as he said, Brother, you and number 5 are my lucky stars. That bonus should go to you. While on the phone, Yang Jin logged into the official website of the Furong District Public Security Bureau and indeed saw the announcement. Zhang Tongwei, male, 38 years old, currently the director of the Huilong Subdistrict Public Security Office in Furong District, is proposed to be appointed as the Deputy Director of the Furong District Public Security Bureau. Chen Du, male, 30 years old, currently the Deputy Director of the Pinggan Subdistrict Public Security Office in Furong District, is proposed to be appointed as the Director of the Huilong Subdistrict Public Security Office. Congratulations, Brother Zhang, Yang Jin said. I appreciate the thought, but there's no way I can accept the bonus that belongs to you and Brother Chen. Zhang Tongwei was silent for a few seconds before replying slowly, all right then. In the future, if there's anything you need, reach out to Chen Du for matters related to the subdistrict and to me for anything at the district level. Yang Jin chuckled, thanks, Brother Zhang. No need to stand on ceremony between us brothers. He then mentioned, by the way, there's something else. Chenglong asked me about Yoho wants to thank you in person. Zhang Tongwei explained. His full name is Guo Chenglong. He runs a small business in the black market and used to compete with Liu Shanpao. Now that Liu Shanpao has fallen, Guo has managed to expand his business significantly. Hearing this, Yang Jin immediately understood that Guo Chenglong must have taken advantage of Liu Shanpao's downfall to seize his territory. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jin nodded. Brother Zhang, you can tell him who I am, but there's no need for him to thank me in person. Known for his integrity and upright character, Yang Jin preferred to avoid unnecessary interactions with people involved in the black market. Understood, Zhang Tongwei replied. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Shortly after, Yang Jin received a message on his smartwatch. 150,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, bringing his balance to 640,000 yuan. He thought to himself that he needed to save up $1 million as soon as possible to make a down payment on a big house in the city, a comfortable home for his family, and a better environment for his younger sister to grow up in. The next morning, Yang Jin received phone calls from both Chen Du and Guo Chenglong. Chen Du, newly appointed to his position, made his first order of business to visit Yang Jin and gather suggestions from local residents regarding the public security office's work. Yang Jin proposed increasing patrols along the route from Jinxiu Garden to the number 1 middle and high schools in Furong District. Chen Du responded earnestly. Ensuring the healthy growth of young people is a responsibility the public security office will never shy away from. That afternoon, at Guo Chenglong's invitation, Yang Jin met him at a tea house. Guo expressed his gratitude once again and presented a gift-a-locked briefcase. After some polite refusal, Yang Jin ultimately accepted it, putting Guo's mind at ease. As they parted, Guo patted his chest and said, Brother Yang, I may be in the black market, but if you ever need help with something that's tricky to handle, just let me know. Back home, Yang Jin opened the briefcase to find 300,000 yuan in cash, leaving him just a few thousand short of the down payment he needed for a house. Before long, June 12th arrived, and Yang Jin received a message from the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy regarding the upcoming martial artist combat assessment. Scheduled for the 15th, the biannual assessment was co-hosted by the Yusha city government, military, police, and 3 major martial arts academies. All eligible candidates in the district could voluntarily register. After reading the message, Yang Jin immediately submitted his name and ID number to sign up. Shortly after, Zhang Tongwei called to inform him that he had passed the physical fitness test and would also be participating in the combat assessment. Well, Deputy Director, with your busy schedule and heavy workload, you still have time for the combat assessment? Yang Jin teased. Zhang Tongwei laughed and replied, Brother, as a Deputy Director, I'm currently seated at the very end of the table during meetings. But if I earn the title of martial artist, my seat will definitely move up to the top 3. Yang Jin chuckled. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Brother Zhang, on moving a few seats closer to the front. Zhang Tongwei burst into laughter. Brother, they'll take your good wishes to heart. On June 15th, Yusha City welcomed the mid-year martial artist practical assessment day. Early in the morning, Yang Jin's uncle and aunt got up to prepare a hearty breakfast for him. After the meal, the family accompanied Yang Jin to the entrance of their residential area. Jin, stay safe, his uncle reminded him. If you encounter danger, don't be reckless. If it gets too risky, just give up. Concern was evident in the eyes of Yang Tianhai, his wife, and Yang Hui. The injury rate during the martial artist assessments was notoriously high, and even though they didn't want to admit it, they couldn't help but worry. Uncle, aunt, third sister, wait for my good news, Yang Jin said as he waved goodbye and got into Guo Chenglong's car. Guo Chenglong, another candidate for the assessment, had reached out to Yang Jin to carpool to the venue. After more than half an hour, the car arrived at Yusha's East Gate. As a satellite city of Hanyang Bay City, Yusha was both independent and bustling. Surrounding the city was a massive 50-meter-high wall, with sturdy watchtowers positioned every 300 meters. Each tower was equipped with cannons and heavy machine guns. Yang Jin gazed at the steel walls and artillery towers, deeply awed. Humanity's survival amidst the rampage of beasts was thanks to these impregnable fortresses and formidable defenses. They say those cannons can kill Tier 3 beasts. Compared to us martial artists, they're really not much, Yang Jin muttered to himself. Guo Chenglong chuckled. Brother Yang, don't sell yourself short. Once you advance to martial sovereign, You'll be able to soar through the skies and vanish in an instant. Those cannons won't even touch you. Inwardly, he thought to himself, with the two divine artifacts he possessed, he was destined to reach martial sovereign, maybe even martial saint. Just then, Yang Jin's electronic wristband vibrated gently. It was a message from Zhao Qingtong. Ah Jin, good luck. I believe you'll pass the martial artist assessment. She had added a smiling emoji at the end. Yang Jin's lips curled into a warm smile. The assembly point for the assessment was to the left of the east gate, where a designated area had been marked for candidate check-ins. Following the staff's instructions, Yang Jin and Guo Chenglong completed their registration and each received a badge. Yang Jin was number 73, while Guo Chenglong was number 74. Brother Yang, Chenglong. A familiar voice called out. It was Zhang Tongwei, who approached them with a wave. Brother Zhang, what's your number? Yang Jin asked. I came early, so I'm number 32, Zhang Tongwei replied. As the three chatted casually, Yang Jin noticed an old acquaintance, Tang Jong. After more than half a month, Tang Jong had visibly slimmed down, appearing more agile and sharp. Tang Jong noticed Yang Jin as well, a provocative glint flashing in his eyes. Tang Fatty, I didn't finish you off the first time. Looks like you'll have to try again, Yang Jin thought to himself, his expression unreadable as he started planning how to deal with Tang Jong. Just then, a broadcast announcement echoed. Attention, all registered candidates, please gather in front of the platform. A large platform had been constructed beneath the city wall, and the crowd quickly lined up in front of it. Yang Jin scanned the group and estimated there were about 90 participants, most of whom were men, with only a small number of women. On the platform, 6 examiners stood in a row. The host introduced them one by one. They represented the government, the military, the Department of Public Security, and the 3 major martial academies. Yang Jin's gaze fell on the visitors from the Xinhua Martial Academy. Among them was Wu Zhengsong, an elderly man with graying hair, who served as the deputy head of the Xinhua Martial Hall in Yusha City. Candidates, please welcome the leader of this examination team, Zhang Peng, deputy director of the Yusha City Martial Affairs Department, announced the host. Zhang Peng, around 40 years old, was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of confidence and charisma. He delivered a speech emphasizing the dangers posed by rampant beasts, the hardships humanity faced, and the hope that the aspiring warriors would rise to the challenge and contribute to the great cause of human survival and progress. After Zhang Peng's speech, the host began explaining the rules for the practical assessment. This assessment would take place in Gaoxing Town, located 50 miles east of Yusha City. The organizers had cleared the area in advance, but over 300 first-tier low-level beasts still roamed the town. The 97 candidates were tasked with infiltrating the town from its outskirts and individually killing 2 first-tier low-level beasts within 3 hours to pass the test. The use of firearms was strictly prohibited. Only cold weapons and armor of no higher than 1-star grade were allowed. Once the briefing ended, the host introduced the electronic wristbands that would be distributed to the candidates. These wristbands had 3 primary functions. First, they tracked the wearer's location and monitored their vital signs, enabling drones to provide timely rescue in case of severe injury. Second, they recorded the number of beasts killed. Candidates could activate the scan function to log visual evidence of their kills. Third, they featured an energy shield that could be activated in life-threatening situations, lasting for 5 minutes. The host paused briefly and emphasized, activating the energy shield will immediately end your individual assessment. The candidates were then called up one by one to collect their wristbands. After everyone received their wristbands, the 97 aspiring warriors boarded 5 transport vehicles, escorted by armored cars, and set off through the east gate in a grand procession. Yang Jin sat near a window, gazing out at the wilderness, a place he had heard about countless times, but was now seeing for the first time. What greeted him was a desolate landscape of ruins. The transport vehicles rumbled along a crumbling highway, flanked by debris and overgrown weeds. Abandoned cars, their bodies thick with dust and rust, dotted the roadside. The wind swept through, stirring up brownish-yellow dust that stung the nostrils and left an uncomfortable, burning sensation. For most of the passengers, this was their first time participating in a practical assessment. They leaned against the windows, staring in silence at the boundless wilderness beyond. Inside the vehicle, a man in his 30s stood in the aisle and spoke in a commanding voice. Everyone, I'm your lead instructor for this vehicle, Zhou Chang. I want to share a sobering statistic with you. 70% of Blue Planet's surface is ocean, almost entirely dominated by beasts. Of the remaining 30 landmass, the 6 major human nations, 43 base cities, and 221 satellite towns occupy an extremely limited portion. In reality, the land we humans control in what we call our home planet amounts to less than 1. His words sent a shockwave through the group. Many of you have lived your entire lives in settlements and have no idea how brutal the war outside truly is. Humanity is facing an unprecedented extinction crisis. Our survival through countless perils has relied on the most formidable martial artists. You are about to take your first step toward becoming one of those great warriors. I hope each of you completes this assessment successfully and returns victorious. Zhou Chang paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Do you have the confidence? Yes, the candidates shouted in unison, their spirits ignited with determination. Over half an hour later, the convoy arrived at Kaohsiung Town. Kaohsiung Town was once a renowned industrial development zone in Ipushed City, spanning over 20 square kilometers. However, the town now lay in ruins, filled with desolation and decay. The 5 transport vehicles spread out around the perimeter of the town, dropping off one candidate every 100 meters or so. On the 4th vehicle, the lead instructor, Zhou Chang, held an electronic roster and called out clearly, "Number 61, Zheng Yuyun." "Here," responded a short-haired young man clad in soft-scaled armor, with a long blade and shield strapped across his back. Zhou Chang continued, "Remember, the assessment lasts 3 hours, starting from the time you disembark. Killing 2 first-tier primary-level beasts will be considered a completed task. Afterward, you may return to the convoy or continue hunting. Good luck." With that, he opened the vehicle door and signaled the candidates to disembark. "Everyone, I'll head out first," Zheng Yuyun said, turning to bid farewell before leaping off the vehicle. The transport vehicle moved another 100 meters forward, and Zhou Chang continued calling names. Number 62, Lu Jiejun. Number 73, Yang Jin. As the youngest candidate on the 4th vehicle, Yang Jin caught Zhou Chang's attention for a moment as his name was called. Guo Chenglong waved and cheered. "Good luck, brother Yang." Yang Jin adjusted the alloy-threaded armor he wore, secured the gun case on his back, and jumped down. His boots crunched on the gravel as he landed, his nostrils flaring slightly. The air was thick with heat and dryness. He glanced at the electronic wristband on his left arm, which displayed a 3-hour countdown timer and a line tracking the number of beasts killed at it currently read 0. "Here we go, wilderness," Yang Jin muttered as he leapt into the alley ahead. The alley was flanked by weathered old walls, many of which had collapsed over time. With a powerful push off the ground, Yang Jin vaulted onto a ledge over 3 meters high. Ascending the precarious staircase in a few quick strides, he reached the rooftop. From there, he could clearly survey the layout of Kaohsiung Town. Most of the town consisted of abandoned factories, with short buildings and narrow alleys. Occasionally, figures darted through the passages below other candidates taking part in the assessment. Yang Jin quickly spotted Guo Chenglong crouched in an alley about 100 meters to the left, carefully avoiding a few passing beasts. On the road ahead, 4 mastiff beasts marched with an imposing air, heads held high. Beasts were ranked into 5 tiers based on their strength. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier 5, corresponding to human warrior, martial artist, martial master, martial lord, and martial saint levels. Each tier was further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Mastiff beasts, a type of mutated canine creature, were named for their massive size and ferocious temperament, resembling Tibetan mastiffs. Yang Jin crouched low, carefully observing the 4 mastiff beasts pacing along the road. Each was about 1.6 meters long, likely first-tier primary-level beasts, equivalent to beginner warriors. Killing one alone wouldn't be difficult for Yang Jin, but with 4 traveling together, his chances of success were slim without using his psychic powers. This was precisely the purpose of the official practical assessment. It wasn't about brute force, but about employing strategy to divide and conquer the beasts one by one. Forget it, taking on all 4 is too risky. Better to find one that's isolated, Yang Jin thought. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. Looking up, he spotted a drone flying over 100 meters above him. It was one of the drones deployed by the assessment team, equipped with cameras and miniature laser guns. When the 4 Tibetan mastiffs disappeared around the corner, Yang Jin descended the stairs and quickly slipped into another alley. At the east gate of Ipushed City, inside the command center for the martial combat assessment, a large electronic screen was displaying real-time footage of Kaohsiung Town transmitted by drones. In front of the screen, 6 members of the assessment team were fully focused. Zhang Peng, the deputy director of the Martial Affairs Department, sat in the center, his eyes fixed on the screen. "Everyone, out of the 97 candidates, how many do you estimate will pass the assessment?" Zhang Peng asked. Yao Jiwen, the deputy director of the Public Security Department, sitting to his left, responded, "Based on previous rates, about 70 will pass, and 30 will fail. This time, we should see around 70 candidates succeed." Zhang Peng nodded and instructed, "Deploy more drones. If any danger is detected, provide immediate assistance to minimize injuries and casualties." The candidates taking the assessment were all elite individuals, carefully selected from thousands. Even minor injuries were undesirable, but a disability or death would be a significant loss. To Zhang Peng's right, a middle-aged man in military uniform, Colonel Zhong Cheng, deputy commander of the Ipushed City Defense Corps, stared at the empty leaderboard on the screen and asked, "Director Zhang, who do you think will take first place in this assessment?" Zhang Peng paused briefly before replying. "The Zheng family has sent a younger member to participate. I suspect he can kill at least 5 beasts, making him a strong contender for the top spot. Are you referring to Zhang Yingjie? Yao Jiwen interjected. I know of him. He's 19 years old, and reportedly has a vitality level of 2.5. Securing first place shouldn't be difficult for him. Thomas, the vice director of the Sacred Light Martial Arts Academy, shook his golden hair like a lion on the savannah and remarked, 19 years old, indeed very young. He's probably the youngest participant in this assessment. Wu Zhengsong, vice director of the Spark Martial Arts Academy, chuckled and said, no, the youngest is only 18, from our Spark Academy branch. Hearing this, everyone turned to Wu Zhengsong in unison. An 18-year-old candidate? Who is it? Asked Blake, the tall, broad-shouldered vice director of the Starlink Martial Arts Academy. Wu Zhengsong tapped a few keys on the computer, and Yang Jin's profile appeared on the large screen. Thomas remarked, Old Wu, Yang Jin only passed the physical assessment at your Spark Academy, but hasn't officially joined. Don't get ahead of yourself. He added, for all you know, Yang Jin might join my Sacred Light Academy. Wu Zhengsong smiled faintly. Thomas, everyone appreciates talent. As for who can recruit him, well, that depends on skill. Thomas snorted in response. The competition between the 3 major martial arts academies was intense. Their branches and affiliates across regions used every means to recruit martial talents, often viewing each other with disdain. Just then, the screen refreshed, and the first name on the leaderboard appeared. Zhang Yingjie killed 2 Tier 1 low-level beasts. Everyone was visibly surprised. In just over half an hour, he's completed his task. Impressive. Deputy Director Zhang clapped his hands in delight. What an outstanding Zhang Yingjie, truly worthy of the Zhang family name. Thomas's eyes lit up. Haha, Zhang Yingjie, he belongs in my Sacred Light Academy. Blake declared, my Starlink Academy also has its eye on him. Yao Jiwen, aware of the situation, remarked, Zhang Yingjie is a student at Hanyang Military School. Even if he becomes a martial artist, he'll remain in the military. Zhong Cheng laughed heartily. That's right. Young Zheng is spending his summer vacation back home and participating in the martial combat assessment. He's already registered with us. Thomas muttered under his breath, Tsich, these Huaxia people. Blake rolled his eyes, his dark face making his whites even more pronounced. In Gaoxing Town, inside a dilapidated house, Yang Jin checked his electronic wristband. The countdown displayed 1 hour and 47 minutes remaining. Over the past hour, he had encountered beasts 4 times. Each time, they appeared in groups, sometimes 3 to 5, other times a dozen or more, making it impossible to strike. Waiting like this was not a solution. He had to take the initiative and attack. Bang! A loud crash echoed from outside the window, followed by a desperate shout. Is anyone around? Someone help me. Yang Jin walked to the window and looked out. About 50 meters away, a man was running for his life, chased by 3 ferocious mastiff-like beasts, their roars filled with menace. On closer inspection, Yang Jin recognized the man. It was Zheng Yuyun, candidate number 61 from the same vehicle. Help! Somebody help me! Zheng Yuyun yelled as he ran, only to find his path blocked by 2 more mastiff beasts emerging from an alley ahead. Despite the dire situation, he hesitated to activate his shield, almost as if he were courting death. Watching Zheng Yuyun trapped and surrounded by 5 monstrous beasts, Yang Jin felt no urge to intervene. Roar! The 5 mastiff beasts glared at the human in their midst, their eyes turning blood red. With a deafening howl, they lunged forward. Panic-stricken, Zheng Yuyun muttered under his breath, this is my 3rd retake. Why is my luck so bad? I can't accept this. Desperation drove him to press the button on his electronic wristband. A faint blue shield instantly enveloped him, forming a transparent sphere of light that protected him. The beasts collided with the shield, only to be bounced back by its elasticity. Run! Zheng Yuyun dared not linger. His legs moved as if whipped into motion, propelling him at an astonishing speed as he fled. The 5 mastiff beasts gave chase, relentless in their pursuit. Watching from above, Yang Jin shook his head. The activation of the shield meant the test was over. If Zheng Yuyun hadn't killed 2 beasts before this, his assessment would end in failure. Just as Yang Jin prepared to head downstairs, a noise came from the roadside. From the left alley, 2 more mastiff beasts appeared. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Jin's face, like a starving man spotting a feast. He rubbed his hands together unconsciously. Picking up a broken brick from the wall, he hurled it downward. Clatter! The brick hit the ground near the door, drawing the beast's attention. They sniffed at the brick, growling softly as they swung their massive heads. Nudging open the rusty iron door, they entered the building on the 1st floor. Yang Jin, positioned on the 3rd floor, crouched low in the narrow stairwell. Wielding 2 halves of a spear, he remained hidden. He picked up another broken brick and tossed it again. The sound echoed through the stairwell, prompting the beasts to growl and ascend step by step. A wave of tension surged through Yang Jin as he tightened his grip on the iron spear in his hands. Roar! The lead mastiff beast caught the scent of a human and roared, charging up to the 3rd floor. Spotting Yang Jin crouched in a corner, It raised its front paws and leaped toward him. Yang Jin sprang to his feet, thrusting the spear's tip forward with his right hand, piercing the beast's neck. Without hesitation, he swung the other half of the spear with his left hand, striking the beast's nasal bone with force. As a canine-type monster, its nose was both highly sensitive and extremely fragile. Yang Jin's strike, carrying over 1,500 kilograms of force, shattered the beast's nasal bone instantly, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Seizing the moment, Yang Jin executed the Iron Shoulder Slam, a move from the 100 styles of Hua Fist, derived from the ancient Chinese martial art of Bejiquan. Planting his foot firmly, he drove his shoulder forward, sending the 300-pound beast flying. Crash! The lead beast collided with the one behind it, causing the latter to tumble down the stairwell. Whimpering, the second beast struggled to its feet, saw its companion dead, let out a few mournful cries, and turned to flee. Yang Jin activated his electronic wristband, emitting a beam of light that swiftly scanned the corpse of the mastiff beast. The screen on the wristband displayed a monster kill count of 1, confirming his success in taking it down. After a brief pause, Yang Jin quickly dashed out of the first floor. In the distance, a fleeting silhouette of a monster disappeared into an alleyway. You won't escape, he thought to himself, quickening his pace to chase after the fleeing creature. After navigating through 2 narrow alleys, the sound of a fierce battle reached his ears. Following the noise, he saw the mastiff beast locked in combat with another examinee. Yang Jin immediately recognized the fighter. It was Tang Jong. What a twist of fate, running into my enemy here, Yang Jin thought, his mental energy drawing the titanium steel tiger-tooth blade from his inner spiritual space, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the buzzing of a drone overhead caught his attention. Yang Jin looked up at the drone, suppressing the murderous intent surging within him. Tang Fatty hasn't noticed me yet. He'll follow him quietly and wait for the right moment to act, he decided, opting to take a slight detour to avoid being too obvious. Crouching down, he silently observed Tang Jong's fierce battle with the mastiff beast. Flashes of blade light filled the air, and the mastiff beast's head was sent flying. With just over an hour left, Yang Jin knew he needed to pick up the pace. Tang Jong retrieved his long sword, and his electronic wristband displayed the number 1. Since most of the monsters were concentrated in the town center, Tang Jong decided to head in that direction. He crouched low, using the surrounding broken walls for cover, moving with extreme caution. How many monsters has that trash Yang Jin killed? Hopefully, he gets bitten to death or at least crippled by one. Tang Jong cursed internally. Damn it, a poor nobody from the slums dares to compete with me for a woman? Once I officially become a warrior, they'll deal with him slowly. One day, they'll make him kneel before me and lick my boots. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center near the eastern gate of Yusha City, a long list of names was displayed on the electronic screen. In first place was still Zheng Ingjia, with a monster kill count of 4, followed by Zhu Wenwu in second place with 3 kills. Zhang Peng, the head of the assessment team, looked at the screen and asked, "System, report the latest summary of the examinees." A mechanical voice responded, "Attention, examiners. Out of 97 examinees, 32 have passed the assessment so far. An additional 9 have activated their energy shields but have killed fewer than 2 monsters, resulting in assessment failure." Zhang Peng inquired further, "How many examinees are still in Gaoxing Town, and what's their approximate distribution?" The mechanical voice replied, "There are 59 examinees remaining in Gaoxing Town. Of these, 21 are in the outer areas, while 38 have moved closer to the town center." Zhang Peng nodded and said, "Display the footage from the town center." The screen switched to show a large, abandoned factory. Deputy Director Yao Ji-wen of the Public Security Bureau, with sharp eyes, noticed a figure in the lower right corner. The camera zoomed in, revealing a young man, not yet 20, with a tall and slender build, a handsome face, and an air of refinement. Colonel Zhong Cheng recognized him and smiled. "Ah, it's young Zheng." Zhang Peng nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Zheng Ingjia, praising him for being the top scorer in monster kills and the first to reach the center of town, a testament to his impressive abilities. Blake, a black examiner, pointed at the screen. "Look, Zheng Ingjia is making his move." On the screen, Zheng Ingjia held a sword and shield in each hand, dashing forward at lightning speed and charging into the factory in the blink of an eye. "Damn, the drone can't capture what's happening inside the factory," someone in the command room exclaimed in alarm. "The factory is teeming with monsters. Rushing in like that is practically suicide. What is Zheng Ingjia thinking? This young man is far too reckless." The next moment, Zheng Ingjia burst out of the factory gates, with deafening roars echoing behind him as dozens of beasts chased after him. The assessment team, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Peng issued a calm, yet firm order. "All drones, head to the factory immediately. Hold your fire for now. I want to see how Zheng Ingjia lures the beasts out and takes them down." In the skies over Gaoxing Town, drones zipped by swiftly. In an alley, Yang Jin sensed something unusual. With a few quick steps, He leapt onto a rooftop and saw drones converging toward the center of the town. In the distance, outside a large factory at the town's center, clouds of dust rose up as a fierce battle unfolded between the candidates and the beasts. There were 30 to 40 beasts on one side, while on the other, only about a dozen candidates fought valiantly. More candidates were arriving from all directions to join the fray. Scanning the scene, Yang Jin spotted Tang Jong 500 meters away, dashing toward the factory with all his might. Yang Jin slapped the side of his rifle, releasing two segments of the gun barrel, which combined into a tumter-long iron spear. Gripping the spear tightly, he leapt into the air like a hawk diving for its prey, heading straight for the factory several kilometers away. Outside the factory, chaos reigned. The roars of the beasts mingled with the shouts of the candidates, creating a deafening cacophony. The air was thick with the stench of blood, impossible to tell whether it was from the candidates or the beasts. Overhead, the drones captured every moment with precision, while the examiners at the command center stared intently at the screens, their faces tense with concentration. Die! Zhang Yingjie roared, using his shield in his left hand to block a mastiff-like beast, while his right hand plunged a long sword into its throat. As he withdrew the blade, blood sprayed across his face, contorting his otherwise handsome features into a ferocious expression. Amidst the chaos, a burly young man swung a spiked mace, smashing it into an oncoming mastiff beast. Zhang Yingjie, how about a contest? Let's see who can kill more beasts, he shouted. Zhang Yingjie kicked away the corpse of the mastiff beast with his right foot and replied coldly. Zhu Wenwu, I'm here to hone my combat skills, not to compete with you. How boring. Zhu Wenwu snorted, channeling his strength into his weapon as he smashed the mastiff beast's head into pieces with his spiked mace. On the outskirts of the battle, Tang Jong had already entered the fray. A wounded mastiff beast ran past him, and with sharp reflexes, he swung his longsword, slicing through the beast's neck. Its head fell to the ground instantly. The display on his electronic wristband updated to 2, indicating his second kill. Haha, I've completed my mission, Tang Jong exclaimed, overjoyed. Just as he was reveling in his success, a shadow flickered before him. A spiked mace swept toward him, accompanied by Zhu Wenwu's furious roar. You bastard! Laugh all you want, but don't you dare steal my kill. Tang Jong hastily raised his sword to block, but the intense clash of weapons sent him flying backward. You dare attack another candidate. Tang Jong hit the ground hard, trying to speak, but blood surged up his throat, and he coughed out a mouthful. Zhu Wenwu glared at him with a menacing expression. Damn it, you ignorant fool. Stealing my kill? I spared you, and you should be grateful. Tang Jong gritted his teeth in anger. If you've got guts, leave your name. Zhu Wenwu sneered disdainfully. Zhu Wenwu, from the Zhu family of Yuesha City. If you want revenge, they'll be waiting any time. With that, Zhu Wenwu hefted his spiked mace and charged back into the battle without a backward glance. The Zhu family. Tang Jong felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, sending a bone-chilling cold through his core. The Zhu family ranked second on the wealth list of Yuesha City, second only to the powerful Zheng family. In comparison, Tang Jong's family, though somewhat notable in the Furong district, was utterly insignificant next to the Zhus. He endured the humiliation, silently vowing to himself. Tang Jong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold and venomous as he fixed it on Zhu Wenwu's departing figure. Just then, a deafening roar erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Following the roar, a massive mastiff-like beast charged out from the factory gates. The sight of the creature struck terror into the hearts of all the examinees. This mastiff beast was enormous, over 2 meters long, its body twice the size of an ordinary mastiff beast. It shook its massive, millstone-sized head and opened its blood-red maw, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed like blades. Drool dripped from its jaws, creating a visceral and psychological shock for anyone who looked at it. The examinees were all pale with fear, and even the examiners in the command center watching the screens were visibly alarmed. This was bad. This was a giant mastiff beast, classified as a mid-tier first-level creature, with vitality levels of at least 5. Zhang Peng, the head of the assessment team, immediately issued orders, warning all examinees to evacuate at once. Drones were deployed to attack, their target locked on the giant mastiff beast. Meanwhile, instructors waiting outside the exam area rushed to the town center to prepare for rescue operations. In the heart of Gaoshing town, the sound of drones filled the air. Attention all examinees, this is an emergency. Evacuate immediately. This is an emergency. Evacuate immediately. A dozen drones lowered their altitude, rapidly closing in on the giant mastiff beast. Laser beams rained down like a storm, crisscrossing the sky. The giant mastiff beast nimbly leapt and dodged the incoming lasers. One beam struck its body, leaving a bleeding wound. The beast howled in pain, slamming its massive front paw onto the ground, sending bricks and debris flying. The debris struck one of the drones, destroying it on the spot. Run for your lives. The terrified examinees screamed as they scattered in all directions. Yang Jin had just arrived at the scene and froze when he saw the wave of panicked students fleeing. What's going on? I just got here. Not far away, Zhang Tongwei shouted at him while running. Yang, what are you standing there for? Run. Only then did Yang Jin snap out of it. He was about to turn and flee when he heard a desperate cry for help. The voice was sharp and familiar. It was Tang Jong. Looking in the direction of the sound, Yang Jin saw Tang Jong surrounded by two mastiff beasts, struggling to hold his ground. Already injured from Zhu Wenwu's earlier attack, Tang Jong was now unable to break free, despite his desperate efforts. The other examinees had fled so quickly that no one remained near him. In his panic, Tang Jong spotted Yang Jin in the distance. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, he called out urgently, Yang Jin, give me a hand. At that moment, the giant mastiff beast, blood streaming from its wounds, charged toward Tang Jong. Yang Jin dared not linger and turned to flee at full speed. Anger surged in Tang Zhong's heart as he saw the beast closing in. Its massive claw swiped upward, striking his lower body. The energy shield he had just managed to summon shattered with a loud crack, followed by a sound like an eggshell breaking. Tang Jong felt an excruciating pain that pierced to his very core. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body was flung into the air. His eyes rolled back, and his body convulsed violently before he lost consciousness. Yang Jin had just taken a few steps when he felt a powerful gust bearing down from above. Instinctively, he bent his knees and rolled to the side. Boom. The place where he had been standing moments earlier was struck with a deafening crash as a rusted car hood smashed into the ground. Before he could process what had happened, a massive mastiff-like beast leaped over his head and landed directly in front of him. Roar. The giant beast lowered its head, its cruel and savage eyes fixed intently on Yang Jin, sending chills down his spine. At the temporary command center near the east gate of Yuesha City, Zhang Peng, the leader of the assessment team, shot to his feet in shock as he saw Tang Jong being swatted away by the giant mastiff beast. When he noticed the monster cutting off Yang Jin's escape route, his face turned even grimmer. Cease drone attacks. Avoid injuring the examinee. Colonel Zhong Chung glanced at the map, where the reinforcements were closing in, his brow furrowed deeply. The energy shield won't hold against that beast. We need to buy at least 20 seconds for the instructors to arrive. Wu Zhengsong stared at the screen, his fists clenched tightly, silently willing Yang Jin to hold on. At that moment, the atmosphere in the command center grew unbearably tense, with an oppressive weight hanging in the air. Damn it, this thing is tough. Staring at the massive mastiff-like beast, Yang Jin gripped his spear tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Roar. The beast let out a few guttural growls before lunging forward with terrifying speed. A nauseating stench hit Yang Jin like a gale as the beast closed the distance in an instant. So fast, he thought, taken aback by its explosive power. He thrust his spear forward, aiming for the creature's throat. With a sharp clang, sparks flew as the beast's steel-like claw struck the spearhead, forcing it aside. In a flash, one of its massive claws landed on Yang Jin's shoulder. The creature's vitality was over 5, nearly double that of Yang Jin. Its sheer size bore down on him like a mountain, pinning him beneath its weight. The beast opened its massive jaws, its filthy saliva dripping from its fangs as it lunged for Yang Jin's neck. Watch out! In the command center, several examiners gasped, their hearts pounding in their chests as they witnessed the scene unfold. Just as the beast's jaws were about to clamp down, Yang Jin pushed against the spear with both hands, using the force to slide himself underneath the creature's belly. He quickly wrapped his left arm around the beast tightly, while his right hand brandished a titanium steel fang blade that gleamed menacingly. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the monster's abdomen. Enhanced by his mental energy, the blade began to spin at high speed, acting like a relentless drill as it tore through the beast's insides. The mastiff beast let out a pained, ear-splitting howl and thrashed wildly, using its massive claws to try and claw Yang Jin out from underneath it. Yang Jin hunched his shoulders and tucked his head, enduring the creature's attacks as its claws shredded his alloy thread armor, sending sparks flying. The beast's cries grew weaker and weaker until its head slumped to the side. Its enormous body collapsed on top of Yang Jin, lifeless. Not taking any chances, Yang Jin stabbed the blade into the creature a few more times to ensure it was truly dead before finally stopping. Back in the command center, the examiners stared at the massive, bloodied corpse of the beast lying on the ground, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, the beast's belly moved slightly, and a figure, drenched in blood, crawled out. Yang Jin, he's alive. The 6 examiners exchanged astonished glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Good. Zhang Peng slammed the table in excitement, exclaiming, well done, kid. Incredible. Colonel Zhong Chung fixed his gaze on Yang Jin, his eyes gleaming with admiration. At the assessment site in Gaoxing Town, Reserve Warrior Yang Jin stunned everyone by single-handedly slaying a mid-level Tier 1 beast. Blake, a black man, exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, I need to report this to the Hanyang Base City branch. Starlink Martial Academy has to recruit Yang Jin. Not to be outdone, Thomas from the Holy Light Martial Academy, with his booming voice and striking golden hair, expressed his enthusiasm. Hearing the discussion between the two deputy heads, Wu Zhengsong from the Xinhua Martial Hall appeared visibly anxious. He quickly activated his electronic wristband and began typing a message. Meanwhile, rescue instructors had arrived outside the factory, and the fleeing candidates started returning to gather around the corpse of the massive mastiff beast, their eyes filled with awe. Yang Jin was drenched in blood, while Zheng Yingjie silently stared at the giant beast lying in a pool of blood. Zhu Wenwu, gripping his spiked club, shifted his gaze between Yang Jin and the beast, seemingly eager to challenge Yang Jin. Zhou Chang, the team leader of the fourth vehicle, approached Yang Jin, giving him a thumbs up and praising, "Yang Jin, well done." Zhang Tongwei ran over excitedly and laughed. "Brother Yang, you're incredible." Just then, a drone's announcement chimed in. "Attention candidates, the exam will end in 15 minutes. You may continue hunting beasts." Zheng Yingjie and Zhu Wenwu exchanged a glance, sensing the competitive tension in each other's eyes, before departing with their weapons. Most candidates dispersed after hearing the announcement. Yang Jin asked Zhang Tongwei, "Brother Zhang, are you still going to hunt beasts?" Zhang Tongwei chuckled and replied, "I got lucky and already killed 2 enough for me." Yang Jin glanced at the number 2 on his electronic wristband, scratched the back of his head, and asked Zhou Chang, "Instructor Zhou, does the giant mastiff beast only count as 1? Zhou Chang laughed. "Brother, the electronic wristband only calculates the number of kills. However, according to the assessment rules, if this beast is considered an early stage tier 1 beast, it counts as at least 5. Hearing this, both Yang Jin and Zhang Tongwei were overjoyed. Zhang Tongwei said, "I'm done too. Let's head back to the vehicle and rest." As the combat assessment concluded, the transport vehicles returned to the eastern gate of Yuesha City by 3 p.m. The candidates were gathered in front of the stage, awaiting the announcement of the results. Most of them were in high spirits, though some looked dejected. Behind Yang Jin, Guo Chenglong, with a white bandage on his forehead, asked, "Brother Long, are you hurt?" Guo Chenglong smiled wryly, "Bad luck. I got surrounded by 3 beasts and took some hits. I only managed to kill 1. Yang Jin expressed sympathy, "Brother Long, better luck next time." Guo Chenglong asked, "What about you, Brother Yang? How many did you take down?" Yang Jin reluctantly showed the 2 on his wristband. 2. Congrats. Guo Chenglong looked surprised. "Brother Yang, you killed a giant mastiff beast?" On stage, 6 examiners stood in a row as the head of the assessment team, Zhang Peng, stepped forward and announced loudly, "Candidates, the martial combat assessment has officially concluded. Out of 97 participants, 71 passed successfully, while 26 failed. To those who passed, keep up the good work. For those who didn't, don't be discouraged, you can try again in the next session." He added, during this assessment, 8 candidates sustained minor injuries, and 1 candidate was seriously injured. Someone whispered, "Who got seriously hurt?" "It seems to be a high school graduate named Tang Jong." "Yes, Tang Jong. I heard he's been sent to Huxia Hospital for emergency treatment." During a discussion among the examinees, one of them suddenly asked, "That guy Tang Jong, where did he get injured?" Another examinee beside him replied, "That place." He pointed to his crotch, and the surrounding people couldn't help but gasp, instinctively tightening their legs. It seemed Tang Jong had truly suffered a devastating injury, leaving him as a eunuch. However, with modern medical advancements, perhaps a prosthetic could be fitted. If a prosthetic were placed there, wouldn't that make him a literal iron rooster? The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing this, Yang Jin sighed inwardly with regret, thinking that Tang Jong had managed to survive, proving once again that villains always seem to have extraordinary luck. At this moment, Zhang Peng on the stage began announcing the results of the practical assessment. The rankings of the examinees were displayed on the screen. The first place was Zheng Yingjie, with 8 monsters killed and 8 points. Second place was Zhu Wenwu, with 7 monsters killed and 7 points. Third place was Yang Jin, with 2 monsters killed but 6 points. And fourth place was Lu Paitian, with 6 monsters killed and 6 points. Seeing the rankings, the crowd began murmuring. Someone asked in confusion, "Why does Yang Jin, who only killed 2 monsters, have 6 points?" Another person added, "Did he kill monsters made of gold? How is it worth so much?" Those who had witnessed Yang Jin defeating the giant mastiff beast explained, "Yang Jin killed a giant mastiff beast, which should be worth 10 points." The discussion grew louder until Zhang Peng raised his hand to signal for silence. "Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain. Yang Jin killed 2 monsters during the assessment, one of which was a giant mastiff beast with a mid-tier level 1 strength. When converted, it is equivalent to 5 low-tier level 1 mastiff beasts, giving him a total of 6 points." As Zhang Peng finished speaking, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. People marveled, saying that even Zheng Yingjie and Zhu Wenwu might not have been able to defeat the giant mastiff beast, making Yang Jin the true champion. The chatter reached Zheng Yingjie's ears, but he stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and unaffected. Zhu Wenwu, however, flushed slightly, pursing his lips and casting a sidelong glance at Yang Jin in the ranks, his eyes filled with defiance. Behind Yang Jin, Guo Chenglong's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, is this what you meant by luck?" Yang Jin smiled faintly without responding. "Everyone, those who passed the assessment, please proceed to the resting area for a short break and to complete the formalities for becoming martial artists. Those who did not pass are free to return home," Zhang Peng announced, and the crowd began to disperse. Yang Jin turned to Guo Chenglong and said, "Brother Long, why don't you drive home first?" Guo Chenglong quickly waved his hands. "Brother Yang, no way. No matter what, I have to wait for you today." Deeply impressed by Yang Jin's strength and potential, Guo Chenglong resolved to build a good relationship with him and secure this valuable connection. To the right of the stage was an open-air resting area with neatly arranged tables and chairs. The remaining examinees, now officially martial artists, sat in small groups, chatting and laughing. Yang Jin and Zhang Tongwei found a table and sat down. The latter poured water for Yang Jin and said, "Brother, have some water." Yang Jin smiled and replied, "Brother Zhang, you're too kind." Zhang Tongwei chuckled, "Brother, you're the star of the show now. Soon, plenty of people will come looking for you. I'm just getting ahead of the game." Yang Jin nodded gratefully. "Haha. Thanks, Brother Zhang." As they were talking, two women in matching uniforms approached the table, smiling warmly at Yang Jin. "Mr. Yang Jin, hello. We are the staff responsible for handling the martial artist registration process." Yang Jin's heart surged with emotion. After years of arduous training, the moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Filled with anticipation, he responded, "Thank you, ladies." The two women smiled gently. One of them, a younger woman, couldn't help but glance at Yang Jin a few more times, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yang Jin, young, handsome, and exceptionally talented, was indeed a rare individual, one in a million. It was no surprise that he could captivate others. As the staff registered his information, they patiently explained the relevant regulations. To better distinguish levels of martial arts cultivation, various nations have jointly established 5 major realms of martial arts: martial artist, martial master, martial lord, martial sovereign, and martial saint. Each realm is further divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Individuals who pass the practical combat assessment are recognized as beginner-level martial artists. Mr. Yang Jin, thank you for your cooperation. Your information has been successfully recorded and will be synchronized with your personal citizen data. Please have a seat for a moment. Various organizations will soon send you invitations, one of the staff members continued. After becoming a martial artist, Yang Jin had several paths to choose from. The first option was to join the national government, such as the military, public security, or special operations departments, to defend the nation and fight against monsters and entities from other realms. The second was to join one of the 3 major martial academies, receiving training and serving in their branches or affiliated institutions, working alongside the military and government to maintain regional peace. The third option was to join corporate forces, becoming a member of major enterprises, families, associations, or mercenary organizations. The fourth was to become a freelancer, walking an independent path. Each choice had its own advantages and disadvantages, but overall, any of them could lead to a promising future. Before long, Zhang Tongwei completed his registration. He held his electronic wristband up to Yang Jin, excitement evident in his voice. "Brother, look at this. It's a message from Deputy Director Yao Jiwen. He wants me to ask if you'd be willing to join the Public Security Department. If you're interested, the Ipushed City Security Bureau can use its special talent recruitment channel to officially bring you in." Zhang Tongwei sighed, reminiscing. "Back in the day, I had to go through written exams, interviews, physical tests, and background checks, 5 or 6 steps in total just to join the security force. And even then, I started at the very bottom in a neighborhood security office. But you, my brother, just need to nod, and you can join the security bureau. The difference is staggering." Yang Jin smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Zhang, you're now the Deputy Director of the District Public Security Bureau. Even if I join, I'd just be a small-time employee." Zhang Tongwei spoke earnestly. "Brother, that's a different matter. To be honest, even though I'm part of the security system, I don't recommend you join. You're still young, and I don't want to see your prime years wasted on trivial matters. You should focus your energy on martial arts. Once you become a martial master or martial lord, forget being a low-level employee. Positions like deputy director or even director of the security bureau would be well within your reach." There was a depth of wisdom in Zhang Tongwei's words, reflecting decades of life experience. Yang Jin nodded and replied solemnly, "Brother Zhang, your advice is excellent. Thank you." As the two chatted animatedly, a middle-aged man in military uniform approached them. Zhang Tongwei noticed the 2 bars and 3 stars on the man's shoulder insignia, immediately stood up, and respectfully said, "Colonel." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and introduced himself. "I am Zhong Chung from the Yusha City Garrison. I have something to discuss with Yang Jin." Zhang Tongwei tactfully stepped aside. Yang Jin, I'm here to invite you to join our city garrison, Zhong Cheng said directly. As a soldier, he was accustomed to straightforward communication. Compared to the martial academies, financial groups, and major families, the military's pay was indeed less competitive. But he continued, we face monsters and creatures from other realms hidden, rapidly honing our strength through blood and fire. Moreover, we have the most advanced military technology. Even if your heart were shattered, we could replace it with a nanoheart, or even completely rebuild your body, turning you into steel and iron. Yang Jin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Colonel Zhong, if that's the case, wouldn't I lose my physical body? That's no fun. I still want to find a girlfriend and enjoy the pleasures of a shared life. Zhong Cheng seemed to sense his hesitation, paused briefly, then smiled and said, of course, we also have wearable mechs. Remember the famous old movie from a century ago, Iron Man? The battle suits our military produces today are no less advanced than those. After some conversation, Yang Jin expressed his lifelong admiration for soldiers and said it was an honor to be recognized by the military. However, he needed to discuss the decision with his family. Zhong Cheng understood and left his contact information. Just as he lifted his water glass for a drink, two foreigners, one white and one black, approached. The blond man smiled and said, hello, Yang Jin. I'm Thomas, the deputy curator of the Ipushed city branch of the Holy Light Martial Academy. Hey, race the contract we've prepared for you. With that, he placed a document in front of Yang Jin. The black man, unwilling to be outdone, pulled out another set of papers and introduced himself. In black, the deputy curator of the Star Chain Martial Academy's Ipushed city branch. Both contracts were clever and had a 5-year term. The terms were similar. The academy would provide a 2-star weapon, 2-star armor, and a corresponding 2-star martial skill, an annual salary of 5 million blue star coins, a villa worth 5 million with residency rights during the contract period, and a car worth 1 million with usage rights during the contract period. The obligations for Yang Jin were straightforward, completing tasks assigned by the academy during the contract term. Looking at the two contracts, Yang Jin was quite tempted. Whether it was the 5 million annual salary, the villa, or the car, they were exactly what he needed to change his impoverished circumstances. After a moment of thought, he collected both contracts and said to the two curators, I'll take these home and discuss them with my family before making a decision. All right, we look forward to your good news. As the two foreigners left, Wu Zhengsong from the Xinhua Martial Academy arrived shortly after. Yang Jin stood up and said, Master Wu, please have a seat. Wu Zhengsong smiled, sat close to Yang Jin, and asked, young man, do you know who I am? Yang Jin replied with a smile, I passed the physical fitness test at Xinhua Martial Academy, so I'm already half a member. Of course, I know Master Wu. Wu Zhengsong laughed heartily and said, it seems I came to the right place. He then asked, Yang Jin, can you tell me what level of contract Star Chain and Holy Light offered you? Yang Jin replied, Clevel. Wu Zhengsong's expression turned confident. Perfect. Mine is Blevel. He handed over a contract to Yang Jin, with Xinhua Martial Academy B-level contract, clearly written on the cover. Yang Jin asked in confusion, Master Wu, as far as I know, the contracts of the 3 major martial academies are divided into 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. S-level contracts are reviewed and approved by the academy headquarters. A and B-level contracts are decided by the martial halls in each base city, while C and D-level contracts are approved by martial halls in satellite cities. How is it that our Ipushed city branch is able to offer a B-level contract? Wu Zhengsong smiled faintly and replied, what you're really asking is how we managed to secure a B-level contract, right? Well, we have our branch master, Gu Xingyan, to thank for that. He personally called the Hanyang Bay City to apply and specifically fought for this B-level contract for you. Hearing this, Yang Jin felt a wave of emotion surge in his heart. Master Wu, I can't thank you enough. Wu Zhengsong patted Yang Jin's shoulder and continued, you should know that our academy's dean is Chinese. He named the academy Xinhua, symbolizing the spirit of passing on the torch of Chinese heritage. He often says that while martial arts may have no borders, martial artists do have a homeland. Therefore, when it comes to promising young talents from China, our academy holds them in high regard. Yang Jin nodded firmly. Master Wu, I am willing to join Xinhua Martial Academy. Great. Wu Zhengsong responded joyfully. Here, take a look at the contract details first. The B-level contract from Xinhua Martial Academy was far superior to the C-level contracts offered by Starlink and St. Light Martial Academies. It included weapons, armor, and martial techniques each upgraded to 3-star quality. The annual salary was increased to 10 million blue star coins, and the value of the villa and car provided had doubled. What moved Yang Jin the most was an additional clause in the contract, which promised to resolve employment, medical, and educational needs for the martial artist family. With this, his uncle and aunt could switch to more comfortable jobs, and his youngest sister could attend a better school. Yang Jin solemnly signed his name at the end of the contract. Wu Zhengsong smiled and said, Yang Jin, welcome to the Xinhua Martial Academy family. The two shook hands, both filled with anticipation for the future. By around 4 p.m., the practical combat assessment had concluded, and the martial artists headed home. Zhang Tongwei was picked up by a special vehicle from the Public Security Bureau, and he waved goodbye to Yang Jin. Guo Chenglong, who had been waiting in his car, got out and opened the door for Yang Jin when he saw him coming, his enthusiasm catching Yang Jin off guard. Brother Long, we're good friends, there's no need to be so formal. I'm not used to it, Yang Jin said. Guo Chenglong chuckled and replied, Brother Yang, that won't do. From now on, you're my elder brother. If you need anything, just say the word. At Hesia Hospital in Yusha City, outside the emergency room, Tang Jong and Song Suli stood anxiously for the second time. Song Suli's face was as pale as a sheet, as if all the blood had drained away, leaving only a hollow expression. Our son hasn't even started a family, and now he's lost an organ. What are we going to do? She murmured. Tang Zhongliang's face was flushed with anger as he said, Didn't the doctor say he could get prosthetics? Prosthetics, Song Suli said bitterly. That's just a cold, lifeless piece of metal. It has no feeling. How can you even call that a man? Tang Zhongliang roared. What does it matter? As long as he can carry on the family line, that's all that counts. Tang Zhongliang. Song Suli's voice rose sharply as she shot back in fury. You can't even protect your own son. He's been in the ICU twice in a month. What kind of useless man are you? Tang Zhongliang, seething with rage, raised his hand as if to strike her. You wretched woman. Song Suli glared at him and lifted her chin defiantly. Tang Zhongliang, do you dare lay a hand on me? Don't forget, everything you have today is thanks to my father's support. Try it, I dare you. Tang Zhongliang deflated like a defeated rooster, his posture slumping. Humph. Song Suli let out a cold snort, her nostrils flaring as her teeth clenched tightly. 97 candidates participated in the practical combat assessment, and yet only my son was seriously injured. If you think there's nothing suspicious about that, I don't believe it for a second. If I find out who harmed my son, I'll make sure they pay with their life. On the way home, Guo Chenglong proactively suggested hosting a celebration banquet for Yang Jin, but Yang Jin politely declined. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind: going home. He couldn't wait, and quickly dialed his aunt's number, excitedly sharing the good news. Auntie, I passed the practical assessment and officially became a martial artist. Yang Jin's voice was brimming with joy. And I've also joined the Xinhua Martial Academy and been assigned a large apartment. We can move in tomorrow. He continued. Xinhua Martial Academy has promised to arrange jobs for you and Uncle well paid, easy work, and close to home. It's very comfortable. As for Samai's education, you don't have to worry either. She'll be starting high school next semester, and I've already arranged for her to attend the best high school in Yusha City. Hearing his aunt mention that she would make braised pork for dinner, Yang Jin grew even more excited. That's wonderful. They'll be home in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jin's face lit up with a happy smile. He immediately sent Zhao Qingtong a message, reporting to the officer, I've passed the practical assessment and been certified as a junior martial artist. A few seconds later, Zhao Qingtong replied, Ah Jin, you finally remembered to message me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yang Jin quickly explained, Qingtong, I'm so sorry. I was on the phone with my aunt just now. As soon as I hung up, I messaged you without a second's delay. Zhao Qingtong teased, all right. My cousin already told me. He even said that with your skills, you shouldn't have just placed third, you should have taken first place. Yang Jin was confused. Your cousin? Who? Zheng Yingjie, of course. He's my uncle's son. My mom is his aunt, Zhao Qingtong explained. Finally understanding, Yang Jin exclaimed in surprise. Ah, my apologies. So you're the little princess of the Zheng family, the wealthiest family in Yusha City. Zhao Qingtong laughed. Oh, stop pretending. Don't think I don't know that Zhou Xiaoqin already spilled the beans about my background to you. Yang Jin suddenly remembered Zhou Xiaoqin. Now that you mention Zhou Xiaoqin, it's been a while since I've contacted her. I should let her know too. I've already told her. No need for you to bother, Zhao Qingtong replied. And let me remind you, Zhou Xiaoqin is my second aunt's daughter, me cousin. Don't you dare have any bad ideas about her. Yang Jin immediately declared, understood. I wouldn't dare. Satisfied, Zhao Qingtong said, that's better. Oh, unable to resist teasing her, Yang Jin asked, Qingtong, if I'm not allowed to have ideas about Zhou Xiaoqin, who am I allowed to have ideas about? I don't know. Zhao Qingtong sent him an eye-rolling emoji. Seeing the emoji, Yang Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sitting beside him, Guo Chenglong was also infected by the cheer and couldn't help but smile. When they arrived at Jinxiu Huayuan, his aunt and younger sister were already waiting at the entrance of the complex. As soon as Yang Jin got out of the car, the young girl leaped onto him like a koala, clinging to his shoulders. Second brother, let me see the contract. Sammei said eagerly. Yang Jin ruffled her hair and handed her the contract. Here, take a look. Wow, a level contract with Xinhua Martial Academy. Yang Hui opened the contract and was stunned by its contents after just a quick glance. She excitedly read aloud. A 3-star weapon and armor, one corresponding 3-star martial skill, an annual stipend of 10 million blue star coins, a villa worth 10 million, a car worth 2 million. They'll even arrange jobs for the family and take care of employment and school admissions. The young girl chattered on excitedly, but their aunt, Chiao Ting, showed a worried expression. As a humble woman from a farming family, she asked with concern, "Ah Jean, with such generous conditions, will there be any danger?" Yang Jean reassured her, "Auntie, don't worry. These are the standard benefits for martial artists. As my skills improve, the benefits will only get better." Yang Tianhai said, "Honey, our child has grown up and is doing great things. We need to support him and not say discouraging words." Hearing her husband and son, Chiao Ting breathed a sigh of relief and urged, "What are you all standing around for? Let's go home and eat." Yang Jin turned to Guo Chenglong and smiled. "Brother Long, you've worked hard today. Why don't you stay for dinner?" Guo Chenglong quickly waved his hand and replied, "Brother Yang, you're too kind. Just call me Chenglong from now on. When you call me brother, it makes me nervous." This short and stocky man willingly viewed himself as a junior in front of Yang Jin. Yang Jin couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. After dinner, Xinhua Martial Arts Academy sent over the details of their new home, a villa at number 49 Binjiang Garden. The academy had already arranged for the new house to be cleaned and fully equipped with appliances and furniture, ready for them to move in the next morning. The family gathered around the computer to look up Binjiang Garden online. Binjiang Garden was one of the residential communities owned by the academy in Yusha City, located next to Yida Plaza on Linjiang Road. The neighborhood consisted entirely of standalone villas, surrounded by beautiful scenery and lush greenery. Its location facing the Xiang River made it even more desirable. The community housed only martial artists and their families, making it a symbol of status and prestige to live there. Looking at the pictures on the webpage, Yang Tianhai exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! Binjiang Garden! I've heard about this neighborhood. The houses here are so exclusive that even with 1 billion yuan, you couldn't buy one." Chiao Ting, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Our family is actually moving into a villa. Jean has really made us proud." Yang Hui excitedly pointed at the image of the villa and nearly jumped with joy. "There's even a swimming pool. I can't wait to go swimming." Watching his uncle, aunt, and younger sister so happy, Yang Jin felt a warm surge in his heart. At that moment, he thought that all the hard work and sacrifices had been more than worth it. On June 16th, the day college entrance exam results were released, it was also the day Yang Jin moved into his new home. At 8:30 in the morning, several transport trucks bearing the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy logo drove into Jinxiu Garden. Yang Tianhai shouted excitedly, "Grandpa, come and see. It's the Academy's trucks." He exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my goodness, why are the Academy's trucks in our neighborhood? Could it be that someone here has joined the Academy?" Another person teased, "Come on, our neighborhood is full of regular folks. Joining the Academy? That'll happen when the sun rises in the west." Everyone began heading toward Building 3 to see what was happening. As the crowd gathered, Yang Tianhai's family, with the help of the Academy staff, emerged from Building 3. Someone recognized them and exclaimed, "Wow, it's the Yang family. Look, the Academy people are helping them move." A scruffy-looking man shouted, "Tianhai, are you moving?" Yang Tianhai replied cheerfully, "Yes, Brother Lu, we're moving to Binjiang Garden." The crowd gasped in amazement. Binjiang Garden? That's the Riverside Villa neighborhood where only martial artists live. A middle-aged woman asked, "Chiao Ting, did your child get into the academy?" Recognizing her as Li Lan, Chiao Ting replied, "Yes, Sister Li Lan, it's our second son. He's become a martial artist and joined the academy." Yang Erlang. The crowd turned their attention to Yang Jin. Someone led the cheer. "Erlang, well done." Others shouted, "Erlang, don't forget your neighbors in Jinxiu Garden. Keep it up, Erlang, and become a martial saint soon." Under the watchful eyes of their neighbors, Yang Jin and his family boarded the vehicle and left Jinxiu Garden. As the view of the impoverished neighborhood gradually faded through the window, the family felt a twinge of reluctance, but were filled with hope and excitement for their future life. More than half an hour later, the transport vehicle arrived at Binjiang Garden. At the entrance of the residential community, two jet-black mechas stood on either side, exuding a cold, intimidating glow. Yang Hui curiously asked, "Second brother, are those the black iron mechas people talk about online? I heard they cost tens of millions." Her aunt appeared a little nervous and asked, "Ah Jean, will they attack us?" The driver chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, everyone. Your information has already been registered in the community system. The mechas can automatically recognize residents and won't attack you." As the transport vehicle slowly approached the gate, the iron gates opened automatically, allowing smooth entry. Inside the community, the elegant Chinese garden-style design was fully displayed. Pavilions and buildings were surrounded by lush greenery, and the vehicles moved through the area as if traversing a meticulously painted landscape. Every corner exuded tranquility and sophistication. The driver casually remarked. The villas in this community are exclusively for internal members. The contract price is 10 million, which only reflects the construction cost. If sold on the market, they'd easily go for over 100 million. Yang Hui's uncle and aunt exchanged glances, while Yang Hui couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, no wonder it's the top-ranked martial arts academy in the world so wealthy." Xiaoting asked curiously, "Driver, do you live here too?" The driver shook his head and glanced at Yang Tianhai and his wife through the rearview mirror, his tone full of envy. "Brother and sister-in-law, I really envy you for raising such an outstanding son. If my brat could become a martial artist, I'd laugh in my sleep." Hearing this, Yang Tianhai and his wife smiled slightly, their faces brimming with pride and joy. In front of villa number 49, several uniformed staff members had been waiting for some time. One of them, a young woman in her late 20s, greeted Yang Jin with a smile and a bow as he got out of the car. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Huang Li, the property manager for the community." Yang Jin nodded. "Hello, Sister Huang." Huang Li's smile grew even brighter upon hearing his greeting. "Mr. Yang, let me give you a brief overview of the community. There are 50 villas in total, and yours is number 49. The villa consists of 3 above-ground floors and 1 basement level, with each floor covering about 150 square meters. The first floor includes a living room, kitchen, study, and gym. The second floor has 4 bedrooms and a home theater. The third floor features bedrooms, a study, and a training room, while the basement remains empty and unfinished. Additionally, the villa is equipped with a swimming pool, garage, garden, and rooftop terrace. The property utilizes the most advanced computer control systems, combining modern design elements to create a unique style and charm. Mr. Yang, your new home has been fully prepared. Welcome to your residence." As Huang Li spoke, she handed over a list. "Based on your preferences, we've also shortlisted a few positions for your family members. These are all community property jobs." Yang Jin took a look at the list, which included roles such as electronic maintenance, supermarket management, and garden maintenance. These jobs were relatively easy and offered salaries 2 to 3 times the market rate, specially designed by the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy as welfare positions for the families of martial artists. In truth, Yang Jin believed he could easily support his entire family, and his uncle and aunt didn't need to work. However, the latter firmly disagreed with his idea. They had their reasons. Though the family had some money now, they couldn't simply live off savings forever. Life required careful planning and sustainable living. Uncle and aunt quickly decided on their jobs: electronics repair and garden trimming, respectively, and signed the agreements on the spot. They could officially start work the next day. "Mr. Yang, this is an optical glasses device prepared for you by the Martial Arts Academy. You can use it to log into the internal website. If you have any other needs, feel free to call the property management hotline. We provide 24-hour door-to-door service," Huang Li said before leaving with several staff members. "Wow, a 200-inch smart TV. Real leather sofa feels so soft and comfy. And the fridge is enormous. You could fit a whole pig in there." Yang Hui exclaimed excitedly as she darted around the new house like a joyful bird, her face beaming with delight. Xiaoting rolled her eyes at her daughter and urged, "Go put your Peppa Pig toy in there." Yang Hui retorted playfully, "I'm Peppa Pig, and you're Mommy Pig." After tidying up, uncle, aunt, and the third sister settled on the second floor, while Yang Jin took a room on the third floor to focus on his training. Just then, Xiaoting called out, "Ah Jin, lunch is ready." The first meal in their new home was a lavish spread, with all the fresh ingredients sourced from the neighborhood supermarket. As the family enjoyed the delicious food, Yang Jin's best friend, Hu Qinghua, called. "Ah Jin, the college entrance exam results are out at noon. Have you checked yours yet?" Yang Jin froze for a moment. He had been so busy moving that he almost forgot about the results. "Qinghua, I haven't checked yet. How about you? What did you get?" he asked. 542 points. "I should have no problem getting into AB9 University. All that effort finally paid off." Qinghua replied over the phone. "Not bad at all, congratulations." Yang Jin praised. "Ah Jin, you're so calm. You don't even bother checking your score. But honestly, for you, the college entrance exam results don't really matter anymore." Qinghua remarked with a sigh. "How's the villa at Binjiang Garden?" Qinghua asked. Yang Jin chuckled. "Not bad. Come over sometime. It's a martial artist exclusive community. Ordinary people can't even get in." Qinghua sighed. "Even getting into an S9 university can't compare to becoming a martial artist." Yang Jin encouraged him. "Qinghua, as long as you persevere, becoming a martial artist is only a matter of time." Qinghua laughed heartily. "Thanks for the words of encouragement, Ah Jin. I'll step up my training and aim to become a martial artist during college." After lunch, Yang Jin went online to check his exam results. 517 points. The exam consisted of 5 subjects, but his martial arts exam was marked as 0 due to his absence. Otherwise, his total score would have easily exceeded 650, enough to secure admission to an S9 university. Shaking his head, Yang Jin sent a message to Zhao Qingtong. "Qingtong, reporting my exam score 517 points. I'm officially giving up on S9 and A9 universities." Zhao Qingtong replied. Showing off again, Mr. Martial Artist? Well, for your information, I did quite well, 672 points. I've already applied to Jiangnan University. Wow, wow, wow. Yang Jin responded with 3 surprised emojis. Qingtong, with that score, you must be the top scorer in Yusha City, right? He asked. Only 4th in Yusha City, but 1st in Furong District, she clarified. So, she was the top scorer in Furong District. Yang Jin couldn't help but compliment her. I'm truly in awe. Zhao Qingtong replied. I'm the top scorer in literature, and you're the top scorer in martial arts. Yang Jin laughed. A perfect match, top scorer meets top scorer. Zhao Qingtong responded with an adorable emoji. In his 3rd floor study, Yang Jin pressed his fingerprint to unlock the password box Huang Li had given him. Inside was the optical glasses device. He picked it up, put it on, and switched it on. A pleasant electronic voice greeted him. Martial artist Yang Jin, welcome to the official website of Xinhua Martial Academy Xinhua Home. A 3-dimensional web page appeared before him, with a backdrop of a phoenix soaring through the skies. Its fiery red body radiated 7-colored brilliance, surrounded by clouds and mist, creating a stunning visual. The homepage was clean and straightforward, featuring sections such as news updates, item trading, resource library, forum discussions, and entertainment. Yang Jin logged into his account, which displayed his level as LV1, marked as a beginner martial artist. Yang Jin browsed through the news section, focusing on major events involving the top martial academies and nations around the world. He paid special attention to the 3 leading martial academies, reading news about their respective heads. The head of the Xinhua Martial Academy, Huo Pengjiu, a Chinese national, was acknowledged as the strongest fighter in the world. Marcus, the head of the Starlink Martial Academy, was ranked 2nd, while Arthur Cody, head of the Holy Light Martial Academy from Western Europe, held the 3rd position. The website even dedicated a special column to Huo Pengjiu, referring to him as the #1 martial artist on Blue Star, titled the Invincible Martial Sage. A legendary figure over 100 years old, his vitality was said to approach 4 digits. To Yang Jin, Huo Pengjiu was like a god, far surpassing the status of his childhood idol, Qin Muyang. Clicking on a news link, Huo Pengjiu's image appeared on the screen. A tall, broad-shouldered man with short hair, sharp and defined facial features, and eyes that were deep and piercing. His presence exuded an aura of authority and reverence, commanding respect effortlessly. The invincible martial sage, undefeated across the world. When will I ever reach such heights? Yang Jin thought with longing. As he explored various sections of the website, Yang Jin was amazed, especially by the trading section, which featured an extensive array of weapons, armor, equipment, and martial arts techniques. Recalling his grade contract, which allowed him to select 1 3-star weapon, 1 3-star armor, and a corresponding 3-star martial technique for free, he carefully deliberated. Eventually, he chose the Reed Blade Spear, a full-body alloy battle armor, and a set of Pear Blossom Spear techniques items collectively valued at over 16 million credits. When selecting a short weapon, he was drawn to a throwing knife made entirely of extraterrestrial meteoric metal. The 3-star weapon was priced at 5.5 million credits. Despite his tight budget, he gritted his teeth and purchased it. As a psychic mind practitioner, throwing knives were his ultimate weapon. If finances weren't an issue, he would have opted for a 5-star weapon worth over tens of millions, crafted from a mix of adamantium alloy, renowned for its exceptional sharpness. Yang Jin was also tempted by the selection of cell nutrient solutions and body tempering essence water. In the end, he purchased 1 vial of body tempering essence water and 2 vials of cell nutrient solution. Additionally, he bought higher quality electronic wristbands for his uncle, aunt, and younger sister. After a round of shopping, he had spent slightly over 6 million credits, leaving him with a balance of just over 4 million. On the discussion forum, Yang Jin came across numerous posts. A pinned thread detailing the origins and historical milestones of the Xinhua Martial Academy particularly caught his attention, and he read it with great interest. The forum was alive with lively debates among martial artists. While some topics veered off course, they still sparked a flurry of replies. Just as he was engrossed in the forum, his younger sister rang the doorbell, notifying him that a package had arrived. Reluctantly, Yang Jin exited the website, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. At the entrance of Villa number 49, an armored vehicle was parked. The vehicle door opened, and 2 armed delivery personnel stepped out. Hello, Mr. Yang. We're official delivery personnel from the Xinhua Martial Academy. These are the items you purchased online. Please verify and accept them, they said politely. Yang Jin inspected each item carefully, his heart filled with anticipation. Yang Hui leaned halfway out of the window and noticed a row of boxes piled up at the door. She asked excitedly, "Second brother, did you buy all these great things?" Yang Jin waved her over. "Third sister, come down and help." Soon, they had moved all the boxes into the house. Yang Jin took out the newly purchased electronic wristbands and said with a smile to his uncle, aunt, and younger sister, "One for each of you, 3 electronic wristbands in total." Yang Hui fiddled with her wristband in excitement and exclaimed, "Wow, the latest pineapple F11. I've been dreaming of having one." Xiao Ting, however, reminded her, Hui, young ladies should focus on their studies. You're not allowed to play with this during school." Yang Hui drew out her response, "Mom, I know. It's the holidays now, and high school doesn't start for another week. Currently, schools follow a year-round calendar. Though there are winter and summer holidays, each break only lasts about 2 weeks." Yang Jin then added, "Uncle, Aunt, here are 2 vials of cellular nutrient solution. One for each of you." Yang Tianhai hesitated. Jin, your aunt and I are just ordinary people. It might be a bit wasteful for us to use this." Yang Jin insisted, "Uncle, health is the foundation of everything, including work. It's not wasteful at all." With his persuasion, Yang Tianhai and his wife agreed to drink the nutrient solution. Yang Hui clapped her hands and said excitedly, "Great. Now our whole family has taken it," but then she frowned. "Wait, no, Big Brother hasn't had any." Yang Ning, the eldest son of Yang Tianhai and Xiao Ting, is currently a third-year student at Hanyang University. He excels academically, earns scholarships every year, and participates in work-study programs, covering most of his tuition and living expenses through his own efforts. Speaking of his elder brother, Yang Jin tapped his electronic wristband and transferred 3 million blue star coins to his aunt's account. Xiao Ting was startled when she saw the notification. Jin, why did you send me so much money? You need it for your martial arts training, keep it for yourself." "Aunt, as a martial artist, I have plenty of opportunities to earn money," Yang Jin said with a smile. "Take some time to call Big Brother and tell him he doesn't need to work so hard anymore. Increase his living allowance a few times over." Xiao Ting nodded. "All right, he'll call him soon. He'll tell Ning that our second son has really made something of himself." Yang Hui tilted her head mischievously and asked, "Mom, does that mean your youngest daughter hasn't made anything of herself?" Xiao Ting laughed. All right, my clever little third daughter is also very capable." Yang Hui nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." In the villa's basement, a space with a 5-meter-high ceiling and an area of about 150 square meters, the entire room was open and reinforced with specialized steel, making it ideal for martial arts training. Yang Jin opened an equipment box and held the reed leaf spear. It felt heavy in his hands, with the spear divided into 2 segments weighing over 100 pounds. The spearhead resembled a reed leaf, shimmering faintly with a silver hue. Its exquisite design was pleasing to the eye. The spear shaft had been meticulously carved and polished, providing a firm and comfortable grip. "What a fine spear!" Yang Jin exclaimed as he casually swung it. The spear's shadow danced, resembling reeds trembling in the wind, exuding an air of lethal precision. The alloy battle armor he wore was different from the previous soft thread armor. Composed of modular alloy plates, every inch was finely crafted to ensure both flexibility and robust defense. The helmet integrated seamlessly with the armor, typically tucked at the neck and extending to protect the head when needed. The eye area featured a transparent crystalline visor, equipped with electronic information display and other functionalities. Clad in the alloy battle armor and wielding the reed leaf spear, Yang Jin prepared to consume the body refinement essence water. This 2-star gene enhancement solution could increase vitality by about 1 point. However, due to its potent effects, ordinary people couldn't withstand its power and might suffer fatal consequences. As such, it was strictly reserved for martial artists. The body refinement essence and cellular nutrient solution are both gene serums, representing the pinnacle of human scientific achievement. These serums share a common characteristic. The first use yields remarkable results, but subsequent uses see a steep decline in effectiveness. As a result, for humans, the effect of using one gene serum is nearly equivalent to using multiple doses. Inside the box was a glass vial as thick as a finger, filled with orange liquid, with tiny particles floating within. After Yang Jin consumed the body refinement essence, he began to feel its effects within minutes. Unlike the burning sensation he experienced when taking the cellular nutrient solution previously, this time it felt like countless ants were gnawing at his muscles, causing an unbearable itch. Clenching his teeth, Yang Jin resisted the urge to scratch his skin until, over an hour later, he was drenched in sweat, and the serum was fully absorbed. He decided to measure his vitality. The newly purchased electronic wristband, designed specifically for martial artists, had comprehensive functions, including measuring personal strength and speed to roughly estimate vitality. Clenching his fist, Yang Jin delivered swift punches into the air, the speed creating sharp cracking sounds. The wristband displayed the data continuously. 1842 kilograms, 1853 kilograms, 1846 kilograms, 1859 kilograms. Each punch averaged around 1850 kilograms of force. He slightly bent his knees, swung his arms, and shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The confined space of the basement couldn't contain his incredible speed as he darted back and forth, leaving behind blurred, rapid shadows. After half a minute, he abruptly stopped, and the wristband showed a speed of 37.2 milliseconds. Based on the comprehensive tests, his vitality was approximately 3.7, with a fluctuation range of 0.2. Yang Jin was overjoyed his vitality had increased by about 1.2, far exceeding his pre-serum state. Typically, the absorption efficiency of gene serums varies depending on individual physique. However, Yang Jin noticed that whether it was the cellular nutrient solution or the body refinement essence, his vitality always increased to the maximum potential. This led him to wonder, could it be his spiritual energy that made his physique unique, allowing him to maximize the absorption of gene serums? While Yang Jin and his family were enjoying a harmonious moment, over at the Yusha City affiliated hospital, Tang Jong was once again admitted to the familiar VIP ward. Song Sulis' eyes were filled with heartache as she gazed at her son, pale and lying on the hospital bed. Jonger, tell mom, did someone harm you? Tang Jong clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes flickering with hatred. Ever since learning he had lost the ability to father children, his grief and anger had nearly driven him mad. Although he had received artificial organs, they were far inferior to real ones in terms of sensation, aside from basic functions like excretion. Dad, Mom, it was Zhu Wenwu who injured me first, and then Yang Jin stood by and did nothing, which led to me being gravely injured by the monster. Tang Zhongliang asked, Zhu Wenwu and Yang Jin? Zhonger, do you know their backgrounds? Gritting his teeth, Tang Jong replied, Zhu Wenwu is a scion of the Zhu family, the second wealthiest family in Yusha City, while Yang Jin is just a lowly commoner from the slums. Tang Zongliang's expression turned grave. A scion of the Zhu family? That's tricky. If our Tang family goes head-to-head with the Zhu family, it's like an egg striking a rock. We're not even in the same league. That man, Yang Jin, though born in the slums, has now become a martial artist and is not easy to deal with. Tang Jong interrupted his father, Tang Zhongliang, his eyes blazing with anger. Dad, Mom, I've been harmed and turned into a eunuch. You're afraid of wealthy families, afraid of martial artists. But does that mean my grudge should just be forgotten? Tang Zhongliang consoled him. Zhonger, revenge must be sought, but it needs careful planning. We can't act rashly. Song Suli shot a cold glance at Tang Zhongliang and said firmly, Tang Zhongliang, our son is right. We must avenge him. The Zhu family may be powerful, but my family isn't weak either. If the Tang family can't deal with the Zhu family, I'll ask my family for help. As for Yang Jin Humph, even if he's become a martial artist, he's still just a lowly commoner. Tang Zhongliang frowned deeply. Song Suli, it's not that I don't want our son to take revenge, but we need to think carefully. Revenge is fine, but we must use our heads and avoid bringing disaster to the Tang family. Song Suli snorted coldly. If we can't take on Yang Jin openly, then we'll do it in secret. As a martial artist, he ventures into the wilderness for missions and battles with beasts. Who's to say he won't be killed by one someday? And his family, they're all ordinary people. Who can guarantee they won't meet with some accidents? One thing is certain, anyone who dares to harm my son must die. She let out a chilling laugh, as sinister as the wail of a ghost in the night. The next morning, Yang Tianhai and Xiao Ting officially started their jobs in the community property management. Meanwhile, Yang Jin drove a car provided by the Martial Arts Academy to report to the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. The car, a luxury top-tier model of the domestic brand Dream Builder, featured fully automated driving and had a market price exceeding 1.9 million. As he stepped into the first-floor lobby of the academy, the sweet-looking woman he had met previously approached him with a welcoming smile. Mr. Yang, welcome to the Yusha City branch of the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. Please head to the lounge on the 6th floor to wait. Master Gu will hold the orientation meeting for newcomers at 9:30. Please be punctual. Yang Jin smiled faintly and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Watching him leave, the woman murmured to herself, I never expected him to pass the assessment and become a martial artist on his first try. He's so young. It's a good thing I didn't treat him poorly last time. In the 6th floor lounge, a few people were already seated, chatting over tea. When they saw Yang Jin, they stood up to greet him. Yang Jin. He recognized them as fellow martial artists who had participated in the combat assessment with him. Guoming introduced himself. I'm Guoming, and I've also joined Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. Bai Liqiang added, I'm Bai Liqiang. I ranked 8th in the assessment, 5 places behind you. Liao Haitao and Eben also greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Brother Yang. Yang Jin responded to each of them, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie. Liao Haitao asked in a low voice, Brother Yang, did you sign a level contract? Yang Jin nodded. Yes, Brother Tao, how did you know? Liao Haitao explained. I signed a level contract, and a few others signed level contracts. Different levels mean living in different neighborhoods. We didn't see you in our area, so we guessed you must have signed a level contract and are living in Binjiang Garden, right? Yang Jin smiled. Brother Liao, you're quite observant. Bai Liqiang looked on enviously. A level contractee already starting at a higher level than us. Eben sighed. Brother Yang is 2 levels higher than me. Yang Jin chuckled at their remarks. Starting higher doesn't mean going further. You all might surpass me in the future. Liao Haitao said gratefully. Thanks for the encouragement, Brother Yang. If that day ever comes, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Yang Jin laughed. Then I'll be waiting for you to surpass me and treat us all. The group burst into laughter, and the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. As 9:30 approached, a staff member led Yang Jin and the others into the conference room. Inside, dozens of people were already seated. Yang Jin scanned the room and spotted Shilinshan and Zhou Chong among them. Shilinshan had been his instructor during the physical fitness assessment, while Zhou Chong had been the team leader for the transport vehicle during the combat assessment. The first row had 9 vacant seats reserved for the new martial artists, with Yang Jin's seat positioned in the center. Looking up, he noticed 4 nameplates on the podium. Soon, 4 individuals entered and took their seats. The man in the center, in his early 40s, had a sturdy build and a stern expression. It was Gu Xingyan, the head of the Yusha City branch of the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. To his left sat Deputy Head Wu Zhengsong, who wore a friendly smile and leaned over to whisper a few words to Gu Xingyan. Gu Xingyan glanced at Yang Jin and nodded slightly. The other 2 on the podium were named Lu Tong and Tian Pingwei, both deputy heads as well. With all 4 leaders present, the meeting was about to begin. Gu Xingyan spoke loudly. Everyone, let's first give a round of applause to welcome the 9 new warriors joining our hall. The conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. The meeting was concise and efficient, lasting less than half an hour. It began with an introduction of the new members to help everyone get acquainted. Then, the key tasks for the near future were outlined, followed by a few words of encouragement. After the meeting, the 9 new warriors were each invited for a unknown conversation with the 3 deputy hall masters. In Wu Jingsong's office, he personally brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Yang Jin. Try my tea, brewed by myself, he said. Yang Jin slightly leaned forward, picked up the cup, and took a sip. The aromatic fragrance of the tea filled the air, bringing a rare moment of tranquility amidst the hustle. It's so fragrant, he remarked with a smile. Wu Jingsong beamed and said, that's an interesting and fitting description. After a pause, Wu Jingsong spoke earnestly. Yang Jin, as a newcomer to our martial arts hall, you are expected to contribute. Specifically, there are 3 roles to choose from. First, you can serve as an instructor, teaching martial arts to students and guiding their training. Second, you can join the special operations team, assisting the government, military, and other entities in their missions. Third, you can become part of the monster hunting squad, venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters. The first option carries the least risk, but offers minimal rewards. The second has moderate risk with moderate rewards. The third is the riskiest, but comes with the highest rewards. Take some time to consider which path suits you best. Yang Jin thought for a moment before asking, Master Wu, which path is most beneficial for improving one's skills? Wu Jingsong smiled and replied, overall, the third option offers the highest potential for growth. Yang Jin nodded. All right, I'll join the monster hunting squad. Wu Jingsong tapped a few keys on his computer, projecting a screen into the air. Hey, race the list of our hall's monster hunting squads. We have 13 teams, each with 5 members. Currently, 4 teams have vacancies. You can choose one to join. Yang Jin scanned the list and noticed one team named the Qiangfeng Squad, led by Zhou Chong. Clicking on the icon, a photo of Zhou Chong appeared. It was the same instructor who had led the transport vehicle during the previous live combat assessment. Master Wu, I'd like to join the Qiangfeng Squad, Yang Jin said. Wu Jingsong smiled and replied, all right, I'll call Zhou Chong right now. He dialed the number and spoke. Zhou Chong, your squad is short a member, right? I've got a recommendation for you, a newbie from the 9 who joined today. Haha, you were hoping it'd be Yang Jin? Well, good news, I'm recommending Yang Jin. He's in my office right now. Come over and take him. After hanging up, Wu Jingsong turned to Yang Jin with a smile. That's Zhou Chong. He specifically wanted you. He's a senior warrior, 32 years old, in his prime. Follow him and learn well. Yang Jin expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the recommendation, Master Wu. A few minutes later, Zhou Chong walked into the office. Wu Jingsong said, Zhou Chong, I'm entrusting Yang Jin to you. Listen carefully, Yang Jin is the only level contract warrior we've had this year. You must guide him well and ensure he grows quickly. Zhou Chong stood at attention and replied firmly, I guarantee it. Turning to Yang Jin, he said, all right, brother, let's go meet the rest of the team. He gave Yang Jin a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and the 2 left the office. As they walked, Zhou Chong briefed Yang Jin on the situation. The monster hunting squad typically ventures into the wilderness twice a month to hunt monsters. Missions are generally issued by the Martial Arts Hall, but if no official tasks are assigned, squads can organize their own expeditions. Each mission usually lasts about 7 days, followed by a week of rest at home upon completion. The Qiangfeng squad originally had 5 members, but 1 retired after losing their right leg during the last mission. Yang Jin asked the team leader, Zhou Chong, about the risks of hunting monsters. After some thought, Zhou Chong replied that they would thoroughly assess the difficulty of each mission beforehand to minimize risks as much as possible. However, He cautioned that unexpected situations could arise in the wilderness, such as during the last field test when a giant mastiff-like beast suddenly appeared. If it weren't for Yang Jin holding it off, several candidates would have likely lost their lives. Based on big data analysis, the injury rate for each mission was approximately 5, with a mortality rate of around 1. Yang Jin nodded, gaining a general understanding of the situation. Shortly after, in the tea lounge of the hall, Yang Jin met the other 3 members of the team. He introduced himself, and the team members warmly shook his hand and welcomed him. The lean middle-aged man, Ma Weigua, served as the squad's observer and sniper, skilled in both short swords and firearms. The burly Hao Jun wielded a battle axe and shield, while the young Lu Qinglin carried a pair of blades, one long and one short. They exchanged contact information, and Zhou Chong added Yang Jin to the Qiangfeng squad's group chat. After some casual conversation, Zhou Chong dismissed the team, reminding everyone to rest and prepare for their next mission, which would begin in 3 days at the martial arts hall entrance. After the meeting, Yang Jin underwent a test of his vitality, strength, speed, and agility. His vitality was measured at 3.8. The instructor in charge of the test, Shi Linshan, was stunned by the result. He explained that even after taking body-tempering elixirs, a vitality increase to 3.5 was already considered rare, making Yang Jin's 3.8 truly astonishing. Yang Jin smiled and replied that if he had truly consumed miraculous treasures, his vitality would have already reached 5, qualifying him as a mid-level martial artist. Shi Linshan stared at him in disbelief, as though looking at a marvel, and remarked that it wouldn't be surprising if Yang Jin became a mid-level martial artist next month. After all, no one in Yuesha City's history had ever advanced from junior to mid-level so quickly. That afternoon, back at home, Yang Jin inquired about his uncle and aunt's work. Both were in high spirits. His aunt, Xiao Ting, mentioned that her job was easy and mainly involved trimming flowers and plants, which felt more like exercise. The cafeteria food was delicious, and the head of the kitchen staff had even suggested that Yang Jin's younger sister, who stayed home alone, could come to the cafeteria to eat for just 2 yuan per meal. Seeing his aunt's joy, Yang Jin felt genuinely happy, believing that his status as a martial artist had brought happiness to his family. No matter what, he resolved to grow stronger to protect them. 2 days passed quickly, and June 20th, the day of the Qiangfeng squad's mission to hunt in the wilderness, arrived. As Yang Jin was about to leave, his aunt Xiao Ting reminded him to stay safe and come home as soon as the mission was over, her concern evident. Yang Jin reassured her, asking his uncle and aunt not to worry. Then, he turned to his younger sister, Yang Hui, and reminded her that her holiday would end in 2 days. He urged her to listen to her teachers, study hard, and not neglect her practice of the 100 forms of Hua Fist, emphasizing the importance of daily training. Yang Hui clenched her little fists and nodded firmly, promising her second brother that when he returned, her martial arts skills would leave him speechless. At the southern gate of Yuesha City, the heavy defensive iron gate slowly opened. A 6-wheeled off-road armored vehicle rolled out, trailing a long plume of dust as it entered the wilderness. Inside the vehicle, the 5 members of the Changfeng squad sat quietly while their captain, Zhou Chong, briefed them on the mission. This was a routine extermination mission, with the destination being Zhutan City, located 150 li to the south. Due to the overwhelming number of monsters that continued to reproduce relentlessly, the safety of human settlements was severely threatened. In response, the government military and the 3 major martial academies had jointly established hunter squads to periodically clear the wilderness surrounding human settlements. Yang Jin, since you're the new member, let me explain a few things you need to pay attention to, Zhou Chong began. After killing a monster, remember to dissect it and take valuable parts like its hide, claws, teeth, and organs. Bring as much as you can to sell. For the remains you can't carry, make sure to take photographic evidence along with the location data and upload it to the specialized app. The Martial Academy will send professional teams to retrieve the remains, and after evaluation, you can exchange them for contribution points. What are contribution points used for, Captain? Yang Jin asked. Contribution points are part of a system created by the Martial Academy. They can be used internally, for instance, to purchase items on the official website store. They're exchangeable with blue star coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, Zhou Chong explained. All earnings from each mission, whether money or contribution points, are shared among the squad members. 10% of both money and points are set aside as a communal fund for the squad's daily expenses, and the rest is distributed based on individual contribution. Yang Jin nodded in understanding. This distribution method seemed fair, ensuring everyone benefited while rewarding those who contributed more. By a little past 2 p.m., the armored vehicle arrived at the outskirts of Zhutan City. Before the Starry Convergence event, Zhutan was a prefecture-level city, situated along the Xiang River, with an urban area spanning over 180 square kilometers and a population of over 2 million. Once a bustling and prosperous city, it had now become a desolate ruin. The towering buildings were reduced to twisted steel frames and crumbled debris, their fragility and desolation further emphasized by years of exposure to the elements. The city roads were in disrepair, making it difficult for vehicles to navigate. The armored vehicle pulled into an abandoned roadside warehouse, designated as a temporary parking spot. Equipped with a fully automated intelligent driving system, it could be remotely operated if needed. The 5 members of the Chong Feng squad disembarked, fully geared and ready. Zhou Chong hefted his long sword and shield, speaking sternly, "Team, given our squad's capabilities, we can handle second-tier monsters at most. If we encounter a third-tier one, avoid it at all costs. Don't act recklessly. Especially you, Yangjin. You're new, so focus on learning during this mission." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Remember, your life comes first." "Yes, Captain," Yangjin replied. Ma Weigua, the oldest member of the team and their sniper, held his rifle tightly. Possibly due to his age, he spoke with a sense of nostalgia. If there were no monsters, humans could live peacefully in cities like this. What a life that would be. Hao Jun, carrying a massive battle axe, responded in his deep, booming voice. "One day, we'll wipe out every last monster and reclaim our lost lands." Lu Qinglin, 5 years older than Yang Jin and close to him in age, patted Yang Jin on the shoulder. "Stick close to me, brother, once we go in." "Thanks, Brother Lu," Yang Jin said with a smile. As they talked, another armored vehicle came into view, heading in their direction. Zhou Chong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the vehicle's paint job and license plate before letting out a disdainful scoff. "Damn it, they just won't leave us alone. Even fighting monsters, we still run into the Black Scythe squad." Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, and Lu Qinglin's expressions darkened as they saw the approaching armored vehicle. Yang Jin, puzzled, asked, "Brother Lu, who are they?" Lu Qinglin replied in a low voice, "The Black Scythe squad. They're under the jurisdiction of the Xinguang Martial Academy's Yuesha City branch. Their captain is named Ramil, and he's got a grudge against our captain. The two have always been at odds." The armored vehicle sped toward them, screeching to a halt only when it was right in front of the Qiangfeng squad. The tires screeched against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that scattered over Zhou Chong and his team. The 5 members of Qiangfeng squad waved the dust away, their faces turning sour. It was clear the people in the vehicle had done it on purpose. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man rolled down the car window and stuck his head out, sneering. "Zhou Chong, I heard someone in your squad broke a leg and had to retire due to serious injuries. I thought it was you." Zhou Chong shot back. "Ramil, don't worry. Even if you die, I'll still be alive and well." Ramil let out a couple of snorts, his gaze shifting to Yang Jin. "Kid, you're the rookie who just joined Qiangfeng squad, right? Here's a friendly warning for you. Qiangfeng squad has angered God and is now cursed. If you're smart, you'll leave the team quickly, or you'll get dragged down with them." Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, Lu Qinglin, and Zhou Chong's faces darkened further. Ramil's words were nothing short of blatant provocation and a veiled threat. Zhou Chong responded coldly. "Ramil, what kind of skill is it to intimidate a rookie? If you've got the guts, get out of the car, and let's settle this on your own." In today's martial arts-driven society, clashes among martial artists were inevitable. The government had even established official rules for challenges, allowing sanctioned duels between fighters. Ramil sneered. "I am one of God's chosen. Why would I stoop to fight an uncivilized yellow-skinned man like you? You're not worthy." Laughter erupted from the armored vehicle as several other fair-skinned men with prominent features mocked them openly. Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, and Lu Qinglin instinctively gripped their weapons, stepping forward. Ramil's eyes narrowed. "What? Thinking of making a move?" Zhou Chong raised his right hand, signaling his team to hold back. He spoke in a low voice. "Ramil, the wilderness is full of dangers. You never know when bad luck might strike, and you end up killed by a monster. Is that so? I'll be waiting for you." Ramil raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Yang Jin with a smirk. "Kid, remember what I said. If you don't, you'll face God's punishment." Yang Jin's expression remained indifferent. "I'm a Huaxia man. What qualifications does a Western bird man have to punish me?" Lu Qinglin chuckled. "Western gods have wings, so they're just bird men. They have no say over us Huaxia people." Ma Weigua and Hao Jun joined in the laughter. "Kid, you've got guts," Ramil said, his eyes flashing with menace. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let's go." The armored vehicle's engine roared as it sped away. Watching the Black Scythe squad disappear into the distance, Ma Weigua remarked, "Captain, Ramil's attitude was off. It felt like he was deliberately provoking us to make the first move." Lu Qinglin nodded in agreement. "It's like they're itching for us to attack first." Zhou Chong's expression turned cold and ruthless. "We'll take it one step at a time, but stay on guard against the Black Scythe squad. Officially, martial artists aren't allowed to kill each other, but out here in the wilderness, as long as there's no evidence left behind, anyone killed can only blame their luck. The Black Scythe squad has crossed us too many times. If the chance arises, taking out 1 or 2 of them wouldn't be a bad idea." Zhou Chong's voice was low but carried a sharp, deadly edge. Hearing this, Yang Jin felt a surge of excitement. He had no goodwill toward the Black Scythe squad. Those hairy bastards with mouths worse than a cesspit were a waste of resources. Killing them would be doing the world a favor. Inside the armored vehicle of the Black Scythe squad, Captain Remier's face was clouded with a frosty expression. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. After so much effort, we finally tracked down a severely injured Tier 3 beast. This is the perfect moment to strike, and yet we run into those damned yellow-skinned pigs. His original plan was to provoke the other group into making the first move, record the incident, and report it to the Martial Arts Hall, forcing their hand to intervene and expel them from Juten City. However, to his frustration, these people refused to take the bait, leaving him seething with anger. A bald man with a thick beard licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Captain, if we can take down that Tier 3 beast, we could earn at least tens of millions. Another man with dreadlocks cautioned. Captain, we absolutely cannot let the Qiangfeng squad figure out our true intentions. If they do, they'll definitely try to snatch it from us. Remier spoke coldly. A Tier 3 beast isn't just about the money, it will bring immense fame and glory to our squad. Anyone who dares to steal from the Black Scythe squad will pay the price. Sitting in the back seat, a blond man with a sinister expression ran his finger across his throat in a slicing motion. Captain, if you ask me, we might as well. Good, Remier interrupted, scanning his team before issuing orders. Ryan, keep tracking the injured Tier 3 beast and report any updates immediately. Benjamin, monitor the movements of the Qiangfeng squad at all times. Thompson, Kent, you're with Mesty flexible and ready to act. Remember, our primary target is the Tier 3 flame-striped tiger. If the Qiangfeng squad gets in our way, take them out from a distance. Remier's voice rose sharply. Understood. Yes, sir. The members of the Black Scythe squad responded in unison. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Qiangfeng squad were cautiously advancing along a dilapidated road toward the city. Yang Jin, clad in alloy armor and wielding a reed leaf spear, followed closely beside Lu Qinglin. Suddenly, he halted, sensing faint vibrations from underground. He turned to look at Zhou Chong, but the rest of the team remained oblivious. Yang Jin thought to himself, with my enhanced sensory abilities from mental force, my perception is far sharper than that of the captain and the others. I should wait for the right moment. With that in mind, he tightened his grip on his spear, quietly locking onto the beast lurking underground. A few seconds later, Zhou Chong also sensed the disturbance and warily turned his gaze to the ground. Boom! The earth erupted as a monstrous creature burst forth. It was a giant mutated mole, as thick as a water barrel, with smooth, hairless skin of a scorched brown hue, making it both grotesque and terrifying. Its eyes glowed an eerie red, and its sharp incisors gleamed as it clamped down on Hao Jun's right leg, its teeth scraping against the metal and producing a nerve-wracking screech. Die! Hao Jun swung his battle axe with all his might, cleaving the mole's head clean off in an instant. Yang Jin glanced at the mutated mole, and his helmet's visor displayed relevant data. Mole beast, adult form, Tier 1 low-level beast, adept at burrowing and tunneling, teeth and claws laced with harmful bacteria. Just as he was analyzing the information, the ground trembled again. Something else was about to break through. Yang Jin, watch out. There's something underground. Zhou Chong and the others noticed the disturbance and shouted a warning. Yang Jin pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air and darting to the side. Boom. Another mutated mole emerged, snapping its jaws at the airborne Yang Jin. With a swift motion, Yang Jin angled his spear, thrusting it straight into the mole's eye. He twisted the spear with force, shredding the beast's head into mush. Excellent spear technique. Zhou Chong gave a nod of approval and immediately said, the moles are emerging from underground. We need to find shelter in a building to avoid being surrounded. Leading the way, Zhou Chong moved ahead, while Hao Jun covered the rear. They quickly headed toward a nearby building. Just a few steps in, the ground ahead to their right began bubbling like boiling water. From the hole emerged a glowing, fluorescent green, mutated mole. Zhou Chong warned. This is a glowing mole, a mid-level Tier 1 beast. Its blood is highly toxic and corrosive. Make sure not to come into contact with it. Lu Qinglin raised his hand and flung a short blade, which shot toward the glowing mole about 10 meters away. The mole reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground and leaping upward. The blade grazed its back, leaving a streak of blood. The glowing mole let out an enraged squeal, becoming feral as it lunged toward Lu Qinglin, closing the distance in an instant. Watch out! Zhou Chong stepped forward with his shield, positioning himself in front of Lu Qinglin. Bang! A bullet pierced through the glowing mole's head with tremendous force, sending its body flying into a pile of rubble a few meters away. Ma Weigua stood holding an anti-material sniper rifle, a faint wisp of smoke curling from the barrel. The group turned to look at the mole, its head twitching as green, toxic blood pooled beneath it. Let's move, Zhou Chong commanded. The 5 of them quickly reached the building. Zhou Chong kicked the door open and rushed inside. On the second floor, he gestured to his teammates. Take a break here and make some quick adjustments. Lu Qinglin approached Yang Jin, who was gazing out the window. What are you looking at? He asked. Outside, on the street, a few mutated moles were feasting on the corpse of the glowing mole. Yang Jin shook his head. It's a shame we didn't get a chance to dissect the beast. Lu Chenglin replied. When fighting monsters, the worst thing you can do is get surrounded. Always remember, your own safety is the top priority. Ma Weiguo walked over, chuckling. Yang Jin, this is your first hunt, so it's still exciting for you. But after a while, you'll realize these beasts are endless. There's no end to killing them. About half an hour later, the outside had quieted down. The five of them left the building and continued their advance. Several miles away, in a high-rise with broken windows, a blond man lay in wait. His dreadlocked hair framed his face as he peered through binoculars, tracking the movements of Zhou Chang's team. This was Benjamin, the sniper of the Black Scythe squad. Captain, the Strong Peak team has left the building, he whispered. Keep an eye on them. If necessary, create some disturbances to make things harder for them. Remember, use a suppressed sniper rifle. Don't let them detect your position, came the reply through his earpiece. Understood. Benjamin steadied his sniper rifle, the crosshairs in his scope locking onto the 5 members of the Strong Peak team. A smirk crossed his face as he muttered under his breath, bang. I'd love to take you all out with a single shot to the head. By evening, the Strong Peak team had entered an abandoned Hilton hotel. Once a symbol of luxury, the hotel was now riddled with cracks and blanketed in dust. Walking through the desolate lobby, the sound of their footsteps echoed sharply. On the 3rd floor, they found a relatively spacious tea lounge. After securing the doors and windows, they decided to settle there. Out in the wilderness, starting a fire was too risky. The team took out their rations and bottled water for a simple meal. After finishing, Zhou Chang said, all right, we'll take turns standing watch tonight. He'll handle the first half, and Hao Jun will take the second half. The rest of you, get some rest. As martial artists with abundant energy, none of them felt particularly sleepy. After chatting for a while, they each found a corner to practice their origin energy breathing technique. Yang Jin sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, focusing on absorbing the ambient cosmic energy in the surrounding space. After more than 2 hours of practice, he felt his cells swelling as if they had reached their limit, and he stopped. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Chang and Ma Weiguo standing by the window. They gestured for him to remain silent. Yang Jin tiptoed to the side of the 2 men, and Zhou Chang pointed out the window. Following the direction of his finger, a beast was slowly crawling along the street. The creature was about 5 to 6 meters long, with a pointed head, a long tail, stout limbs, and its entire body covered in scales and armor. It was a massive crocodile. Yang Jin lightly pressed his neck, and the armor plates quickly extended into a helmet. The glass visor identified the creature. Iron-armored crocodile, adult stage, Tier 2 primary level beast, ferocious and violent, with tough scales and sharp claws and teeth. Yang Jin's eyelids twitched rapidly. The strength of this iron-armored crocodile was equivalent to a human primary-level martial artist, far surpassing the individual abilities of anyone in the Triumphant team. Although Yang Jin was a psychic practitioner with combat capabilities exceeding his own level, he still couldn't guarantee he could outmatch a creature of this caliber. Hao Jun and Lu Qinglin also came over, and the 5 of them silently observed the iron-armored crocodile. Hao Jun gripped his battle axe tightly, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. Captain, this is a Tier 2 beast. It could sell for at least a few million. Let's go for it. Zhou Chang turned to Ma Weiguo, the oldest and most experienced strategist in the team. Ma Weiguo hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. With 5 of us against it, our chances of winning are over 50. Zhou Chang immediately made the decision. If that's the case, let's do it. Hao Jun and I will attack Hedon. Brother Ma will provide long-range support, and Lu Qinglin and Yang Jin will flank and distract it. Remember, the iron-armored crocodile's weak spot is its belly. Find a way to attack its underside. As they were planning, a soft sound suddenly rang out. A bullet pierced through the glass and shot into the room. There's a sniper. The 5 of them were shocked. Outside, the iron-armored crocodile let out a furious roar, a deafening cry of rage. The team quickly looked out the window, only to see the creature charging toward their hiding spot at the Hilton Hotel. In the darkness, a flash of light appeared in the distance, and another bullet was fired. Damn it, someone's taking potshots to lure the iron-armored crocodile to attack us. Get out of here. We can't face it, Hedon. Everyone, retreat inside. The 5 of them hurriedly backed away. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered as the iron-armored crocodile broke through, creating a huge hole. The creature clawed at the outer wall, climbing to the 3rd floor, its iron claws tearing furniture into pieces. Seeing the humans retreat into the hotel, the iron-armored crocodile lunged forward, smashing through the wooden door. Its front foot slipped, and it fell into the 1st floor lobby. The Qiangfeng team stood on the 1st floor, watching as the creature leaped down from the 3rd floor. Zhou Chang shouted, "Brothers, attack together!" In an instant, blades and swords flashed, and the deafening sound of gunfire filled the air as the 5 launched their assault in unison. 3 miles away from the Hilton Hotel, Benjamin, the sniper from the Black Scythe team, observed the hotel's commotion through his night vision binoculars. He first saw the iron-armored crocodile storm into the Changfeng team's third-floor hideout, followed by intense fighting that gradually calmed down after a few minutes. After a while, the Hilton Hotel remained silent. As Benjamin wondered about the outcome, a voice came through his electronic wristband. It was Ramil. "Benjamin, what's the situation on your end?" "Reporting, Captain. I've successfully lured the iron-armored crocodile to attack the Changfeng team as instructed." Ramil continued. "Good. What's the result?" Benjamin replied. "The fight ended over 10 minutes ago. There's no movement from either side. It's possible they both perished." Ramil spoke in a low voice. "Keep observing. Don't let your guard down. We've located the flame-striped tiger's hiding spot and are assessing its combat strength. Be ready to regroup with us when needed." Benjamin nodded. As a sniper, patience was his greatest strength. He crouched silently behind the window, like an owl on the hunt, keenly observing every movement in the night. 10 minutes passed, and the Hilton Hotel remained eerily quiet. Could it be that Iron Crocodile and the Changfeng squad had already met their demise? As Benjamin pondered this, a sudden flash of fire pierced the darkness. A bullet shot out of nowhere. Crack! The bullet struck his sniper rifle, sending vibrations through the weapon. Benjamin's expression changed immediately as he rolled to the side, pressing himself tightly against the ground. The sniper rifle's ammunition included armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating walls with ease. If the enemy sniper had locked onto him, the danger would be immense. Lying flat on the ground, Benjamin didn't dare to lift his head. He activated his electronic wristband. "Captain, the enemy sniper has spotted my position. Requesting backup," he said urgently. The captain's voice came through. "Benjamin, this is a critical moment. We can't provide support. Retreat immediately and regroup with us." Benjamin ended the call, muttered a few curses under his breath, and flipped over, wriggling backward like an inchworm. Just as he retreated a few steps, a sound reached his ears, and a flash of cold steel glinted before his eyes. "Damn it!" Benjamin's face showed alarm as he raised his sniper rifle to block the incoming blade. Sparks flew with a sharp clang, illuminating the face of a young man. "Lu Chunglin, you're still alive," Benjamin exclaimed in shock. "If you're still alive, why wouldn't we be?" Lu Chunglin retorted, swinging his long blade toward Benjamin. Knowing he was no match for Lu Chunglin in close combat, Benjamin avoided engaging. With a powerful push of his legs, he slid like a slippery eel between Lu Chunglin's legs and reached the doorway. He quickly sprang to his feet and bolted down the stairs. Suddenly, a spear shot out from the darkness with incredible speed, leaving a sharp trail through the air. Benjamin had no time to dodge and collided head-on with the spear's tip. The point pierced through his throat, silencing him instantly. Blood filled his airway, and a gurgling sound escaped his lips. At that moment, his electronic wristband buzzed. Benjamin reached out for it, but a figure emerged from the shadows and swatted his hand away. The figure, a young man around 18 or 19, had a handsome face and cold, piercing eyes. His entire presence exuded an aura of lethal intent. Benjamin recognized him immediately. It was Yang Jin, the rookie from the Changfeng squad. With disbelief in his eyes, Benjamin watched as Yang Jin removed the electronic wristband from his wrist. Advanced electronic wristbands had a special feature that monitored the wearer's vital signs. If the readings dropped significantly below normal, an emergency alert would be sent to designated contacts. Yang Jin strapped the wristband onto his own hand and pressed the answer button. Ramil's agitated voice came through. "Benjamin, we're about to attack the flame-striped tiger. Hurry up and join us." Yang Jin imitated Benjamin's voice perfectly, saying, "Captain, I've safely retreated. Please send me your exact location." Benjamin's eyes widened in terror. Yang Jin's voice was identical to his own. "Oh my god, the Black Scythe squad is doomed." This was Benjamin's last thought before he died. In his mind, he pictured the 5 members of the Black Scythe squad walking together down the road to hell. The flame-striped Tidrin early-stage Tier 3 beast. How could the Black Scythe squad, whose strength was similar to ours, dare to make a move against it? Zhou Chong, upon receiving Yang Jin's report, was both shocked and exhilarated. "Yang Jin, you and Lu Chunglin hold your position for now. We'll be there shortly." A few minutes later, Zhou Chong, Ma Weiguo, and Hao Jun arrived, joining Yang Jin and Lu Chunglin. After regrouping, Zhou Chong said, "Let's head over and assess the situation. If there really is a Tier 3 beast, we'll let the Black Scythe squad wear it down first, then swoop in to claim the prize." Ma Weiguo chuckled. "Brilliant strategy, Captain." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hao Jun swung his axe twice and sneered. "The Black Scythe squad ambushed us. They deserve to die." Zhou Chong nodded. "Yang Jin, hand Benjamin's electronic wristband to Brother Ma." "All right, brothers, let's move out." With a wave of his hand, the 5 men melted into the darkness. In the heart of Jutan City lies an abandoned Raffles shopping plaza. Within the desolate and decaying mall, the Black Scythe squad is facing off against a massive flame-striped tiger. The tiger measures an imposing 7 to 8 meters in length, with a head as large as a millstone. The fiery red king symbol blazing on its forehead glows like burning flames, exuding a terrifying aura. Its fur is disheveled and matted, its body and head riddled with gruesome scars, and its right foreleg is severed halfway, with fresh blood seeping from the wound evidently gravely injured. The tiger lowers its head, glaring menacingly at the 4 humans before it. A few days ago, it had engaged in a brutal fight with another beast, leaving both sides heavily injured. Its combat strength had drastically diminished, now barely a third of its usual power. It had retreated to this location to recover, but was unexpectedly discovered by humans. As a Tier 3 beast, the flame-striped tiger had developed a rudimentary intelligence equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. It stared at the humans, seething with rage, wishing desperately to pounce on them, tear them apart, devour them, and reduce them to nothing more than waste. The 4 members of the Black Scythe squad exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions tense. This was undoubtedly a genuine Tier 3 beast, equivalent to a human martial master of the beginner level. If not for its severe injuries, they wouldn't have dared to face it even with 100 times their courage. Over the team's communication channel, Ramil shouted, "Benjamin, are you in position yet?" "Captain, I'm in position and have the beast in my sights." Benjamin's voice crackled through the wrist communicator, slightly distorted by interference. "Good. With the sniper providing long-range support, our overall strength increases significantly. Aim for its left foreleg, and use high-explosive rounds to cripple it." Ramil commanded. Bang! A bullet shot through the shattered window, cutting through the dim atmosphere and striking the flame-striped tiger's left hind leg. The high-explosive round detonated violently, sending flesh, blood, and debris flying. The tiger let out an enraged roar. "Damn it!" Ramil cursed angrily. "Benjamin, I told you to hit its left foreleg, not its hind leg." The tiger's right foreleg was already half severed. Crippling its left foreleg would have rendered it completely immobile. However, the shot had hit its left hind leg instead, resulting in a serious injury but failing to break the bone, leaving its mobility largely unaffected. "Sorry," Benjamin's voice came through the communicator, mixed with static and an unmistakable hint of smugness rather than remorse. Damn it all, Ramil was furious, feeling as if his lungs might burst. He wanted to hurl a string of curses at Benjamin, but the flame-striped tiger wasn't about to give him the chance. With a ferocious roar, the beast charged forward like a gale. Roar! The flame-striped tiger, naturally ferocious, became even more savage after tasting blood. Its massive maw opened wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs and powerful jaws as it lunged at Thompson's gleaming bald head. Under the dim, grayish night sky, the bald head gleamed conspicuously in the moonlight. Seeing the tiger pounce, Thompson's hair stood on end. What little of it he had as he raised his broadsword to meet the beast. The flame-striped tiger, like a speeding truck, slammed into Thompson, sending him flying. He was hurled over 10 meters, crashing into a wall before rebounding to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth as he coughed up chunks of his internal organs. "Team, attack!" Ramil bellowed in rage. Leaping into the air, he swung his iron hammer down toward the tiger's head. Seeing their captain fighting with all his might, the other 2 teammates, Kent and Ryan, charged forward. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and the bullet whizzed through the air, striking the flame-striped tiger's left eye. The excruciating pain erupted instantly, causing the beast to roar deafeningly. Its furious howl shook the air around them with a violent tremor. Ramil's heart pounded wildly as he shouted, "Be careful! The beast is going berserk." The tiger's blood-drenched eye glowed with rage. With an incredible leap, it surged forward at an unbelievable speed, closing the distance to Kent in an instant. Before Kent could react, the tiger's massive paw struck his head. A sickening tearing sound followed as his alloy helmet was shredded apart, and Kent's body was thrown like a rag doll. The flame-striped tiger growled lowly, raising its blood-stained claws. Dangling from its sharp talons was half of Kent's face, dripping with blood. Ryan, witnessing the horrifying scene, was paralyzed with fear, his courage completely drained. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Ramil roared angrily. "Ryan, you coward! Are you running away?" Clenching his hammer tightly, his knuckles whitened as he fixed his gaze on the advancing tiger. Ryan ignored the captain's shouts, pouring all his strength into escaping toward the main entrance. As the door came into view, his desperation to survive pushed his speed to its limit. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door, holding a shield and blocking his path. Crash! Unable to stop in time, Ryan slammed into the shield, as if colliding with an iron wall. The massive recoil shattered his body like glass, breaking bones and muscles alike. Despair filled his eyes as he looked at the figure before him and weakly muttered, "Stronghold Squad. Zhou Chong." With that, his head slumped, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the desolate shopping mall, Ramil's desperate cry echoed, "Beast, I'll fight you to the death." What followed was a cacophony of hammer strikes and the sound of flesh being torn apart. 2 minutes later, the noise subsided. Both Ramil and the flame-striped tiger lay motionless in pools of blood. Zhou Chang, using his helmet scanning device, identified the life signs of Ramil, Thompson, Kent, and Ryan. All were gone. Combined with Benjamin, who had been killed earlier, the entire Black Scythe squad was annihilated. Just yesterday, the arrogant Golden Bird men were now wiped out. Zhou Chang sighed softly. One wrong move, and the entire game is lost. How tragic. Suddenly, he noticed faint signs of life in the flame-striped tiger. Pressing his electronic wristband, he spoke into the team channel. Ma Gu, sniped the beast from a distance. Hao Jun, Lu Qinglin, and Yang Jin, let's move inside and surround it from 4 directions. Be cautious, the flame-striped tiger is not fully dead yet. Watch out for a counterattack. Ma Weiguo responded. Captain, should I finish it off with another shot? Zhou Chang shook his head. Not yet. Let's observe for a moment. It's a tier 3 beast, and its hide is extremely valuable. Even a single hole could significantly reduce its worth. As he spoke, the monitor displayed that the flame-striped tiger's heartbeat had stopped. Team, the beast is dead, Zhou Chang announced. Cheers erupted among the Stronghold squad members. A tier 3 low-level beast could sell for at least tens of millions, meaning each member would earn a hefty share worth millions. This mission had been a huge success. Staring at the tiger's blood-soaked corpse, the squad couldn't help but marvel. Lu Qinglin asked, Captain, should we report this beast? Zhou Chang frowned, glancing at the Black Scythe squad's bodies on the ground. His mind raced. The complete annihilation of the Black Scythe squad would undoubtedly draw an investigation from the Holy Light Marshal Hall. Reporting this beast could link their squad to the incident, potentially causing trouble. After a moment of deliberation, he made up his mind and addressed the team. Everyone will handle this flame-striped tiger privately. No reporting. Any objections? Hao Jun and Lu Qinglin immediately responded. No objections. Ma Weiguo's voice came through the channel. No objections. Fully supported. Yang Jin also agreed. No objections. Excellent. Zhou Chang pulled out a dissection knife and turned to Yang Jin. You're the rookie. You get the honor of making the first cut. Yang Jin took the knife and approached the flame-striped tiger's body, aiming for its lower jaw. Just then, the tiger's eyelid twitched and suddenly snapped open. It's faking death. The expressions of the Qiangfeng squad members froze instantly, terror spreading like a tidal wave. Zhou Chang reacted quickly and shouted urgently. Yang Jin, get out of the way. Before his voice had faded, the flame-patterned tiger lunged forward, seemingly intent on tearing Yang Jin apart with its claws. Unexpectedly, instead of dodging, Yang Jin charged directly at the beast. With his left hand, he grabbed the tiger's ear and leapt into the air at an uncanny angle, landing astride its back. In one fluid motion, he drove his scalpel downward. The scalpel, razor-sharp, pierced the tiger's nape in an instant. The pain made the tiger rear back and roar furiously. Roar. Enraged, the beast kicked off the ground, its body tracing an arc through the air as it smashed through a glass window and burst out of the building. Although the events unfolded in mere moments, it felt like an eternity. By the time the others regained their senses, the tiger, with Yang Jin on its back, had already disappeared into the night. Quick, we need to save Yang Jin. The 4 remaining members of the Qiangfeng squad shouted as they immediately gave chase. The tiger moved with astonishing speed, racing forward, its body heaving and trembling in an effort to throw off the man clinging to its back. But Yang Jin held on tightly, refusing to be shaken off no matter how violently the tiger struggled. After running for 7 or 8 miles, the air ahead grew damp, and a wide river loomed into view. Is this beast planning to leap into the Xiang River to drown me? No way. I have to strike first, Yang Jin thought. Without hesitation, he focused his mental energy, channeling a surge of power into the scalpel. The 20-centimeter blade sank entirely into the tiger's neck. Twisting and vibrating, the scalpel shredded the tiger's neck into a bloody mess. The tiger could no longer endure. With a final, grief-stricken roar, it flung Yang Jin off its back. Using the last of its strength, the tiger swiped its massive paw across Yang Jin's back. The heavy, explosive impact sent Yang Jin flying, tracing a diagonal arc through the air before landing in a foul-smelling garbage heap dozens of meters away. The force of the landing caused the heap to erupt, revealing a dark, deep hole beneath. Still carried by the momentum, Yang Jin tumbled into the hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Look, it's the flame-patterned tiger. Shortly after, the 4 members of the Qiangfeng squad arrived at the scene. They rushed to the tiger's side, only to find its lifeless body. Yang Jin, however, was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? His electronic wristband had lost connection, and all attempts to contact him were futile. Determined, the team split up to search for him, vowing to find their missing comrade. Despite the tiger's death, their faces showed no trace of relief, only anxiety and worry. Lu Qinglin noticed something by the garbage heap and called out, waving his hand. Captain, there's a big hole here, and I found your scalpel. Zhou Chang and the others quickly ran over. The sight of the dark hole filled them with unease. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, its edges smooth and polished. At the bottom, there was a sticky, gel-like substance and clear marks of something crawling. It was evident that a reptilian monster was lurking inside. Zhou Chong spoke in a low voice. Ma Gu, send in a drone to investigate. Ma Weiguo retrieved a compact drone from his backpack and sent it into the hole. The drone descended along the tunnel, but after flying less than 40 meters, its camera tilted, the screen went black, and the connection was lost. Ma Weiguo frowned and said, there must be a special magnetic field in the tunnel that's blocking electronic signals. Both the wristband and the drone can't connect. Captain, what should we do? Hao Jun and Lu Qinglin turned to Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong's expression hardened as he declared, I'm going in myself to find Yang Jin. Ma Weiguo said, Captain, judging by the shape of the cave entrance, it must be a monster's lair. Entering recklessly would be too dangerous. Zhou Chong scanned his team and said firmly, remember, teammates are family. We must never abandon or give up on anyone. Ma Weiguo and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhou Chong strapped a slender steel cable to his back and began descending slowly along the cave wall. Ma Weiguo and the others anxiously monitored the screen of the electronic wristband. When Zhou Chong was about 40 meters down, his signal suddenly disappeared. A few minutes later, the signal reappeared, showing that he was climbing back up. As soon as Zhou Chong emerged from the cave, Lu Qinglin asked, Captain, did you find Yang Jin? Zhou Chong shook his head, holding Ma Weiguo's drone in his hand with a heavy expression. The cave is extremely deep. I descended over 60 meters and encountered 5 branching paths. After careful examination, I couldn't determine which path Yang Jin took. I believe the middle one is the most likely, so I went in. The further I went, the stronger the stench became so suffocating that I had to turn back. The three exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to do. Zhou Chong said gravely, Team, we'll set up camp here for the night and reassess our plan at dawn. Although frustrated, the group had no better options and reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Jin's consciousness gradually returned. His head felt heavy, and his entire body ached. A foul odor lingered in his nose, resembling a mix of rotten eggs and decaying flesh. He coughed softly and opened his eyes, noticing a crack in his helmet. Pressing a button on his neck, he retracted the helmet into his armor. The dim light around him revealed a faint mist, and visibility extended no more than 2 meters. Yang Jin realized he had been knocked into an underground cave by the flame-patterned tiger. He was relieved that his alloy battle armor had saved his life and that he hadn't suffered any broken bones. Looking at his damaged armor, Yang Jin felt a mix of frustration and amusement. His 3-star alloy battle armor, worth millions, would cost hundreds of thousands to repair. His electronic wristband showed no signal. He tapped the wristband screen, only to be greeted by a message indicating a lost network connection. I must be in an underground cave. The first thing I need to do is find an exit, he thought. As a psychic warrior, as long as he found the exit, he could use his abilities to fly out, even from a high place. Yang Jin drew his spear and cautiously began exploring. The unfamiliar surroundings made him tread carefully, conserving his psychic energy. No one could guarantee that the cave was free of monsters, and his psychic abilities, as a trump card, had to be reserved for critical moments. After advancing over 100 meters, the cave widened, and the stench grew more intolerable. A sense of unease crept over him, as if something terrifying was lurking in the large chamber ahead. Just as he hesitated about whether to turn back and find another path, a faint glow appeared in the darkness ahead. The light, about the size of an egg, flickered like a dim, faulty bulb. What is that? Something glowing, he wondered. But before he could make sense of it, something in the darkness shifted. What followed was a sight that would terrify anyone. 2 blood-red eyes, as large as bronze bells, opened. They were veined with writhing, twisting, and interweaving red threads, exuding a chilling aura. As a massive snake-like head slowly emerged, Yang Jin felt the nauseating stench hit him in the face, sending shivers down his spine. It was a snake-like monster, at least a Tier 2 creature. A Tier 2 monster was equivalent to a human martial master, while Yang Jin was merely a novice martial artist. The situation was perilous. Run. A single thought flashed through Yang Jin's mind. Run. But just as he turned around, a tail as thick as a water barrel slammed down in front of him, blocking his escape route. There was no way out. If he couldn't flee, he would have to fight. Gripping his reed leaf spear tightly, Yang Jin guided the meteorite steel flying dagger within him with his psychic power, facing the towering serpent head directly. The enormous serpent opened its menacing mouth wide, spewing a thick, greenish-blue liquid straight at Yang Jin. Startled, Yang Jin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it can breathe venom too. The serpent's breath, a toxic green, was surely highly poisonous, perhaps even corrosive. If it hit him, he would either pass out from the venom or be dissolved into a puddle of flesh. Either way, he was doomed. No choice but to fight. Yang Jin quickly unleashed his psychic power, forming a hemispherical shield above his head in an instant. The venomous breath surged down like a wave, but it was firmly blocked by the psychic shield. The serpent's toxic exhalation lasted nearly 5 seconds before gradually ceasing. As the poisonous mist dispersed, the serpent froze, seemingly stunned. It appeared to possess a trace of intelligence, unable to comprehend why this human remained unscathed after being hit by its venomous breath. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Yang Jin leapt into the air, thrusting his reed leaf spear straight into the serpent's eye. The serpent writhed in agony, thrashing its massive head in an attempt to crush the human clinging to it. Yang Jin planted his legs firmly on the serpent's head, using the recoil to propel himself backward. As he soared through the air, a streak of black light shot from his body, darting into the serpent's mouth with incredible speed. This black light was none other than Yang Jin's meteorite steel flying dagger, a razor-sharp 3-star weapon. Under the control of his psychic power, it transformed into a high-speed spinning drill. The dagger unleashed its violent force within the serpent's mouth, first piercing through the soft palate, then driving straight into its brain. Die! Yang Jin poured every ounce of his psychic power into the attack. A sharp spike emerged from the top of the serpent's head as the meteorite steel flying dagger tore through its skull, leaving a gaping, bloody hole. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's enormous body collapsed, shaking the ground beneath it. Yang Jin fell to the ground, utterly exhausted, his body limp and drenched in sweat. Beads of perspiration trickled down his face, dripping steadily onto the earth. Though the battle had been brief, it was fraught with danger. Were it not for the reinforcement of his psychic power, he wouldn't have survived the serpent's venomous breath and would have been long dead. After resting for a few minutes, Yang Jin began inspecting the serpent's corpse. Its head had a large, gory hole, and its body stretched over 10 meters long. To his surprise, its scales were covered in deep claw marks, as if it had recently been wounded. So, the serpent had already been seriously injured, its strength greatly diminished. What a stroke of luck! Yang Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. Examining the wounds more closely, they increasingly resembled marks left by a beast's claws. A sudden thought occurred to him: could it have been the flame-patterned giant tiger? Before its encounter with the Black Scythe squad, the flame-patterned giant tiger had already been gravely injured, its front right leg broken, significantly weakening its strength. Otherwise, the Black Scythe squad would never have dared to target it. Now it seemed likely that the flame-patterned giant tiger had clashed with this serpent, leaving both severely wounded, which allowed humans to take advantage of the situation. Could this serpent, like the flame-patterned giant tiger, also be a third-tier beast? Yang Jin examined the serpent's head carefully. Before long, he noticed 2 raised bumps above its eyes. With 2 horns on its head and a body over 10 meters long, exhaling toxic breath, Yang Jin's mind flashed to the records in the monster encyclopedia. The giant serpent before him was a perfect match for one of the creatures described at Tier 3 basic level beast, the venomous horned python. Having killed such a monster on his own, Yang Jin was both shocked and thrilled. This was a fortune easily worth over 10 million. However, as he thought further, a sense of caution crept into his heart. If the martial arts school learned he had single-handedly defeated a Tier 3 beast, they would inevitably question his strength. With all 5 members of the Black Scythe squad dead, the Xinguang martial arts school would surely launch an investigation. At that point, he would become a prime suspect, and any explanation would only complicate matters further, possibly even leading to retaliation consequences he could not afford. My mental power as a psychic is my trump card. It's not the right time to reveal it, he mused to himself. This matter must not be exposed. He had to deal with the giant serpent discreetly. Though guilt weighed on him for his captain and teammates, he decided to keep the spoils of the venomous horned python for himself. There was no immediate need to dissect the serpent's corpse, so he slowly moved toward the soft white glow ahead. After walking over 30 meters, he finally saw the luminous object clearly. It was about the size of a chicken egg, embedded in a piece of rock, emitting a gentle glow. The light wasn't as bright as a light bulb, nor was it harsh to the eyes. Instead, it exuded a soothing and serene warmth, like a naturally formed luminous pearl. This is a heavenly treasure. Yang Jin's body trembled slightly as he recognized the precious item known as moonstone essence. Heavenly treasures are rare materials formed by nature over countless years. They range from consumable herbs to exceptionally durable metals or substances imbued with mysterious powers. As a medicinal material, moonstone essence is highly effective when consumed directly. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could enhance a human's vitality by 0.1 points. Compared to genetic potions, moonstone essence's advantage lies in its slow diminishing returns. With enough moonstone essence, one could continuously consume it to significantly boost vitality. Calming his excitement, Yang Jin took out his meteoric gold dagger and carefully extracted the moonstone essence from the rock. The excised moonstone essence, if fully consumed, could potentially increase vitality by approximately 4 points. Selling it on the market would fetch an astronomical price. However, anyone who obtained such a heavenly treasure would instinctively use it to enhance their own strength. With his current vitality close to 4 and no exit in sight, Yang Jin decided to remain here and focus on his cultivation. He aimed to reach the level of an intermediate or advanced warrior before leaving. A beginner warrior's vitality is 2, intermediate is 5, advanced is 8, and surpassing 10 would elevate one to the rank of a martial master. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Jin used his psychic power to control the meteoric gold dagger, gently scraping the surface of the moonstone essence, releasing a fine layer of powder. He opened his mouth, and like a whale drawing in water, the powder turned into a thin stream and entered his body. The sensation was cool and soothing, utterly painless. Unlike genetic potions, which are harsh and cause physical discomfort sometimes, even harm to individuals with weaker constitutions, heavenly treasures provided a gentle and pleasant effect, nourishing the body imperceptibly. Yang Jin couldn't help but marvel. This was indeed a heavenly treasure, incomparable to artificial genetic potions. After 10 minutes, all the powder was absorbed, and Yang Jin felt a slight increase in vitality, filling him with exhilaration. No time to waste, keep going. He focused entirely, immersing himself in the process of cultivation. Captain, it's dawn. Ma Weigua gazed at the eastern horizon, where the clouds were painted red by the rising sun. He walked over to Zhou Chong, his brow furrowed. Last night, the Triumphant team had camped outside the entrance of the garbage pit, all hoping for a miracle that Yang Jin would emerge from the depths. But their hopes were in vain. Yang Jin remained missing, with no trace or word. Zhou Chong stared at the entrance of the pit, his expression heavy. Teammates, we'll continue hunting the monsters. For now, we won't report anything about Yang Jin, Zhou Chong declared. Lu Chunlin thought for a moment and suggested, Captain, how about I stay here and wait? Maybe Yang Jin will come out. That's not a good idea. Zhou Chong shook his head firmly. This place is near the riverbank, with an open view and no proper hiding spots. If we attract the attention of the river monsters, the consequences could be disastrous. Lu Chunlin sighed in resignation. Zhou Chong looked around at his team and spoke loudly to encourage them. Team, stay strong. The battle between humans and monsters is a fight for survival. Any of us could face death at any moment. Death itself isn't what's terrifying. What's truly frightening is dying in vain. Yang Jin. Even if he's no longer with us, he took down a tier 3 flame-striped giant tiger on his own. That makes him a true hero. We must avenge him, avenge our comrades. Hearing Zhou Chong's words, Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, and Lu Chunlin clenched their fists and shouted in unison, avenge him, avenge our comrades. Meanwhile, deep within the underground cave, Yang Jin was steadily absorbing and digesting the moonstone essence. His vitality was rapidly increasing, and his strength was growing at an astonishing pace. The outer layers of the moonstone essence peeled away bit by bit, and its size gradually diminished. In no time, it was already the morning of June 24th, and Yang Jin had been training in the cave for over 3 days. The moonstone essence had shrunk from the size of a chicken egg to that of a quail egg. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Jin opened his eyes, sensing that the absorption of the moonstone essence was nearing its limit. Continuing to absorb it further would yield diminishing returns. He decided to keep the remaining moonstone essence to take home for his family. Such a precious treasure couldn't be sent by mail safely. Otherwise, he would have sent some to Qingtong. Standing up, Yang Jin casually moved his arms and legs, each strike demonstrating immense power, with the surrounding air crackling at the force of his movements. Although his electronic wristband had lost its network connection, it could still measure his vitality. After practicing his martial techniques and running swiftly through the cave, the wristband provided its reading. Your vitality is approximately 8, with a fluctuation range of 0.3. A vitality level of 8 signified that his strength had reached the threshold of an advanced warrior. With a thought, Yang Jin's consciousness entered his mindscape. Within it, the sphere of mental power rotated slowly, with the mist of spiritual energy growing denser. The internal space of the ancient divine worm had also expanded. To Yang Jin's surprise, the space, which originally had a 1-meter edge length, had now grown to about 3 meters, increasing its volume from 1 cubic meter to nearly 30 cubic meters. It was now equivalent to a small storage room, capable of holding many items, including the massive corpse of the venomous horned python. Awesome! Yang Jin couldn't hide his excitement. With his strength elevated to that of an advanced warrior and acquiring a monster worth tens of millions on his own, the rewards were tremendous. He took out his meteoric steel dagger and began dissecting the venomous horned python's corpse. The python, having been dead for some time, had softened scales, and with Yang Jin's newfound strength, the dissection was effortless. Yang Jin worked tirelessly until noon, meticulously stripping the toxic breath horned python of its skin, venomous fangs, bones, and flesh. The entire carcass of the monstrous beast was stored in the sacred insect space. He continued to explore and examine the cave, but found nothing of value apart from the scattered bones of beasts and numerous human remains. It was time to leave. He identified a snake hole at the top of the cave, and with his mental energy, He lifted his body effortlessly off the ground and floated upward. By the roadside near the riverbank stood a foul-smelling pile of garbage. A few snarling wolfhound beasts rummaged through the trash in search of food. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave and landed on the road. Startled by the noise, the wolfhound beasts looked up to see a human figure clad in tattered battle armor, covered in dirt. With a howl, the beasts charged viciously at the person. Yang Jin smirked coldly, his gaze sweeping over the oncoming wolfhound beasts. Plastic shards scattered on the ground suddenly shot upward under the force of his mental energy and pierced into the beasts' mouths. Then, he uttered a single word, explode. With a muffled blast, the plastic shards detonated from within, and the heads of the wolfhound beasts shattered like overripe watermelons. These first-tier low-level beasts were annihilated in an instant. The remaining wolfhound beasts, terrified by the scene, whimpered and fled with their tails between their legs. Yang Jin shook his electronic wristband, successfully reconnecting to the network. Unread messages began flooding the screen. The first was a text from Zhao Qingtong. Her short summer break had ended, and she had officially enrolled at Jiangnan University, majoring in life science research. Ah Jin, my vitality level has reached 1.9, just a bit shy of 2. I'm catching up to you. You better work hard, or I might surpass you. As he read her message, Yang Jin's mind conjured the image of the cheerful, radiant young woman. He quickly typed a reply. Qingtong, I entered a cave 2 days ago, and the network signal was blocked. I just completed the mission and got out. Let's catch up when I return. A few seconds later, Zhao Qingtong replied. All right, I'm in class right now. Stay safe. Besides Zhao Qingtong's messages, there were also texts from his younger sister and Hu Qinghua. His younger sister had just started at Yusha City's first high school and shared over a dozen photos via text, showing off her classroom, cafeteria, library, and more. Hu Qinghua, brimming with excitement, informed him that he had been admitted to Hanyang Bay City's second university, which was less than 10 miles away from Han Xuemei's Hanyang University. Yang Jin felt genuinely happy for his close friend. Hu Qinghua had long harbored feelings for Han Xuemei, and now that they were studying in the same city, there was a chance they could end up together. He noticed a missed call from last night at 11 p.m. Mai's younger sister, Yang Hui, had called but hung up after just 2 seconds. Perhaps she had dialed by mistake. It was now 2 p.m., and she should be in class. He decided to call her back after school hours. Lastly, Yang Jin opened the Strong Peak Squad's team channel and browsed through the members' chat history. As he read, he was deeply moved. During the few days he was out of contact, his teammates had been discussing what to do if something unfortunate had happened to him. In the end, they collectively decided that if Yang Jin were lost, half of the proceeds from the mission, including the sale of the third-tier low-level beast, the flame-patterned giant tiger, would go to his family. Captain Zhou Chong had finalized the decision. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jin felt a surge of gratitude for the Strong Peak Squad. Silently, he said to himself, Captain, brothers, thank you all. In the ruins of the northwestern part of Zhutin City, four members of the Strong Peak Squad were dissecting the corpse of a beast. They had just hunted down a Tier 2 low-level beast, an iron-armored crocodile. With practiced efficiency, the team skinned the beast's scales, severed its 4 sharp claws, extracted its teeth and eyeballs, and packed all the valuable organs into their backpacks. Afterward, they photographed the hunting site and uploaded the location details to the dedicated app of the Xinhua Martial Academy to complete the hunting process. This mission had been particularly fruitful for the Strong Peak Squad. They had killed a total of 17 Tier 1 beasts, 2 Tier 2 beasts, and 1 Tier 3 beast. Thanks to the Tier 3 beast, their earnings had multiplied significantly. However, there was no trace of joy on their faces, as they had lost a teammate during this mission. Zhou Chong wiped his bloodstained blade and asked in a somber tone, Teammates, we've been on this mission for 5 days now. Should we retreat or keep going? Ma Weiguo, recalling the missing Yang Jin, felt a pang of sorrow in his chest. Captain, typically missions last 7 days. How about we wait 2 more days? Hao Jun said in a low voice. Lu Chenglin added, I'd like to hunt a few more beasts, earn some extra money for Yang Jin's family. The group shared the same thought. Zhou Chong nodded and said, All right, we'll hunt for the full 7 days before heading back. Just then, a notification popped up in their team channel. The 4 of them opened it, and their eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating. The message was brief but clear. Teammates, Yang Jin reporting in. Brother, I was so worried about you. In the ruins, Zhou Chong tightly embraced Yang Jin, slapping him on the shoulder in excitement. The man, in his early 30s, had reddened eyes. The rest of the team was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, welcome back. Surviving such danger means good fortune ahead, Zhou Chong said with heartfelt relief. Captain, I suggest we end the mission and head back to Yusha City, Yang Jin said with a smile. Haha, no problem. Let's go home. On the way back, Yang Jin purposely concealed his enhanced strength, and none of his teammates noticed the significant boost in his vitality. He gave them a simple recount of his time in the underground cave, mentioning only that he had gotten lost. He chose to keep silent about killing the venomous horned python and obtaining the moonlight stone essence. After all, for a beginner martial artist to single-handedly slay a tier 3 low-level beast was beyond belief, and the moonlight stone essence was an extremely rare treasure. Sharing such details could only invite trouble. Sometimes, even with loved ones, certain truths are better left untold. After more than 2 hours, the Strong Peak squad finally returned to Ipushed City. Gazing at the towering defensive walls and breathing in the air tinged with the scent of human life, the team felt their spirits gradually relax. All the tension and pressure from the mission melted away. Every mission was a test of life and death. One day they might be drinking and laughing together, but the next, a teammate might no longer exist in this world. Zhou Chong said, Ma Gu and I will head to the Xinhua Martial Academy to submit the mission report, handle the spoils, and deal with the flame-patterned giant tiger. Hao Jun, Lu Chunglin, Yang Jin. If you have personal matters to attend to, feel free to go. Once Ma Gu and I finish up, we'll notify everyone to split the rewards. Hao Jun, already married, expressed his desire to go home and spend time with his wife and children. Lu Qinglin, a bachelor, decided to join Zhou Chong and Ma Weiguo in their tasks. Yang Jin said, Captain, I want to go to Yusha City's #1 high school to pick up my sister after school. Not long after, the Chongfeng squad's car arrived at Yusha City's #1 high school, and Yang Jin got out. The school day ended at 5:30 p.m., and there were still about 10 minutes left. He waited patiently when suddenly, the family's Dream Builder car automatically drove into the school parking lot. The Dream Builder car was fully autonomous, with its route preset by Yang Jin to handle his sister Yang Hu's daily school pickups and drop-offs. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Yang Hui packed her bag and walked out of her Class 11 classroom. She habitually turned on her smart wristband and received a message from Yang Jin. Third sister, I've completed my mission and returned to the city. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Yang Hui was thrilled, thinking to herself, second brother came to pick me up. The young girl skipped out of the classroom with a bright, happy smile on her face. However, four girls suddenly appeared in her path. The one speaking, a blonde girl named Caroline, who had a broad frame, extended her right hand to block Yang Hu's way. The other girls wore expressions of contempt and arrogance. Yang Hui stared at Caroline, feeling annoyed. It's only been 3 days since school started, and you've been bothering me every day. I've done nothing to you. What's your problem? She thought. Caroline sneered coldly. Yang Hui, you walk around without watching where you're going and bumped into my best friend. I'm here to stand up for her. Yang Hui shifted her gaze to the black-haired girl standing next to Caroline, Gao Yan. She thought angrily. That day in the cafeteria, it was clearly you who bumped into me first and then turned it around, accusing me of hitting you. Seems like you're just looking for trouble. Gao Lian's eyes filled with feigned grievance as she retorted, Yang Hui, you're making things up. Caroline seized the moment to stir things up further. See, this is Yang Hui for using her brother, a low-level martial artist, to twist the truth and bully others. Gao Lian, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. She added confidently, my big brother is a senior martial artist from the Sacred Light Martial Hall and the captain of a hunting squad. The Black Scythe Squad's captain, Ramil, is my brother. Go ask around's 10 times stronger than your useless brother. Yang Hui clenched her fists in anger, wishing she could punch Caroline right in the nose. She thought to herself, second brother is my hero. Hearing anyone badmouth him makes me furious. Caroline smirked disdainfully. What's the matter? Want to fight me? Yang Hui, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Her real intention was to provoke Yang Hui into a fight, so she could beat her up openly. Yang Hu's eyebrows furrowed as she weighed her options. Caroline's been provoking me every day, trying to force me into a fight. Her vitality level is 1.3, while mine is only 1.2, there's a clear gap. Second brother always warned me not to fight unprepared battles. They're outnumbering me, so I'd better hold back in the end. She suppressed her anger and turned to walk away. Behind her, Caroline, Gao Lian, and the others burst into mocking laughter. Huh, she calls herself a martial artist sister, but she's just a coward. And her so-called martial artist brother? A total loser. At the school gate, Yang Jin and Yang Hui got into the car together. Yang Jin immediately noticed his sister's unhappy expression and asked with concern, third sister, what's wrong? You seem upset. The 15-year-old girl's emotions were written all over her face. Yang Hui pouted angrily and said, second brother, there are some girls picking on me every day. I wanted to call you last night, but I was afraid to distract you from your mission. As she spoke, her anger grew, especially when she mentioned Caroline. That blonde bully acts all high and mighty just because her brother's a senior martial artist. She's gathered a group of followers and keeps bullying weaker students. It's outrageous. Today, she even challenged me. I'm so frustrated, but I can't beat her. Listening to her complaints, Yang Jin asked, third sister, do you want to teach her a lesson? Without hesitation, Yang Hui replied, of course I do. I dream about it. Yang Jin said, tell me more about Caroline. When we get home, I'll give you some special training for a few hours. Tomorrow, you can take her on. However, Yang Hui seemed a bit hesitant. Caroline's older brother is an advanced martial artist. If he steps in, the two of us won't stand a chance against them. Curious, Yang Jin asked, who is Caroline's older brother? Yang Hui replied. Caroline mentioned that her brother's name is Ramil. He's part of the Sacred Light Martial Academy and is even the captain of the Black Side Squad. Yang Jin couldn't help but laugh. Then there's nothing to worry about. Go ahead and fight her. All 5 members of the Black Side Squad perished in the wilderness. The Sacred Light Martial Academy must already know about this and is probably still investigating. They likely haven't informed the families yet. Caroline bullies her own sister, so I have no sympathy for her. Even so, Yang Jin, as a martial artist, found it inappropriate to intervene directly against a high school girl. He decided to let Yang Hui handle it herself. Seeing her brother's encouraging gaze, Yang Hui's confidence soared. Second brother, I'll listen to you. If Caroline dares to bother me again tomorrow, I'll teach her a lesson. When they got home, a sumptuous dinner awaited the siblings. Their uncle and aunt had prepared a few special dishes to welcome Yang Jin back. With a playful wink, Yang Hui asked with a grin, Mom, is today a holiday? Why is the table so full? We can't finish all this food. Her aunt picked up a braised chicken drumstick and placed it in Yang Jin's bowl. Ah Jin, this drumstick is for you. There were 2 drumsticks, one for each sibling. After dinner, their uncle and aunt went out for a walk. Yang Jin took Yang Hui down to the basement. The basement served as Yang Jin's regular training area, spacious and open. Sit down first, little sister, Yang Jin said. Obediently, Yang Hui sat on a soft cushion. Yang Jin poured a glass of water, secretly cutting off a small piece of lunar essence stone. Using his spiritual energy, he ground it into powder and mixed it into the water. Yang Hui noticed the faintly glowing water and asked, Second brother, what is this? Yang Jin smiled slightly. This is something special. Drinking it can increase your vitality by about 0.1. Yang Hui asked curiously, is it some kind of cellular nutrient solution? Yang Jin, unwilling to explain further, grew serious. Little sister, this is something I obtained during a mission. It's extremely rare. Make sure not to tell anyone about it, not even uncle or aunt. Yang Hui nodded. Second brother, I understand. She took the glass, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. A while later, expecting some discomfort, she instead looked puzzled. That's strange. It doesn't hurt at all. It actually feels cool and soothing. After about an hour, the sensation faded. Yang Hui stood up and walked briskly to the punching strength test machine. She threw a punch, and the machine displayed a reading of 702 kilograms. She then tested her speed, which showed 14.7 milliseconds. Based on the results, her vitality was estimated at 1.4. Oh my gosh, my vitality used to be 1.2, but that glass of water increased it by 0.2. Yang Hui was stunned, barely able to believe it. The effects of that water far exceeded those of cellular nutrient solutions. Caroline's vitality is only 1.3. I've already surpassed her, huh? The young girl was overjoyed, already imagining Caroline being soundly defeated by her. Seeing his sister's vitality improve, Yang Jin began teaching her combat techniques. Little sister, I'll demonstrate the 100 forms of Hua Fist, especially its key deadly moves. Watch closely. This move is called the half-step crushing fist. Yang Jin imagined his entire arm as a spring, with his shoulder connecting to his elbow, and his elbow linked to his fist, ready to unleash its power in a sudden burst. This move, called Iron Shoulder Strike, was inspired by the Iron Mountain Lean technique from Bajiquan, concentrating all the force into the shoulder for a powerful impact. Meanwhile, Yang Jin and his sister meticulously broke down various techniques, practicing until 10 p.m., when their uncle and aunt reminded Yang Hui to rest, prompting them to call it a day. The next morning, Yang Jin received a notification from Zhou Chang that the hunted beast had been processed, inviting him to the hotel to split the earnings. In the luxurious suite of Xinglong Hotel, all 5 members of the Qiangfeng team gathered. Zhou Chang, beaming with excitement, made it clear that this mission had been a great success, their most rewarding task in the past 2 years. Brother Ma, go ahead and share the details of our earnings and the distribution plan, Zhou Chang said. Under Ma Weigua's explanation, the Qiangfeng team had managed to kill 19 first-tier beasts, 2 second-tier beasts, and 1 third-tier beast during the mission. The spoils from the first and second-tier beasts were handed over to the Xinhua Martial Hall, earning them 5.8 million Blue Star coins and 3 million contribution points. 10% of the money and contribution points were allocated as team funds, while the remaining 90 was distributed based on individual contributions. Zhou Chang received 25, Ma Weigua 20, Hao Jun 20th, Lu Qinglin 15, and Yang Jin 10. This distribution gave Yang Jin 580,000 Blue Star coins and 300,000 contribution points. Zhou Chang asked, any objections? The group responded in unison, no objections. Zhou Chang continued, all right, it's settled. Now, on to the highlight, the third-tier beast. The mention of the third-tier beast immediately energized everyone. Zhou Chang went on, yesterday, Brother Ma, Lu Qinglin, and I visited the World Trade Guild to handle the transaction for the flame pattern tiger. The World Trade Guild is an international trade organization on par with top-tier companies like the Pioneer Group and Stark Industries. With abundant capital and a global trade network, it's the safest trading channel. No matter your resources or identity, as long as you have enough money or goods to trade, you'll get a fair deal. After some negotiation, the final sale price was set at 12 million. Zhou Chong looked around at his teammates before fixing his gaze on Yang Jin. Teammates, since the flame pattern tiger was killed by Yang Jin, aside from the 10-team fund, 90 of the remaining earnings will be split as follows. Yang Jin gets 50, and the rest of us get 10 each. Any objections? Ma Weiguo, Hao Jun, and Lu Chenglin exchanged glances and voiced their agreement. No objections. However, Yang Jin quickly waved his hands and said, Captain, I have an objection. I suggest that after deducting the team fund, the remaining 90 should be evenly split among the 5 of us. Hearing Yang Jin's suggestion, his teammates couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Chong chuckled. All right, let's be democratic about this. Let's vote. Those in favor of Yang Jin's distribution method, raise your hand. Among the 5, only Yang Jin raised his hand, while the others remained still. Zhou Chong then said, those in favor of my distribution method, raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 hands shot up in unison. Yang Jin sighed helplessly. Captain, brothers, with this distribution, I feel so embarrassed. Zhou Chong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, brother, we strive for balance, but we can't ignore individual efforts. What's yours is yours. Ma Weiguo chimed in, the captain is right, Yang Jin. Don't overthink it. Lu Chenglin added with a grin, brother, if you feel bad about it, why not treat everyone to a meal? Hao Jun laughed, great idea. Yang Jin struck it rich, so he should treat us. Yang Jin burst out laughing and replied, all right, he'll host a feast for my brothers. Let's drink until we drop. With the earnings divided, Yang Jin ended up with 6.58 million blue star coins and 300,000 contribution points. Additionally, his divine insect space still housed a third-tier beast, the venomous horned python, estimated to fetch over 10 mil Iona, truly astounding haul. At noon, the 5 members of the Triumphant team gathered at a hotel for a meal, and Yang Jin drank quite a bit. By the time he got home, it was already past 2 p.m. Riding on the buzz from the alcohol, he planned to take a nap, but he suddenly received a call from his younger sister. Second brother, I got into a fight, and the homeroom teacher wants me to call a parent to the school. Yang Jin quickly asked, did you win? Are you hurt? On the other end of the line, Yang Hui giggled. I fought 3 of them by myself and knocked them all down. I did take a few punches, but I'm fine. Good to hear. I'll be there right away. Yang Jin hung up and immediately activated his mental energy. The alcohol in his system evaporated like steam through his pores, and his intoxication vanished in an instant. He took a car to Ipushed City First High School, and, as he approached the homeroom teacher's office, he overheard the shouting of a middle-aged man inside. My daughter was beaten black and blue. This is outright bullying. If I don't get an explanation today, they'll report this to the Education Bureau. Then came the voice of a woman trying to mediate. Mr. Kai, please calm down. You've seen the surveillance footage. It was your daughter and her friends who started the fight. The middle-aged man interrupted angrily. I don't care. My daughter got injured by that little girl, and she has to face punishment. Next, another woman spoke, her voice carrying a heavy foreign accent. That's right. This little girl thinks she can get away with using her strength to hurt others. She's a threat to the school, and I suggest immediate expulsion. Yang Hui stood in a corner, her face flushed with anger. You're all being so unreasonable. It was clearly Grace, Kai Hong, and Gao Lian who ganged up on me first. I only fought back because I couldn't take it anymore. Oh, and there's also that blonde girl, Caroline. She wasn't at school today, but if she had been, I would have beaten her up too. The middle-aged man nearly jumped in fury when he heard Yang Hui's words. Teacher Shin, listen to what your student is saying. Is this how you've been educating them? Homeroom teacher Shun Mei looked utterly distressed and could only respond. Everyone, please calm down. Let's wait for Yang Hui's guardian to arrive and discuss this further. Just then, an 18 or 19-year-old young man stepped into the doorway. Hello, Teacher Shun. I'm Yang Hui's older brother, Yang Jin. As he entered the office, Yang Hui's eyes turned red, and she walked over to her brother with a look of grievance. Second brother, she said softly. Yang Jin gently ruffled her hair and said in a low voice, don't worry, I've got your back. Tears welled up in Yang Hui's eyes, and she nodded firmly. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Jin and sneered. Teacher Shun, you said you'd call a parent. This young man looks like a student himself. Can he even handle this situation? Shun Mei looked at Yang Jin with some doubt. Yang Jin pulled out an ID card and handed it to her. Teacher Shun, this is my work ID. Shin Mei took it, and after a quick glance, she exclaimed in surprise, Ipushed City branch of the Xinhua Martial Academy, junior martial artist. She immediately handed the ID back to Yang Jin, her tone now noticeably more respectful. Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry to trouble you to come in person. The other parents in the office stared in shock. Yang Hu's brother is a martial artist, and so young too. Especially the middle-aged man who had been shouting the loudest. His face was filled with fear, and his lips trembled slightly. Being a martial artist wasn't just a title. It symbolized immense strength and capability. For someone like Yang Jin, a seasoned martial artist who had taken lives and shed blood, he exuded the aura of a lurking predator. The occasional flashes of his fierce demeanor sent chills down the spine. His cold gaze swept over the three girls arguing with Yang Hui, Grace, with her blonde hair, Kai Hong, with her long braids, and the last girl, Gao Yan. All three turned pale and trembled like quails facing a hawk. Among them, Grace and Kai Hong's parents had already arrived, leaving only Gao Lian's parents absent. Yang Jin's eyes settled on Gao Lian, sensing a faint familiarity. He asked, "What is Gao Wei to you?" Gao Wei was a loyal lackey of Tang Jong, known for his flattery and bad ideas. It was Gao Wei who had come up with the plan to spend a fortune hiring the 5 tigers of Dongshan to deal with Yang Jin. Gao Lian's face showed panic as she stammered, "Gao Wei? He's my cousin." In an instant, Yang Jin put the pieces together. Grace, Kai Hong, and the absent Caroline had clearly been manipulated by Gao Lian to target Yang Hui. He turned to Grace and Kai Hong, his tone firm. "I have a grudge against Gao Lian's cousin, Gao Wei. She probably didn't tell you that, did she?" The two girls exchanged glances, realization dawning on them. They immediately erupted in anger. "Gao Lian, so it was you stirring up trouble. We thought you were our good friend, but you lied to us." Overwhelmed with guilt, Gao Lian squatted down and began to sob. The full story was soon unraveled. At Gao Wei's instigation, Gao Lian had deliberately collided with Yang Hui in the cafeteria. She then roped in Caroline, Grace, and Kai Hong to harass Yang Hui at every turn, leading to a physical altercation. Coincidentally, Caroline couldn't attend due to a sudden family emergency. The remaining 3 girls were no match for Yang Hui and ended up being thoroughly beaten. Ultimately, with the mediation of their homeroom teacher, Shun Mei, both sides agreed to a truce. On the way home, Yang Hui's laughter was bright and cheerful. "Second brother, it felt so good to fight today. I took on 3 of them, and none of them could handle me. Too bad Caroline wasn't there, otherwise, humph." She raised her fist, a smug expression on her face. Yang Jin chuckled. "All right, just don't tell Uncle and Auntie about this, okay? We don't want to worry them." Yang Hui nodded. "Of course not. Mom would just scold me." After a brief pause, she asked, "Second brother, are you planning to deal with Gao Wei?" Yang Jin's face remained calm, and he replied with a faint smile. "Yes, they'll have a proper talk with him." Though his tone was composed, a murderous intent surged within him like a tidal wave. In the VIP room of the Jinyao Club in the Furong district, colorful lights flickered as shadows swayed to the music. Tang Jong lounged on the sofa, his hands all over a hostess in his lap. Ever since he had prosthetic limbs installed, becoming what some called an iron rooster, Tang Jong's personality had dramatically changed. Though he had been admitted to the prestigious A9 class university in Hanyang-based city, he had yet to enroll, spending his days idling and partying. His parents, Tang Zhongliang and his wife, had no choice but to request a 1-month leave of absence from the school. Fortunately, the institution accepted, as Tang Jong had earned the title of a junior martial artist. "You're hurting me, please be gentler," the hostess pleaded, biting her lip in pain as Tang Zhong's rough hands groped her. In response, Tang Jong raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, leaving a red mark. "Damn it, I'm a martial artist. Letting me play with you is a privilege. Don't you dare act ungrateful. Get out of here, you worthless wench." Tears streaming down her face, the hostess held her cheek and hurried out of the room. "Brother Tang, there's something I need to report to you." Gao Wei approached Tang Zhong with a dark expression, looking extremely tense. Tang Zhong glanced at him coldly and asked, "What is it?" Gao Wei swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "My sister," Gao Lian called. "The plan to deal with Yang Hui failed. They fought, but she couldn't win." Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with irritation, and he glared at Gao Wei angrily. "You can't even handle such a small matter. Useless." Gao Wei's face turned pale instantly. Just then, his wristband rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his eyes widened in shock. "Brother Tang, it's Yang Jin, he's calling me." Tang Zhong ordered coldly, "Answer it. Put it on speaker." Gao Wei hesitated but pressed the speaker button. A few seconds later, Yang Jin's deep voice came through. "Gao Wei, we may have been schoolmates, so I let it slide when you plotted with Tang Zhong against me. But you crossed the line when you targeted my sister. As a warrior, I'm officially warning you tomorrow morning. If I don't see a sincere apology from you, you'll face the consequences. Oh, and pass a message to your master Tang Jong. Tell him to cherish his so-called iron rooster and conduct himself wisely." After the call ended, Gao Wei was trembling all over. "Brother Tang, what should I do? Please, save me." Tang Zhong was visibly infuriated by the mention of iron rooster. His face turned red with rage, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Pointing at Gao Wei, he roared, "Coward! Yang Jin is just a beginner-level warrior. Don't forget, so am I. Call him back and tell him that I officially challenge him to come to my house in person tomorrow morning if he dares. Seeing Gao Wei hesitate, Tang Jong's gaze turned icy. Are you asking for death? What are you waiting for? Make the call now. Under Tang Jong's intimidation, Gao Wei felt like a discarded fool, crushed and humiliated, his heart cold as ice. Meanwhile, in Villa 49 of Binjiang Garden, inside Yang Jin's room, he focused his mind, summoning the last remaining piece of moonstone essence, now the size of a quail egg, to float before him. He thought to himself, Tang Jong, if you're determined to dig your own grave, I'll gladly help you. Tang Jong's repeated schemes behind his back had been infuriating enough, but targeting his sister was the final straw. There was no way Yang Jin would let this slide. He resolved to confront Tang Jong in person tomorrow and seek justice for his younger sister. First, he would take the direct approach to gauge their strength, then strike from the shadows if necessary. If they pushed him too far, he wouldn't hesitate. Every member of the Tang family would pay the price. Yang Jin's mental energy, sharp as a blade, meticulously shaved fine powder off the moonstone essence, transforming it into a glowing mist that he inhaled. He was determined to enhance his vitality as much as possible, ensuring he could crush Tang Jong and his family with absolute power. At last, the moonstone essence completely dissolved, and Yang Jin felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. His vitality had risen once again. Checking his wristband, the display showed a vitality level of 8.2. In less than a month since becoming a warrior, Yang Jin had advanced from a beginner-level warrior to a high-level warrior. This remarkable progress was due not only to the effects of genetic serums like cell nutrient liquid, body refining essence water, and moonstone essence, as well as rare treasures, but also to the critical role of his mental energy. His mental energy acted as a natural catalyst, significantly boosting his efficiency while practicing the Yuan energy breathing technique. To put it into perspective, if the normal training efficiency was a mere 1, Yang Jin's efficiency, enhanced by mental energy, was at least 30 times higher. Such a training speed, if made public, would leave others utterly astonished. Yang Jin needed to temporarily conceal his true strength and avoid exposing his identity as a spiritual practitioner. After all, as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. Coming from a humble background, he had to exercise extra caution. The next morning, Yang Jin called Zhou Chang and briefly explained the grudge between him and Tang Jong, including Tang Zhong's previous actions against his aunt and his current attempts to target Yang Hui. Zhou Chang was furious upon hearing this, thinking to himself, a mere son of a nouveau riche dares to threaten the family of a Xinhua Martial Academy warrior? Outrageous. He immediately assured Yang Jin that he could take action without hesitation, and if he needed more help, the Qiangfeng squad would provide full support. After hanging up, Zhou Chang sent a message in the Qiangfeng squad's group chat. Brothers, Yang Jin's sister is being bullied. Get your weapons ready, we're stepping in. Hao Jun was the first to reply. Anyone who messes with my brother's sister is asking for it. I won't let this slide. Lu Chunglin chimed in. Captain, who's bold enough to pull a stunt like this? Zhou Chang replied. Some punk named Tang Jong. Hao Jun added. Tang Jong? The guy who got wrecked by a giant mastiff during the last combat assessment. Zhou Chang confirmed. That's the one Tang Jong, son of Tang Zhongliang. Ma Weigua interjected. I know Tang Zhongliang. That guy made his fortune through women, just a low-class social climber. Lu Chunglin angrily declared. I don't care who he is. If he dares to mess with our brother, he's done for. Seeing the heated discussion in the group, Yang Jin also sent a message. Captain, brothers, thank you. Tang Jong invited me to his house today to talk things over. I'm planning to check it out. Zhou Chang immediately responded. Brother, your problem is the squad's problem. Any team members available today will back you up. Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, and Lu Chunglin all confirmed they would be there. At the gate of the Longxiang estate, all 5 members of the Qiangfeng squad arrived in their cars. Zhou Chang said to Yang Jin, Brother, the 4 of us will wait at a tea house outside the neighborhood. You go in first. If anything happens, contact us immediately, and we'll be there in no time. Remember, you're in the right, don't be afraid. Zhou Chang meant that the collective presence of the Qiangfeng squad would likely intimidate Tang Zhongliang into behaving, ensuring the matter could be resolved properly. With renewed confidence, Yang Jin drove up to the estate's entrance. The security guard, upon seeing his credentials, respectfully let him in. Inside the Longxiang estate, in the living room of Villa number 24, Tang Jong and his family were seated together. Tang Zhongliang wore a grave expression as he advised. Zhonger, how many times have I told you? Treating people well is like doing business. Harmony brings wealth. Look at this, warriors from Xinhua Martial Academy have come to our house. If a fight breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. Tang Jong, however, looked dismissive as he lounged on the sofa, retorting, Dad, I'm a government-certified warrior too. Why should I fear him? Besides, I've been taking several doses of body-strengthening essence water, and my vitality has reached 2.9. Yang Jin might not even be able to beat me. Clenching his fist, his face full of provocation, he sneered. If he dares to make a move, they'll make sure he won't even recognize himself in the mirror. Song Suli stared coldly at Tang Jongliang, her face full of disdain. With a mocking tone, she said, Tang Jongliang, you should learn a bit of backbone from your son instead of acting like a spineless coward, always bowing and scraping. Her words pierced Tang Zhongliang's heart like needles, almost making him spit blood in anger. In his youth, Tang Zhongliang had lived in poverty and drowned his sorrows in alcohol after a failed romance. It was during this low point that he encountered Song Suli. Seizing the opportunity, he attached himself to the Song family, gaining their support and gradually becoming a wealthy businessman. However, the couple's relationship had always been strained, particularly after Tang Zhongliang achieved success. Whenever he thought about Song Suli's wild and unrestrained youth, along with the rumors of her promiscuity, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Song Suli's disdain for Tang Zhongliang had only grown over time. Mocking remarks and cold indifference had become their daily norm, and their marriage was nothing more than a facade. Now, because of their son, Song Suli's contempt for Tang Zhongliang had reached its peak. Tang Zhongliang, if you're scared, pack your things and get out. My son and I can handle that country bumpkin ourselves, she said icily. Also, for your information, I called my father last night. The Song family has already sent someone from the Hanyang base city. They'll be here today. Yang Jin is nothing if he dares to go against Chong. They'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. Tang Zhongliang's lips quivered. Song Suli, you're impressive. Your Song family is impressive. The Korean Association is impressive. Before he could finish, the crisp sound of a slap echoed from outside the door, and a figure burst into the room. The Tang family was startled, gasping when they saw the person on the floor. The man's face was twisted in pain, one side swollen like a steamed bun, his mouth bleeding, and broken teeth scattered on the ground. It was Gao Wei, Tang Chan's loyal lackey. Clutching his mouth, Gao Wei stammered through the pain, Tang Tonga, I was hit by Yang Jin. Gao Wei had been waiting outside the villa when Yang Jin arrived. Before Gao Wei could say a word, Yang Jin had slapped him so hard that he spun like a top and rolled into the house. Hearing Gao Wei's words, the Tang family turned to the door in unison. A figure strode in slowly, his expression cold and radiating an aura of menace. In the living room, a burly man in a suit, standing next to Song Suli, stepped forward at the sight of the newcomer. Yang Jin's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over everyone in the room. Tang Zhongliang, Song Suli, Tang Chong, the injured Gao Wei on the floor, and the man in the suit with a sinister glint in his eyes. So, this must be the Tang family's martial artist bodyguard, Yang Jin thought to himself, eyeing the man in the suit. Tang Chong, didn't you say you wanted to discuss something at your house? Well, here I am. Before Tang Chong could respond, Tang Zhongliang quickly interjected. Mr. Yang, please, have a seat. He glanced at the terrified housemaid cowering in the corner. What are you standing there for? Go make some tea. Yang Jin waved dismissively and casually sat down on the sofa. No need for tea. I'm not in the mood. Let's get straight to the point. Tang Chong, still shaken by Gao Wei's miserable state, finally found his voice. Yang Jin, what do you think you're doing? Song Suli remained silent, glaring at Yang Jin coldly. Gao Wei shakily got to his feet, clutching his mouth, and stood off to the side without daring to speak. Ignoring Tang Chong, Yang Jin directed his icy gaze at Tang Zhongliang. Mr. Tang, isn't it? Originally, I had no quarrel with your family, but your son has repeatedly caused me trouble, he said, his tone growing frostier. What's worse is that he's targeted my family. Tell me, who could tolerate that? Tang Jong was infuriated after being ignored by Yang Jin. He interrupted, shouting, Yang Jin, you turned a blind eye to me and left me crippled. How should I settle this grudge? Song Suli sneered coldly. Boy, you're just a low-level martial artist, yet you dare to act so arrogant. You broke into my home and injured my servants. According to Korean law, trespassing on private property can be punishable by death. Gao Wei, clutching his swollen cheek, looked at Song Suli in disbelief upon hearing the words servants. Tang Zhongliang opened his mouth to speak, but was left speechless, letting out a helpless sigh instead. A fallen nation, yet this is Huaxia. Yang Jin retorted with a disdainful smirk. There's no point in arguing further. At the end of the day, it's all about strength. Tang Zhong, today I'm going to beat you down like a dead dog. His words thundered like a storm, and Tang Zhong gritted his teeth in rage, channeling his hatred into his fists as he lunged forward. Yang Jin swiftly stood up, reaching for the back of Tang Zhong's neck and executing a move known as the bone lock. The disparity in their strength was too vast for Tang Zhong to evade, and he was instantly caught. It was as if Yang Jin were hoisting a slaughtered pig, holding him up in the air. Tang Zhong, is this all you've got? You think you're a match for me? Get lost. Yang Jin commanded with contempt before throwing Tang Zhong forcefully. He crashed into the liquor cabinet against the wall, shattering several expensive bottles of wine. Song Suli, both furious and panicked, shrieked. Song He, what are you waiting for? Take down this Yang Jin. The The suited man, Song Hei, responded in a deep voice. Kid, I'm a mid-level martial artist. If you know what's good for you, kneel down now to spare yourself some pain. Yang Jin curled his finger, sneering. Guard dog, feel free to try. You're courting death. Song Hei roared like a rabid hound, charging at Yang Jin. In a flash, Yang Jin's figure disappeared, reappearing beside Song Hei in an instant. With his fingers clenched into a hollowed fist, he struck Song Hei's back with a powerful blow. Boom. The heavy thud echoed as Song Hei collapsed like a battered toad, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as he looked up at Yang Jin towering over him, his expression filled with terror. How is this possible? Song Suli screamed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Yang Jin had effortlessly defeated Tang Jong and now dispatched Song Hei in a single move. Song Hei was her personal bodyguard, with a life force of 5.7, a solid mid-level martial artist. At this moment, Song Suli's lips turned blue, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead, clearly realizing she had miscalculated. Tang Zongliang's legs trembled. Tang Jong was covered in shards of broken glass, and Gao Wei, with his swollen cheek, shivered with fear. Especially Tang Jong, whose eyes were filled with both terror and disbelief. He screamed internally. Heavens, how is Yang Jin so powerful? Please, strike him down with a bolt of lightning. Yang Jin, don't come any closer. Tang Jong stammered in terror as Yang Jin approached step by step, his heart gripped by icy fear. Stop! A sharp voice rang out from the doorway at that moment. A figure shot forward like a gust of wind, covering several meters in an instant and appearing right in front of Yang Jin. The newcomer exuded an overwhelming aura, their hands claw-like and glowing with a silver sheen as they aimed for Yang Jin's face. If the attack landed, Yang Jin's face would undoubtedly be destroyed. Recognizing the newcomer's formidable strength, with a life force of at least 8, Yang Jin's expression turned cold. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. You dare disturb my aunt's family? I won't let you off. The newcomer roared, their attacks becoming even faster. Upon hearing the voice, Song Suli exclaimed in relief. Cheng Xiao, my dear nephew. Tang Jong shouted as well. Cousin Cheng Xiao, this guy barged in and injured 2 of our servants. You have to kill him. Aunt, I am here under the orders of the family head to escort cousin Tang Jong to the Hanyang base city. Unexpectedly, I encountered this arrogant fellow. Let me capture him and leave him to your judgment, Song Cheng Xiao said, his tone firm as his hands moved swiftly. His iron claws lashed out repeatedly, aiming for Yang Jin. Yang Jin stepped back a few paces, carefully observing the man before him. The man had a horse-like face, but what stood out most were his narrow, slitted eyes, as if his eyelids were glued together, leaving only a thin gap. What a guy with a mouth bigger than his eye slits. Yang Jin sneered coldly. His arm lashed like an iron whip, and his fist, sharp as a snake's fang, coiled forward and struck precisely at Song Cheng Xiao's right wrist. Song Cheng Xiao let out a cry of pain, as if a scorching steel needle had pierced his wrist. His hands recoiled instinctively, and he stepped back several paces. The two stopped fighting, standing 5 meters apart, locking eyes across the distance. How is this possible? Song Suli and Tang Jong, the mother and son, were utterly shocked. Song Cheng Xiao, a high-level warrior with vitality exceeding 8, had failed to subdue Yang Jin. Song Cheng Xiao was one of the most outstanding young talents of the Song family, yet he couldn't overpower a seemingly insignificant man. Tang Jong felt a wave of absurdity rise within him. As Yang Jin's high school classmate, he knew the latter's background well. Yang Jin was just a poor kid from the slums who had only been a warrior for less than half a month. How could his strength have skyrocketed to rival that of a high-level warrior? After all, Tang Zhong's own strength was only at 2.9. Song Cheng Xiao narrowed his slitted eyes, staring intently at Yang Jin. Last night, he had received orders to assist Song Suli in dealing with Zhu Wenwu, who had injured Tang Jong, and to escort Tang Jong to Hanyang Bay City for college. Eager to have some fun, he had departed immediately, spent the night enjoying himself after arriving in Yusha City, and only reached his aunt's house today. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he heard fighting inside and jumped into action without hesitation. After exchanging a few moves, he realized that his opponent's strength was on par with his own and immediately ceased his attack. In Song Chengxiao's mind, this young man before him possessed remarkable skill and must be a member of the Zhu family, the second wealthiest family in Yusha City. Kid, which branch of the Zhu family are you from? He demanded. Hearing this, Tang Zhong's family was stunned clearly. Song Chengxiao had mistaken Yang Jin for someone else. Song Suli quickly clarified. Chengxiao, he's not from the Zhu family. He's Yang Jin. Yang Jin. Song Chengxiao repeated, thinking for a moment. He couldn't recall any significant family with the surname Yang in Yusha City. Tang Jong chimed in loudly. Cousin, he's my high school classmate, a poor kid from the slums who's only been a warrior for less than a month. Oh, Song Chengxiao's eyes narrowed even further, making his already slitted eyes almost disappear. A poor kid from the slums. Yet his strength had advanced to the level of a high-level warrior in such a short time. He must have consumed some rare and precious resource. Song Chengxiao licked his lips, his interest in Yang Jin deepening. The thought of rare and precious resources was enough to tempt any warrior. Chengji, Chenglin, you've arrived too, Song Suli said, recognizing the two men who had entered. They were also younger members of the Song family, Song Chengji and Song Chenglin. Guma, let us handle this man, and then we can catch up, the two said in unison. The three Song family members spread out in a triangular formation, resembling fierce hunting dogs eyeing their prey, encircling Yang Jin. Yang Jin extended his mental energy, sensing the trio's breathing and heartbeats to gauge their approximate strength. Song Chengxiao was an advanced martial artist, while Song Chengji and Song Chenglin were slightly inferior, both being intermediate-level fighters. Facing the current situation, Yang Jin decided to take the initiative. His blood boiled as he made a swift move, striking first. Song Chengji, your life is mine, Yang Jin shouted. Song Chengxiao roared back. Yang, how dare you make the first move? With footsteps as swift as the wind, Yang Jin appeared before the weakest of the trio, Song Chenglin. The three Song brothers were stunned, unable to comprehend why Yang Jin shouted Song Chengji's name, but attacked someone else. Crafty Huaxiao man. Song Chenglin reacted quickly. Seeing Yang Jin rushing toward him, he lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Yang Jin's chin. Yang Jin's figure blurred as he effortlessly dodged the attack, swiftly moving to Song Chenglin's side. With a sudden grab, he clamped onto the back of Song Chenglin's neck. In just one move, Song Chenglin was subdued. Anyone dares to act, and he'll snap this guy's neck, Yang Jin declared. Song Chenglin felt the iron grip of Yang Jin's fingers and trembled uncontrollably. Brother Xiao, Brother Ji, save me, he stammered. Seeing their younger brother captured, Song Chengxiao and Song Chengji were consumed with rage. Their faces twisted with fury, veins bulging, and their eyes burning with anger. Yang, let him go. Release Song Chenglin now, and we might spare your life, Song Chengxiao threatened. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from outside the house. Huh, brother, well done. That's the way to deal with these people. Hearing the laughter, Yang Jin's heart lifted with joy. Captain, brothers, you've arrived just in time, he called out. As the laughter subsided, 4 members of the Qiangfeng squad stepped into the room. Song Chengxiao's expression darkened as he glared at the newcomers. Who are you, he demanded. Zhou Chong stepped forward and coldly replied. Zhou Chong, captain of the Qiangfeng squad from the Yusha City branch of the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy. These are my teammates. Ma Weiguo, Hao Jun, and Lu Chenglin stepped forward in unison, standing by Yang Jin's side. Upon hearing this, Tang Jong, Song Suli, Tang Jong, Gao Wei, and others were visibly shocked. So, you're martial artists from the Xinhua Academy? Trespassing into private property, what's your intention? Song Chengxiao accused, his expression grave. Zhou Chong retorted coldly. Nonsense. We're here at the invitation of our teammate to participate in negotiations. Yang Jin released his grip and let go of Song Chenglin. That's right. Tang Jong invited me here to negotiate. Now that everyone's here, we can start the discussion. Song Chenglin's face turned ashen. His legs trembled as he shakily retreated to hide behind Song Chengxiao. The situation had escalated to the point where an outright fight would be detrimental to everyone involved. Yang Jin turned to Tang Zhongliang and his wife. Boss Tang, can we begin the discussion now? Tang Zhongliang glanced at Song Suli, who reluctantly replied. Fine, let's talk. What followed was a heated exchange of words. Tang Zongliang's side argued that Tang Zhong's actions against Yang Jin's family were merely youthful indiscretions, causing no real harm. In contrast, they accused Yang Jin of storming their property, injuring several people, and causing extensive damage, demanding compensation for their losses. On the other hand, Yang Jin's side argued that Tang Zhong's repeated targeting of him was malicious and egregious. Gao Wei and Song He, acting as accomplices, deserved their injuries, and the Tang family should compensate Yang Jin instead. Throughout the negotiations, Song Suli repeatedly brought up the influence of the Song family and the Korean Association, attempting to exert pressure. However, Zhou Chong and his team stood their ground, even suggesting bringing in deputy directors from the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy, such as Wu Zhengsong, if necessary. After several rounds of back and forth, both sides reluctantly reached an agreement. They would make mutual concessions, let bygones be bygones, and refrain from any retaliatory actions in the future. As they left the Tang family estate, Yang Jin wore a cold smile. He knew full well that while an agreement had been reached in name, no substantial resolution had been achieved. Both sides appeared to have called a truce, but beneath the surface, they harbored their own schemes, likely waiting for an opportunity to strike. After all, with someone like Song Suli, it was clear that if not for the overwhelming presence of Yang Jin's group today, she wouldn't have swallowed her pride so easily. She would have ensured Yang Jin paid dearly for his actions. Song Suli was fuming in the Tang family villa, smashing one antique decoration after another to vent her anger. Her emotions were like a raging storm, leaving chaos and destruction in her wake. The shattered fragments of the antiques reflected her fury. She hysterically complained to her nephews, Qing Xiao, Chengji, Qinglin, "You've seen it yourselves how hard your aunt's life has been. When you return to the Hanyang base city, you must tell the family head that your cousin and I have been bullied. The man I married is useless, and there's no one to stand up for us." Tang Jongliang's face darkened upon hearing her words, his expression as cold as frost. Song Chengxiao said angrily, "Aunt, don't worry. When I go home in a few days, I'll tell Grandpa every detail about Yang Jin. No one who dares to offend the Song family will get away with it. Make him wish he were dead." Song Qinglin, equally resentful, was consumed with hatred after suffering a loss at Yang Jin's hands. He vowed revenge, saying, "It's not just the Song family, even the Korean Association won't escape this." Meanwhile, at the gates of Longxiang Mansion, the 5 members of the Qiangfeng squad were saying their goodbyes. Zhou Chong tried to reassure them, saying, "Brothers, don't worry. The Song family and the Korean Association's influence is mostly concentrated in Hanyang Bay City. Their reach doesn't extend to Yuesha City." Ma Weigua analyzed, "Captain, technically, Yuesha City falls under Hanyang Bay City's jurisdiction. If the Song family bribes some officials, we'll need to be on guard." Hao Jun snorted, "Officials? So what? We're martial artists. If they use power, we'll use fists." Lu Qinglin, however, felt uneasy. He believed today's mission had ended with Yang Jin gaining nothing, and guilt weighed on him. "It's fine, brothers. Thank you for your concern," Yang Jin said with a confident smile. "If soldiers come, we'll block them. If water comes, we'll stop it. Whether it's the Song family or the Korean Association, we'll deal with it when they come." His confidence was infectious, and the others couldn't help but focus their attention on him. As the squad leader, Zhou Chong keenly noticed a change in Yang Jin and asked curiously, "Brother, I didn't see this before, but today while you fought the 3 from the Song family, I felt your strength had significantly improved, almost on par with mine." Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, and Lu Qinglin were equally surprised, their eyes fixed on Yang Jin. Just a few days ago, Yang Jin was still a novice, yet now his strength rivaled that of the captain. Scratching his head, Yang Jin confessed, "Captain, brothers, I owe you an apology. To be honest, when I was in that underground cave, I accidentally came across a moonstone essence. I spent a few days absorbing it, and because of that, before he could finish, Zhou Chong raised a hand to stop him. "Brother, we martial artists value both hard work and serendipity. At Xinhua Martial Academy, it's clearly stated that any opportunities a martial artist encounters belong to them alone, and others must not pry." Ma Weigua laughed and said, "Yang Jin, this is great news. Nowadays, the world is filled with all sorts of natural treasures and rare artifacts. If your luck is good enough, the more treasures you find, the better. Every martial saint renowned in the world has been incredibly fortunate, encountering numerous opportunities to achieve heights that ordinary people can't even dream of." Lu Chunglin chimed in, "Exactly. Relying solely on hard work, you might only gain a few points of vitality in an entire year." Dean Huapengju of their academy once said, "Martial arts talent is 99 sweat and 1 opportunity, yet that 1 opportunity is more important than the 99 sweat." This phrase flashed through Hao Jun's mind, and he immediately said to the captain, "Captain, does this mean Yang Jin might have a chance to participate in the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament?" Hearing this, Zhou Chong, Ma Weigua, and Lu Qinglin were momentarily enlightened, then exclaimed with excitement, "That's right, the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament." Their discussion caught Yang Jin's attention, and Zhou Chong briefly explained the matter to him. The Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament is a grand event jointly organized by the 3 major martial arts academies, Xinhua, Xinglian, and Xinguang. Every participant in the tournament is a martial arts elite from around the world. The tournament is held every 2 years, usually in August, with 2 main entry requirements. Participants must be under 22 years old and have reached at least the level of a junior martial master. The rewards for the tournament are extremely generous, with outstanding performers receiving level contracts from the 3 academies. Those who rank high are awarded even more astonishing prizes. It can be said that the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament is the dream stage for all martial artists on Blue Star. Here, participants not only get to showcase their strength to the world, but also gain fame and recognition that can propel them to stardom. Lu Qinglin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Captain, I have an idea. The martial arts tournament is happening this August, just a month away. If we can find a way to help Yang Jin elevate his skills to the martial master level, he could participate in this year's competition." Hearing this, Zhou Chong and Hao Jun's eyes also lit up with hope as they turned to look at Yang Jin. Exactly. If Team Qiangfeng produces an 18-year-old martial master, the reputation. Their enthusiasm, however, made Ma Weigua chuckle bitterly. "Captain, it's a great idea, but we're all just martial artists ourselves. If we can't even break through to martial master, how can we help Yang Jin get there?" Ma Weiguo's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing everyone's excitement. Zhou Chong and the others snapped back to reality, realizing their idea might be far-fetched. Yang Jin, don't lose heart. You're 18 years old and already an advanced martial artist. You still have 4 years. I believe you can become a martial master within that time and participate in the tournament. The words were casually said, but they struck a chord with Yang Jin. His thoughts were consumed by the phrase, Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament. If he could truly become a martial master soon, participate in this year's tournament, and secure an S-level contract from one of the 3 major academies, then not just the Tang family, but even the Song family and the Korean Association wouldn't dare to target him anymore. The Song family and Korean Association might seem powerful, but compared to the 3 major academies, they were insignificant. A fire seemed to ignite within Yang Jin, his blood boiling with determination. Upon returning home, Yang Jin immediately logged onto Xinhua Academy's official website to search for information about the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament. The basic details matched what Zhou Chang and the others had mentioned. The tournament was open for global registration, and its location varied each time. Browsing through past news, he saw that the competition venues included deserts, oceans, islands, glaciers, and more. In an article from August 2112, he spotted his idol Qin Muyang. Qin Muyang, who was under 19 at the time, had claimed first place in that year's tournament, earning an S-level contract with Xinhua Academy as a peerless prodigy. Back then, Yang Jin was only 4 months old, still swaddled in a cradle. Staring at Qin Muyang's photo on the webpage, Yang Jin made a firm resolve. I will compete in this year's tournament and secure an S-level contract. Success is my only option. After browsing online news for a while, Yang Jin began contemplating the important tasks he needed to accomplish next. First, he had to earn the title of Advanced Warrior. Second, he aimed to increase his vitality to above 10 within a month and obtain the title of Junior Martial Master. Only by achieving these goals would he qualify to register for the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. As for the matters involving the Tang and Song families, he decided to set them aside for now and take things one step at a time. Continuing his online research, Yang Jin discovered that obtaining a warrior title required meeting 2 conditions: achieving the corresponding vitality level and slaying 2 beasts of the matching tier. In other words, to certify as an advanced warrior, Yang Jin needed a vitality of 8 and had to kill 2 Tier 1 advanced beasts. He planned to visit the Xinhua Martial Hall soon to test his vitality. From his squad's last mission, they had collectively slain 19 Tier 1 beasts, 2 Tier 2 beasts, and 1 Tier 3 beast. Yang Jin decided to consult the team captain to see if he could claim a share of the credit. After logging off the Xinhua home network, he called Zhou Chang. After hearing Yang Jin's plan, Zhou Chang chuckled and said, "No problem. The beasts we kill as a team are meant to help squad members advance. From the 19 Tier 1 beasts we took down last time, 3 were Tier 1 advanced beasts. I'll allocate 2 of those to you. Also, if you manage to advance to Martial Master, I'll give you the credit for both Tier 2 iron-armored crocodiles." Yang Jin was overjoyed and thanked the captain repeatedly. Zhou Chang encouraged him. "Brother, go test your vitality soon. We're all waiting for your good news." After hanging up, Yang Jin quickly headed out and soon arrived at the Xinhua Martial Hall. He went straight to the 5th floor, to the fitness testing room designated for warriors. The instructor in charge was, as always, Shi Linshan. Upon learning Yang Jin's purpose, Shi Linshan was stunned for a few seconds before exclaiming, "My goodness! You've been a junior warrior for less than half a month, and you're already aiming for advanced warrior? Last time, I said you might advance to intermediate warrior within a month. Clearly, I was way too conservative." Yang Jin smiled and replied, "Brother Shi, I guess I've been lucky. I had some gains during our missions. Luck is part of strength, too." Shi Linshan sighed. No wonder the Deputy Hall Master once said that while beast hunting squads face the highest risks, they also grow the fastest. I've been in this position for 3 years, and yet my advancement speed can't compare to your half a month. Looks like I need to report to the Deputy Hall Master and request a transfer to join a hunting squad for some real training. His eyes revealed a trace of envy. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Xinhua Martial Hall, in the Hall Master's office, Gu Xingyan and Wu Zhengsong, the 2 Hall Masters, were seated on the sofa, engaged in a discussion. Gu Xingyan asked, "Brother Wu, have you seen the assistant's investigation letter from the Xinhua Martial Hall?" Wu Zhengsong replied calmly, "Yes, I've seen it. One of their beast hunting squads, the Black Side Squad, was completely wiped out during a mission. In my opinion, there's nothing to investigate. Deaths in the wilderness are common. If they want to investigate, Xinhua Martial Hall should handle it themselves. Why are they dragging us into this?" Gu Xingyan continued, "It's not exactly an accusation. Xinhua Martial Hall's investigation found that at the time of Black Side's demise, there were 4 other hunting squads operating in Jutan City, one of which was our own Xiangfeng squad. Additionally, Xinhua Martial Hall privately mentioned that the Black Side squad's captain, Remier, had deep conflicts with Zhou Chang, so they suspect Zhou Chang might have had a strong motive." Wu Zhengsong's expression turned displeased. Having a conflict doesn't make someone a murderer. That's absurd. The conversation between Gu Xingyan and Wu Zhengsong was quite tense. Gu Xingyan brought up the conflict with the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy, emphasizing that he had not caused them any serious harm. He pointed out that Yang Jin, the new member of the Qiangfeng squad, was not as capable overall as the Halian squad, questioning whether the Qiangfeng squad could truly defeat their opponents without suffering any losses. Wu Zhengsong responded calmly, stating that he was not angry but rather disappointed with the unreasonable behavior of the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy. He assured Gu Xingyan that he would take responsibility for the Martial Academy's hunting squads. Gu Xingyan expressed his hope that Wu Zhengsong could communicate with the Qiangfeng squad and provide an explanation to the Xinguang Martial Arts Academy. After Wu Zhengsong agreed, the two shifted their conversation to the upcoming Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. Gu Xingyan expressed regret that their branch academy lacked qualified participants. Wu Zhengsong also felt that the participation requirements were too stringent, making it nearly impossible to find suitable candidates in the satellite city. Suddenly, Gu Xingyan recalled Yang Jin's recent performance and asked Wu Zhengsong for his opinion. Wu Zhengsong admitted that he had not yet assessed Yang Jin's abilities but was confident in him. Gu Xingyan, however, was worried that Yang Jin might perform poorly in the upcoming competition, potentially jeopardizing his application for a level contract. As the two continued their discussion, their electronic wristbands simultaneously vibrated. Both Gu Xingyan and Wu Zhengsong were shocked by the messages they received. Wu Zhengsong exclaimed in disbelief, saying it was impossible, while Gu Xingyan quickly stood up and urged Wu Zhengsong to head to the physical fitness testing room to check the situation. At that moment, the tension between them reached its peak. Like a whirlwind, Gu Xingyan and Wu Zhengsong dashed out of the office, hurrying toward the elevator on their floor. Their abrupt movements startled a passing waitress. "What's going on, directors?" she asked nervously. "Quick, press the elevator button." "To the physical assessment room on the 5th floor," Gu Xingyan called out. The source of their excitement was a brief message from Shi Linshan. "Report to leadership. Yang Jin just passed the physical assessment with a vitality score of 8.3. Inside the elevator, Gu Xingyan clenched his fist and struck his palm in excitement, his face glowing with enthusiasm. If it's really 8.3, then Yang Jin has reached the level of an advanced martial artist in just half a month since joining the dojo. He's broken the record for Yusha City's branch. With such talent, forget a level contract we can offer him in a level 1. Wu Zhengsong smirked teasingly. "Director, weren't you the one signed just a while ago? Worried Yang Jin might not be worth it?" Gu Xingyan laughed awkwardly. "Brother Wu, give me a break." He gave a thumbs up. "You're the wise one after all." The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. On the 5th floor, inside the physical assessment room designated for martial artists, Gu Xingyan, Wu Zhengsong, Shi Linshan, and Yang Jin gathered together. The electronic screen displayed a bright red 8.3, with a detailed report confirming the result. After carefully reviewing the assessment footage and ensuring its accuracy, Gu Xingyan was overjoyed. "Excellent, excellent Yang Jin, well done." His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Yang Jin. "Yang Jin, train diligently. If you have any questions, feel free to consult Director Wu or come directly to me." Standing to the side, Shi Linshan was stunned. The director personally offering to mentor Yang Jin? That was unheard of. Gu Xingyan, as the director of the branch, was a mid-level martial master and one of the top fighters in Yusha City. Many heirs from prominent families had tried to seek his guidance, but none were successful. Now, he was voluntarily offering to train Yang Jin, a clear sign of his admiration and high regard. "Thank you, Director." Yang Jin bowed respectfully. Gu Xingyan continued. "Brother Wu, I'd like you to personally handle Yang Jin's certification as an advanced martial artist. Give the Martial Affairs Hall a call and expedite the process." Wu Zhengsong readily agreed. "Director, he'll take care of it right away." Gu Xingyan gave Wu Zhengsong a meaningful look. "Once it's done, come to my office. We need to discuss the Global Martial Arts Talent Competition." Wu Zhengsong's heart leapt with joy. He was certain the director intended to nominate Yang Jin as a key participant in the competition. Lowering his voice, Gu Xingyan leaned closer to Wu Zhengsong. "As for the matter with the Xinguang dojo, I don't think there's any need to consult the Qiangfeng squad again. Let's just send a response stating that Xinhua dojo wasn't involved." Wu Zhengsong chuckled to himself clearly. The director was eager to shield Yang Jin from any potential trouble, cutting off the issue at its root. Thanks to Wu Zhengsong's efforts, Yang Jin's advanced martial artist certification was approved by the Yusha City Martial Affairs Hall the very same day, and the necessary documents were swiftly processed. The news caused an immediate stir within the martial artist community. An 18-year-old from the slums, who had joined Xinhua dojo less than 2 weeks prior, had risen from a beginner to an advanced martial artist. These seemingly simple words sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Yusha City's elite circles. Meanwhile, at the Starlink dojo, Deputy Director Blake was in the training room lifting weights. His dark, muscular physique glistened with sweat. At that moment, the ringtone of his electronic wristband rang. Blake answered the call and asked, "Thomas, what's up?" Thomas, the deputy head of the Sacred Light Martial Hall, was also a foreigner like Blake. The two shared a common bond in a foreign land and often exchanged words in private. Blake, have you heard? Yang Jin has passed the Advanced Warrior certification, Thomas said excitedly. Blake froze for a moment and asked, Yang Jin? Which Yang Jin? Thomas replied. The candidate who killed a giant mastiff beast during the practical combat assessment. Oh my God, Blake exclaimed, and the dumbbell in his hand dropped involuntarily. Thomas, are you sure? Thomas explained. The news came from a friend of mine who works at the Martial Affairs Bureau. It's absolutely true. Such a shame. If I had known earlier, I would have applied to the Sacred Light Martial Hall in Hanyang Bay City to offer him a level contract. No, even a level contract would have been worth it to recruit Yang Jin. Ignoring Thomas's rambling, Blake immediately ended the call and dialed another number. Master, I have an urgent matter to report. Meanwhile, in the northern affluent district of Yusha City, there was a luxurious Chinese-style manor, the residence of the Zheng family, the most prominent family in the city. The courtyard had spacious, well-maintained paths lined with evergreen trees and vibrant flowers. Within the manor, a fish pond was surrounded by intricately arranged pavilions and terraces. By the pond, in a pavilion, a handsome young man was conversing with a middle-aged woman. If Yang Jin were present, he would immediately recognize the young man as Zheng Ingjia, the top scorer in the practical combat assessment. Auntie, my vacation is over. He'll be returning to the military academy tomorrow. He'll make sure to call you more often, Zheng Ingjia said. The middle-aged woman smiled warmly. Though her face bore traces of hardship, it radiated grace and composure. Ingjia, don't worry about me. I'm doing well on my own. Training at the academy must be tough, so take care of your health, Zheng Ingsue reminded him with concern. I will, Zheng Ingjia nodded, feeling a deep sigh in his heart. His aunt was his most cherished family member, yet her life had been far from happy. In her youth, Zheng Ingsue had been married off to Zhao Longfei, a son of the Zhao family in Jiangnan Bay City, purely for the sake of family alliances, without any emotional foundation. 6 years later, due to irreconcilable differences, Zheng Ingsue returned to Yusha City with her daughter, Zhao Qingtong, raising her alone. When Zhao Qingtong graduated from high school, Zhao Longfei reappeared, bringing a handwritten letter from the Zhao family patriarch, and taking Zhao Qingtong back to Jiangnan Bay City. Since her daughter's departure, Zheng Ingsue had put on a brave face daily, but her longing for her daughter led her to shed tears in secret on several occasions. Zheng Ingjia knew that his aunt's happiest moments each day were the brief 10-minute video calls with her daughter, Zhao Qingtong, in the evenings. As Zheng Ingjia was lost in thought, Zheng Ingsue asked, Ingjia, do you know a young man named Yang Jin? Yang Jin? Yes, I know him. He participated in the practical combat assessment at the same time as me and has quite a bit of potential, Zheng Ingjia replied. Zheng Ingsue smiled faintly. Do you have any footage of him? Could you send it to me? Why are you suddenly asking about him, Auntie? Zheng Ingjia asked, puzzled. Recently, during my video chats with Qingtong, she mentioned Yang Jin a few times. This is the first time my daughter has brought up a boy's name, so I'm curious to see who he is, Zheng Ingsue explained. After a moment of thought, Zheng Ingjia said seriously, Auntie, if I may speak frankly, I don't think Qingtong and Yang Jin are a good match. Zheng Ingsue let out a soft, oh, her face full of confusion. Zheng Ingjia organized his thoughts before speaking. As far as I know, Yang Jin is just a poor kid from the slums. Although he has some talent, he lacks potential for long-term growth and his achievements will ultimately be limited. He's far from being worthy of my cousin. Zheng Ingsue furrowed her brows slightly, though her expression remained calm. She spoke slowly. Ingjia, I don't agree with your perspective. After a brief pause, her tone carried a hint of self-mockery. Look at me, Ingjia. The man I married back then could be considered a perfect match, right? But what was the result? Hearing her words, Zheng Ingjia felt deeply ashamed and lowered his head slowly. Auntie, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zheng Ingsue smiled faintly, her voice turning firm. Ingjia, everyone in the family says I have a soft temperament, that I can endure anything. Her expression suddenly grew severe. But if one day, someone dares to use my daughter's lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip for a political marriage, forcing her to repeat my mistakes, I will fight them to the death, even if it costs me everything. Zheng Ingjia stared at her in stunned silence, for the first time sensing the resolute determination in his aunt. Auntie, if that day ever comes, I will stand by your side no matter what. He clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, his electronic wristband began to vibrate. As he pressed the answer button, Zhu Wenwu's sharp voice came through. Zheng Ingjia, something big has happened. Annoyed, Zheng Ingjia replied. Zhu Wenwu, why are you shouting like that? Don't scare my aunt. Zhu Wenwu shouted back. How can I not panic? That kid Yang Jin, who ranked third in the combat assessment back then, just passed the Advanced Warrior certification today. And here we are, still smug about being first and second. But now he's left us in the dust. We can't even catch up. What did you say? Zheng Ingjia was utterly shocked. Yang Jin became an advanced warrior? That's impossible. How could he advance 2 levels in just half a month? Zhu Wenwu explained. The Xingho Martial Arts Hall in Yusha City released an official short report, and even the Xingho Martial Hall in the Hanyang Bay City reposted it. It's absolutely true. This news has spread like wildfire across official forums and martial artist groups. Some people are even calling him the next Qin Muyang. Zheng Yingjie could no longer sit still and shot to his feet. Annie, let's check out Yang Jin's information online. Zheng Yingqui's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Alright, I'd like to see this good friend of Qingtong's as well. In Jiangnan Bay City, home to Jiangnan University ranked among the top 3 of the nation's S9 universities, Zhao Qingtong paced restlessly across the campus square, a frustration she couldn't put into words weighing heavily on her. Moments ago, her father, Zhao Longfei, had called to inform her that her grandfather had chosen a man for her. The man had a strong background, impressive academic credentials, and a striking appearance. Having recently returned after completing his studies, he now held a promising position in the government, a textbook example of a perfect match. Her grandfather had insisted that she take the weekend to meet him. The more Zhao Qingtong thought about it, the angrier she became. She muttered under her breath, "Meet him? Over my dead body. Those old-fashioned relics. My feelings are mine to decide. I'd rather marry a pig than follow their arrangements." After blurting this out, she suddenly felt it was inappropriate, and, almost instinctively, added, "That's not fair, Jean isn't a pig." "Ugh, who said I'm marrying Jean? We haven't even defined our relationship yet." Zhao Qingtong longed to be with Jean, but the obstinacy of the elders around her made it feel almost impossible. As she was lost in her thoughts, her bracelet chimed with a familiar ringtone. She answered the video call and saw Zheng Yingcui smiling warmly. "My dear daughter, I really envy you," her mother said. Zhao Qingtong was puzzled and asked, "What?" Zheng Yingcui sent her a few links. When she clicked on the first one, she froze. Jean had become an advanced martial artist. Covering her mouth, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. From Xinhua Martial Arts Academy to Binjiang Garden, Yang Jin received over a dozen calls. His teammates from the hunting squad Zhou Chong, Ma Weiguo, Hao Jun, and Lu Shenglin, as well as acquaintances like Zhang Tongwei, Chen Du, Guo Qinglong, and Zhou Xiaoqin, even martial artists from the practical assessment, such as Zheng Yingjie and Zhu Wenwu, all called to congratulate him. Most offered their heartfelt congratulations, though a few openly tried to recruit him. For instance, Blake, the deputy head of Starlink Martial Arts Academy, directly extended an 11 contract in an attempt to lure him away. Yang Jin thanked him but politely declined. Staying true to his principles, he reported the matter to Wu Zhengsong immediately. Wu Zhengsong responded, "Yang Jin, let me share some news with you. Headmaster Gu is about to call a meeting with us deputies to discuss a special training plan for you. As for the Starlink offer, I'll bring it up during the meeting. Rest assured, our Xinhua Martial Arts Academy will never hesitate to nurture exceptional talents like you." When Yang Jin returned home, he called Zhao Qingtong. Her voice was filled with bright laughter as she shared amusing stories from university. It wasn't until his third sister reminded him it was time for dinner that he reluctantly ended the call. During dinner, Yang Jin shared the news of becoming an advanced martial artist with his family. Both his aunt and third sister were overjoyed. As they were eating, his aunt's electronic bracelet rang. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's Sister Lilan." Lilan was a woman from the slums whom Qiu Ting used to dance with at the community square. Since Qiu Ting moved, they had lost touch. Hearing her old friend's voice, Qiu Ting was delighted. "Sister Lan, it's been so long," she said. Lilan, however, spoke with a trembling voice. "Sister Ting, I didn't want to call you, but I have no other choice. I need your help." Alarmed, Qiu Ting asked, "Sister Lan, what happened?" Through Li Lan's tearful and fragmented recount, Qiu Ting pieced together the story. Li Lan's daughter, Sun Xiaoi, a 20-year-old high school graduate who hadn't been able to get into college, was working as a waitress at a hotel. The previous night, while on the night shift, 3 guests requested a late-night meal. When Sun Xiaoi delivered it to their room, they blocked the door and demanded she stay with them. Terrified, the young woman tried to escape multiple times. In despair, she climbed over the balcony railing and jumped. Fortunately, the fall wasn't from a great height, and she was rushed to the hospital. Though her life was saved, her legs were fractured. After the incident, the Public Security Bureau detained the 3 suspects. However, they denied everything, accusing Sun Xiaoi of having a bad attitude and claiming she overreacted by jumping. With insufficient evidence, and after the suspects posted bail, they were released earlier that morning. When Sun Xiaoi woke up and learned what had happened, she was devastated, crying inconsolably and vowing to seek justice, even at the cost of her life. Li Lan and her husband, ordinary folks from the slums, were helpless in the face of their daughter's suffering. In desperation, Li Lan called Qiu Ting. With tears streaming, she pleaded, "Sister Ting, your heir Lang is a martial artist. He's strong and capable. Please, I beg you to help my daughter get justice." By the end of her plea, she could barely speak through her sobs. "I'm furious." When Qiu Ting revealed what had happened to Sun Xiaoi, Yang Hui's face turned red with anger, her small fists pounding on the table. Second brother, Sister Xiaoyi was bullied so badly that she jumped off a building. You have to stand up for her. Yang Tianhai said in a low voice. Young lady, stay out of this. Xiao paused for a moment and said, Ah Jean, Sister Lilan and I have a good relationship. But whether to help or not, think it through carefully. Yang Jean stood up resolutely and said, Auntie, let's go to the hospital and see how things are. First, let's make sure Sister Sun is stabilized. Xiao nodded in agreement. Not long after, Xiao, Yang Jean, and Yang Hui arrived at Furong District People's Hospital. In a regular hospital ward, Sun Xiaoyi lay on the bed, her legs in plaster casts. She seemed numb to the pain of her injuries, staring blankly at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Sister Ting, second brother, little Hui, it's a huge honor that you came, bringing so much money too. I can't accept this. At the door of the ward, Li Lan and her husband waved their hands repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Ting pressed a thick envelope into Li Lan's hands and said, Brother Sun, Sister Lan, take it. Use it to buy some supplements for Xiaoyi to help her recover. Li Lan wiped her tears and turned to her daughter on the hospital bed, saying, Daughter, Auntie Ting, second brother, and little Hui have come to see you. Sun Xiaoyi turned her head, her eyes devoid of life and color, replaced by a dull, gray emptiness. She opened her mouth, her voice tinged with sorrow. I was bullied and jumped to protect my dignity, yet they slandered me, saying it was all my fault. I can accept that. But why, after my legs are broken, haven't they even apologized? Why do my parents have to pay for my treatment? Are we poor people born to be beasts of burden, destined to be bullied by others? Sun Xiaoyi fixed her gaze on Yang Jin, her eyes filled with longing and hope. Second brother, all I want is justice. Yang Jin took a deep breath and spoke firmly, his words like steel. I will get you justice. Hearing Yang Jin's words, Sun Xiaoyi could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. Back home, Yang Jin sat in his training room, unable to calm his thoughts. Sun Xiaoyi's words echoed endlessly in his mind. Putting himself in her shoes, he thought, if his own family were to face such bullying, and if he were not a martial artist, their outcome would surely be as tragic as hers. After a long silence, Yang Jin murmured in a deep voice, The poor are not beasts of burden. If no one will deliver justice, I will. He activated his electronic wristband and called Zhang Tongwei. Brother Zhang, I need to ask you about something. Zhang Tongwei, the deputy director of Furong District's Public Security Bureau, quickly learned the specifics of Sun Xiaoyi's case. The incident had not occurred in Furong District, but in another district under Yusha City's jurisdiction, Huasher District. The three perpetrators were from Hanyang Bay City, said to be members of the Song family, named Song Chengxiao, Song Qingji, and Song Qinglin. Hearing their names, Yang Jin's anger surged. So, the culprits are those three dogs I ran into at the Tang Jong residence. Very well. I was going to let you live a few more days, but now it seems every extra minute you breathe is a waste of air. Over the phone, Zhang Tongwei said, I looked into this case in detail. The Song family has a lot of influence. Without concrete evidence or witnesses, and with pressure from higher-ups calling the Huasher District Public Security Bureau, they had no choice but to release them. Brother, who is this wronged girl to you? Yang Jin replied indifferently. Her name is Sun Xiaoyi. She's not related to me. She just lives in the slums, in Jinxiu Huayuan. Zhang Tongwei felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The Jinxiu Huayuan residential complex, where Yang Jin once lived, filled him with unease. This matter was truly nerve-wracking. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a well-meaning reminder. Brother, you mustn't act impulsively. The Song family is incredibly powerful, ranking among the top influential families in Hanyang Bay City. On top of that, the Song family has close ties with the Korean Association, forming two colossal forces. You're still young and full of potential. Don't let a moment of rashness lead you into trouble with people you can't afford to offend. Zhang Tongwei's concerns were not without reason. Compared to the combined influence of the Song family and the Korean Association, Yang Jin was like an ant facing an elephant or perhaps two mammoths. If he truly angered either side, he would be crushed under the weight of their power, leaving no trace behind. Brother Zhang, let me ask you, what is the name of the land beneath our feet? Yang Jin asked loudly. China, Zhang Tongwei replied, momentarily stunned. And what kind of people are we? Yang Jin pressed further. Chinese, Zhang Tongwei answered. Exactly. China, Chinese. Yang Jin's voice was cold as ice. On Chinese soil, how can we allow outsiders to act recklessly? How can we, as Chinese, tolerate humiliation? If I must fight, then I will fight. Yang Jin's words were like a thunderous wake-up call, and Zhang Tongwei felt as if molten lava had been poured into his heart, slowly igniting his dormant passion. He recalled his youth, back when he joined the security forces with a fiery determination. He once risked his life to capture criminals, taking 3 bullets and earning the title of a security hero. Yet, the shining medals never brought him career advancement, and he spent 20 years in a grassroots security office. Over time, his sharp edges were worn down, and he became more pragmatic and worldly. But at this moment, Yang Jin's words reminded him of the spirited young man he once was. Brother, tell me what can I do for you? Zhang Tongwei took a deep breath and asked in a steady voice. A smile appeared on Yang Jin's face, and his tone softened. Brother Zhang, I just want to know when the honored guests of the Song family are leaving Yusha City to return to Hanyang Base City. Since you mentioned how influential they are, I'll stay home as much as possible to avoid any accidental run-ins. All right, Zhang Tongwei chuckled. I'll keep you updated on the whereabouts of the three from the Song family. You stay put until they're gone. After the call ended, Yang Jin opened an electronic map and began studying it. Hanyang Base City governed 8 satellite cities, one of which was Yusha City, located to the southwest, about 300 kilometers away. The two cities were separated by a stretch of wilderness spanning over 200 kilometers. A cleared highway connected Yusha City to Hanyang Base City, offering relatively safe passage. However, the wilderness still posed a risk of roaming beasts, and a few fatal incidents occurred each year, which was not surprising. As Yang Jin examined the map, his gaze fixed on a section of the highway. Tang Jong and the Song family lackeys, your days are numbered. I'll personally send you all to the underworld. Wolf Howl Canyon will be your final resting place. The next day, Zhang Tongwei informed Yang Jin that, according to the latest updates, Song Qingxiao and his companions might stay in Yusha City for a few more days before returning. Yang Jin wasn't in a rush plan to deal with the poisonous horned python first. He drove to the Yusha City World Trade Association Tower. The 30-story building was adorned with expansive crystalline glass walls, and its exterior displayed rolling 3D advertisements, creating a futuristic aesthetic. As Yang Jin entered the first-floor lobby, he found the mall bustling with people. Neon lights flickered, and the signs and counters showcased a wide array of goods. Shoppers weaved through the stores, enjoying their shopping experience. The World Trade Association Tower was undeniably a paradise for shopping and entertainment for the locals. A male salesperson noticed Yang Jin looking around and approached him with a smile. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Jin glanced at him and realized it was Tang Yuanzheng, someone he knew. He recalled the time back in the slums when Tang Yuanzheng, searching for cheap rental housing, was cornered in an alley by Lao Kuan and Yong Ji, who tried to rob him. It was Yang Jin who stepped in, defeated the two, and saved his life. Tang Yuanzheng, you look full of energy. Your job must be going well, Yang Jin said with a smile. Tang Yuanzheng studied Yang Jin carefully, finding him familiar but unable to place him at first. Yang Jin had changed drastically. Just a month ago, he was still a high school student. Now, he was tall, handsome, and exuded the charisma of an advanced martial artist, with a gentle smile and an extraordinary presence. Can't recognize me? Yang Jin asked with a grin. Tang Yuanzheng suddenly understood and recalled the incident that happened near the Jingxiwa Garden in Furong District last month. You're Yang Jin, young classmate. Tang Yuanzheng exclaimed in surprise. What are you looking to buy? Just let me know. I work for the Chamber of Commerce and can help you get the best discount. I want to sell some beast organs, Yang Jin said directly. Tang Yuanzheng was visibly stunned and cautiously asked, did you pass the martial artist certification? Yang Jin took out his identification. When Tang Yuanzheng saw the words on it, he could hardly believe his eyes. Xinhua Martial Academy, advanced martial artist. He immediately straightened up and respectfully bowed. Mr. Yang, please forgive me for not recognizing you as an advanced martial artist. Yang Jin hadn't expected such a strong reaction and waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so formal. Could you recommend a suitable shop? Tang Yuanzheng readily agreed, his gaze falling on the leather travel bag Yang Jin was carrying. Though the bag appeared stuffed, Tang Yuanzheng knew it couldn't hold too many beast organs. Beasts were generally large, such as first-tier low-level mastiff beasts or wolfhound beasts. Dissecting one could fill an entire travel bag, with a value of tens of thousands of blue star coins. If the contents were of higher grade, the price could easily reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Mr. Yang, the floors below the 20th level are for daily goods, while the 20th floor and above are designated for martial artists. There, you can buy and sell equipment, tools, and other items. Tang Yuanzheng explained in detail, giving Yang Jin a general understanding of the Chamber of Commerce building. He also kindly reminded him, many martial artists use simple disguises or wear masks before making transactions to avoid revealing their identities and unnecessary trouble. The building has a dedicated makeup and disguise area you can use for a fee to enhance your shopping experience. After the explanation, Yang Jin thanked Tang Yuanzheng and left. Tang Yuanzheng opened his electronic wristband and stared blankly at Yang Jin's profile picture in his contacts. After a long pause, he raised his hand and slapped himself. That's what you get for being stingy, for being frugal. He saved your life, and you couldn't even treat him to a meal to show your gratitude. Now he's a martial artist, and getting close to him will be much harder. An advanced martial artist, and so young too. Tang Yuanzheng felt a pang of regret, as if he had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elevator doors opened, and a burly man with a full beard stepped out. Good day, sir. A sweet-voiced female attendant greeted Yang Jin with a smile at the elevator. In his hands, He held parts of a Tier 3 beast's organs, ready for sale. Using telepathic energy to lower his voice, Yang Jin spoke in a deep, raspy tone that, combined with the scruffy beard on his face, gave him an imposing presence. The attendant, unfazed by such sights, led him into a quiet and elegant private room. Please wait here, sir. The manager will be with you shortly. She poured him a cup of fragrant tea before leaving. Not long after, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped into the room. He sat across from Yang Jin. My name is Qian Jinin. May I ask how I should address you? Yang Air, he replied. Qian Jinin smiled slightly. Good to meet you, Mr. Yang. May I take a look at the goods first? Yang Jin placed a travel bag on the coffee table. Qian Jinin unzipped it to reveal coiled scales. This is from a serpent-type beast horns on its head. He inspected the material closely before speaking again. If I'm not mistaken, this appears to be the skin of a Tier 3 entry-level beast, the venom horned python. While the length is intact, there's a large hole in the head area and several claw marks across the body, significantly reducing its value. Mr. Yang, do you have any other parts of the venom horned python? Qian Jinin asked. Yang Jin smiled faintly and nodded. Seeing this, Qian Jinin's face lit up, and he took a sip of tea. The most valuable part of the venom horned python is its skin, which is premium material for crafting armor and can also be made into high-end leather products like belts and bags. Next are its gallbladder, fangs, and venom, all of which are incredibly useful. Practically every part of the beast is precious. Hey, raise my offer, Mr. Yang. Since it's your first time at our store, I'll give you the best price I can, as a gesture of goodwill. If you're satisfied, you can sell the other parts of this python and any future beasts you hunt to me. He paused and raised his right hand. For this snakeskin, they'll offer 5.5 million blue star coins. What do you think, sir? Before arriving, Yang Jin had researched online and learned that the price of venom horned python skin depended heavily on its condition. The more intact, the higher the price. Qian Jinin's offer of 5.5 million was reasonable. Deal, Yang Jin agreed decisively. Qian Jinin beamed. Straightforward. I like that, Mr. Yang. The pair quickly signed an agreement, and Yang Jin received a 5.5 million transfer check. Qian Jinin escorted him out of the building. Take care, Mr. Yang. Let me know in advance next time you visit, and he'll personally meet you at the entrance. Watching Yang Jin leave, Qian Jinin muttered to himself. This deal came with a slimmer profit margin than usual, but establishing a connection with Mr. Yang is worth it. In the long run, this is a win-win. Back home, Yang Jin began examining the other parts of the venom horned python. Qian Jinin's words had sparked an idea. Could these parts be useful to him? First, the gallbladder, which was about the size of a durian, was a valuable medicinal ingredient. However, it held no direct benefits for humans when consumed, contrary to the exaggerated depictions in martial arts novels where swallowing a gallbladder grants decades of power. After some thought, Yang Jin decided to sell it. Next were two fangs, pure white like jade, about 15 centimeters long, curved into an inverted triangular shape. The hollow interior of the fangs and their sharp tips gleamed with a cold, dazzling light. Yang Jin infused them with telepathic energy, and the fangs zipped through the air with a whistling sound, responding to his control effortlessly. Their performance rivaled that of his meteorite steel throwing knife. These are excellent. Yang Jin decided to keep the fangs for himself. As for the venom, bones, meat, and eyes, he chose to retain only the venom and sell everything else. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was now June 29th. During this time, Yang Jin successfully dealt with the poison breath horned python. Apart from keeping 2 snake fangs and its venom gland, he sold the rest, earning 9.3 million blue star coins. Combined with his previous savings, his total funds now exceeded 17 million. Meanwhile, he also repaired his damaged alloy battle armor, nearly depleting his 300,000 contribution points. Wu Zhengsong, the deputy head of the Xinhua Martial Arts Hall, hadn't approached him for a conversation yet, so the specialized training program mentioned earlier was likely still under discussion. That afternoon, Zhang Tongwei brought some news. According to reliable sources, Song Qingxiao and his 2 companions would return to the Hanyang base city the following day, accompanied by Tang Jong. Zhang Tongwei spoke meaningfully. Brother, just endure for a few more days. Stay home and don't go out to avoid running into those guys. Yang Jin remained calm and replied, Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I won't go anywhere. After a brief pause, Zhang Tongwei added with a shift in tone, Of course, if you're feeling really cooped up and want to get out of the city for some fresh air, I do know a discreet route that leaves no record of departure. On the morning of June 30th, a heavily armored vehicle bearing the insignia of the Xiongua banner drove out from the north gate of Yusha City, heading into the vast desert. Inside the vehicle sat 4 people, Song Qingxiao, Song Qingji, Song Qinglin, and Tang Jong. At this moment, Song Qingxiao's expression was particularly grim. He had been tasked by the family head to intervene in the matter of Zhu Wenwu injuring Tang Jong. However, upon arriving at the Zhu family, he found their attitude cold and their words laced with sarcasm, showing no regard for him or his companions. To add insult to injury, the Zhu family had deliberately prepared a pot of corn and, in front of Song Qingxiao, each took an ear to eat, clearly mocking him. Enraged, Song Qingxiao and his group nearly exploded with anger, but the meeting ended on a sour note. The Zhu family, mocking us so brazenly, unforgivable, Song Qingxiao muttered through gritted teeth, his heart burning with fury. His thoughts quickly turned to Yang Jin. If the Zhu family, with their immense power, had the audacity to act so arrogantly, then Yang Jin, a man of humble origins, was even more infuriating in his behavior. Tang Jong, on the other hand, felt a sense of unease as he recalled Yang Jin's ruthlessness, his nerves tingling with fear. Cousin, Yang Jin is growing too fast. If we don't eliminate him now, he'll become a serious threat, Song Qingxiao said coldly. Tang Jong, don't worry. Once we return to Hanyang Base City, he'll report everything to the family head in detail. I'll recommend deploying a top expert to take care of Yang Jin. Tang Jong voiced his concern. Yang Jin is now gaining recognition from the Xinhua Martial Arts Hall. Taking him down might not be so simple. Cousin, you're underestimating our family, Song Qingxiao replied. Our Song family, along with the Korean Association, boasts a number of top-tier experts. Among them, the most enigmatic is Master Song Jiatan. He's a psychic who can create incredibly realistic illusions, trapping his opponents in a false reality. Once ensnared, they lose their minds and descend into madness, essentially killing them without leaving a trace. If Master Song takes action, not just one Yang Jin, but even 100 or 1,000 would be wiped out in an instant. Tang Jong, hearing this, brightened with excitement. In that case, why not have Master Song deal with Zhu Wenwu as well? That wouldn't be wise, Song Qingxiao shook his head. Yang Jin is just a nobody with no connections or background. Killing him won't cause much of a stir. But if we were to kill Zhu Wenwu, it would provoke the Zhu family, and the repercussions would outweigh the benefits for our Song family. Hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed across Tang Zhong's face. Huh, all that boasting about the Song family and the Korean Association being so powerful, and they turn out to be nothing but cowards who bully the weak. At that moment, Song Qinglin, who was in the driver's seat, broke the silence. Up ahead is Wolf Howl Canyon. Once we cross it, we'll be halfway to our destination. Wolf Howl Canyon. Tang Jong looked out the window. About 100 meters away, a dark, shadowy canyon was gradually coming into view. Song Qinglin explained, this canyon stretches about 5 kilometers. Its unique terrain often creates wind currents that sound like wolves howling, which is how it got its name. Tang Jong stared at the canyon, a wave of unease rising in his chest. In his eyes, the canyon resembled a ravenous wolf with its jaws wide open. The jagged rocks on either side of the entrance seemed like the wolf's sharp teeth. The beast lay in wait, ready to devour anything that ventured inside. Brother, can we take a detour? Tang Jong asked softly. Song Qingji, sitting nearby, scoffed. Are you kidding, Tang Jong? A detour would add at least another 50 kilometers. Do you even know what 50 kilometers in the wilderness means? He sneered. If you're scared, you can always head back to Ipushed City. Tang Zhong's face flushed red with anger and embarrassment, but he couldn't find the words to retort. Enough, Song Qingxiao intervened, gesturing with his hand. It's normal for our cousin to feel uneasy seeing this canyon for the first time. Qinglin, step on it and get us through quickly. Everyone hold on tight. Song Qinglin pressed down hard on the gas pedal, and the armored vehicle roared as it surged into the canyon's shadowy entrance. The sunlight slanted at an angle, leaving the entire canyon shrouded in darkness. The eerie sound of the wind howling echoed through the vehicle, seeping through the windows and piercing Tang Zhong's ears like a ghostly wail. A shiver ran down his spine, raising goosebumps all over. Inside the vehicle, Song Qingji licked his lips, a dissatisfied expression on his face. It's a shame we didn't have enough time to enjoy ourselves in Ipushed City. Especially that girl we met at the hotel a few days ago. She was a fiery one. Jumped out the window and broke her leg before I could even have any fun with her. Song Qingxiao chuckled. Don't worry. Once we're back at the base city, we'll find you a few more. You'll have your fill, I promise. Suddenly, Song Qinglin slammed on the brakes, swearing under his breath. Damn it. Where did all these rocks come from? They weren't here last time. The others looked ahead and saw large rocks scattered across the road, blocking their path. Song Qingxiao frowned. Qingji, get out and clear the rocks. The air currents in Wolf Howl Canyon are strong, so it's not unusual for rocks to fall occasionally. Grumbling, Song Qingji opened the car door and jumped out. Tang Jong felt a pang of unease and called out. Be careful, brother Qingji. Song Qingji either didn't hear him or chose to ignore him, glaring back. Careful? You're the one who should be careful, you tin can. Tang Zhong's face turned crimson with anger, especially since he had been sensitive to words like can or metal ever since getting prosthetics. He was about to retort when Song Qingxiao cut him off. Enough, we're all family. Stop bickering. Qingji, quit stalling and get moving. Reluctantly, Song Qingji walked toward the rocks. They varied in size, but the largest was about waist-high and weighed over 1,000 kilograms. For a mid-level martial artist like him, it wasn't an impossible task. He pulled out his trusty 9-section whip, tightened it into a slender iron rod, and wedged the tip under the largest rock. With both hands, he exerted his strength and managed to lift the rock slightly. Once I move this one, the rest will be easy, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to shift the rock, he felt a sharp sting on his ankle. He looked down and nearly screamed. A colorful snake slithered away from his right heel, disappearing into the sand beneath the rocks. Earlier, Song Qingji had opted for light, casual clothing instead of heavy armor, thinking it unnecessary. Now, he regretted it deeply. As a tingling numbness spread from his leg, panic set in. He turned and ran back toward the armored vehicle, shouting, "Brother Xiao, I've been bitten. It's venomous." He had only managed a few steps before dizziness overwhelmed him. The world spun, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground unconscious. "Qingji!" The shout from Song Qingji startled everyone in the car. They turned to see him collapse on the ground, and a chill ran down their spines. Song Qingji was a mid-level martial artist with a vitality exceeding 5. For a snake to poison him in mere seconds, its venom must be unimaginably potent. What kind of snake could it be to have such lethal toxicity? Could it be a second-tier beast? Song Qingxiao and Song Qinglin exchanged uneasy glances, fear evident in their eyes. Neither dared to act recklessly, and instead looked toward Tang Jong in the vehicle. "Tang Jong, go save him. Bring Song Qingji back to the car," Song Qingxiao urged. Tang Jong hesitated, but Song Qingxiao barked, "Hurry up." With trembling hands, Tang Jong drew his long knife and reluctantly stepped out of the car. As he approached Song Qingji's fallen body, he gasped in shock. Song Qingji's face had turned a ghastly shade of blue-black, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth slightly agape. A frothy, murky liquid dripped from his lips, covering his chin. It was clear was beyond saving. "Cousin Ji," Tang Jong called out tentatively, "are you still alive?" Song Qingji's head lolled to the side, his bulging eyes staring blankly at Tang Jong before he took his final breath. "Cousin Ji, I know you hated that nickname, but I'm still calling you that. Cousin Ji, rest in peace. May your soul find its way to the afterlife." A twisted sense of satisfaction surged within Tang Jong as he muttered to himself. "Tang Jong, what are you doing? Stop daydreaming and save him." Song Qingxiao's voice snapped him back to reality. Just as Tang Jong was about to explain that Song Qingji was already dead, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his right foot. The brightly colored snake had reappeared and sunk its fangs into his ankle. "Damn it!" Tang Jong growled in fury, raising his blade and slashing fiercely at the snake's head. The blade sliced through the air, striking the ground and scattering shards of rock, but the snake remained unscathed. Instead, it opened its mouth, flicking its crimson tongue ominously. What? A chilling realization hit Tang Jong. It wasn't a real snake, but an illusion, a phantom. His mind flashed back to a horrifying memory that had haunted him ever since. A car speeding down a main road, crashing into a barrier. 2 passengers were flung out, and on the roadside, beneath 2 streetlights, a mysterious figure loomed. Could it be that enigmatic psychic master? As if to confirm his suspicion, the snake's form shifted, its mouth opening wide. Before his eyes, it transformed into a woman's face. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion deathly pale, and her blood-red eyes bore into Tang Jong, sending shivers down his spine. That facade was all too familiar. It was the ghostly visage he had seen during the car accident. "Please spare me, Tang Jong stammered, his voice trembling. He collapsed to his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Tang Jong, remember Thisdant cross me in your next life." The eerie voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in his ears. Tang Jong's eyes widened in realization. In his final moments, he finally understood the identity of the mysterious psychic master. Yuri Yang, terror and disbelief consumed him as he tried to cry out one last time, but his voice was drowned by the venom coursing through his veins. The car's remaining passengers watched in horror as Song Qingji and Tang Jong both fell. Panic-stricken, Song Qinglin quickly shifted the car into reverse, retreating toward the mouth of the valley. "Song Qinglin, what are you doing?" Song Qingxiao shouted in fury and frustration. The fates of Song Qingxiao and Song Qinglin were sealed. With the fall of Song Qingji and Tang Jong, if they did not flee, their lives would surely come to an end. Before Song Qinglin could finish his sentence, a sudden loud blast shattered the moment. A streak of black light pierced through the glass of the armored vehicle's cockpit. "Sniper!" Song Qingxiao shouted a warning. Although the vehicle's windows were made of high-strength, bulletproof material that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate, a wave of terror surged through them. The black light instantly pierced through Song Qinglin's neck, then curved sharply, heading straight for Song Qingxiao's head. A bullet that could change direction. Song Qingxiao stared in horror and finally saw the truth. It was not a bullet, but a dark gray meteoric iron-throwing knife. A psychic's weapon. In the next moment, the knife mercilessly drilled into Song Qingxiao's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere, staining the interior of the vehicle a gruesome red. Song Qingxiao's face froze in terror as his body crumpled like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He collapsed silently, lifeless. Thus, the three Song brothers and Tang Jong had all met their end. The wind in the canyon abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The vehicle, carrying the lifeless bodies of Song Qingxiao and Song Qinglin, eerily continued to move forward until it came to a stop beside the corpses of Song Qingji and Tang Jong. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames roaring skyward, consuming the vehicle and the four bodies entirely. Not far away, in a shadowy corner of the canyon, Yang Jin stepped out slowly. His cold gaze swept across the scene as the meteoric iron knife and two serpent fangs floated into the air, shaking off the bloodstains before retreating into the mystical space within his body. Meanwhile, at the Song family residence in Hanyang Bay City, the main hall was filled with noise and chaos. Several middle-aged women knelt on the ground, wailing loudly, repeatedly calling out the names of Song Qingxiao, Song Qingji, and Song Qinglin. The people around them were seething with anger, their heavy breathing and heaving chests resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Enough! Such disorder is unbecoming. A stern and authoritative voice broke through the commotion. An elderly man, over 70 years old, stepped forward, surrounded by attendants. His sharp, narrow eyes carried an imposing air that silenced the room instantly. The women ceased their crying, and everyone lowered their heads in deference. "Greetings, patriarch," the crowd murmured. The elderly man was none other than Song Jianyuan, the head of the Song family. His expression was calm, betraying no emotion as he spoke slowly. "I am already aware of what happened to Qingxiao, Qingji, and Qinglin. Just now, Suli called to inform me that my grandson, Tang Jong, also perished in the wilderness. This time, our Song family has lost 4 young members." As Song Jianyuan's words sank in, soft sobs broke out again in the hall. His gaze swept across the room and finally landed on a middle-aged man with a dark, brooding expression. "Su Kuei," he addressed. "You are my eldest son and the elder to these children. I am entrusting this matter to you. You must uncover the truth. You have full access to the Song family's resources. If necessary, you may also request assistance from the Korean Association. I have only one demand." He paused briefly, his tone resolute. "If it turns out that this tragedy was caused by an enemy, I want their head. Blood must be repaid with blood. Father, I accept this responsibility." Song Sukue replied firmly. Turning to the gathered family members, he declared, "Family, I swear to you all, I will sever the head of our enemy and offer it as a sacrifice to the memory of our lost kin. We will have our revenge." The hall erupted in a chorus of angry shouts, fists raised high. The roar was deafening, as if it could shake the very roof off the building. In Yusha City, within the narrow stairwell apartment of Jinxiu Huayuan, the Li couple and their daughter, Sun Xiaoi, sat around the dining table, sharing a simple dinner. It had been several days since Sun Xiaoi was discharged from the hospital. While her physical injuries were gradually healing, her mental state was deteriorating. Every night, she was tormented by the same nightmare: 3 men forcing her into a hotel room, their sinister laughter echoing as they lunged at her. She would wake in terror, her heart pounding. That traumatic experience had become an inescapable shadow in her mind. "Eat more, it will help your wounds heal faster," Lilan said, her face filled with concern as she looked at her pale and exhausted daughter. She picked up a piece of pork rib and placed it in Sun Xiaoi's bowl. "Mom, please don't buy so many ribs. The hospital stay drained all our savings. We need to save money," Sun Xiaoi murmured softly. "Silly child, no matter how poor we are, we must take care of your health," Lilan replied gently. Sun Tian, honest and reserved, watched his daughter with a helpless expression. "Xiaoi, I understand how you feel. You can't let go of what happened. But we're just ordinary people. We can't fight against the rich and powerful. I just hope you can find some happiness and not let this weigh on your health." Seeing her parents' weary faces, tears glistened in Sun Xiaoi's eyes. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'll recover soon and go back to work," she said, holding back her tears. She shoveled a bite of rice into her mouth and bit into the rib, the crisp sound of her teeth breaking the silence. At that moment, the voice of a news anchor interrupted from the television. "We interrupt this program for breaking news. Earlier today, in the wilderness area known as Wolf Howl Canyon, located along the highway from Hanyang Bay City to Yusha City, a monster attack occurred, resulting in 4 fatalities. All victims were registered warriors. They have been identified as Song Qingxiao, Song Qingji, Song Qinglin, and Tang Jong." The news immediately captured the attention of Sun Xiaoi and her parents. They all set down their chopsticks and stared intently at the screen. The footage showed a scene of devastation, with only charred remains left at the site. The registration photos of the 4 warriors appeared on the screen. The report highlighted their bravery, stating that they had fought valiantly against the monster to protect humanity, sacrificing their lives in the process. Their courage was described as an eternal inspiration, and their deeds were deemed worthy of remembrance. As she stared at the photos of the four men on the screen, Sun Xiaoyi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. Serves them right, serves them right. Li Lan exclaimed, equally emotional, tears rolling down her cheeks as she reached for her wrist device to make a call. It must have been Yang Erlang who acted. I need to thank Sister Ting. Sun Tian quickly snatched the device from her hand, his expression serious. You cannot make that call. Remember, the news said those four were killed by a monster. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Xiaoyi immediately echoed. Yes, yes, Mom. You mustn't call. They died fighting the monster, a noble death, worthy of respect. Li Lan hesitated for a moment before understanding the implications. She placed the device down with a sigh. How despicable. A few vile scum die, and the public is expected to remember them? What a messed-up world. Meanwhile, in Binjiang Garden, Yang Jin's family was also watching the news broadcast. They all spat in unison, expressing their disdain for the deceased. None of them questioned whether Yang Jin had any involvement in the incident. Not long after, Yang Jin received a call from Zhang Tongwei. The news came through the phone that the Song family, led by Song Su Koei of the second generation, had arrived in Yusha City this afternoon to investigate the deaths of four family members. Zhang Tongwei revealed that among the Song family members who arrived, the strongest was Song Su Koei, a senior martial artist and the father of Song Chengxiao. Accompanying him was Song Jiateng, a mid-level martial artist. Although Song Jiateng's martial strength was lower, he was a rare spiritual psychic with combat abilities comparable to Song Su Koei. Over the phone, Yang Jin learned that the Yusha City Security Bureau had instructed all local security systems to fully cooperate with the Song family's investigation. The Song family might question many people, and if anything came up, the brothers were to communicate promptly. After the call ended, Yang Jin became intrigued by Song Jiateng. Spiritual psychics were extremely rare on Blue Star, with fewer than 100 in total on average, only 1 or 2 in each base city. Song Jiateng was the only spiritual psychic in the Hanyang base city and its surrounding satellite towns. Yang Jin logged onto a website to search for information about Song Jiateng, but found only a few reports. One of the articles included a photo. He carefully studied the image, committing Song Jiateng's appearance to memory. Meanwhile, in the luxurious presidential suite of the Lu Tai Hotel in Yusha City, Song Su Koei sat on the sofa with a grim expression. Beside him, Song Jiateng, slender and lean, swirled the glass in his hand, the crimson liquid inside rippling gently. In front of them, a man in a tailored suit was reporting the preliminary findings. Sirs, based on our comprehensive analysis, it's highly likely that the four young masters were framed and killed. We've conducted a detailed investigation into the people they interacted with recently, especially those who had conflicts with young master Tang Jong. Ultimately, we identified 7 suspects. While these individuals may not have acted directly, they are significantly connected to the incident. Here are the detailed profiles for your review. The man placed the documents on the coffee table and respectfully stepped back to stand aside. Song Su Koei picked up the documents and reviewed them one by one. Meanwhile, Song Jiateng sipped his drink, his lips stained red as if with blood, and sighed. Times have changed. Back when Dahan was still around, the Song family was a top-tier conglomerate who would have dared cross us. Now we can't even protect our younger generation. Forgone in one blow, truly infuriating and tragic. Song Su Koei shot him a cold glance and said icily, Jiateng, prestige is earned through strength. This is the perfect opportunity for the Song family to assert its dominance. Whoever is found responsible, they will not escape death. Song Jiateng tapped a finger on the documents and raised a question. What if it's someone from the Zhu family? After all, they are the most likely suspects. Among the 7 suspects, the first file belonged to Zhu Wenwu of the Zhu family. A few days ago, Song Chengxiao and the others had come to Yusha City to mediate the incident where Zhu Wenwu had injured Tang Jong. However, the Zhu family had been exceptionally defiant, not only refusing to give Song Chengxiao any respect, but even eating corn blatantly in front of him. As the second most powerful family in Yusha City, the Zhu family's influence was deeply rooted, and their overall strength rivaled that of the Song family. Operating in Zhu family territory, Song Su Koei and his team alone would be hard-pressed to take them down. Song Su Koei's expression hardened as he said coldly, the Zhu family? So what? Don't forget, father is the vice president of the Korean Association. If necessary, we can invoke President Park's name and his martial authority decree. Song Jiateng nodded in agreement. Yes, with President Park's martial authority decree, even the Zhu family wouldn't dare act recklessly. After all, their patriarch is merely a mid-level martial master wouldn't dare challenge a martial authority. Song Jiateng continued flipping through the suspect files. When he reached the information on the last person, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. This guy named Yang Jin was precisely the young man Suli had specifically ordered to eliminate. Such audacity breaking into the Tang family's residence and injuring several people. TSK, and he's just a kid from the slums. The more Song Jiateng read, the more intrigued he became. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. In just half a month, Yang Jin had advanced from a junior warrior to a senior one. He must have consumed some rare and precious resources. His luck was truly extraordinary. Song Sukuwai also noticed Yang Jin's file. He hadn't expected such a prodigy to emerge from Yusha City. At only 18 years old, Yang Jin's talent and opportunities far surpassed those of the Song family's offspring. Suli despised this person to the core, considering him a potential threat. Whether he was truly guilty or not didn't matter now that they had encountered him. It made sense to find a way to eliminate him. Song Sukuwai frowned slightly, secretly plotting a sinister plan. Song Jiating licked his lips and asked, "Big brother, how do you plan to get rid of this young kid?" Song Sukuwai glanced at him with a sly smile. "This task, Jiating, will require your personal touch." "Me?" Song Jiating pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Big brother, I do want to get rid of that young kid, but with the speed of his advancement, the Xinhua Martial Hall will surely prioritize his training. We can't act recklessly." As a member of the Song clan's collateral line, he wasn't keen on taking the risk, especially since the deceased individuals were all direct descendants of the Song family. Song Sukuwai reassured him, "Don't worry, you won't have to act openly. My plan is to exert pressure on Yusha City officials and have you interrogate the 7 suspects. If necessary, use some hypnotic techniques. For certain individuals, you can implant a mental suggestion in their minds. When to activate it will be up to you." Hearing this, Song Jiating frowned. "Big brother, you know my mental core is only the size of a pineapple. My psychic energy is limited. If I have to keep a mental suggestion hidden in someone's mind for a long time, it'll drain me completely." Internally cursing him as a cunning fox, Song Sukuwai smiled and said, "Jiating, I won't let you suffer a loss. Hey Race, the deal, you've always wanted that meteorite magnetite, haven't you? If you handle this well, it'll apply to the family head to gift it to you." Song Jiatang's voice turned eager. "Really, big brother?" Song Sukuwai nodded. "Absolutely." Song Jiating patted his chest. "All right, big brother, just tell me what to do. I'll give it my all." On the morning of July 2nd, Yang Jin received a notice from the Xinhua Martial Hall, asking him to visit Wu Zhengsong's office. Yang Jin knocked on the door and entered. "Master Wu, you wanted to see me?" "Yang Jin, you're here. Have a seat," Wu Zhengsong said, his expression serious. He got straight to the point. "For people died in Wolf Howl Canyon. You've heard about it, haven't you?" Yang Jin nodded. "I've heard. One of them, Tang Jong, had a long-standing grudge against me. We've clashed many times." Wu Zhengsong paused for a few seconds before asking, "Yang Jin, tell me honest, Lido, you have any direct or indirect connection to this incident? Please be truthful so we can figure out how to handle this." Sensing the sincerity in Wu Zhengsong's tone, Yang Jin didn't hesitate to reply. "Master Wu, to be honest, I did have thoughts of taking action. However, compared to those 4 who died, I lacked the strength and the backing. I had the intention, but not the capability. The deaths of Tang Jong and the others have nothing to do with me." Wu Zhengsong fixed his gaze on Yang Jin, carefully observing his demeanor and expressions. Yang Jin's eyes were clear, devoid of any panic or nervousness. Wu Zhengsong let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. "Yang Jin, you know, I was really worried you might have been involved in this matter," Wu Zhengsong said. "Director Wu, is the situation serious?" Yang Jin asked. "Serious, very serious." Wu Zhengsong pulled a letter of investigation from his pocket and placed it in front of Yang Jin. Glancing at it, Yang Jin exclaimed, "The president of the Korean Association, Park Shuachin, has issued a martial sovereign order." "Director Wu, what is a martial sovereign order?" Yang Jin inquired. Wu Zhengsong explained, "For martial artists like us, strength is divided into 5 levels, from martial practitioner to martial saint. Martial saints represent the highest level of power, with fewer than 100 worldwide. These martial saints often reside in perilous regions. Some monitor the lairs of Tier 5 advanced beasts, while others guard the wormhole connections between Blue Star and extraterrestrial space. In the 43 base cities across the 6 major nations, only the capitals have martial saints stationed. In other base cities, the strongest individuals are the martial sovereigns. Essentially, for most base cities, martial sovereigns represent the pinnacle of combat power. A martial sovereign order is a command personally signed by a martial sovereign, so you can imagine its authority and significance." After hearing this, Yang Jin asked, "Director Wu, what is the cultivation level of Chief Nia from Xinhua Martial Hall in our Hanyang base city?" Wu Zhengsong replied, "Chief Nia is relatively young, not yet 40 years old. He is a junior martial sovereign. In contrast, President Park of the Korean Association is nearly 70 years old and is an intermediate martial sovereign. Comparatively, Chief Nia is slightly inferior in both strength and experience. Moreover," Wu Zhengsong paused, then continued, "President Park's order this time only requires the relevant suspects to cooperate with the Song family's inquiry. The reasoning is justified and reasonable, leaving little room for objection." "I understand," Yang Jin nodded. "Director Wu, in that case, There's nothing to worry about. Let them ask whatever they want. I guarantee I'll answer truthfully and openly. Wu Zhengsong, still somewhat concerned, said, if it were just questioning, I wouldn't be too worried. The key issue is, among the Song family members coming this time, there's someone named Song Jiatan, an intermediate martial master with an additional identity as a spiritual mind practitioner. It's rumored that he excels in creating illusions and can confuse opponents weaker than himself. I'm worried he might resort to underhanded tactics. Wu Zhengsong sighed. Spiritual mind practitioners, the most enigmatic figures among martial artists. One can never be too cautious around them. Yang Jin laughed heartily. Director Wu, I, Yang Jin, have a clear conscience and have always acted with integrity. The deaths of the Song family members have nothing to do with methods, an indisputable fact. Let them investigate however they want. I have nothing to fear. Good, Wu Zhengsong exclaimed with delight. Director Gu left for Hanyang Bay City 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Yang Jin, I, Old Wu, will personally accompany you this time. Just then, Wu Zhengsong's electronic wristband rang. It was a call from Director Gu. Answering, Wu Zhengsong said, Director, yes, I'm preparing to accompany Yang Jin. Understood, no problem. Please rest assured, I'll ensure Yang Jin's safe return. After hanging up, Wu Zhengsong smiled and said, Director Gu mentioned that he's on his way back. He also said that Xinhua Martial Hall must not lose face. He asked me to bring along Lu Tong and Tian Pingwei, the 2 deputy directors. The 3 of us deputy directors will accompany you to meet the Song family. The entire Lutai Grand Hotel was reserved today by the authorities. The security bureau had set up barricades around the perimeter, with several patrol cars parked at the hotel's entrance, their red and blue lights flashing. Vehicles from the Xinhua Martial Arts School were allowed through as a security officer lifted the barrier to let them in. The 3 deputy heads of the school, Wu Guanju, Lu Guanju, and Tian Guanju, had all shown up, clearly taking Yang Jin's presence very seriously. Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, Yao Jiwen, stepped forward with a smile to greet them as the 4 disembarked from the car. Tian Pingwei spoke in his deep, gruff voice. There's no choice. The martial master from the Korean Association has spoken, so we have to be here. Even our head Guanju is on his way. Lu Tong chimed in. The Song family, what an imposing display. The dissatisfaction with the Song family was evident in both their tones. Guanzu's, Mr. Yang, please head inside the hotel, Yao Jiwen said with a polite smile. As a public official, he understood the importance of discretion and refrained from saying anything inappropriate in public. In the first-floor lobby, dozens of individuals were scattered in small groups, seated in various spots. They were either suspects invited for questioning or their accompanying family members. Yang Jin scanned the room and recognized no one except Zhu Wenwu. Zhu stood with one hand on his hip, pointing a finger at a well-dressed member of the Song family, visibly agitated as he exclaimed, We've been waiting for over half an hour, and the Song representative still hasn't shown up. What are they doing sleeping in because it's still dark? Another person beside him added, Brother Zhu is right. If I recall correctly, Seoul is an hour ahead of us. How is it that, 50 years after their country's fall, their time zone seems to be moving backward? The Song family member looked exasperated, knowing full well this group had only been there for a few minutes, but were already complaining about waiting. Despite his frustration, he dared not retaliate and could only respond, Please be patient. Master Su Kuei will meet with everyone shortly. At that moment, another person chimed in sarcastically, Master Su Kuei? The Qing dynasty has been gone for hundreds of years. Stop dreaming of being a vassal state. The Song family member clenched his teeth, his face turning red with suppressed anger. Just then, Song Su Kuei emerged from a room on the 2nd floor and leaned casually against the railing. Smiling, he addressed the crowd. This inquiry is an unfortunate necessity, and I ask for your understanding. To ensure transparency, fairness, and impartiality, we have specifically invited officials from the Yusha city government and the Security Bureau to witness the proceedings. Additionally, each person being questioned may bring one family member to accompany them. As he spoke, his gaze fell on someone in the lobby, and he smiled. Brother Zhu, your son Zhu Wenwu will be the first. Please proceed. The middle-aged man standing next to Zhu Wenwu let out a cold snort. Wenwu, let's go see what this is all about. Come. The Zhu father and son duo ascended to the 2nd floor and entered the room, closing the door behind them. The lobby fell silent as everyone else sat waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, the Zhu father and son emerged from the room. Zhu Wenwu wore a relaxed smile, whistling as he glanced toward Yang Jin, who was seated on a sofa. Surprised, he exclaimed, Well, I'll be. The Song family must be out of their minds to have called Yang Jin here. He quickly walked over to Yang Jin and greeted him warmly. Brother Yang. Brother Zhu. Yang Jin responded with a polite smile. Lowering his voice, Zhu Wenwu warned. Brother Yang. The Song family has a psychic among them very cunning. He wouldn't dare mess with me, but you should be careful. Yang Jin nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the warning, Brother Zhu. The middle-aged man beside Zhu Wenwu smiled and said, "You must be Yang Jin. Truly a young talent. You should visit my home sometime." Yang Jin responded, "Thank you, Uncle Zhu." After the Zhu father and son left, the second person to be questioned entered the room. The questioning process moved quickly, with each person taking an average of under 10 minutes. An hour later, it was Yang Jin's turn, and Wu Zhongsong accompanied him to the second floor. In the interrogation room sat 4 people: Song Su-kuei, Yao Jiwen, a government official who appeared energetic and focused, and a thin man in his 50s with sunken eyes and protruding pupils. Yang Jin immediately recognized him as Song Jiating, the spiritual mind master of the Song family. Song Su-kuei motioned and said, "Master Wu, please take a seat over there." Then, with a blank expression, he addressed Yang Jin, "Please take your seat." Wu Zhongsong patted Yang Jin gently on the shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. Yang Jin sat down, his gaze steady and composed. Song Su-kuei began, "Yang Jin, we are going to ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully." With that, he exchanged a glance with Song Jiating. Song Jiating raised his index finger, which trembled slightly, as if vibrating and stirring the air, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. "Yang Jin, look at my finger," Song Jiating said coldly. In the corner, Wu Zhongsong instinctively straightened up in his seat, nervously watching Yang Jin. Yang Jin stared at Song Jiating's finger, pausing for a moment. After 7 or 8 seconds, his gaze turned vacant, his expression hollow, as if all light and focus had drained from his eyes. Song Jiating felt a sense of satisfaction, though his face remained impassive. In a low voice, he asked, "Yang Jin, let me ask you, were you involved in the deaths of Song Chengxiao, Song Qingji, Song Qinglin, and Tang Jong?" Yang Jin opened his mouth, paused for a few seconds, and murmured, "The deaths of those 4 have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongsong, Yao Jiwen, and the government official all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Jin continued, "But those guys were bullies, full of malice. They deserved to die." Yao Jiwen covered his mouth and coughed awkwardly. Song Su-kuei and Song Jiating both showed displeasure, while Wu Zhongsong looked helpless. Song Jiating's finger began to move faster. "Yang Jin, second question. If you wanted to deal with the 4 members of the Song family, how would you do it?" Wu Zhongsong furrowed his brows, clearly unhappy. Yang Jin replied, "I'd use a nuclear bomb and blow them to smithereens." Everyone in the room facepalmed at his response. While it reflected Yang Jin's genuine thoughts, it came across as naive and childish. Song Jiating pressed on, "Yang Jin, tell me, how did your abilities improve so quickly? Is there some secret, or did you have a fortunate encounter?" Wu Zhongsong suddenly shouted sternly, "That's enough. You're overstepping your bounds. The rules of the major martial academies clearly state that personal opportunities of martial artists must not be questioned. What are you trying to do by asking this?" Song Su-kuei rose to his feet as well, glaring at Wu Zhongsong with a dark expression. The loud rebuke disrupted Song Jiating's hypnosis, and Yang Jin shook his head, regaining clarity. The atmosphere in the room became tense in an instant. Taking advantage of the distraction, Song Jiating discreetly flicked his fingers, sending an invisible thread of spiritual energy darting into Yang Jin's mind like an arrow. Yao Jiwen quickly stood up, attempting to mediate. "Everyone, let's calm down. That's enough questioning for today. I believe Yang Jin has no involvement in this matter, so there's no need to continue. Yang Jin, let's go." Wu Zhongsong, visibly angry, pulled the now clear-headed Yang Jin out of the interrogation room. After everyone had left, only Song Su-kuei and Song Jiating remained in the room. In a low voice, Song Su-kuei asked, "Jiating, did it work?" Song Jiating's face revealed exhaustion that was hard to hide. His sunken eyes and bloodshot gaze betrayed the immense effort he had expended. "I used up all my spiritual energy to create an invisible vortex that now lies dormant in that boy's mind. With just a single thought, I can make it erupt, driving him to madness or even insanity." Song Su-kuei asked, "How long will the effect last?" Song Jiating thought for a moment and replied, "Given that guy's vitality, the effect will be more noticeable within 3 weeks. Beyond that, my mental energy will gradually dissipate, and the effect will weaken significantly until it wears off completely. Moreover, if I want to take action, I must be within a 50-meter range of him. Otherwise, I can't execute it." Song Su-kuei gave a sinister smile and thought to himself, "No need to rush. I'll act in the middle or late part of this month. That way, he'll die without anyone noticing, and we can clear ourselves of any suspicion. Humph, daring to barge into my sister's home doesn't matter who you are, you'll all die." At that moment, Wu Zhongsong asked Yang Jin with concern, "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" Yang Jin replied, "Master Wu, I was just hypnotized for a brief moment, but it didn't have any other effects." He sighed, "Mentalists are truly formidable. If you're hypnotized during a fight, it's game over." Wu Zhongsong shook his head with a smile and said, "After observing closely today, mentalists aren't as powerful as they seem. Take Song Jiating, for example. If he wanted to confuse ordinary people, it would probably be easy. But to deal with someone like you, a high-level martial artist, he has to rely on directly vibrating his fingers. As for martial artists with vitality equal to his, it would be even harder for him to confuse them. So, I suspect that the stronger a person's vitality, the less they are affected by mental illusions. Of course, it could also be that Song Jiating himself is just mediocre, and his mental energy is low level. Hearing this, Yang Jin couldn't help but admire him. The older, the wiser. Wu Jingsung's analysis was spot on. Song Jiating's mental energy was indeed weak and required physical gestures to work. In contrast, Yang Jin's mental energy flowed effortlessly with his thoughts, requiring no gestures or incantations. With just a thought, he could project illusions from a distance, with a power surpassing Song Jiating's by at least tenfold. If his vitality ever reached the level of a martial master, his mental energy would undergo a qualitative transformation. Song Jiating, just a pathetic clown. Yang Jin sneered inwardly, fully aware that his earlier interaction with Song Jiating was all an act. In reality, Song Jiating's illusions had no effect on him at all. Even though Song Jiating had implanted a strand of mental energy into Yang Jin's mind, it had long been tightly contained by Yang Jin's own mental power. If Yang Jin wanted, he could shatter and obliterate that strand of energy at any time. Having made up his mind, Yang Jin felt completely at ease. When they returned to the entrance of the Xinhua Martial Arts Hall, they ran into the hall master, Gu Xingyan, who had just returned from Hanyang Bay City. After hearing Wu Jingsung's report, Gu Xingyan's face lit up with joy. Brother Wu, Lu Tong, Pingwei, and Yang Jin, come to my office. We have something to discuss. Wu Jingsung, Lu Tong, and Tian Pingwei, being the assistant hall masters, thought nothing of it, but Yang Jin was taken aback. Hall master, is it appropriate for me to join this discussion? Gu Xingyan raised the file folder in his hand and said, this is the special training program I went all the way to the Hanyang Bay City branch to apply for on your behalf. What do you think, appropriate or not? Wu Jingsung and the others clearly knew what this was about, and all smiled. Gu Xingyan laughed heartily. Of course, it's a done deal. I cornered Branch Master Nya in his office. I told him I wouldn't leave until he agreed, so he had no choice but to approve my plan. Gu Xingyan sighed softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Yang Jin, you must report to the branch hall in Hanyang Bay City. Yang Jin froze for a moment and exclaimed, don't do this, master. I don't want to go to Hanyang Bay City. I want to stay in Yuesha City. Wu Jingsung shot him a stern look and said sharply, what nonsense are you talking about? People aim higher, just as water flows downward. Many spend their entire lives dreaming of going to a base city, but never get the chance. Now that the opportunity is right before you, what are you hesitating for? Hearing Wu Jingsung's words, Yang Jin could only lower his head and reply, yes, I will firmly follow the organization's arrangements. Gu Xingyan smiled. Now that's more like it. Come on, let's go to the office and discuss the details. The plan Gu Xingyan applied for on Yang Jin's behalf was called the Flame Martial Academy Personal Training Program, jointly implemented by the branch hall in Hanyang Bay City and the sub-hall in Yuesha City. The main details were as follows. First, Yang Jin would leave the Yuesha City sub-hall and participate in a 1-month special training program at the Hanyang Bay City branch hall. Second, Yang Jin would be provided with a training subsidy of 5 million yuan. Third, if Yang Jin could qualify as a junior martial artist before August and register for the Global Martial Arts Talent Competition, he would receive an additional 5 million yuan reward under the joint banner of the Hanyang Bay City branch and the Yuesha City sub-hall. After reading the plan, Yang Jin understood that this was not only for his personal growth, but also to prepare him to represent both places in the Global Martial Arts Talent Competition. After some discussion, Gu Xingyan told Yang Jin, you have 1 day to handle your personal affairs. The day after tomorrow, July 4th, I will take you to the Hanyang Bay City branch hall to report and meet Hall Master Nya. Yang Jin straightened up and resolutely replied, understood. Back home, Yang Jin shared the news about the training program with his uncle, aunt, and younger sister. Though his family felt a bit reluctant, they were more excited and proud. His uncle sighed emotionally. Ah Jin, you've grown up. It's time to fly higher and farther. Go to Hanyang Bay City without worry. Everything at home will be fine. Hearing that Yang Jin was heading to Hanyang Bay City, his aunt thought of her eldest son, Yang Ning, and reminded him, Ah Jin, your elder brother is studying at Hanyang University. If you have time, visit him at school. His younger sister, mischievously smiling, added, second brother, big brother is graduating next year. He should start looking for a girlfriend. Otherwise, it'll be hard to find someone after entering the workforce. When you see him, remind him to bring me back a sister-in-law soon. Xiao Ting rolled her eyes at Yang Hui and said softly, what does a little girl like you know? Go play somewhere else. After dinner, Yang Jin had a video call with Zhao Qingtong. When Zhao Qingtong heard about Yang Jin's training program, she was so excited she almost jumped up. After chatting for a while, she smiled and asked, Ah Jin, if one day you become a martial master or even a martial grandmaster, will you feel like the gap between us is too big? Looking at the girl on the screen, Yang Jin replied slowly. Qing Tong, no matter how far I go, I will always be myself. I will never forget the girl who once gave me a card and encouraged me to take the physical fitness test. I will never forget the words I said to her when she left Yuesha City. His voice was low, and his gaze radiated tenderness. Qing Tong, one day, I will come to Jiangnan to find you. Zhao Qing Tong's eyes reddened as she turned her head away to wipe away her tears discreetly. After the call ended, Zhao Qing Tong could no longer hold back her tears. Recently, her father, Zhao Longfei, had been calling her every day, urging her to return home to meet someone her grandfather had introduced. Zhao Qingtong had even argued with her father, firmly refusing to meet the person. No one knew how much pressure she was under. She began to miss her days in Yuesha City, her mother, her cousin, the Zheng family relatives, and many good friends there. She started to long for Yang Jin, the boy she didn't interact with much, but who left a deep impression on her with his sincerity and straightforwardness. During her time in Jiangnan Bay City, whenever she was troubled by Zhao family matters, she would call Yang Jin, and her frustration would ease. In a way, Yang Jin had brought her joy and laughter almost every day during this time. In her heart, she silently thought, Ah Jin, I will wait for you. Zhao Qingtong raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, she looked like a fairy in the twilight, breathtakingly beautiful. On July 3rd, in Yuesha City, a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles slowly exited through the north gate. The vehicles were uniformly painted with the emblem of the Xiongua flag, with the prominent character, Song, glaring under the sunlight. Inside one of these vehicles, Song Suli sat with hollow eyes, her usual lively spirit completely gone. Her face was etched with nothing but sorrow and solitude. Ever since the death of her son, Tang Jong, her eyes had been swollen from crying, and she had fainted multiple times from grief. Her already fractured relationship with Tang Zhongliang had led her to decisively file for divorce, taking a significant portion of the assets and returning to her family, accompanied by her elder brother, Song Sukue, and others. Could it be that my son and nephews died in vain? Song Suli's heart was filled with anguish and unwillingness. The tragic deaths of her son and 3 nephews tormented her, but the identity of the murderer remained elusive. Every time she thought of the charred remains of the younger generation, her heart twisted in pain. Song Sukue sighed and said, Suli, based on our investigation, none of the suspects in Yuesha City are the culprits. It's possible the murderer is someone else, maybe even from Hanyang Bay City, but they're hiding too well. Once we return, we'll expand the scope of our investigation. We will find the killer. Even as he spoke, Song Sukue himself lacked confidence. The crime scene had been completely incinerated, leaving no useful clues. Finding the true murderer seemed nearly impossible. Song Suli's eyes burned with hatred. What about Zhu Wenwu? During the martial artist's combat assessment, he severely injured my son. Even if Zhu Wenwu isn't the killer, this grudge must be settled. Song Sukue replied. The Zhu family's overall strength is on par with ours. Zhu Wenwu is also a favored direct descendant of the Zhu family. We cannot afford to provoke them lightly. Song Suli nearly bit her lip in frustration, her voice becoming hysterical. If Zhu Wenwu is untouchable, then what about Yang Jin? Yang Jin is just a nobody, a poor wretch. My son despised him the most, wishing he could tear him apart limb by limb. Big brother, Catting, I beg you to stand up for me. Song Suki's tone turned cold. Suli, don't worry. Within a month, Yang Jin will be dead. Song Suli, on the verge of madness, asked excitedly. Brother, is that true? My son's death will finally be avenged. Song Sukue let out a sigh, then struck the back of her neck with a swift hand chop, knocking her unconscious. Suli, get some rest. When you wake up, we'll be home. He gently laid her across the seat, then turned to Song Jiating, gritting his teeth. Jiating, Yang Jin's life is in your hands. I want him dead. Song Jiating let out a sinister laugh. Consider it done. Just don't forget about the meteorite magnetic stone you promised me. That same day, Yang Jin made his rounds saying goodbye to teammates and friends, calling Zhou Chong, Ma Weiguo, Hao Jun, Lu Qinglin, Zhang Tongwei, Shindu, Guo Qinglong, and others. He temporarily withdrew from the Qiangfeng squad, with Shi Linshan taking his place, as he joined a new team. Everyone extended their congratulations and wished him rapid progress in the special training program. The next day, July 4th, Yang Jin left Yuesha City with Gu Xing'an. The heavy iron gates slowly closed behind them as friends and family waved goodbye until the gates shut completely. Perhaps the next time they would meet would be on the televised broadcast of the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament. Zhang Tongwei stood staring at the closed gates, murmuring to himself. The distance between Yuesha City and Hanyang Bay City was 300 kilometers. After traveling for over 2 hours in an armored vehicle, they arrived at Howling Wolf Canyon. A few days ago, the crime scene involving Tang Jong and his group had been thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no trace as if nothing had ever occurred. Approaching noon, the distant, towering city walls stood majestic under the sunlight. Compared to the subordinate satellite cities, Hanyang Bay City was significantly larger in both area and population. Yang Jin soon arrived at the southern gate of the base city. Looking up, he saw the towering walls and densely packed turrets, showcasing a level of defense far superior to Yusha City. The armored vehicle drove straight into the city without stopping, heading directly toward the Xinhua Martial Hall. The hall was a 50-story skyscraper with a broad plaza in front. At the center of the plaza stood a magnificent phoenix sculpture with its wings spread wide, standing on flames, ready to take flight and rise from the ashes. It symbolized boundless brilliance and hope. The phoenix was also the totem of Xinhua Martial Hall. When the armored vehicle came to a stop, several sharp-looking men and women were already waiting at the entrance of the building. Gu Xingyan stepped out of the vehicle, and a man surnamed Li stepped forward to shake his hand, his gaze falling on Yang Jin. Haha, this must be Yang Jin. Young man, you look spirited and impressive. Gu Xingyan introduced with a smile. Yang Jin, this is Deputy Hall Master Li Weiyang. Yang Jin gave a slight bow and responded politely. Hello, Hall Master Li. Li Weiyang laughed heartily and gestured for the two to follow him. Old Gu, Xiaoyang, Hall Master Nia is waiting for you in the office. Come with me. As they passed through the entrance of Xinhua Martial Hall, Yang Jin noticed advanced silver mechas stationed on either side, more sophisticated than the black iron models. On the 40th floor of the building, Yang Jin met Nie Jinxiu, the Hall Master of Xinhua Martial Hall. Nie Jinxiu, bald and energetic, sat at the head of a round table, exuding an approachable demeanor as if deliberately suppressing his aura. Seated beside him were a short-haired middle-aged man in his 40s and a valiant-looking woman in her 30s. Li Weiheng announced, Hall Master, Gu Xingyan and Yang Jin have arrived to report. Nie Jinxiu smiled warmly and waved them over. Perfect timing, it's lunchtime. Come, join us, and we can talk while eating. He gestured to Yang Jin. Xiaoyang, sit here next to me. Feeling slightly nervous, Yang Jin quickly composed himself and took the seat next to Nie Jinxiu. The short-haired man and the valiant woman nodded approvingly at Yang Jin's composed demeanor. Yang Jin, let me introduce you, Nie Jinxiu said, pointing to the middle-aged man. This is Deputy Hall Master Lin Hui. Yang Jin greeted courteously. Hello, Hall Master Lin. Lin Hui smiled back. Hello, Xiaoyang. Nie Jinxiu then turned to the woman. And this is Deputy Hall Master Mo Qinfang. Yang Jin said. Hello, Sister Mo. Mo Qinfang was momentarily surprised before bursting into laughter. Looks like I've gained a younger brother today. Her remark drew laughter from everyone present. The gathering of all 4 Hall Masters, 1 chief, and 3 deputies highlighted the importance they placed on Yang Jin. The lunch was simple yet sumptuous, featuring fruits, desserts, beverages, and the main dish, hot dry noodles. Yang Jin savored the golden, chewy, and flavorful noodles, praising them enthusiastically. Compared to the seasoned noodles his aunt often made, the hot dry noodles had a unique taste that he found particularly enjoyable. As a specialty of Hanyang Bay City, the dish was Nie Jinxiu's way of warmly welcoming Yang Jin and Gu Xingyan. After the meal, Gu Xingyan gave Yang Jin a few brief instructions before preparing to leave Xinhua Martial Hall. Nie Jinxiu assigned Yang Jin to Mo Qinfang, giving her full responsibility for his special training. The reason for this arrangement was that Mo Qinfang specialized in using the same weapon as Yang Jin, a spear. After Nie Jinxiu and the others left, Mo Qinfang turned and asked, Yang Jin, are you full? Yes, I am. Yang Jin replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Good. Mo Qinfang nodded, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. Follow me to the training room. I want to see just how capable you are. Then, I'll devise a detailed plan for your training. In the spacious training room, Mo Qinfang was dressed in a fitted training outfit that perfectly outlined her sleek figure and toned waist, making her presence strikingly captivating. Holding a training iron spear in her right hand and gracefully placing her left hand behind her back, she stood 10 meters away, her gaze fixed firmly on Yang Jin. Yang Jin, from this moment on, I am your instructor. I am a senior martial master, but I will restrain my strength to match that of a senior martial artist your level. Use everything you've learned and attack me with your strongest techniques. Yes, Instructor Mo. Yang Jin responded loudly, his heart surging with determination. This time, he had come to the Xinhua Martial Hall fully equipped with his reed leaf spear and alloy battle armor, but it was naturally inappropriate to bring out real weapons and gear during a spar with Mo Qinfang. Picking up a similar training iron spear, he steadied the tip, which quivered slightly, and thrust it sharply toward Mo Qinfang. Yang Jin practiced the pear blossom spear technique, which emphasized agility in movement, stability in footwork, and versatility in spear strikes. As he thrust his spear, the tip vibrated rapidly, flashing with a cold gleam that resembled pear blossoms scattering across the sky, visually stunning, yet brimming with hidden danger. However, Mo Qinfang remained motionless. With a slight flick of her iron spear, she effortlessly neutralized Yang Jin's attack. A crisp clang echoed as her spear tip struck his, abruptly halting the pear blossom-like flashes. Yang Jin was taken aback. The spear technique he had been so confident in was broken with a single move. Mo Qinfang coldly locked eyes with him, her tone devoid of emotion. What are you standing there for? Again, watch my spear. Yang Jin straightened his spear and thrust again. Clang. The spearhead was deflected. Mo Qinfang barked. Is that all you've got? Again. Clang. Another strike was parried. And you call yourself the genius who broke Yusha City's records? Pathetic. Clang. Feeble, like you're out of strength. Didn't eat enough hot dry noodles? Want me to order takeout and send you 3 more bowls? Clang. After his spear was deflected a dozen more times, Yang Jin's face burned with embarrassment. He had always been confident in his combat abilities. Whether it was defeating the iron-armed Liu Xiaopao or taking down Tang Jong and his 3 companions a few days ago, victory had always come relatively easily. But now, facing Mo Qinfang, who had suppressed her strength, he couldn't even last a single move. Yang Jin realized that even if he resorted to his psychic energy, the best outcome would merely be a mutually destructive stalemate against her. Seeing that her point had been sufficiently made, Mo Qinfang decided to ease up, not wanting to crush this young man's enthusiasm. Yang Jin, do you know what your spear technique is lacking? Yang Jin stood straight, his legs together, and respectfully asked, please instruct me, instructor. Mo Qinfang replied, your spear technique is overly complicated. It has plenty of skill but lacks power and precision. In other words, when you strike with your spear, it neither hits accurately nor penetrates effectively. Even if I let you stab me, you wouldn't succeed. Please guide me, instructor. Yang Jin said loudly. Mo Qinfang twirled her iron spear in a smooth flourish, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Yang Jin. I started training with the spear when I was 10 years old, and it's been 23 years since. I've studied numerous spear techniques: central stance spear, 6 harmony spear, 5 tigers gate breaking spear, and even the pear blossom spear you're practicing. Yang Jin's self-created spear technique, the Qinfang 18 styles, is a combination of various skills, consisting of only 18 moves. It emphasizes speed, precision, and ruthlessness, aiming for a single decisive strike. When Mo Qinfang taught this technique to Yang Jin, her tone was firm and even a bit emotional. She mentioned that Hall Master Nya had transferred Yang Jin from Yusha City with the intention of having him participate in the global martial arts talent competition. She hoped he would showcase the Qinfang 18 styles in the competition and prove that her spear technique was second to none. Yang Jin was filled with enthusiasm and promised to give it his all, striving to improve his skills. Over the next 3 days, he trained under Mo Qinfang's guidance, learning that each move targeted vital points with deadly precision, ensuring an attack that would draw blood. Through rigorous practice, Yang Jin mastered the Qinfang 18 styles. Satisfied with his progress, Mo Qinfang granted him a day off. On his day off, Yang Jin headed to Hanyang Bay City, where he stayed in accommodations provided by the Xinhua Martial Hall. He planned to visit his elder brother, Yang Ning, at Hanyang University. The 2 brothers had been too busy to meet, and since it was the weekend, Yang Jin was excited about reuniting with him. The entrance to Hanyang University was bustling with activity, and the students exuded energy and vitality. Sitting on a bench near the gate, Yang Jin took in the lively atmosphere and the surrounding scenery, feeling a sense of joy and anticipation. At the Polymer Materials Research Institute at Hanyang University, the atmosphere in the laboratory was tense. 7 or 8 people were intently focused on a large crystal instrument. Among them was a young man in his early 20s, whose features bore a resemblance to Yang Tianhai. His brows were furrowed, and his anxious gaze shifted between the electronic wristband in his hand. This young man was Yang Ning, Yang Jin's elder brother. He had originally planned to have lunch with his brother at 12:30, but it was already 1 p.m., and the experiment had yet to conclude. Professor Zhou Ziyuan, whose hair was slightly thinning, said firmly, the preliminary results look promising. Increase the power by 20. A man in his late 20s, looking disgruntled, shouted at Yang Ning. Yang Ning, the professor told you to increase the power. Are you deaf? Hurry up. Professor Zhou glanced at the man, then turned to Yang Ning and asked softly, Yang Ning, what happened just now? You seemed a bit distracted. Professor Zhou, I'm sorry. Yang Ning apologized, lowering his head. He explained, my family came all the way from Yusha City to visit me. They've been waiting outside the school for a long time, so? After a moment of thought, Professor Zhou said, Yusha City is over 300 kilometers away. It's not easy to make a trip to the base city. How about this? We'll run the experiment one more time, and then everyone can take the afternoon off. We'll continue tomorrow. Hearing this, the disgruntled man muttered under his breath, half a year of research, and now, when it's time to test the results, we're stopping for some kid. Professor Zhou's face darkened as he coldly responded, this research is under my direction. Do I need you to decide how I allocate my time? The lab fell silent, and the tension in the room became palpable. Professor Zhou, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant, Jiang Pingho said awkwardly, his expression sour. Fine, we'll stop for today. Everyone, pack up. We'll continue tomorrow. Professor Zhou stormed out of the lab in anger, while Jiang Pingho gave Yang Ning a cold glance before leaving in silence. After the two professors left, the remaining people in the lab began tidying up and gradually dispersed. It's so hard to focus on an experiment, someone muttered under their breath. He's a professor in name only, but in reality, he knows nothing. He just got in through connections and is waiting to take credit. If I were Professor Zhou, I'd rather not do this experiment than put up with this nonsense. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, things will only get worse for us, another person chimed in. Last time, Yang Ning forgot to clean his ashtray, and he's been picking on him ever since. Listening to the murmurs around him, Yang Ning let out a faint, helpless smile. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he removed his lab coat and left the lab. At the school's main gate, the two brothers embraced warmly. Big brother. Second brother. Ever since Yang Ning started university, he had stayed on campus during the winter and summer breaks, working part-time to support himself. The cost of traveling back to Yuesha City was high, and he hadn't been able to return home for over 2 years. Seeing Yang Jin now filled Yang Ning with joy. Look at you. It's been years, and now you're taller than me. Handsome, too, he said, throwing an arm around Yang Jin's shoulder with a laugh. Hungry? Let's go eat. Near the school, there were plenty of restaurants to choose from. Feeling indulgent, Yang Ning decided to splurge and picked a higher-end local cuisine restaurant. The two brothers sat by a window, ordering a few exquisite dishes and enjoying cold beer. As they ate and chatted, they cherished this rare moment of reunion. Yang Jin made a video call to his family, and on the other side of the screen, the smiling faces of his aunt and third sister appeared, filling the moment with warmth and joy. The atmosphere at the dining table was light and cheerful, and the hearty lunch only wrapped up around 2 p.m. Yang Jin intended to settle the bill, but Yang Ming stopped him, saying, "Second brother, I know you're a martial artist and have money, but this meal is on me." Yang Jin smiled and replied, "All right, big brother, as you wish." Yang Ming walked to the counter and was about to scan the code to pay when the door of private room number 2 suddenly opened, and 5 or 6 people stepped out. Among them, one man was visibly drunk, his face flushed red, reeking of alcohol. Upon spotting Yang Ning, he let out a strange laugh. Well, if it isn't Yang Ning, Professor Zhou's most prized student." Yang Ning turned his head and immediately recognized the man, his expression subtly shifting. Inwardly, he thought, Professor Jiang. The man before him was Jiang Pingho, someone from the lab who often had critical opinions about him. Jiang Pingho had joined Professor Zhou's research team midway. Rumor had it that Jiang's family held significant influence in the base city, making him a classic example of someone with powerful connections. The research funding for Professor Zhou's projects was approved by Jiang's family, and in exchange, Jiang Pingho was granted the second authorship on the team's papers. Since joining, Jiang had contributed little but carried himself with an air of authority, often bossing others around, much to the frustration of the team members. Professor Zhou, constrained by Jiang's background, tolerated his behavior, which only emboldened Jiang further. Jiang Pingho saw Yang Ning as an easy target due to his young age and humble family background. He frequently ordered Yang Ning to clean his office. Helpless, Yang Ning complied. On one occasion, he overlooked an uncleaned ashtray in the corner of the office, which caused Jiang to fly into a rage, berating him harshly. Some speculated that Jiang's outburst was merely a tactic to assert dominance within the team. "Professor Jiang, you're here for a meal too?" Yang Ning forced a smile as he looked at the visibly inebriated Jiang Pingho. Jiang, however, stopped one of his companions from paying, pointed directly at Yang Ning, and declared, "Everyone, this guy here is Yang Ning, one of my subordinates. Nobody needs to pay for this meal today, I'll cover it." His tone carried the weight of a command. "Yang Ning, go settle the bill for room number 2. Gritting his teeth, Yang Ning turned to the cashier and asked, "How much is it?" The cashier, who had already printed the receipt, smiled and said, "Sir, your table's total is 174 yuan. As for room number 2, the bill is 11,857 yuan." Hearing the amount, Yang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. "That much?" "Sir, they drank several bottles of Maotai liquor," the cashier explained. Internally, Yang Ning lamented, "My brothers and I only spent a little over 100 yuan, and this guy racks up a bill over 10,000. And now he wants me to pay? Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? I barely have a few thousand on me." Jiang's companion, seeing Yang Ning hesitate, sneered, "Forget it, Mr. Jiang. He'll pay. This kid looks like a pauper, he probably doesn't have the money." Feeling humiliated, Jiang Pingha's face turned from red to pale with anger. Fueled by alcohol, he shouted furiously, "Yang Ning, if you don't pay for this meal today, you're disrespecting me, Jiang Pingho. Do you believe I can have you fired from the research institute with just one word? Pack your things and get out." Sensing the threat and disdain in Jiang's words, even the mild-tempered Yang Ning couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He thought to himself, "Who cares about your research institute? I'll leave on my own, no need for you to kick me out." Big words. A cold voice echoed in the restaurant. Jiang Pingho, is it? You're nothing but a despicable pest, barking like a dog in front of my big brother. Just how much face do you think you have? Let me see it. The crowd at the counter was stunned into silence upon hearing those words. Someone had the audacity to insult Jiang Pingho, and in such a blunt manner, calling him a scum comparable to pigs and dogs. Didn't they know that Jiang Pingho had incredibly powerful connections? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man, around 18 or 19 years old, walking over at a steady pace. Jiang Pingho's forehead veins bulged as flames of fury burned in his eyes. Who are you, boy, to dare insult me like that? He roared. Yang Jin replied coldly. In broad daylight, you openly intimidate and extort people with a hefty sum involved. So what if I call you names? Jiang Pingho, I've recorded the entire process. Do you dare me to report you to the authorities? Yang Jin deliberately provoked him, especially emphasizing the threat of filing a report, his go-to tactic for enraging powerful individuals. Those with influence and authority often scoffed at legal threats and might even resort to violence. And as long as the other party struck first, Yang Jin would have every reason to fight back. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Jin's threat to report him, Jiang Pingho burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, report me? The one thing I, Jiang Pingho, fear least is being reported. The people around him joined in his laughter. Yang Jin deliberately asked, Jiang, do you own the legal department of the Hanyang-based city? Jiang Pingho's eyes turned icy as he glanced at a hulking man beside him, muscles bulging like steel cables. Li Sheng, this brat dared to insult me. Teach him a lesson, slap him twice. No problem, boss Jiang. I just ate a bit too much. This will help me digest. Li Sheng clenched his fists, his biceps bulging, with veins faintly visible under his skin, making him appear immensely powerful. Yang Ning, seeing the towering Li Sheng, was alarmed. Although he knew his brother was a martial artist, he had never seen Yang Jin in action before. Instinctively, he doubted that his younger brother could defeat such a massive opponent. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to shield Yang Jin and pleaded softly, Professor Jiang, let's talk this out. My brother is young and impulsive. Please, before he could finish, Li Sheng's massive hand swung toward Yang Jin like a fan. Yang Ning felt the force of the wind and closed his eyes in terror as the slap neared. Lay a hand on my brother, and you're asking for death. Yang Jin's cold, stern voice rang out as he stepped forward. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Yang Ning opened his eyes to see Li Sheng clutching his right wrist, howling in agony like a pig being slaughtered. Yang Ning's scalp tingled as he noticed Li Sheng's right wrist bent backward at an unnatural angle, folded at a full 180 degrees. It was clear his wrist had been broken. You, Jiang Pingho stammered, pointing at Yang Jin, his throat tightening with fear. After a few seconds, he managed to squeeze out 4 words. You're a martial artist. Yang Jin remained expressionless as he pulled out an ID and flashed it. Xinhua Martial Academy, Senior Martial Artist. The sight of the words on the ID caused the faces of those nearby to pale, and they instinctively took several steps back. Li Sheng, who had been screaming moments earlier, clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make another sound. Ordinary people assaulting a martial artist could only lead to one of 2 outcomes, either being severely beaten by an enraged martial artist or worse. Yang Jin and Yang Ning, 2 brothers, walked down the street with a tense atmosphere lingering between them. Yang Jin cast a cold glance at Jiang Pingho and his group, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. He asked, Does my brother still need to pay for the pig feed you made? His words were undoubtedly a jab, as if equating them to gluttonous pigs. Jiang Pingho and his companions dared not retort. One of them, who had been about to pay, quickly stepped forward with an ingratiating smile and said, Brother Yang, it was my fault. Please, be magnanimous and let it slide this time. The others also bowed their heads, pleading for Yang Jin's mercy. Seeing the other side yield, Yang Ning couldn't bear it and advised, Second brother, why don't we just let it go? Yang Jin, mindful of his elder brother's words, decided to give them a pass. He issued a cold warning. If this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the brothers swaggered away. Only after they had gone did Jiang Pingho breathe a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, Damn it, that scared me to death. I was really afraid he'd start a fight. Li Sheng let out a pained cry. Call an ambulance, quick. Get me to the hospital. The one who had tried to pay asked, Boss Jiang, what about Yang Jin? Jiang Pingho wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face turning pale. Don't worry. I can't beat him, but there are people who can. A so-called advanced martial artist, he's not that impressive. After leaving, Yang Ning reflected. No wonder the ancients said, chivalry often leads to breaking the law. When you have martial skills, it's hard not to use them. He paused for a moment and then said softly to Yang Jin, Second brother, in the future, try to handle situations more civilly. If you go too far and end up in legal trouble, it won't be good for you. Yang Ning, gentle by nature, preferred to suffer losses himself rather than engage in conflicts with others. Yang Jin, on the other hand, was resolute and replied firmly, Big brother, it's not that I want to fight, but they pushed me too far. If I don't stand up to them, wouldn't that just let them extort us at will? Hearing this, Yang Ming opened his mouth to argue but found himself at a loss for words. Yang Jin continued, people say beasts are vicious, but in my view, some people are even more ruthless. Beasts eat flesh and drink blood to survive, but some people, driven by greed, will suck you dry until there's nothing left. With a serious expression, he added, so, if anyone dares to provoke me, I'll make sure they face the consequences. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head. As a researcher, he didn't entirely agree with his younger brother's belief in fighting violence with violence, yet he couldn't refute him. After a long pause, he patted Yang Jin on the shoulder and spoke with conviction. Second brother, you're grown now and have your own opinions. I may not amount to much, but I'll always stand by your side and support you 100. Though the brothers held differing views, their trust and bond remained unshaken. After wandering around for a while longer, they eventually parted ways. With time to spare, Yang Jin decided to visit his close friend, Hu Qinghua at Hanyang Second University. Just then, his electronic wristband vibrated a call from Mo Qinfang. Yang Jin, return to the Xinhua Martial Hall immediately. There's an urgent mission. Yang Jin flagged down a taxi by the roadside and hurriedly headed to the Xinhua Martial Hall. On the way, he sent a message to Hu Qinghua, explaining that he had encountered an unexpected task today and would meet up after completing it. Hu Qinghua quickly replied, saying his studies were light and they could meet any time after Yang Jin was done. He also mentioned he would introduce Yang Jin to his new girlfriend. Curious, Yang Jin asked if this girlfriend was Han Xuemei. Hu Qinghua cheekily responded, hee, that's a secret for now. Before long, the taxi arrived at the Xinhua Martial Hall, and Yang Jin rushed into a medium-sized conference room on the 30th floor. In the center of the room was a large electronic projection sandbox, around which the four hall masters Nie Jinxiu, Lin Hui, Li Weihang, and Mo Qinfeng were engaged in a discussion. Surrounding them were over a dozen men and women in battle armor, leaders of various hunting squads and special operations teams, the mid-level cadres of the Xinhua Martial Hall. Along the walls on either side of the room were rows of chairs, where many martial artists sat upright, their expressions solemn. When Mo Qinfeng noticed Yang Jin entering, she gave him a quick glance, signaling him to find a seat. As soon as Yang Jin sat down, more people began filing into the conference room. Once the seats were nearly full, Nie Jinxiu spoke up. Everyone, the city government has just sent an urgent message. This morning, a massive flood erupted in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, with peak flow rates reaching 95,000 cubic meters per second, and it's still increasing. Yang Jin felt a jolt in his heart. He had studied history and knew about the catastrophic flood of 1998, which had caused significant losses to the nation. The peak flow during that disaster was only about 82,000 cubic meters per second. In other words, the scale of this flood far surpassed anything seen in recent years. Nie Jinxiu continued, the floodwaters have already passed through the Qingyu base city, causing severe damage. The situation has been reported to the capital, and warnings have been issued to the other two major base cities along the Yangtze River. It is estimated that the flood peak will reach Hanyang Base City in 23 days and Jiangnan Base City in 45 days. The flood itself is not the most terrifying part. What's alarming is the report that a large number of aquatic monsters have come ashore with the floodwaters, posing a grave threat to the population. According to statistics, over 2,000 casualties have already been reported in Qingyu Base City. A collective gasp spread through the room, and everyone's faces turned pale. Since the establishment of base cities and satellite towns, with their protective walls and artillery towers, humanity had rarely suffered large-scale casualties. Even cities connected to rivers, lakes, and seas had implemented robust defenses, making it difficult for aquatic monsters to invade. Yet, this unprecedented Yangtze flood had claimed thousands of lives in just one day. Nie Jianqiu's tone grew even graver. It is said that among the aquatic monsters, there are numerous Tier 3 beasts, and there are even reports of a suspected Tier 4 beast. His words were like a stone thrown into a pond, stirring up waves of anxiety among the crowd. A Tier 4 beast was equivalent to a human martial lord. If such a creature were to breach Hanyang Base City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. A Tier 4 beast had a vitality score of at least 100, and once such a being entered a human settlement, it could slaughter indiscriminately. Even if humanity managed to kill it in the end, the collateral damage during the battle would be catastrophic. After several minutes of murmured discussion among the attendees, Nie Jinxiu raised his voice again. Everyone, let's brainstorm together. If anyone has a good idea or suggestion, feel free to speak up. In an hour, I have to attend the high-level joint meeting for the base city, and I can bring your suggestions to the table. Nie Jinxiu scanned the people in the meeting room. Seeing no one speaking up, he turned his gaze to the three deputy hall masters. Qinfeng, do you have any suggestions? Mo Qinfeng smiled and replied, Hall master, if you need me to fight, I'm your person. But coming up with ideas? That's not really my forte. However, her gaze shifted slightly toward Yang Jin, who was sitting in a corner. Young Yang here is new and the youngest among us. Young people tend to have more active minds, so maybe he has a good idea. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room turned to look at Yang Jin. Nia Jinxiu said, Yang Jin, Deputy Hall Master Mo is right. If you have any ideas, feel free to share them. Receiving an encouraging look from Mo Qin Fong, Yang Jin immediately stood up and said in a clear voice, report to the Hall Master. I have a preliminary suggestion. I believe the greatest threat to Hanyang Bay City is that fourth-tier beast. The most urgent task is to eliminate it as quickly as possible. Therefore, I suggest deploying several martial lords to search along the river immediately. Before the flood peak arrives, we should strive to locate the beast and work together to either kill or drive it away, preventing it from entering human settlements. Once this major threat is dealt with, everything else will be manageable. After finishing his statement, Yang Jin sat back down. Nia Jinxiu was delighted and looked at Yang Jin with a fiery gaze. This is an excellent idea, exactly what I had in mind. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Feel free to speak up. Following Yang Jin's lead, a few younger martial artists also stood up and offered their own suggestions. Nia Jinxiu carefully noted each of them down and, before leaving, issued an order. All members of the Xinhua Martial Hall, listen up. Maintain 24-hour combat readiness and be on standby at all times. Everyone responded in unison. After the meeting, Yang Jin returned to his hotel and made a video call to Zhao Qingtong to inform her about the flood. Zhao Qingtong said she had just seen the news online and advised him over the call. The flood peak is about to hit Hanyang Bay City. Yang Jin, as a martial artist, you'll surely have to fight on the front lines against the beasts. Please be careful. Stick with the main group during operations and don't act recklessly on your own. Safety comes first, please, be cautious. Seeing the worry on Zhao Qingtong's face in the video and hearing her repeated reminders, Yang Jin felt a sweet sense of happiness welling up inside. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Yang Jin then called his older brother Yang Ning and his close friend Hu Qinghua. Both Yang Ning and Hu Qinghua were university students and had received notifications from their schools to stay in their dorms and await further instructions. At 6 p.m. that day, the Hanyang Bay city government officially released a statement. To prepare for the impending massive flood, residents of the Bay City and its satellite cities were instructed to stay home and follow government directives. Citizens hurried back to their homes, leaving the streets occupied only by flood response troops, fully armed security personnel, and martial artists ready for action. At 7 p.m., Yang Jin received orders from Mo Qinfang. He was assigned to a special operations team and deployed that night to support a satellite city upstream of the base city Yijing City. Located over 200 kilometers from Hanyang Bay City, Yijing City lies along the Yangtze River and is directly in the flood's path. Hanyang Bay City dispatched military and police forces, along with martial artists, to Yijing City to form a solid first line of defense against the beasts. Wasting no time, Yang Jin donned his alloy battle armor, grabbed his weapon case, and quickly headed out. At the western gate of Hanyang Bay City, armored vehicles gathered like a tidal wave, divided into groups representing the military, security forces, the three major martial academies, and various social organizations. Yang Jin's eyes locked onto the phoenix flag fluttering in the wind, and he headed straight for the convoy of the Xinhua Martial Hall. This operation involved 9 special action teams, each consisting of 5 members riding in the same armored vehicle. Including the command vehicle led by the team leader, there were 10 vehicles in total. At the front of the convoy, Mo Qinfang stood tall in the wind, clad in silver-gray alloy battle armor. The fiery red flag behind her flapped vigorously, and her stern countenance exuded an undeniable air of valor, resembling a battlefield heroine. Hallmaster, Yang Jin reporting for duty. Yang Jin stepped forward briskly and saluted. Mo Qinfang replied, Yang Jin, your proposal has been fully approved by the higher-ups. Hallmaster Nia and several martial masters have already set out to search along the Yangtze River for that Tier 4 beast. Vice Hall Masters Lin Hui and Li Weihang are staying behind to guard the base city. This time, I am leading the Xinhua Martial Hall convoy to support Yijing City. Her voice grew firmer. Now, you are assigned to the 9th Special Action Group. Join your team immediately. Remember, I personally brought you here, so you must perform well in this battle. Don't let me down. Yes, ma'am. Yang Jin responded with unwavering determination. He located the armored vehicle marked with the number 9, where 4 men were already seated. You must be Yang Jin. Hop in, said a stout, good-natured man in his 30s, pulling him into the vehicle. Shun Yunxiang, leader of the 9th group and a certified intermediate martial master. These 3 are our team members. After introductions, Yang Jin got to know the others. Peng Tong, a burly man with a scarred brow, 30 years old, a junior martial master specializing in a heavy hammer. Luo Ingjun, a clean-cut man with a middle-part hairstyle, 29 years old, a junior martial master wielding a Han sword and shield. And finally, Chris, a sharp-eyed foreigner with blonde cropped hair, 27 years old, an advanced martial artist skilled in firearms and modern weaponry. After hearing the introductions, Yang Jin smiled and extended his hand. Yang Jin, 18 years old, advanced martial artist. Please take care of me. Upon learning Yang Jin's age and abilities, the team members were visibly impressed, especially knowing that Hall Master Mo had personally recommended him. Their respect for him grew instantly. Among men, camaraderie often developed quickly, and after a few exchanges, they became fast friends and teammates. At 8:30 p.m., the convoy was fully assembled. With a command, the armored vehicles roared out of the western gate of the base city. Headlights pierced through the darkness, and the convoy advanced along the winding road toward Yijing City. In the pitch-black night, the vehicles resembled a string of bright beacons, forming a luminous, snaking line. On the defensive walls of the base city, the soldiers of the City Defense Corps stood straight, watching the retreating convoy. For some, this mission might be their last, with the battlefield claiming their lives forever. Yet, no one hesitated. They all pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Salute, a commanding officer shouted. Swish. Every soldier raised their right hand, offering a solemn salute to the departing convoy. Hanyang Base City was over 200 kilometers away from Yijing City. Apart from the lead vehicle, most of the armored vehicles were set to automatic follow mode for the journey. Inside the number 9 vehicle of the Xinhua Marshal Hall, the 5 members of Group 9 sat quietly with their eyes closed, regulating their breathing and conserving energy. Although the flood peak was still a day away, the rising water level of the river was a cause for concern. No one could guarantee that a monster wouldn't suddenly emerge. After traveling over 100 kilometers, the sound of gunfire echoed outside the car windows. The 5 members opened their eyes simultaneously. Shen Yunxiang asked, Xiaoche, what's going on? The vehicle's AI system responded in its mechanical tone. A message from the convoy ahead. A nocturnal monster has been encountered and neutralized. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. Just then, a piercing screech tore through the night sky, making their eardrums ache. Not good. Judging by the sound, it's a flying monster. The 5 immediately abandoned their seats, opened the car doors, and swiftly climbed onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Looking up, they could barely make out a shadow circling above the convoy in the night sky, 1,000 meters high. Yang Jin pulled out binoculars, switched to night vision mode, and focused carefully. It was a massive bird of prey with a wingspan of over 20 meters. Its eyes glowed brightly, sharp and penetrating, scanning the ground for the slightest movement. A chill ran through the group as they recognized the Creaturia Tier 3 monster known as the Sonic Iron-Winged Eagle. This was a mutated species of raptor, with adult wingspans reaching over 30 meters and feathers harder than steel, making it a bona fide high-tier Tier 3 monster. Judging by the size of this eagle, it seemed to be immature, likely at the early or mid-stage of Tier 3. These creatures earned their name, Sonic, due to their ability to unleash devastating soundwave attacks. With a sharp cry, the eagle launched a soundwave attack from dozens of meters away, capable of shattering even bulletproof glass with its sheer destructive force. Coupled with its exceptional flying prowess and high mobility, even human martial masters of equivalent strength found it challenging to defeat. At that moment, a siren blared from the front of the convoy. Attention! A Sonic Iron-Winged Eagle has been spotted, estimated at mid-tier 3 strength. Everyone, take cover. The announcement echoed through the night as countless people rushed out of their vehicles, nervously gazing at the massive bird above. The eagle shifted in the air, then dove like lightning toward the convoy below. Gunfire erupted from the armored vehicles, with blazing trajectories streaking toward the incoming beast. The iron-winged eagle, its movements lightning fast, easily dodged the bullets, descending to less than 100 meters above the ground. It opened its beak wide and let out a piercing screech. In the dim night, ripples of sound waves, barely visible, emanated from the creature's mouth, forming a sharp, cone-shaped airflow that hurtled downward at high speed. The siren blared again. It's a soundwave attack. Take cover immediately. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the iron-winged eagle flapped its wings and rapidly ascended back into the night sky. One armored vehicle struck by the soundwave crumpled as if crushed by a massive hydraulic press, its body instantly sagging. Shards of glass and metal fragments flew in all directions, injuring many nearby, their cries of pain echoing through the chaos. And this was only a mid-tier 3 eagle. Had it been a high-tier 3, a single soundwave could have obliterated the entire armored vehicle. Shen Yunxiang and the others stared at the massive bird in the sky, their hearts filled with awe. Not good. It's coming again. Chris pointed to the black silhouette in the sky, shouting in alarm. The Sonic Iron-Winged Eagle, emboldened by its successful attack, dove once more, its beak wide open, sound waves gathering, ready to unleash another strike. Suddenly, a streak of fire shot up from the ground, illuminating the night sky. To everyone's astonishment, it was a person riding a flying device, armed and charging upward. The figure, clad in silver battle armor and wielding a blazing golden spear, cut a striking image. Her jet black hair was tightly tied back, fluttering in the wind. Her features were a perfect balance of strength and grace, exuding an aura of bold determination. It was a woman, Master Mo. The members of the Xinhua Martial Hall convoy recognized that personate was Mo Qinfang. Although there were a few martial experts in the convoy, none could rival the unmatched skill of Mo Qinfang from the Xinhua Martial Hall. As soon as she made her move, the convoy fell silent, and the machine guns ceased firing. Everyone looked up at the rapidly approaching figure in the night sky, their hearts pounding in suspense. Clang! The iron-winged eagle brushed past Mo Qinfang, producing a crisp sound. Then, Mo Qinfang ascended over 10 meters high, standing atop a skateboard-like flying device, gazing down at the iron-winged eagle. The creature opened its wide beak, but the sound wave it was gathering instantly dissipated as its body plummeted downward. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the iron-winged eagle's body split in two midair, falling to the ground like a kite with its strings snapped. With just a single strike, Mo Qinfang had slain the iron-winged eagle. The crowd stared in awe at Mo Qinfang, who stood gracefully in the night sky, holding a long spear with an imposing presence. Cheers erupted one after another. Master Mo! Master Mo! The voices were deafening, especially from the Xinhua Martial Hall convoy. Shen Yunxiang shouted in admiration. As expected of our Vice Hall Master, she's incredible. Yang Jin exclaimed sincerely. Instructor Mo, you're amazing. Luo Ingjun added. Master Mo is so powerful, she's my idol. Chris glanced at the sniper rifle in his hand and thought to himself, same weapon, but maybe I chose the wrong path. Should I have gone with melee weapons instead? Meanwhile, Peng Tong's focus was entirely different. An iron-winged eagle is worth at least tens of millions. How enviable. The iron-winged eagle was merely a brief interlude on their journey. After tidying up, the convoy continued moving forward. At the tail end of the convoy were vehicles belonging to various civilian organizations, including prominent families, associations, and mercenary groups. The number of vehicles varied for each group. Some had 3 to 5, while others had only 1. Among them was a vehicle painted with a fierce symbol and the word Song. Inside the vehicle, Song Jiating's expression was cold. The Song family had sent 5 members on this mission, with Song Jiating serving as the leader. Stepping out of the vehicle, Song Jiating retrieved an unregistered electronic wristband and dialed a number. Brother, I just saw Yang Jin in the Xinhua Martial Hall convoy, he said. A hoarse voice responded on the other end. I heard. That kid has been brought in by Xinhua Martial Hall for a special training program. Now's the perfect chance. Wait for the right moment to strike. Try to ambush him during a fight with a beast, and make it look like he was killed by the monster. Don't let anyone suspect a thing. Song Jiating hesitated. But wouldn't that make him a martyr? The voice on the phone replied. As long as he's dead, I don't care if he becomes a hero. Just remember, he's under special attention from Xinhua Martial Hall right now. If you act, you must clear yourself of any suspicion and leave no evidence. If you provoke Xinhua Martial Hall, no one can protect you. Song Jiating ended the call, his gaze fixed on Xinhua Martial Hall's vehicle number 9. Yang Jin, your days are numbered. He'll personally send you to the grave. In vehicle number 9 of the Xinhua Martial Hall convoy, Yang Jin suddenly felt a sensation of being watched. As a psychic, his sensitivity was heightened, and he was certain this sense of scrutiny was directed at him. A few minutes later, the feeling vanished. Yang Jin stepped out of the vehicle, yawning, and discreetly scanned his surroundings. About 100 meters behind, an armored vehicle stood out with its distinctive markings, and the word Song, emblazoned on it was the Song family. Clearly, Song Jiating was nearby. Great. I've been waiting for a chance to take you down, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. This time, you'll stay in the belly of the beast. No need to come back. Yang Jin stretched lazily, climbed back into the vehicle, and went to sleep. Around 1 a.m., the convoy arrived at Yijing City. According to the deployment plan, the support convoy joined forces with the local team to station outside the city's western gate, forming the front line of defense. In recent days, the river's water level had surged, submerging large areas of both banks and turning them into a vast lake. Over 100 armored vehicles were positioned along the Yangtze River banks, taking turns standing guard. At the first sight of river monsters, they were to engage and eliminate them immediately. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Vehicle 9 received orders to patrol upstream and survey the river within a 20-mile radius. After traveling about 10 miles, it was Yang Jin's turn to keep watch. He sat atop the vehicle, scanning the surroundings for any unusual movement. A sonar detector mounted on the roof continuously swept the river's surface. Before long, dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour began. The sky seemed to split open as sheets of rain poured down, creating a deafening roar and shrouding the world in a watery haze. Yang Jin's alloy armor covered him tightly, and the crystalline visor on his helmet provided a clear view of the outside, unaffected by the rain. Beep, beep, beep. The sonar detector emitted a rapid alarm. Yang Jin glanced at the screen and saw clusters of red dots too many to count. Leader, a large number of monsters have appeared in the river. Yang Jin shouted. Inside the armored vehicle, Shun Yunxiang and the others also saw the sonar display and immediately relayed the data to the command center. Within 10 seconds, orders came through. Special Action Group 9, return immediately. Use the vehicle's onboard machine guns to delay the monsters if necessary. Luo Ingjun, seated in the driver's seat, turned the vehicle around and headed back toward the city. The vehicle's roof hatch opened, and Chris leapt onto the roof, wielding a Gatling gun. Watch this, Yang Jin, he yelled. Rat-a-tat-tat, the Gatling gun roared to life, spewing bullets and creating a dense line of fire. Die! The rotating gun sprayed bullets into the water, sending up bursts of blood and foam. Huh. Monsters, bring it on. I'll kill as many as you throw at me. Chris laughed loudly. Yang Jin stood beside him, gripping his spear tightly and focusing intently on the river. Suddenly, the water surged, and a dark, greenish shadow shot out, lunging at the speeding armored vehicle. It was a fish-like monster with slender, human-like limbs, covered in green scales. Its glowing blue eyes and sharp, jagged teeth made it a terrifying sight. Yang Jin's helmet visor displayed information about the creature. Trench fish monster, adult, tier 1 intermediate level. Razor-sharp claws and teeth, goes berserk at the sight of blood, carnivorous. Before Yang Jin could finish reading, the fish monster was already upon them. Chris swung his Gatling gun around and unleashed a barrage of bullets, shredding the creature into pieces that fell onto the riverbank in a bloody mess. Haha, monsters, keep coming. Chris taunted. No sooner had he spoken than the river's surface churned, and a swarm of fish monsters, at least a dozen, burst forth. Shit. Motherer, Chris cursed, gripping the Gatling gun and firing at the oncoming horde. Within moments, 2 of the monsters were down by his firepower, but a third managed to leap onto the roof. Yang Jin tightened his grip on his spear, aimed for the monster's throat, and thrust forward. The attack was simple and direct, yet it pierced clean through the creature's neck. Nice spear work, Yang Jin. Chris praised. Yang Jin smiled faintly, tilting his spear to stab another monster right in the mouth. With 2 seemingly effortless moves, Yang Jin dispatched 2 monsters, proving to be just as efficient as Chris and his Gatling gun. A blur of motion signaled Peng Tong's arrival on the roof, wielding an iron hammer. The combined strength of the 3 fighters far exceeded that of the trench fish monsters. Like slicing through butter, they swiftly slaughtered the dozen or so creatures that had attacked. Buzzing filled the sky as the sound of drones echoed overhead. Dozens of them surged forward like a relentless tide, strafing the river's surface. The deafening roar reverberated continuously as the murky waters of the river turned blood red at a visibly rapid pace. From time to time, pale bellies floated to the surface, those of slain aquatic monsters. Yang Jin's heart pounded wildly in his chest. Among the dead creatures, many were high-tier level 1 beasts, possessing vitality comparable to his own. Yet, in the face of such a massive battlefield, individual strength seemed insignificant, snuffed out in an instant. The number 9 armored vehicle sped through the mud, splashing it in all directions. Before long, a well-organized human formation came into view. The ranks included armed soldiers with loaded rifles and formidable warriors equipped to the teeth. As the number 9 armored vehicle approached, the human troops quickly opened a path to allow it through. Faced with the surging waves ahead, everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. The Scarlet River churned violently, carrying with it a dense swarm of aquatic monsters, their claws flailing and their roars piercing the air. For Yijing City, attack! A thunderous shout suddenly erupted, as loud and shocking as a clap of lightning. A figure leapt into the air, stepping on a flight device and wielding a massive saber, charging straight into the horde of monsters. Attack! The crowd seemed ignited like a blaze of oil, surging forward en masse. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening cries of battle. The rain fell harder and harder as humans and monsters clashed in a frenzy. Sparks flew everywhere. Weapons pierced through flesh, spraying blood, while sharp claws tore through armor, staining the ground red. As the number 9 armored vehicle came to a halt, Shun Yunxiang and his 4 companions leapt out and immediately plunged into the battlefield. Yang Jin sprang into action, lunging toward a water monster. With a swift thrust, his reed leaf spear pierced through the creature's head. Blood spattered, splashing onto his armor. Wiping the blood from his visor, he charged back into the fray. Yang Jin unleashed the Qinfeng 18 forms, alternating between thrusts, upward strikes, and sweeping attacks. Each swing of the spear tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Wherever his spear landed, flesh and blood flew, and the monsters fell one after another, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Overhead, the middle-aged man wielding the massive saber caught sight of Yang Jin and shouted in approval. Lord Mo, that young man may not be of a high level, but his spear technique is remarkably refined. He seems to be one of yours. Who is he? Beside him, Mo Qinfeng, who was in the thick of the battle with her long spear, responded with a smile. His name is Yang Jin. He's one of my soldiers. Hearing that he was under Mo's tutelage, the man nodded in understanding. No wonder he's so skilled. The saber-wielding man scanned the battlefield before locking his gaze on the center of the river. Lord Mo, there's a high-tier level 3 monster lurking beneath the water over there. Let's join forces to drag it out and take it down. Mo Qinfeng chuckled. Why not? After you, Major General Qi. The man laughed heartily. Just call me Qi Wei, Lord Mo. The formalities are unnecessary. Very well, Qi Wei. The two figures, one male and one female, charged toward the center of the river. Both Qi Wei and Mo Qinfeng were high-ranking martial masters. Despite their strength, they couldn't fly and had to rely on flight devices. Only upon reaching the martial lord level could one wield special abilities, including the ability to fly. Beyond that, martial saints could tread on air and hover effortlessly. As Yang Jin continued battling the monsters, he kept a close eye on the battlefield. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the elite warriors darting through the air on flight devices, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The mechanics of flight devices were not overly complex, and some civilian models were relatively affordable. Due to the practical demands of combat, warriors have extremely high requirements for the quality of their flying devices, with all materials being top tier. Powered by miniature nuclear fusion batteries, these devices boast exceptional endurance. As a result, flying devices specifically designed for warriors are incredibly expensive. For instance, the skateboard-like flying device used by Mo Qinfeng is classified as 5-star equipment, with a total cost exceeding 50 million. Once this mission is complete, Yang Jin plans to purchase a more affordable flying device. Although he can use his mental powers to fly, he still needs a device to avoid drawing attention. While he was lost in thought, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the river, stunning everyone on the battlefield and prompting them to turn and look. From the surging waves emerged a massive beast. The creature stood upright, over 20 meters long, its entire body covered in thick, silver scales. Its head resembled the front of a car, and it opened its gaping, bloody maw, roaring at two figures in the air. A quick flash of information about the creature appeared on Yang Jin's helmet display. A fully grown silver-scaled salamander, a third-tier high-level beast, known for its incredibly tough scales and formidable defense. In the sky, Qi Wei and Mo Qinfeng launched fierce attacks on the silver-scaled salamander, causing it significant pain. At that moment, a martial master spotted the beast and immediately adjusted his flight path to charge toward it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 figures surrounded the creature. The martial masters attacked relentlessly, wielding various weapons against the beast. Despite its renowned defensive capabilities, the silver-scaled salamander struggled to withstand the onslaught. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it created massive waves, shielding itself from the attacks. Then, with a sudden dive, it disappeared into the river, leaving no trace behind. This beast is so cunning, one of the martial masters muttered in frustration, exchanging glances with his companions. It just runs when it can't win. What a waste of time. Mo Qinfeng scanned the murky river surface with her crystalline goggles, which were equipped with infrared thermal imaging. While she detected numerous low-level creatures underwater, the silver-scaled salamander was nowhere to be found. After a brief search, the martial masters reluctantly gave up. Look over there. Someone's flying this way. One of the martial masters suddenly exclaimed. Mo Qinfeng and the others looked up to see several black dots rapidly approaching from upstream. Moments later, a deep, booming voice echoed across the river. I am Nie Jinxiu. There's a 4th-tier mid-level beast in the Wat-era horned Tua dragon. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The voice reverberated like rolling thunder, resonating across the river. Upon hearing Nie Jinxiu's warning, the martial masters froze in shock and turned their attention toward the source of the sound. In the river, a sharp wave surged forward, and beneath the surface, a colossal shadow could be seen lurking. Mo Qinfeng was the first to react, shouting urgently to the people on the ground. Everyone, listen up. A 4th-tier beast has appeared. Evacuate immediately. Qi Wei and the other martial masters echoed her cries. Everyone, evacuate now. Evacuate immediately. The combatants on the ground, upon hearing the warnings, turned pale with fear. Among them were warriors, martial artists, and even ordinary soldiers, none of whom could stand a chance against a beast several levels above their own. Yang Jin, retreat now. In the sky, Qi Wei, Mo Qinfeng, and several other martial masters stood in a line, balancing on flying devices. As the most powerful fighters in the defensive force, they had no room for retreat. Behind them, 2,000 meters away, stood the defensive walls of Yijing City. Qi Wei, the major general and commander of the Yijing City Defense Corps, gripped a blood-stained saber and raised his voice. Everyone, the Tier 4 intermediate beast, the monohorn crocodragon, are you afraid? One of the martial masters replied. Afraid of what? As long as we hold it off for a moment, Hall Master Nye and the others will arrive. Another martial master laughed heartily. If we manage to kill the monohorn crocodragon, when it comes to dividing the beast's crystal core, I deserve at least a small piece for my efforts in taking it down. The others burst into laughter at his words. When a beast reaches Tier 4, a crystal begins to form within its body, known as a beast crystal core. These cores vary in properties depending on the beast's elemental abilities, such as fire or lightning. Their powerful effects can enhance a human's elemental affinity and vitality. As a result, beast crystal cores are incredibly valuable, comparable to rare treasures, and highly sought after by martial arts experts. Meanwhile, on the ground, the crowd was evacuating rapidly. Low-intelligence aquatic beasts pursued relentlessly, snapping at the fleeing humans like ravenous wolves, and the battle showed no signs of ending soon. Yang Jin weaved through the chaos, retreating to the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the river, and a massive wave shot skyward as a colossal beast emerged. The creature, measuring 70 to 80 meters in length, had a ferocious dragon-like head crowned with a sharp hornet, was the monohorn crocodragon that Nie Jinxiu and the others had been hunting. In its jaws, it clutched another beast, tearing at it with its front claws and greedily devouring it. Chi Wei, Mo Qin Fong, and the others were horrified when they saw the beast in the monohorn crocodragon's mouth. It was none other than the Tier 3 silver-scaled salamander that had previously dived into the river. Chi Wei shouted, "The crocodragon is feeding to regain strength, interrupt it now." He launched the first attack, with Mo Qin Fong and the others following closely behind. 5 or 6 figures streaked toward the monohorn crocodragon like arrows. The beast roared, spitting out the mangled remains of the silver-scaled salamander, and let out a piercing cry. Its massive jaws opened wide, releasing a powerful water cannon. "Evade quickly." That's the crocodragon's compressed water cannon. Don't try to block it. The fighters in the air scattered to avoid the attack. The crocodragon, missing its target, roared furiously, lowered its head, and aimed at the crowd on the riverbank. On the ground, the people were as helpless as mice facing a high-pressure water jet. The water cannon swept across the area, scattering the crowd amidst screams and chaos. Its devastating force left those hit with severe injuries. Lighter cases resulted in bloody wounds, while heavier impacts shattered bones. Weaker, lower-level martial artists were torn apart instantly, their blood splattering the ground. The martial masters in the air were enraged by the scene of devastation below. The monohorn crocodragon opened its jaws again, releasing another water cannon. This time, the blast was headed directly toward Yang Jin. Mo Qin Fong spotted the danger and, overwhelmed with urgency, gripped her spear tightly and charged at the crocodragon without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sprinted desperately, but the water cannon trailed just meters behind him, relentless in its pursuit. The water cannon of the Tier 4 beast was far more powerful than the sonic attack of the iron-winged eagle, with its intensity increased tenfold. Even if Yang Jin enveloped himself with psychic energy, it might not be enough to withstand the massive impact. At this moment, he had no choice but to rely on flight to evade the attack, even if it meant exposing his identity as a psychic master. Yang Jin made a decisive move, rapidly channeling his psychic energy throughout his body, preparing to take off. Suddenly, a violent agitation of psychic energy from Song Jiating surged in his mind, jolting his nerves. "Song Jiating, you bastard! Using dirty tricks at a time like this, trying to get me killed." Yang Jin seethed with rage. He realized that Song Jiating was secretly deploying illusions to interfere with his escape, clearly intending to take his life. Instinctively, Yang Jin scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking onto Song Jiating about 20 meters to his left, hidden among the crowd, his right hand moving swiftly. Yang Jin thought to himself, "Song Jiating, if you want to take me down, you'll have to pay the price." In an instant, Yang Jin pushed off with force, his speed surging as he closed the distance to Song Jiating. Although Song Jiating was initially faster, his deliberate proximity to Yang Jin to launch his psychic attack backfired, allowing Yang Jin to catch up. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Yang Jin's eyes, and sensing the water cannon less than 10 meters behind him, Song Jiating's expression changed drastically. He wasn't afraid of Yang Jin, who was weaker in strength, but the Tier 4 beast water cannon was another matter entirely. "Kid, get out of my way!" Song Jiating roared, waving his hand imbued with psychic energy toward Yang Jin. At such close range, even a high-level warrior would be momentarily disoriented and immobilized. However, what happened next caught Song Jiating completely off guard. Not only was Yang Jin unaffected, but he also turned to look at him with a chillingly sinister smile. His lips curled upward, revealing gleaming white teeth. A cold shiver ran down Song Jiating's spine, an icy dread spreading to the top of his head. Deep within, an unthinkable realization dawned upon him. Heavens, Yang Jin is an even stronger psychic master than I am. He's been hiding this all along. The Song family is doomed. This thought was snuffed out as quickly as it came, and Song Jiating's mind went blank, his eyes dull and lifeless. After about a moment, Song Jiating shook his head violently, regaining clarity. But it was too late. The brief delay allowed the powerful water cannon to catch up, engulfing his entire body. As if venting its bloodthirsty rage, The one-horned Tuolong unleashed its water cannon for a full 3 seconds before stopping. Song Jiatang's body was torn apart by the relentless force, shattered into unrecognizable pieces that were scattered in all directions. The one who had plotted against Yang Jin ultimately met his end at the hands of the beast. As the water cannon ceased, Yang Jin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes caught sight of a severed hand on the ground clutching a small, uneven metallic object the size of a pigeon egg. What kind of metal is this? Even a Tier 4 beast's water cannon couldn't destroy it. Without drawing attention, Yang Jin picked up the metallic object and tucked it into his pocket. Beast! A thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder as Nie Jinxiu and 2 other martial masters finally arrived on the scene. Qi Wei, Mo Qinfang, and the other martial lords were ordered to step back. While Nie Jinxiu shouted, his actions were swift and precise. His right hand extended, launching a 10-meter-long iron chain that shot toward the one-horned Tuolong's head. At the same time, the other 2 martial masters launched their attacks without hesitation. Qi Wei and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance of 100 meters from the battlefield. Mo Qinfang scanned the area and, upon spotting Yang Jin unharmed on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. The battle in the air raged on fiercely, while the fighting on the ground gradually subsided. Both humans and water beasts raised their heads, focusing on the 4 figures locked in intense combat in the sky. At the center was the Tier 4 beast, the one-horned Tuolong, surrounded by 3 human martial masters. With the humans having the numerical advantage, the crowd on the ground erupted in cheers. Not to be outdone, the water beasts in the river waved their claws and let out sharp cries. Yang Jin observed closely. Among the 3 humans, he recognized 2 from online photos, apart from Nie Jinxiu, the head of the Xinhua Martial Hall. On the right was Ren Kaishan, a man in his early 40s with a buzz cut and a stern expression, wielding a mountain-splitting axe. He was the head of the Xinguang Martial Hall in Hanyang Bay City. On the left stood Ivanovich, with deep-set eyes, a high nose, and brownish hair features typical of a Russian. He held a bronze staff and was the head of the Xinglian Martial Hall, also in Hanyang Bay City. The heads of the 3 major martial halls Xinhua, Xinglian, and Shengwang had joined forces for this battle. After observing for a moment, Yang Jin formed an assessment of both sides. While the humans had the advantage in numbers, taking down the one-horned Tuolong was no easy feat. All 3 martial masters were at the beginner level, whereas the beast was an intermediate Tier 4. In unknown combat, none of the martial masters could match the Tuolong. Its pressurized water cannon was particularly devastating. Each blast unleashed a thick water column, sweeping through the air with immense force. After a few minutes of intense fighting, Nie Jinxiu grew frustrated at the lack of progress. He shouted, "Kaishan, Ivan, I'm going to use my elemental skill. Support me." When martial masters reach their level, they gain a deep affinity with one of the natural elements such as metal, water, or fire, allowing them to wield corresponding abilities. Ren Kaishan responded, "Jinxiu, your ability is fire-based, and fire is countered by water. First, restrain the beast, and then well strike." Ivanovich shouted, "Jinxiu, what are you waiting for? Do it." Nie Jinxiu flicked his right hand, and flames erupted in his palm, quickly spreading to envelop a 10-meter-long iron chain. With a powerful swing, the chain moved like a fiery serpent, wrapping around the Tuolong's sharp horn. The intense flames burned fiercely, generating scalding heat that steamed off the horn, causing the beast to roar in pain. The Tuolong shook its head violently, clawing at the flames on its horn in an attempt to extinguish them. "I can't sustain this for long. Strike now," Nie Jinxiu urged. "Attack!" Ren Kaishan and Ivanovich roared in unison, launching their assaults. Ren Kaishan's ability was metal-based, known for its sharpness and destructive power. He swung his mountain-splitting axe, sending a massive, gleaming arc of energy slicing through the air toward the Tuolong. Ivanovich raised his bronze staff, channeling the heavy force of the earth element, and smashed it down on the beast's head. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering explosions followed as the attacks struck the Tuolong. Foul-smelling blood sprayed into the air. Severely wounded, the Tuolong lashed its tail violently, breaking free from the fiery chain around its horn before plunging into the water with a loud splash. Instead of fleeing, the injured Tuolong grew even fiercer, its rage driving it to charge recklessly across the river's surface, heading straight for the defensive wall in the distance. The water monsters in the river, seeing the situation, charged forward with bared fangs and claws. Nie Jinxiu immediately noticed the direction the Tuo dragon was heading and was alarmed. He quickly moved to block its path. Under no circumstances could the beast be allowed to breach Yijing City. On the ground, the crowd and the soldiers on the city walls were gripped with terror as they watched the Tuo dragon and the water monsters rushing toward them. In the blink of an eye, the 2-kilometer distance was closed, and as the Tuo dragon was about to scale the city wall, a deep and commanding voice rang out from within the city. "Beast, Park Suchun is here. How dare you come to meet your doom?" A figure leapt from behind the city wall, hands swirling to create gusts of wind that formed columns and struck the Tuo dragon. The creature's massive body was forcibly stopped just outside the city wall. Cheers erupted from the crowd, especially from the members of the Korean Association, who jumped up in excitement, chanting, "President Park! President Park! President Park, you're amazing!" Park Soo-chun, wielding his wind-based powers, hovered in the air, gazing down at the cheering crowd with an impassive expression. His demeanor was calm and detached, exuding a sense of refinement and mastery. Yang Jin glanced at Park Soo-chun, sneering internally at the nearly 70-year-old man. He cursed silently. Damn it, what a show-off. He thought to himself how the three leaders, including Nie Jinxiu, had been battling for so long without any sign of Park Soo-chun, and now that the beast was gravely wounded, he finally made his move. Truly despicable. Many others saw through this as well and shared Yang Jin's sentiment. Though their faces remained neutral, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Rin Kaishan, known for his fiery temper, couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn that shameless old fool, always hiding until the critical moment to make himself look impressive. Ivanovich bluntly added, Kaishan, that old fool's mother must be over 9. Don't bother. Nie Jinxiu intervened. Kaishan, Ivan, focus on the bigger picture, let's take down the beast first. As a fellow Chinese, Rin Kaishan fell silent at Nie Jinxiu's words, though Ivanovich muttered, we focus on the bigger picture, but that old man only focuses on taking advantage. Despite their dissatisfaction with Park Soo-chun, the group didn't let up on their attacks. Park Soo-chun, a mid-level martial sovereign, joining the fray immediately created a foreknown scenario. The one-horned Tuo dragon, already injured, was overwhelmed by the combined assault and let out anguished roars. Even as he fought, Park Soo-chun chuckled and addressed Nie Jinxiu and the others. This old man encountered some trouble and arrived a bit late. Fortunately, I didn't miss the battle, otherwise I would have been gravely at fault. Having lived in the Hanyang Bay City for years, Park Soo-chun was deeply versed in classical Chinese, often speaking in an overly formal manner. Rin Kaishan let out a sarcastic laugh and glanced at Nie Jinxiu with a knowing look, as if to say, see? Typical behavior of this guy. Nie Jinxiu simply shook his head and intensified his attacks on the Tuo dragon. Finally, under the relentless assault of the four, the Tuo dragon could no longer hold out. It let out a furious, mournful roar. Arg. As the roar faded, the Tuo dragon's body began to swell visibly. Nie Jinxiu's face turned pale with shock. Not good, it's going to self-destruct. If the beast exploded, its body would be blown to pieces, potentially damaging the crystal Korea. Tremendous waste. Park Soo-chun's eyes twitched as he realized the opportunity. Having been eyeing the beast's crystal core with greed, he couldn't let it slip away. He unleashed his full strength, his dual blades slashing at the beast's bloated abdomen, carving two intersecting wounds. Park Soo-chun's calculations were precisely intended to extract the crystal core before the beast could self-destruct. Boom. The Tuo dragon's body suddenly exploded like a punctured balloon. The air quaked violently as blood and river water mixed, spraying in all directions. Amid the flying blood and debris, a fist-sized object hurtled into the distance, directly toward the crowd on the riverbank. Park Soo-chun's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on the object flying toward the crowd. It was a fist-sized mass of flesh and blood, with crystalline edges protruding from its tendons, exactly the monster core he had been yearning for. With a push of his hands, a gust of force propelled him forward, sending him swiftly into action. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering onto over a dozen people by the riverbank, leaving them in a wretched state. He landed in front of the crowd, his eyes piercing like lightning as he scanned them coldly. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. There was no trace of the monster core in sight, as if it had never existed. Park Soo-chun, abandoning any semblance of composure, fixed a deathly glare on the dozen people before him, as if they were his sworn enemies. His voice was sharp and icy as he demanded, "Who stole my monster core?" Among the crowd, a trembling young man from the Song clan stammered, "President, what? What core?" They were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why the usually kind and approachable president had suddenly turned so ruthless. Park Soo-chun's gaze was venomous, his voice harsh as he barked, "The core of the horned dragon lizard. I clearly saw it fly in your direction, so why has it vanished? Tell me, did one of you hide it?" The Song clan member, paralyzed with fear under Park Soo-chun's predatory stare, stuttered, "President, it wasn't me. I didn't see any core." Enraged, Park Soo-chun slapped him hard across the face, sending blood spewing from his mouth. Then, he turned to another person in the crowd, his tone frigid as he interrogated, "Did you see the core? Was it you who stole it? Hand it over now, and I may spare your life." Park Soo-chun's eyes were bloodshot, his fury on the verge of erupting into madness. The man he addressed broke out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling as he stammered, "Respected Wuzuan, I swear I haven't seen any monster core. I have no idea." Park Soo-chun, nostrils flaring with rage, raised his hand to strike again, when a stern voice came from behind him. President Park, have you had enough of your theatrics? Nie Jianxiu's voice was rigid and unyielding. Park Shuacheng turned to see Nie Jianxiu, Ren Kaishan, and Ivanovich approaching. He exclaimed anxiously, Masters, I saw it clearly. That monster core flew toward this group, but now it's gone. It must have been stolen and hidden by someone among them. I suggest detaining them all and conducting a thorough search. Nie Jianxiu responded with a neutral, oh, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at the crowd. The dozen individuals, their clothes soaked in blood, now faced Park Shuacheng's intimidation, their faces pale with despair and bitterness in their eyes. Nie Jianxiu noticed Yang Jin among them and asked, Yang Jin, tell me, did you see the horned dragon lizard's core? Yang Jin, clearly frustrated, replied, reporting to you, Master, I lacked the strength to fend off the aftermath of the battle. I couldn't even avoid the splattered blood, let alone spot any monster core. Forgive my poor vision, but I didn't see it. Park Shuacheng let out a cold snort, sneering. Humph, easy words to say. Who knows if they're true or not? Yang Jin raised his head and met the four martial masters' eyes with unwavering determination. He declared, since the masters and the president doubt me, there's no need to search. May will prove my innocence myself. With that, he stepped forward and struck his chest forcefully. His alloy armor clattered to the ground, piece by piece. At that moment, Qi Wei and others arrived on the scene. Mo Qinfang's face darkened instantly when she saw Yang Jin wearing only a t-shirt and shorts. She wanted to lash out, but seeing Nie Jianxiu present, she forced herself to hold back. Among the crowd, apart from a few from the Korean Association, others stepped forward in unison, declaring, we can prove our innocence too. With a clattering sound, their armor fell to the muddy ground. Some female warriors even revealed their undergarments, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence. Everyone looked on with a mix of anger and sorrow. These dozen human warriors had not perished at the hands of monsters, but were subjected to extreme humiliation by their own comrades after the battle. Enough! Ren Kaishan gripped his battle axe tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Park Shuacheng, gritting his teeth. President Park, are you satisfied now that you've forced my cousin to strip? Qi Wei, holding his broadsword, spoke in a cold tone. And the female soldiers of my city defense corps. Park Shuacheng's face turned alternately pale and flushed. In his panic, he had ordered body searches, not expecting the situation to spiral so far out of control. Ren Kaishan and Qi Wei, representing the Holy Light Martial Hall and the City Defense Corps respectively, were not as strong as Park Shuacheng, but were influential enough not to be easily offended. Seeing Park's awkward predicament, Nie Jianxiu stepped in to mediate. Everyone, there's been a misunderstanding about President Park's intentions. Quickly put your clothes back on. It's raining heavily. You might catch a cold. Even Nie Jianxiu himself didn't believe his words. These were resilient warriors whose vitality was so robust that even swimming in icy water wouldn't give them a cold, let alone some rain. Nie Jianxiu smiled and said, come on, everyone, listen and put your clothes back on. Under the authority of the Flame Martial Hall's leader, the crowd reluctantly began to dress. Yang Jin begrudgingly put his armor back on. He had felt pleasantly cool after taking it off, only to be forced back into the stifling gear. Once everyone was dressed, Nie Jianxiu turned to Park Shuacheng and said, President Park, most people have proven their innocence, but there are still a few who haven't moved. The implication was clear among the dozen individuals. Those from the Korean Association had yet to be inspected. Park Shuacheng's eyes narrowed as he glanced at them. You few, come here. The members of the Korean Association hesitated but eventually shuffled forward, bowing their heads respectfully. President, they murmured. Park Shuacheng's face darkened as he demanded, do you have the monster core on you? They frantically shook their heads. President, we're being wronged. We absolutely don't have it. If we had found the core, we would have handed it over to you immediately. Frowning deeply, Park Shuacheng fell into thought. How could this be? I saw it clearly. It flew in this direction. Wait, when the core shot into the crowd, the river current was reversing. Could it have been carried into the river? Alarmed, Park Shuacheng leaped toward the river and called out, what are you waiting for? Come help me find the core. If we can't find it, you're out of the association. The members of the Korean Association wore bitter expressions but had no choice but to follow him. Ivanovich watched Park Shuacheng's retreating figure and approached Nie Jianxiu and Ren Kaishan. Jianxiu, Kaishan, that core came from a one-horned crocodile dragon. It's brimming with vitality. If consumed by a human, it could increase their life force by at least 10 points. Losing it would be a great pity. We should send people to look for it too. Ren Kaishan nodded. He's right. We can't let Park Shuacheng have it all to himself. Nie Jianxiu added, Qinfang, organize a few skilled swimmers immediately to search the river. If we find that monster core, the Martial Hall will reward them handsomely. Understood. Mo Qinfang responded, accepting the order. The battle outside Yijing City concluded with the death of a mid-tier 4th-level beast, marking a victory for humanity. Although the water levels of the Yangtze River continued to rise, a A sense of relief washed over everyone. After all, flood control and disaster relief were far easier tasks than fighting off monstrous creatures. The military began clearing the battlefield and treating the wounded. The three major martial halls, except for a few members who stayed behind to search for the beast's crystal core and collect the corpse of the horned dragon, temporarily retreated to the city for rest and recovery. Yang Jin, along with the 9th Special Operations Team, followed the main force back into the city. The authorities had arranged accommodations for them in several hotels, ensuring each person had their own room. The logistics were handled exceptionally well. After taking a hot shower and eating the food delivered by the hotel, Yang Jin lay comfortably on the large bed with his hands behind his head. Even though more than 4 hours had passed since the battle, he still felt a mix of excitement and tension. The reason was none other than the crystal core of the horned dragon. Yang Jin's gaze penetrated into the mysterious space within him, where he discovered 2 new items. One was a fist-sized mass of flesh containing a crystalline hard core, and the other was a metal piece, about the size of a pigeon egg, with a rough, pitted surface, something he had taken from Song Jiatang's body. As it turned out, during the battle, Yang Jin had noticed the beast's crystal core flying toward him. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized his internal space, and under the cover of blood and river waves, he managed to snatch the core and claim it as his own. When questioned by Park Shuachuan and the others, he feigned calmness, turning defense into offense and actively proving his innocence. Fortunately, his performance was convincing enough to deceive everyone and avoid suspicion. Looking at the beast's crystal core wrapped in fascia within the space, Yang Jin dismissed the idea of taking it out for examination. The crystal core was the center of everyone's attention, and it was too risky to reveal it now. He decided to wait until he returned to the Hanyang base city before making any decisions. Using his mental energy, Yang Jin wrapped the pigeon egg-sized metal piece and retrieved it from the space. The black, shiny piece of iron intrigued him. What exactly was it? He turned it over in his hands, inspecting it closely. The metal seemed to emit a faint magnetic field that slightly enhanced his mental energy. At first, Yang Jin was delighted, but after careful assessment, he felt disappointed. While the metal did amplify mental energy, the effect was negligible. Unbeknownst to him, the item in his hand was a rare celestial treasure known as a meteorite magnetic stone. Song Jiating had been obsessed with acquiring this stone, and the Song family had invested significant resources to secure it as a reward. However, this particular meteorite stone was relatively small. For someone like Song Jiating, with lower-tier mental energy, the enhancement was noticeable. But for Yang Jin, whose mental energy was far more powerful, its effect was minimal, barely worth mentioning. He decided to keep it for now and study it later. Just as Yang Jin was about to toss the meteorite stone back into the space, he suddenly sensed a mysterious ripple emanating from the Taigu divine worm. Ever since he had acquired the ancient worm, it had done little apart from creating the internal space. Yang Jin had always assumed it was a juvenile, mindless creature that could only function passively. To his surprise, today marked the first time he had detected a faint reaction from the worm. To be precise, the ripple was not a conscious signal, but more of an instinctive response, like a reflexive knee-jerk reaction. It seemed the Taiga divine worm wanted to eat the piece of iron. Out of curiosity, Yang Jin decided to test it and placed the meteorite stone near the worm's mouth. The ancient divine insect was about the size of an adult's fist, its entire body a jade-like white, resembling a translucent silkworm. In stark contrast, a pitch-black chunk of metal in front of it seemed entirely out of place. Yang Jin found it hard to believe that the insect could swallow it. But the moment of disbelief was short-lived. The divine insect opened its mouth slightly, and in one swift motion, gulped down the entire metal chunk. Yang Jin was astonished, silently exclaiming in his mind, "Unbelievable." Shortly after, the insect's body began to emit rippling waves of light, akin to water ripples. About 10 seconds later, the light faded, and the insect's body appeared to have grown slightly larger. At that moment, an indescribable sensation surged through Yang Jin's mind. When he looked around, the space before him seemed to fragment into a fine, glass-like texture. Shaking his head and rubbing his eyes vigorously, he reopened them to find the space had returned to normal. Intrigued by this strange sensation, Yang Jin held his breath and focused his gaze on a coffee table a few meters away. Slowly extending his right index finger, he tapped lightly on the air in front of him. The next moment, something unbelievable happened. The tip of his index finger vanished and reappeared above the coffee table a few meters away. It was as if his finger had been severed into 2 parts, one connected to his hand, the other hovering near the table. When his fingertip touched the table, he felt its smooth surface clearly. Space traversal. Yang Jin was stunned. Retracting his hand in a hurry, he inspected his finger and found it completely intact, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Sitting upright on the bed, he tried again. This time, his finger reached 7 or 8 meters away, pressing the light switch by the door. Instantly, the room lit up. It was real space traversal. After several experiments, Yang Jin began to understand the rules. With his current strength, he could only traverse space within a radius of about 10 meters, and the portal he could open was only about the size of a soup bowl. This meant that he could at most send an arm through the portal. Due to the size of the human body, complete traversal was impossible. Swish! A meteorite gold throwing knife and two snake fangs floated into the air, shot forward, and instantly disappeared, reappearing in a corner of the room. Overjoyed, Yang Jin thought, using spatial traversal for assassination, who could possibly defend against that? After performing the technique over a dozen times, he began to feel fatigued and stopped. The process of opening a spatial portal consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy, so it had to be used sparingly. No wonder scientists referred to pathways connecting 2 points in spacetime as wormholes. The portal created by the ancient divine insect was a true wormhole. Determined to uncover the mystery of the metal chunk, Yang Jin started investigating its origins. If he could acquire more of this metal to feed the divine insect, he might one day be able to traverse space entirely himself. After regaining his mental strength, he resumed practicing with the throwing knife, becoming increasingly adept with each attempt. The rescue team stayed in Yijing City for a few days, and soon it was July 15th. As the water levels of the Yangtze River receded, the team began regrouping to return to the Hanyang base city. During this time, Yang Jin followed the mission schedule, patrolling during the day and dedicating his remaining time to cultivation. His efforts paid off. Now, with just a thought, he could manipulate throwing knives and spears to traverse space within a radius of 20 meters, striking instantly. To further hone his skills, he captured a dozen flies and let them loose in his room. In less than 3 seconds, all of them were sliced down by his meteorite gold throwing knife. He even contemplated feeding a fragment of a beast's crystal core to the ancient divine insect. During the experiment, he cautiously approached the insect but stopped when it showed no reaction. During this period, Yang Jin researched online and discovered that the mysterious metal was called meteorite magnetite. Meteorite magnetite forms when meteors burn and undergo magnetic transformation while entering the Earth's atmosphere. The chances of it forming during a meteor shower are less than 1%, making it extremely rare. Sighing, Yang Jin couldn't help but lament how scarce such treasures were. If there ever came a day when he could obtain treasures freely, how wonderful would that be? Returning from the rescue mission. On the morning of July 15th, the armored vehicles of the rescue team gathered and departed from Yijing City. Outside the east gate, dense crowds lined both sides of the road, holding flowers and colorful flags fluttering in the wind, creating a vibrant and striking scene. The armored convoy slowly moved through the sea of people, greeted by thunderous applause and cheers along the way. The crowd eagerly tossed fruits, flowers, and snacks toward the convoy, simple but heartfelt tokens of gratitude to the brave rescuers. The 5 members of the 9th Special Operations Group sat side by side on top of one of the vehicles, waving warmly to the enthusiastic citizens. Yang Jin looked at the smiling faces of the people and felt a surge of warmth in his hearties. The people are indeed the most lovable and worth protecting. Suddenly, a bouquet of flowers arced through the air and landed on Yang Jin. Surprised and delighted, he quickly picked up the bouquet. Looking up, he noticed a young girl in the crowd, her cheeks flushed red, pointing repeatedly to his right. Yang Jin's expression froze as he awkwardly realized the flowers were not meant for him. Turning his head, he saw Luo Ingjun, the clean-cut and handsome member of the team, sitting to his right. "Hey, Ingjun, these are for you," Yang Jin said, handing over the bouquet with a touch of resignation in his tone. Luo Ingjun accepted the flowers with a gentle smile and waved toward the girl in the crowd. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up and down, her joy evident for all to see. Unable to resist, Yang Jin rolled his eyes, prompting a burst of laughter from the others on the vehicle roof. At the front of the convoy, inside the command vehicle of the Xinhua Marshal Hall, Imo Qinfang was intently scrolling through an electronic screen, reviewing casualty reports one by one. The screen displayed the grim statistics. Out of the 376 members of the rescue team, 29 had died, 47 were seriously injured, and 82 sustained minor injuries. With a tap of her finger, she opened the list of the deceased. A long list of names appeared, each accompanied by a photo and detailed personal information. The first name on the list was Song Jiating, male, 50 years old, a member of the Song family, a Korean Association member, and a certified intermediate martial artist. The only spiritual practitioner in the Hanyang base city. What a loss. Imo Qinfang sighed deeply, mourning the death of Song Jiating. Spiritual practitioners were already rare, and losing even one was a significant blow to humanity as a whole. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. "Director Liu, what are your instructions?" "Hallmaster Imo, I just discussed with several leaders in the rescue team, and now we're seeking input from the 3 major martial halls." "Director Liu, please go ahead. It's like this among those who died in this mission. We plan to select a representative individual and widely share their heroic deeds with the public." "Director Liu, that's a great idea. Who have you chosen?" "We've chosen Master Song Jiating. Do you have any objections? None at all. I fully support it. Mo Qinfang replied earnestly. Highlighting a heroic figure and commemorating their achievements can inspire greater unity among the people. It's an absolutely worthwhile initiative. After hanging up, Mo Qinfang carefully reviewed the entire list of deceased and confirmed that none of the Xinhua Martial Hall members were among them. She let out a long sigh of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. That afternoon, the rescue team finally returned to Hanyang Base City. Mo Qinfang announced a holiday for all Xinhua Martial Hall personnel. Cheers erupted as everyone eagerly headed home to reunite with their families. Yang Jin returned alone to his hotel room, first calling his uncle and aunt to let them know he was safe. Afterward, he started a video chat with Zhao Qingtong. Hanyang Bay City had performed exceptionally well in defending against the monsters during the recent flood, and the downstream Jiangnan Bay City had almost entirely avoided attacks from the water creatures. Ajin, it's thanks to your hard work on the front lines that we can remain safe in the rear. Thank you, Zhao Qingtong said with a smile. After finishing his conversation with Zhao Qingtong, Yang Jin called his elder brother Yang Ning and Hu Qinghua. Since tomorrow was the weekend, he arranged to meet Hu Qinghua. After hanging up, Yang Jin logged onto the official website of the Xinhua Martial Arts Academy to do some shopping. While browsing the online store, he was deeply intrigued by the flying devices used by Mo Qinfang and others. After some consideration, he decided on a relatively affordable single-person flying device. This particular device, rated as 4-star equipment, was designed like a skateboard and crafted from titanium alloy and aerospace materials. It could reach a maximum speed of Mach 1 and was priced at 15 million. It came equipped with a nuclear fusion battery booster, offering impressive endurance for extended flight. At such a high price, it's no wonder that only a few martial artists and martial masters used flying devices. For them, with relatively lower strength, the risk of encountering flying beasts while in the air was quite high. However, flying devices were far more practical for martial grandmasters. Yang Jin had over 22 million in his bank account, leaving him with a little over 7 million after making the purchase. Once his shopping was done, he began meditating to regulate his breathing and practice the Yuan energy breathing technique. After a session of cultivation, Yang Jin opened his eyes and used his electronic wristband to measure his vitality. The results showed it was approximately 8.7. The standard for a junior martial master was a vitality level of 10, and he was still more than 1 point away. He began contemplating whether to consume the beast core he had. With a thought, Yang Jin retrieved a piece of the flesh from the horn Tuolong from his spatial storage. He had done extensive research on consuming beast cores. Beast cores only formed in 4th tier or higher beasts and consisted of a hard crystalline shell with a viscous gel-like substance inside, known as core essence. When humans consumed core essence, it not only enhanced their elemental affinity, but also increased their vitality. According to data analysis, the vitality contained in a beast core was roughly 1/10 of the beast's own vitality. For instance, if a 4th tier beast had a vitality of 100, its core would contain around 10 vitality points, which could be fully absorbed to increase the user's vitality by about 10 points. Unlike genetic serums, the effects of consuming beast cores did not diminish over time. In principle, as long as one had enough beast cores, their vitality could be continuously enhanced. Carefully, Yang Jin peeled away the membrane covering the core, revealing a multifaceted crystal. The core had a subtle gray-blue hue, resembling an exquisite piece of art. He thought to himself that, if his calculations were correct, this core contained at least 10 points of vitality. If he took a few days to consume it gradually, he could not only break through to the martial master realm, but might even reach the level of an intermediate martial master. Swallowing hard, Yang Jin's eyes remained fixed on the beast core in his hands, his desire to consume it growing stronger by the second. At that moment, Mo Qinfang called. Yang Jin pressed the answer button, and Mo Qinfang got straight to the point. Yang Jin, what's your current vitality level? Yang Jin replied. Reporting to the instructor, I just measured it myself. It's about 8.7. I see. Mo Qinfang paused for a few seconds before continuing. I heard that when you advanced to a high-level martial artist, your vitality surged because you consumed some kind of rare treasure. Yang Jin, do you still have any of that rare treasure? Yang Jin was taken aback, unsure why Mo Qinfang was asking this. To dispel his doubts, Mo Qinfang explained, don't misunderstand, Yang Jin. I'm currently in Chief Nia's office, discussing ways to boost your vitality. The reason I asked if you still have that rare treasure is to make precise calculations and formulate a corresponding plan. After a moment of thought, Yang Jin answered honestly, reporting to the instructor, to be truthful, I once obtained a piece of moonlight stone essence, but it's completely used up now. In the Ember Martial Hall, inside the Hall Master's office, Mo Qinfang sat on the sofa opposite Nie Jinxiu. She began, Hall Master, Yang Jin's vitality has reached 8.7. The moonlight essence he obtained by chance last time has already been used up. Nie Jinxiu tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingertips, frowning slightly. This is a problem. To become a junior martial master, his vitality needs to reach 10. He's still 1.3 short. The two had been discussing for over half an hour, focusing on how to quickly increase Yang Jin's vitality so he could qualify for the global martial arts talent competition. Nia Jinxiu was the first to propose a solution. I suggest having Yang Jin take a dose of vitality booster. That will definitely push his vitality beyond 10. However, Mo Qinfang shook her head in disagreement. Vitality Booster is a 3-star genetic potion specifically approved for martial masters. In past years, many advanced martial artists with vitality levels above 9 tried to forcefully take it to break through their limits. The result? Severe physical damage from being unable to handle the drug's potency, leading to a decline in strength instead of advancement. With Yang Jin's physical condition, taking it recklessly carries too much risk. It's not worth it. Nia Jinxiu tried to persuade her. I can personally oversee the process for Yang Jin, reducing the dosage appropriately just enough to boost his vitality by 2 points. But Mo Qinfang remained firm in her stance, unwilling to endorse Nia Jianqia's suggestion. The discussion hit a deadlock. Frustrated, Nia Jinxiu said, Qinfang, why don't you call Yang Jin and ask if he has any rare treasures left? If he does, he should use them immediately. Following his advice, Mo Qinfang dialed Yang Jin's number to inquire about his resources. At that moment, Nia Jinxiu brought up his proposal again, but Mo Qinfang's tone became even more resolute. Hallmaster, we can negotiate other matters, but on this, I cannot agree. I have to take responsibility for Yang Jin's future in martial arts. Nia Jinxiu looked at her and gave a bitter smile. I understand your concerns. Even if Yang Jin can't participate in the competition this year, he'll surely be ready next year. But have you considered the difference between an 18-year-old competitor and a 20-year-old one? His voice grew somber. If Yang Jin can step onto the stage this year, even if he doesn't place, his age alone gives him an advantage. I can guarantee that the Martial Academy headquarters would break protocol to recruit him, offering an steer contract. But 2 years later, when he's 20, the opportunity might not be as favorable. After finishing his argument, Nia Jinxiu took a sip from his water glass, hoping his most valued subordinate would understand his intentions. Mo Qinfang closed her eyes briefly, pressing her right hand against the space between her brows and rubbing gently. A few breaths later, she opened her eyes, seemingly having made a decision. Hallmaster, you're right. One misstep can lead to a series of delays. Yang Jin must compete this year. Nia Jinxiu was thrilled. Qinfang, does this mean you've agreed to my suggestion? Mo Qinfang replied. Hallmaster, I found a way to enhance Yang Jin's vitality, but it doesn't involve genetic potions. Nia Jinxiu was taken aback. Not genetic potions? Then what? Mo Qinfang's voice was steady and determined. Beast crystal cores. Beast crystal cores? Nia Jinxiu was stunned. Where would you get crystal cores? Mo Qinfang smiled faintly. Palace Master, have you forgotten? Last year, during the annual meeting of the Martial Academy headquarters, I accompanied you to Alishan Island. On our way through the Fuzhou Strait, we encountered a Tier 4, beginner-level Biasta giant tooth shark stirring up chaos in the waters. In the end, several companions joined forces to slay it, cut open its belly, and retrieve the crystal core. I managed to get a small piece of it. I've kept it ever since without using it, and now it seems it will finally come in handy. Nia Jianqia's eyes lit up with a peculiar gleam. Qinfang, that's a water element beast crystal core, rich in water elemental energy. If you consume it, it will undoubtedly enhance your mastery of the elements and greatly aid your advancement to martial sovereign. Transitioning from martial master to martial sovereign not only requires sufficient vitality, but also hinges on mastering a unique ability. Humans typically acquire such abilities by continuously absorbing treasures with the same elemental attribute, such as natural resources or beast crystal cores, gradually increasing elemental affinity until a breakthrough occurs. Most people use these treasures immediately after acquiring them. It's rare to see someone like you holding on to it for over half a year. Mo Qinfang replied. Palace Master, my weapon is a spear, and I specialize in combat and offense. My ideal ability would be metal or fire-based. A water element crystal core doesn't suit me. So, I decided to let Yang Jin have that piece of the core. Nia Jinxiu looked at Mo Qinfang as if seeing her in a new light and shook his head with admiration. Qinfang, your vision and mindset are extraordinary. Serving as the Vice Palace Master is almost beneath you. You could easily take my position as Palace Master. Mo Qinfang chuckled. That would be great, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to take the role. Nia Jinxiu laughed heartily. Well, then work harder and become a martial sovereign as soon as possible. He'll gladly hand over the Palace Master position to you. Besides, the supervisory role in our martial hall has been vacant for a while, and I've been eyeing it. I'd love to take a more relaxed post. The two chatted for a while and decided that after the weekend, Yang Jin would consume the crystal core from Mo Qinfang. As Mo Qinfang was leaving, Nia Jinxiu sighed repeatedly. Qinfang, if Elder Mo could see you now, he would be so proud. Mo Qinfang's cheerful expression immediately darkened. Palace Master Nya. Don't mention him in front of me. With that, she opened the door and stormed out angrily. Nya Jianxiu clenched his fist and knocked it against his bald head. My big mouth. Always saying the wrong thing, he looked out the window and murmured, Elder Mo, I'm sorry. I've been trying to mend the relationship between you and your daughter, but Qinfeng simply won't listen. Sigh, a stubborn father and a headstrong daughter. This is a tough situation. At the hotel, Mo Qinfeng's call made Yang Jin reconsider consuming the unicorn crocodile dragon's crystal core. He decided to wait a few days and observe the situation. Without the tension of a mission weighing on him, he had an exceptionally sound sleep that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Jin stepped out, boarded a bus, and leisurely headed toward Hanyang's second university. The bus onboard TV was broadcasting touching scenes of flood rescue efforts and stories of heroic sacrifices. When Yang Jin saw the photo of one of the featured individuals on the screen, he couldn't help but blurt out, "What the?" The person in the photo was none other than Song Jiating, who had tried to frame him but ended up being killed by a beast. The TV anchor's emotional voice narrated. In the face of the relentless and merciless flood, Song Jiating stood firm, using his body as an unyielding barrier and sacrificing his precious life to embody loyalty and responsibility. His name may not be known to everyone, but his spirit shines like a brilliant star, illuminating the path for those who follow. His heroic deeds will forever be remembered, inspiring us to move forward with courage and determination. Yang Jin gagged, nearly vomiting the hot dry noodles he had for breakfast. Hanyang Bay City, Song family residence. In the main hall on the first floor, dozens of people gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Song Su-Kuei helped up Song Jiateng's widow, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, and then turned his gaze to the head of the Song family, Song Jianyuan, who sat at the head of the room. At this moment, Song Jianyuan's face was dark like the sky before a storm, his eyes burning with rage. Within just half a month, four younger family members had died one after another, and now they had lost a martial artist as well. The death of Song Jiateng, the Song family's only spiritual practitioner and the sole one in the entire Korean association, was a particularly devastating blow. What on earth is going on? Song Jianyuan demanded furiously, his gaze sharp as a blade as it landed on Song Su-Kuei. How are you even functioning as the acting head of the family? If you can't handle it, someone else can take over. His roar echoed through the hall, and Song Su-Kuei immediately dropped to his knees, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Father, please calm down. The deaths of Song Jiateng and the others are far too suspicious. I don't care what you believe. Song Jianyuan interrupted harshly, his tone brooking no argument. Listen carefully. You have half a month to investigate everyone connected to this matter and gather detailed information about them. I will personally present this information to President Park and request that he ensure justice for the Song family. With that, he stormed out of the hall, leaving one final warning. Song Su-Kuei, if you can't resolve this matter, there's no need for you to remain as acting head. Step down yourself. Song Su-Kuei stood up, his expression grave, and responded firmly, Understood. Once Song Jianyuan was out of sight, he turned to the gathered crowd and shouted, Why are you all still standing around? Get to work. Collect information on anyone suspected of being involved in the deaths of our family members. Remember, no other actions are to be taekwondo, not alert the enemy. I have only one requirement. Better to make mistakes than to miss anything. The crowd responded in unison and quickly dispersed, the hall erupting into a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hanyang's second university, Yang Jin ran into his close friend, Hu Qinghua. Hu Qinghua had changed his hairstyle, cutting his previously flowing middle part into a neat and tidy buzz cut, giving him a refreshed and energetic appearance. Qinghua, you actually went through with the haircut. Yang Jin playfully punched him on the shoulder with a grin. Hu Qinghua exaggeratedly cried out, Ouch! Oh, mighty warrior, your punch is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. You're going to knock my bones loose. The two laughed and embraced. Pointing to his head, Hu Qinghua added, I had no choice. Shuemei said my old hairstyle made me look like a street punk. She was so strict about it that she dragged me into the barber shop and made me cut it. Though he complained, his face was full of happiness. Yang Jin felt genuinely happy for his friend. Hu Qinghua had harbored a crush on Han Shuemei since high school, and now they had finally become a couple. Beaming with joy, Hu Qinghua said, Ah Jin, I've arranged to have lunch with Shuemei today. Come on, let's go meet her. By the way, how are things going between you and Zhao Qingtong? You still haven't confessed? That won't do, you've got to act fast. Let me tell you, I've got plenty of experience with women. They'll teach you a few tricks that are guaranteed to work. Once Hu Qinghua started talking, it was like a floodgate had opened and spoke incessantly and with great enthusiasm. Yang Jin listened to him on the way, silently reflecting on his own feelings. On the west bank of the Yangtze River, at the Wangjiang Tower restaurant. The restaurant offered an excellent view, with the river and the yellow crane tower on the opposite bank fully visible. At a window-side seat on the third floor, a young woman, around 18 or 19, was carefully studying the menu. Compared to her youthful innocence in high school, Han Shuamei now appeared slightly more mature. She wore shoulder-length fluffy hair, elegant glasses, and a white floral dress, exuding the warm charm of a girl next door. However, at this moment, Han Shuamei was facing a dilemma. She stared at the menu in her hands, silently muttering to herself. These prices are outrageous, totally not worth it. It's so hard to decide. Han Shuamei grew up in a poor neighborhood and had never been to such an upscale restaurant before. Everything here seemed ridiculously expensive to her, making it difficult to make up her mind. Just as she hesitated, Hu Qinghua's voice came through the phone. Shuamei, Jean and I will be there in about 10 minutes. Go ahead and order the dishes first. Don't overthink it, order something fancy for Jean. If you really can't decide, just cover the prices and pick what you like. It'll be fine. After hanging up, Han Shuamei stopped hesitating and began to place the order. At that moment, a man's voice interrupted her. Shuamei, you're eating here too? Han Shuamei turned to see Tian Jibin, a tall and refined young man. He was a student at Hanyang University and also served as the student council president of her department. Since starting college, Han Shuamei had actively participated in various activities and had interacted with Tian Jibin a few times. Known for his flirtatious nature, Tian Jibin had dated 7 or 8 girlfriends during his time in university. Now, however, he had taken an interest in this quiet junior and was determined to win her over. Tian Jibin walked straight up to Han Shuamei, sat across from her, and smiled, saying, Shuamei, I haven't eaten either. How about we enjoy a candlelit lunch together? Such a beautiful day, with such a lovely companion, what a perfect scene. His self-assured humor only made Han Shuamei feel irritated. She immediately cut him off. Senior Tian, I'm sorry, but this seat is reserved for my boyfriend. He'll be here soon. Please move. Tian Jibin froze for a moment. You have a boyfriend? He asked. Yes. Han Shuamei replied firmly with a nod. When did this happen? Tian Jibin pressed further. Han Shuamei frowned slightly and replied bluntly. Senior Tian, who I date has nothing to do with you, does it? I don't need to report it to you, right? Her words were like a stinging slap across Tian Jibin's face, and his expression darkened. Fine then. He'll wait and see what kind of man is worthy of someone as outstanding as you, he said, unwilling to give up, before getting up and returning to another table. Got rejected? Huh, Tian. One of his companions teased, laughing. Shut up and eat. Tian Jibin snapped, clearly annoyed. A few minutes later, Hu Qinghua and Yang Jin arrived at the restaurant. After exchanging greetings and sitting down, Hu Qinghua noticed a trace of displeasure on Han Shuamei's face and asked with concern, Shuamei, is something wrong? Meanwhile, Yang Jin sensed a man approaching from behind. When Han Shuamei saw who it was, her mood soured further. He's even more annoying than a stray dog, she thought to herself. Hu Qinghua caught on and asked, Who are you? Tian Jibin looked at the two men in front of him with a condescending gaze and replied, My name is Tian Jibin. I'm the student council president of the biology department at Hanyang University and the head of the university's taekwondo club. Which school are you two from? Hu Qinghua responded coldly, Hanyang's second university. What? Yang Jin, on the other hand, casually said, high school graduate, never went to college. Tian Jibin burst out laughing, pointing at Yang Jin. So, you're an illiterate, he sneered. His companions joined in, laughing uproariously. Tian Jibin looked at Hu Qinghua with disdain in his eyes and said coldly, Kid, someone as outstanding as Han Shuamei is way out of your league. Be smart and step aside. Hu Qinghua's anger flared up. He had invited his girlfriend for dinner, hoping to enjoy a quiet meal with his close friends. He hadn't expected an uninvited pest barking at him, making him wish he could swat it away. Just as he placed his hands on the table to stand up, Yang Jin gently tugged at his sleeve. Qinghua, when a dog barks at you, the best response is to ignore it. Are you really going to bark back? Yang Jin's calm words helped Hu Qinghua suppress his rage. However, Tian Jibin was infuriated. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. Who are you calling a dog? You illiterate fool. Yang Jin, unbothered, ignored him and leisurely took a sip from his teacup. Tian Jibin had never been so humiliated. As a top student at S9 University and a prominent figure in the student council, being mocked by someone with just a high school education was intolerable. Stand up and apologize to me, he roared, flexing his muscles as he reached out to grab Yang Jin, who remained calm and still. Seeing Yang Jin unmoved, Hu Qinghua prepared to intervene. But before he could act, Tian Jibin suddenly let out a sharp, ow. He quickly withdrew his hand, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It felt as if a knife was twisting in his gut, his stomach churning violently with ominous gurgles that signaled he couldn't hold it in much longer. What's going on? Hu Qinghua and Han Shuamei were stunned. Yang Jin said nonchalantly. Maybe he ate something bad and upset his stomach. Though Yang Jin's tone was casual, Tian Jibin and his companions turned pale. Gritting his teeth, Tian Jibin stammered. What are you all standing there for? Help me to the restroom, I can't hold it anymore. His companions hurriedly supported him, but they had barely made it 10 meters when a loud, wet sound broke the air, followed by an overwhelming stench that quickly filled the room. Yellowish-white filth began to seep from Tang Jong's pants. He had completely lost control. His companions recoiled in horror, letting go of him as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Unable to restrain himself any longer, a flood of waste poured out of him like a broken dam. The restaurant patrons, overwhelmed by the foul odor, shot him looks of disgust as they covered their noses and rushed for the exit. Tang Jong lay sprawled on the floor, consumed by shame and humiliation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Some bystanders pulled out their smart devices, snapping pictures and uploading them to social media. Others yelled, "Manager, someone's defecating in the dining hall, aren't you going to do something?" Another shouted, "Call the police." Panicking, Tang Jong struggled to get up and pleaded, "Please, don't call the police." One customer remarked, "I think he's suffering from food poisoning. He needs to be tested." Food poisoning? The crowd's expressions turned to alarm. The restaurant owner turned pale, a heavy sense of dread settling in. If this incident wasn't handled properly, his business would be ruined. "Dear customers, I can assure you with absolute confidence that our ingredients are perfectly safe. There's no need to panic," the owner stammered. At that moment, Yang Jin's calm voice rose above the commotion. Tang Jong looked at the man who had lost control of himself and thought to himself that this wasn't food poisoning, it was drug poisoning. A nearby diner couldn't help but ask, "What kind of drug poisoning?" Observing the man's rolling eyes, foam at the mouth, and uncontrollable vomiting and diarrhea, Tang Jong realized this person had likely taken illegal drugs. Illegal drugs? What are they waiting for? Someone call the police. The murmurs of the surrounding diners made Tang Jong feel like the world was spinning. He stared blankly at the crowd, with only one thought echoing in his mind: "I'm doomed." Last night, Tang Jong had been coaxed by a group of troublemaking friends to join them at a nightclub. Succumbing to their persuasion, he ended up trying a small amount of a white powder. Little did he expect that his stomach would react so violently the next day, exposing him on the spot. Why is it that others can take so much without consequence, but I take just a little and my body reacts so strongly? Heaven, are you trying to ruin me? Regret, frustration, sorrow, and anger intertwined in Tang Jong's heart. Yet his regret wasn't for taking the drug, it was for getting caught. Before long, security officers arrived at the scene, and Tang Jong trembled like a frightened quail. The officers used a device to test his bodily excretions, which revealed traces of illegal substances. They promptly arrested him and took his companions into custody as well. After such a dramatic turn of events, Yang Jin and his friends lost all interest in finishing their meal. "Ah Jin, how did you know that guy had taken illegal drugs?" Hu Qinghua asked curiously. Yang Jin smiled and replied, "I've participated in a few special operations, so I'm experienced in identifying people who've taken white powder. I could tell he wasn't normal at a glance." This explanation was actually a cover. In truth, Yang Jin had sensed the remnants of the drug in Tang Jong's body using his mental powers. With a subtle application of his abilities, he stimulated Tang Jong's stomach and intestines, causing severe cramps and diarrhea to expose him. Tang Jong's downfall was ultimately his own doing. If he hadn't provoked the wrong person and indulged in taking drugs, his fate wouldn't have been so grim. Han Shuamei sighed softly, paused for a moment, and asked, "Will Tang Jong be arrested?" Hu Qinghua's tone was firm, his face lit with satisfaction. "Our country has zero tolerance for white powder. Tang Jong's drug use has been confirmed, and he'll face severe punishment. The school will expel him, and he'll have no place at Hanyang University." At Yang Jin's suggestion, the three left Wangjiang Tower and found a small, unassuming diner by the roadside. They chatted about cheerful topics over delicious food, enjoying a carefree moment. After parting ways with Hu Qinghua, Yang Jin returned to his hotel, where it was already past 6 in the evening. He took a shower, then sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on and analyzing his current mental abilities. He realized that his mental powers currently had several key functions. First was telekinesis, allowing him to manipulate weapons to strike from a distance. Paired with the ancient divine insect's wormholes, his attacks were elusive and highly lethal. Second was illusion creation, enabling him to craft convincing illusions to confuse opponents, almost indistinguishable from reality. Third was sensory perception, akin to ultrasonic scanning, which allowed him to detect others' characteristics with precision rivaling advanced instruments. Yang Jin had a faint sense that his mental abilities were still in their early stages of development. As his vitality increased, he might unlock even more powerful capabilities. Just then, he received a message from Mo Qinfang. "Yang Jin, come to my office tomorrow morning." Immersed in his practice, Yang Jin gladly accepted the work arrangement from his female superior. "Instructor Mo, are you saying this monster core is for me to consume?" The next morning, in Mo Qinfang's office, Yang Jin stared intently at the delicate box in front of him. Inside was a crystal core, about the size of a fingertip, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Such treasures were always kept for personal use. Who would give one away? Yang Jin questioned himself. If he ever acquired a monster core, he would never give it up so easily. Instructor, I really don't know how I deserve such care from you. I am truly. Yang Jin's voice was filled with gratitude. Mo Qinfang smiled faintly and waved her hand dismissively. All right, no need to get emotional. Let me be honest with you first. My vitality is still far from reaching the level of a martial sovereign, and this small core isn't enough for me. Second, my ideal abilities are in the metal or fire categories, but this core is water-based, so it's not very suitable for me. In short, you're the lucky one. Seeing Yang Jin still sitting there motionless, Mo Qinfang shot him a sharp look and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Jin, usually you're so decisive. Why are you hesitating now? I told you to eat it, so eat it. Now get to the training room. Yang Jin immediately responded, yes, ma'am. He picked up the core, holding it tightly in his palm, feeling its weight. After a moment, Yang Jin looked at Mo Qinfang with a solemn expression. Instructor Mo, if that day ever comes, I will find a metal or fire-based treasure for you to help you become a martial sovereign or even a martial saint. He rarely made promises, but once he did, he was determined to fulfill them. To others, a mere martial artist making such a vow to a high-level martial master might seem childish or even laughable. But Mo Qinfang could feel the sincerity in his words. She smiled softly. Yang Jin, I'll be waiting for that day. Now go, and work on raising your vitality to 10. I really hope to see you showcasing the Qinfang 18 techniques at the Martial Arts Talent Tournament. Yang Jin nodded firmly, his heart swelling with anticipation. The training room was quiet and still. Yang Jin, dressed in his practice uniform, sat cross-legged on the floor. In front of him lay the small monster core and several bottles of mineral water. The method of consuming a monster core was similar to that of genetic serum, swallowing it directly with water. He picked up a piece of the core, about the size of a soybean, placed it in his mouth, and washed it down with water. Gradually, a refreshing sensation spread through his body. It was as if he were submerged in water, surrounded by mist and waves washing over him, cleansing his internal organs. So this is the water element essence. Yang Jin felt the water element circulating within him and recalled the information he had studied earlier. For humans to harness elemental powers, the most common method was to continuously absorb and accumulate a specific element. When the quantity reached a critical point, it would transform into quality, enabling mastery of that element. In other words, humans could choose their elemental abilities. For example, if a martial master trained for years near volcanic lava and consistently consumed fire-based treasures, their chances of developing fire element abilities would greatly increase. This gave rise to another question. Could humans master multiple elemental abilities? The answer was yes, but such geniuses were exceedingly rare. Among all the martial sovereigns and martial saints on Blue Planet, fewer than 20 had mastered 2 or more elemental powers, and they were all among the most elite martial saints. Yang Jin calmed his mind and quietly focused on his training. His vitality began to climb steadily, like a straight line rising upward. He sat there for over 9 hours, and it wasn't until 7 p.m. that Yang Jin finally completed the absorption process. As he stood up, he felt the energy surging within him, his entire body brimming with explosive power. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch with full force. With a loud bang, the air seemed to shatter, rippling visibly. The bottles of mineral water on the table in front of him were swept away by the gust of wind. Mr. Yang, have you finished? Asked the attendant waiting outside, alarmed by the noise from the room. Please take me to the physical assessment room, Yang Jin said as he stepped out. The lights in Mo Qinfang's office at the Flame Martial Hall were still brightly lit. As the deputy hall master, she rarely stayed late and would usually leave on time. However, tonight was an exception. She had chosen to remain in her office, quietly awaiting a result. Watching the clock on the wall as the hands moved slowly, Mo Qinfang absent-mindedly twirled a pencil between her fingers. Just then, the phone rang. She swiftly pressed the answer button. Reporting to Deputy Hall Master Mo, Yang Jin's physical assessment is complete. His vitality is 10.6, came the voice from the other end. Hearing this number, Mo Qinfang's lips curled into a smile, which gradually widened into a hearty laugh. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I thought that small piece of crystal core would, at most, push him to 10.3. I didn't expect such an exceptional result. Without delay, she called Nie Jinxiu. Hallmaster, I have great news to report. Yang Jin's vitality has reached 10.6. Rest assured, we will initiate his certification process for Junior Martial Master tomorrow. I'll personally handle the coordination with the Martial Affairs Office. After hanging up, Mo Qinfang cheerfully tidied up her desk, turned off the lights, and left the office. Working late was bad for her skin, and she decided to call it a day. On his way back to the hotel, Yang Jin received calls from both Nie Jinxiu and Mo Qinfang, who asked the same question. Did he have records of killing 2 second-tier primary-level beasts? Certification for Junior Martial Master required a vitality level of 10 and proof of defeating at least 2 second-tier primary level beasts. Both conditions were mandatory. Yang Jin replied. Back in Yusha City, I joined the Chongfeng team for a wilderness hunt. Our team killed 2 iron-armored crocodiles, which should meet the requirement. Overjoyed, Nie Jianxiu and Mo Qinfeng urged him to confirm this immediately. Yang Jin then called Zhou Chong. Captain, it's me. Zhou Chong's laughter came through the phone. Brother, calling me so late, are you not adjusting well to life in Hanyang Base City and missing your old captain? Captain, my vitality has reached 10, and I'm preparing to certify as a junior martial master. I wanted to ask about those 2 iron-armored crocodiles. Before Yang Jin could finish, Zhou Chong exclaimed excitedly. Junior martial master certification? Brother, you did it. Then, he shouted to the others nearby. Guys, Yang Jin is certifying as a junior martial master. The phone was filled with the lively voices of his teammates Ma Weigua, Hao Jun, Lu Qinglin, and others chimed in one after another. Ma Weigua said, Brother Yang, congratulations. We're waiting to hear about your success in the martial arts tournament. Hao Jun laughed heartily. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a genius. Now I have a new story to brag about when I drink with others. Lu Qinglin added with a chuckle. Brother, take down all your opponents and bring home the championship. The phone buzzed with their cheers and congratulations. Finally, Zhou Chong said loudly, Don't worry, brother. The credit for those 2 iron-armored crocodiles has always been reserved for you. I'll transfer it to you right away. Yang Jin was deeply moved. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone. After returning to the hotel, Yang Jin entered his sea of consciousness to examine the changes in his mental power and the ancient divine insect. Initially, his mental power was akin to a bowl of water, but now it had grown to the volume of a bucket. The internal space of the ancient divine insect had also expanded to about 100 cubic meters, with its spatial traversal distance breaking through 30 meters, and the portal's opening had significantly enlarged. Despite this substantial increase in strength, Yang Jin remained diligent. He resumed his cross-legged position and continued practicing the original energy breathing technique. Cultivation is a gradual and long-term process. Unlike rare treasures or beast crystal cores, the effects of the original energy breathing technique are slower and require time to accumulate. However, with consistent practice, vitality steadily improves. On the other hand, while treasures and beast crystal cores yield quicker results, they are scarce and difficult to obtain. The next day, Yang Jin successfully completed the certification for a junior martial master. Nie Jianxiu and Mo Qinfeng were overjoyed and immediately shared the news with the Xinhua Martial Hall in Yusha City. Upon hearing the news, Gu Xingyan, Wu Zhengsong, and others called Yang Jin to congratulate him. The Xinhua Martial Hall, as part of his personalized training plan, advanced 5 million blue star coins to fund his participation in the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. This tournament is held every 2 years, with registration usually in late July and the official competition in August. Yang Jin calculated that there were about 10 days remaining until the event. At this point, his vitality was at 10.6, and although he could register for the tournament, his strength was likely to be at the bottom in a field filled with expert competitors. Furthermore, since he couldn't easily reveal his mental power or spatial traversal abilities, the chances of him being eliminated in the first round were very high. To enhance his abilities, Yang Jin decided to continue improving his vitality and refining his combat skills. For now, he couldn't consume the beast crystal core of the one-horned crocodile dragon, so he needed to find other solutions. Realizing that he was now a junior martial master, he became eligible to use 3-star genetic medicine, the life enhancer. This genetic medicine, produced by the Pioneer Group, one of the world's top 10 companies, comes in 3 grades: 1-star cell nutrient solution, 2-star body refinement essence, and 3-star life enhancer, each designed for different users. The life enhancer is suitable for martial masters and can increase vitality by 2 to 4 points. Yang Jin immediately logged into the Xinhua Martial Academy's official website and purchased a vial of life enhancer for 1.2 million blue star coins, leaving him with just over 10 million in his bank account. An hour later, an armored delivery vehicle arrived at the hotel. After signing for the package, Yang Jin took the medicine back to his room. The life enhancer was a purple liquid, and upon ingestion, it caused excruciating pain, as if his flesh was being scraped from his bones. Despite his strong mental power, Yang Jin gritted his teeth to endure the agony. The absorption process took over 10 hours, and by the end, his vitality had increased to 14.1. Over the following days, Yang Jin focused on refining his martial techniques during the day and meditated to practice breathing techniques at night, fully dedicating himself to preparing for the tournament. A week passed, and the date was now July 25th. Television displays and outdoor billboards that had previously featured flood relief programs gradually shifted to promoting the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. This biennial martial arts competition had become the most talked about event, with discussions dominating both online and offline spaces, from street corners to social media platforms. The competition committee has launched an official website, attracting billions of daily visits. A special column on the site is dedicated to reporting on the stories of each registered contestant, building anticipation for the event. The registration requirements for the competition are stringent. Participants must be under 22 years old and possess at least the rank of junior martial artist. According to past statistics, each competition sees around 100 participants, which means that among the 43 global-based cities, each city averages only 1 to 3 contestants, with some cities having none. Therefore, anyone who successfully registers on the official website immediately becomes the center of attention. As time goes on, the global martial arts talent competition continues to gain momentum, sparking increasingly heated discussions. The stories of the contestants are unearthed by major media outlets and transformed into compelling reports. Each contestant becomes a hot topic, akin to a popular idol or superstar, inspiring countless passionate fans to form support groups and fan clubs, rallying behind their favorite participants. Before long, July 28th arrives, leaving just 3 days until the registration deadline. The number of registered contestants on the official website has exceeded 90, nearing its limit. Compared to the enthusiasm of the previous competition, this year's atmosphere in the Hanyang-based city feels relatively subdued. The reason is simple. So far, only one contestant from Hanyang-based city has passed the official registration review, and this individual is not even a native of Hwaxia, but a Korean expatriate Park Fyun. At 20 years old, Park is a certified intermediate martial artist and the sole registered contestant from Hanyang-based city. What's more, he is the son of Park Shuachin, the president of the Korean Association. Having had a son late in life, Park Shuachin has placed great expectations on him, investing significant time, effort, and resources over the years to personally mentor him and ultimately propel him onto the stage of this global competition. By midday, in the bustling international shopping plaza of Hanyang-based city, a young man looked up at the massive electronic screen repeatedly displaying images of Park Fyun, shaking his head and sighing. The son of the Korean Association president, named Fyun. That name. Another middle-aged man, his tone heavy and face full of disappointment, said, Hanyang-based city and its surrounding satellite towns have a population of over 100 million. Are we really unable to find a single Hwaxia contestant? A young woman, visibly upset, threw her half-finished milk tea into the trash. The 3 major martial academies have branches in this city. Let's not even mention Starlink and Holy Light. But what about Shinhua Martial Hall? It's a martial academy founded by Hwaxia people. Can't we produce even one contestant? An elderly woman spat on the ground. Take that Park kid with his squinty eyes off the screen. I'm sick of seeing him every day. I'd rather watch ads. A white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, tapped it against the ground and said, I missed the last competition. Hanyang-based city had 2 contestants back then, both Hwaxia people. That was real pride, real strength. Just then, the little girl holding the old man's hand pointed at the electronic screen. Grandpa, look. The picture of that brother on the screen has changed. The old man was startled and looked up, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. After a few seconds of careful observation, he couldn't help but shout, Great. At that moment, all eyes turned to the new image of a young man displayed on the screen. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a resolute face, a lean and athletic build, and an air of strength and determination. His eyes, in particular, gazed straight ahead, deep and bright, exuding a sense of spirited confidence and vitality. In the plaza, someone read aloud the text displayed on the screen in a booming voice. Yang Jin, male, 18 years old, certified junior martial artist, native of Yusha City, Hanyang-based city, Hwaxia. Successfully registered as a contestant for the global martial arts talent competition until this moment. No one in the crowd had heard of Yang Jin or cared who he was. But from now on, they only knew one thing. Yang Jin is Hanyang-based city's contestant, and he is a Hwaxia native. Instantly, the plaza erupted into thunderous cheers, the sound surging like waves, one after another. Yang Jin. Yang Jin, all the voices came together, forming 2 resounding words. Yang Jin. In Hanyang-based city, along Jiangjiang Avenue, stood a grand complex of white palace-like buildings. The roofs were uniformly covered with grayish-blue tiles, which gleamed strikingly under the sunlight, almost blindingly so. This was the headquarters of the Korean Association Changhwa Palace. The main hall exuded an air of majesty, where Park Seokjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the young man kneeling on one knee before him. Fyun, do you know why I gave you this name? Park Seokjin asked. Park Fyun raised his head, his expression solemn. Father, it is to remind me to always remember our homeland, and to make the restoration of Korea my lifelong mission. The restoration of Korea? Park Seokjin murmured to himself. Memories flooded back of his youth, witnessing every inch of the peninsula reduced to ashes, watching his compatriots slaughtered by Tier 5 beasts. His heart was filled with helplessness and fury. He had dreamed of returning to their homeland and rebuilding Korea, but decades had passed, and he had achieved nothing. Fuin, I have poured my life's efforts into you, hoping that you can become a martial saint. Only then will the restoration of Korea be possible, Park Sik-jin said, his gaze filled with hope. The martial arts talent tournament is the most pivotal step in your journey. Remember, secure a ranking, obtain and strength contract with the martial academy. You must succeed. Yes, father, Park Fuin replied firmly. Park Sik-jin placed his right hand on his son's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Fuin, in the entire Hanyang-based city, you are the only contestant. With the momentum of the recent media buzz, your fame and reputation are nearly on par with mine. If you perform outstandingly in the tournament, your prestige will soar. At that time, the Korean Association's prominence will rise as well, bringing immeasurable hidden benefits. At that moment, a woman dressed in a crimson chima skirt hurriedly entered the hall. Park Sik-jin's face darkened. Why such panic? Where are your manners? The woman, trembling, replied. Chairman, something terrible has happened. What is it? Park Sik-jin asked. A new contestant has emerged in Hanyang-based city. He's a Huaxia native, only 18 years old. The woman said anxiously. What? 18 years old? Park Sik-jin and Park Fuin exchanged a shocked glance, their disbelief evident. Hastily, Park Sik-jin activated his electronic wristband, and a holographic screen projected before them, displaying the image of a young man. It was the same youth who had defied authority and removed his armor on the monster battlefield in Yijing City. Song Jinyuan reported to me a few days ago that among the suspects in the deaths of 5 members of the Song family, this young Jin was included, Park Sik-jin said, a sinister glint in his eyes. This boy is extraordinarily gifted and has already clashed with our people. He cannot be allowed to remain. He's just a poor wretch from the slums with no background or support. Killing him won't stir up much trouble. A spark of conspiracy flickered in Park Sik-jin's eyes. After a long pause, he dismissed the woman and turned to his son. Fuin, I find this person detestable. If you encounter him in the tournament and he dares to stand in your way, look for an opportunity to cripple him. Park Fuin narrowed his eyes, staring at Yang Jin's image with growing hatred. Father, rest assured, he will be the first stepping stone on my path to greatness. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Bay City, nestled amidst the lush greenery by the picturesque West Lake, stood a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was not very large, adorned with antique carved wooden windows and vibrant potted flowers, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. In the center of the courtyard, an elderly man with hair as silver as snow sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed in meditation. In front of him was an incense burner, from which a thin wisp of blue-green smoke spiraled upward like 2 slender, lively serpents, gently entering his nostrils. The 2 streams of smoke merged into one, traveling through his lungs before being exhaled, noticeably lighter in color than before. After a while, the old man opened his eyes and gently dusted his sleeve. From the corner of the courtyard, a middle-aged man approached and asked with concern, Father, how are you feeling? The elder shook his head and replied, The wood element is too scarce, barely better than nothing. He then asked, Has Longfei and Qingtong arrived? The middle-aged man answered, Third brother and your granddaughter have been waiting outside for quite some time. The elder nodded and gestured for them to come in. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and Zhao Longfei, tall and upright, entered the courtyard with his daughter, Zhao Qingtong. Zhao Longfei bowed slightly, greeting the elder and the middle-aged man. The elder was Zhao Huaya, patriarch of the Zhao family, one of the top 5 families in Jiangnan Bay City. The middle-aged man beside him was Zhao Longfei's second brother, Zhao Longxiang. Zhao Huaya turned to Zhao Qingtong, and a rare smile appeared on his otherwise composed face. Qingtong, are you upset because I called you home several times? Zhao Longfei gently tugged on his daughter's sleeve, prompting her, Greet your grandfather. In a detached tone, Zhao Qingtong said, Grandfather. Zhao Huaya sighed softly and continued, Qingtong, do you know? To outsiders, our Zhao family is known as the 5th most powerful family in Jiangnan Bay City, a name that carries great prestige. Then, with a bitter smile, he added, But in truth, the Zhao family is in decline and far from what it once was. In just a few years, we might fall from the top 5, perhaps not even remaining in the top 10. Both Zhao Longxiang and Zhao Longfei lowered their heads, their expressions filled with guilt. Why is this happening? Zhao Qingtong asked, puzzled. Zhao Huaya gently caressed the bronze incense burner before him and said slowly, A family, like a nation, rises and falls with its leader. In today's world, martial arts reign supreme. For a family to thrive for generations, it must have a martial sovereign to uphold it. Sensing Zhao Qingtong's confusion, Zhao Huaya explained further. Once a human reaches the level of martial sovereign, they can wield extraordinary powers, fundamentally transforming their life essence, with lifespans extending up to 300 years. In contrast, martial artists, martial masters, and martial lords, no matter how strong, remain ordinary mortals, with lifespans barely exceeding 100 years. Zhao Qingtong nodded in sudden understanding. I see. Zhao Wei continued. Qingtong, I am 89 years old this year. I am just one step away from becoming a martial sovereign, but I have yet to grasp the necessary powers to cross that threshold. I once suffered a severe injury. Though I may appear fine, I am, in truth, a shadow of my former self and likely don't have many years left. Among the Zhao family's descendants, your eldest uncle has the highest cultivation level, barely reaching the initial stage of martial lord. If one day I am no longer here, who will support this family? What will become of the hundreds of Zhao family members? Zhao Longxiang and Zhao Longfei both exclaimed, Father! Zhao Wei glared at his two sons, silencing them. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Qingtong, his eyes intense. Qingtong, I know you dislike being controlled by others, but as the head of this family, I must think about the future of all our members. For the prosperity of the family, making some personal sacrifices is a responsibility every Zhao family member must bear. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qingtong asked, Can you tell me what terms they have proposed? Zhao Longfei, hearing his daughter's words, slightly turned his head, a trace of reluctance flickering in his eyes. The other party promised that if the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Zhao families succeeded, they would offer a rare treasure as a betrothal gift. Zhao Wuya fixed his gaze on Zhao Qingtong and said slowly, Specifically, it's a 1,000-year-old Yinsent wood, rich in wood element properties. If Grandpa uses it to aid his cultivation, his chances of mastering wood-based abilities will significantly increase. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtong curled her lips into a cold smile. So, for a rotten piece of wood and some vague probability, you're selling me off? What a pity Zhao family doesn't have more daughters. If there were more, you could trade for a few more logs. Zhao Longxiang was furious. Pointing at Zhao Qingtong, he scolded her harshly. You insolent girl, watch your words. How dare you disrespect your elders? Zhao Qingtong returned his glare coldly. If you treated me well, you'd be my family. But now that you're selling me off, what kind of elders are you? Zhao Longxiang's face turned ashen, and he turned to Zhao Longfei. Third brother, look at your daughter, no respect for her elders, speaking recklessly. How can she call herself a descendant of the Zhao family? Zhao Longfei quickly raised his hands in appeasement. Second brother, don't get upset with a child. Qingtong is still young and doesn't understand things. Young? Zhao Longxiang roared. She's 18. In 2 years, she'll be ready for marriage. How can you say she doesn't understand? Zhao Qingtong's brows furrowed sharply, and she refused to back down. Who cares about being a Zhao family member? From this moment on, I'm not one. Anyone who wants it can take it. And as for marriage, that's my business. No one else gets to decide. I will never marry someone for the sake of a rotten piece of wood. Her tone was resolute, unyielding. Zhao Wuya was infuriated. As the head of the Zhao family, he had commanded respect for decades. Never had a junior dared to defy him so openly, let alone declare their disassociation from the family. Such rebellion deserved punishment. Zhao Wuya swung his right hand, sending a slap through the air. Despite the distance of several meters, his advanced martial prowess caused the air to crack with a sharp sound as a gust of force rushed toward Zhao Qingtong. Father, please calm down. Zhao Longfei exclaimed in shock, hurriedly stepping in front of Zhao Qingtong. With a dull thud, Zhao Longfei's body wavered. The slap wasn't particularly forceful. On an ordinary person, it would leave nothing more than red finger marks. However, the emotional wound it inflicted on Zhao Qingtong was far deeper. She stared at Zhao Wuya in stunned silence, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. Once, in the name of some so-called powerful alliance, you ruined my mother's youth. For over a decade, none of you cared about me. And now, to boost your strength, you're forcibly taking me away from my mother and selling me off. This Zhao family is utterly disgraceful. Turning on her heel, Zhao Qingtong ran out of the courtyard without looking back. Zhao Longxiang was livid, his face red with rage. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. Zhao Wei's expression was icy. Longfei, keep an eye on your daughter. Don't let her run wild. The Jiang family's Jiang Hai was currently away on business and was expected to return in a few weeks. Zhao Wei's voice was firm as he declared, when the time comes, whether Qingtong agrees or not, they must meet. Yes, father, Zhao Longfei muttered, retreating from the courtyard. As he closed the door, he overheard Zhao Wei's dissatisfied sigh. What a pity the Jiang family is only the second most powerful family in Jiangnan Bay City. If only we could form a marriage alliance with the Qin family, the top family, and climb the ladder through Qin, musing how much better that would be. Zhao Longfei sighed deeply, feeling a pang in his heart as he thought about how few daughters the Zhao family had. A sudden ache gripped his chest, and an image of his daughter's tearful face surfaced in his mind. Memories of his youth flooded back, those days when he was in university and met his first love. She was a shy, sweet girl, but her poor family background led to rejection from everyone in the Zhao family. Ultimately, they were forcibly separated. Later, the girl tragically passed away from a severe illness, leaving Zhao Longfei devastated. Overcome with grief, he spiraled into self-destruction. In his despair, he agreed to an arranged marriage with Zheng Yingzue, the daughter of the Zheng family. However, their relationship lacked a true connection, and after 6 years of a strained marriage, they divorced. Now, looking at his daughter, Zhao Longfei saw a reflection of his younger self. He raised his head to the sky, his fists clenching and unclenching, before finally tightening once more. Moments later, he activated his digital bracelet and dialed a number that was both familiar and distant. Yingzue, can we remarry? I want to give our daughter a complete family. Let's protect her together. At the Xinhua Martial Hall in the Hanyang-based city, since signing up for the martial arts tournament, Mo Qinfang had arranged a private training room for Yang Jin, where he could train around the clock. Over the past few days, Yang Jin's phone had been inundated with calls, and his messages and social media were flooded with congratulations from acquaintances, all wishing him success in the tournament. At first, Yang Jin answered each call, expressing his gratitude, but as the volume grew overwhelming, Mo Qinfang confiscated his phone, only returning it at the end of the day. Meanwhile, the local media in Hanyang-based city began publishing non-stop reports about him. Articles flooded the internet like snowflakes, with exaggerated headlines and content that blurred the line between truth and fiction so much so that even Yang Jin found them hard to read. His younger sister, Yang Hui, frequently sent him links to these articles accompanied by laughing emojis, leaving him both exasperated and amused. Inside the training room, Yang Jin balanced on a hoverboard-like flying device, hovering above the ground as Mo Qinfang coached him on piloting techniques. She reminded him to control his strength, avoid impatience, rely on his instincts to find balance, and maintain steady speeds. Based on data from previous tournaments, the competition would take place in the wilderness, featuring diverse terrains such as deserts, oceans, jungles, and glaciers. These conditions posed significant risks, so contestants were permitted to use flying devices to escape in life-threatening situations. After several days of practice, Yang Jin had become increasingly adept at maneuvering the device, though the strict no-fly regulations in the base city meant he hadn't had the chance to practice outside the city limits. As the days passed, August 1st arrived, and the official website of the martial arts tournament released the schedule. This year's competition featured 99 participants, all aged between 18 and 22, and all at the martial master level. Since the tournament was being hosted by the Xinguang Martial Academy this year, the venue was set on Milos Island, near the Aegean Sea in Western Europe. Hearing the name Milos Island immediately reminded Yang Jin of a famous classical artwork, the Venus de Milo, a stunning marble sculpture also known as the Aphrodite of Milos, discovered on the island in 1820. The competition was set to begin on August 5th, leaving Yang Jin 4 days to reach the island. The journey was quite far, but with a military aircraft and by avoiding airborne monsters, it was estimated to take about a day. It's a bit of a distance, Yang Jin remarked. Mo Qinfang replied, well, it can't be helped. The martial arts tournament is hosted by the 3 major martial academies on a rotating basis, and Xinguang Martial Academy's choice of a nearby island is understandable. Yang Jin, pack your gear and belongings today. Tomorrow, Master Nye and I will accompany you on the trip. On August 2nd, at the Hanyang Bay City Airport, Yang Jin boarded a plane to Athens, a base city under the jurisdiction of Western Europe, accompanied by Nye Jianxiu, Mo Qinfang, and several staff members. The journey covered a straight-line distance of over 8,000 kilometers, with the plane scheduled to stop at multiple base cities along the way to avoid areas densely populated with monsters. The trip was expected to take about a day. At the airport, Yang Ning, Hu Qinghua, Han Xuemei, and other friends and family members, along with members of the Special Operations Team Shen Yunxiang, Peng Tong, Luo Yingjun, and Chris came to see them off. Everyone extended their best wishes. Safe travels, brother. Best of luck. Yang Jin, aim for a great result and show the world how impressive the youngest competitor in this tournament can be. Waving goodbye, Yang Jin asked his elder brother Yang Ning if Jiang Pingho had caused him any trouble. Yang Ning replied that ever since Jiang Pingho saw Yang Jin's martial arts tournament registration, he had not only refrained from causing trouble, but had even taken the initiative to compliment Yang Ning, praising his diligent work and value to the team. Yang Jin also inquired about Tian Jibin's situation, to which Hu Qinghua excitedly responded that Tian Jibin had been expelled for using white powder, ruining his reputation. Several of his troublesome friends had also been apprehended. The plane's engines roared as it ascended into the sky like a giant bird spreading its wings. They were aboard a small military transport aircraft. Once they left the base city's airspace, Mo Qinfang opened the cabin door and called out, Yang Jin, try out the flight device. Nye Jianxiu, smiling, reminded her, Qinfang, this is Yang Jin's first time test flying outdoors. Make sure you keep an eye on him. Mo Qinfang tossed the flight device she carried out the door, then leaped out after it. Standing on the floating device, she beckoned to Yang Jin. What are you waiting for? Come on out. Yang Jin donned his battle armor, secured his footing on his flight device, and swiftly took to the skies. It was his first time flying at high altitude, and he felt both nervous and exhilarated. Though wobbly at first, he quickly adapted. The rushing wind roared past his ears as he gazed out at the vast expanse below, mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, with peaks and valleys at his feet. His chest swelled with excitement, and unable to hold back, he removed his mask to feel the wind on his face, laughing joyfully. This is amazing. Amazing. Deep down, everyone harbors a dream of flying, and Yang Jin had often dreamed as a child of soaring through the skies like an eagle. Today, he truly experienced the joy of flight. Yang Jin, watch out for my spear. Mo Qinfang's voice rang out as her spear thrust forward, reaching him in an instant. Yang Jin shifted to the side, dodging the attack, and with a quick tap on his spear case, his Li spear rose to meet hers with a crisp clang as the spear tips collided. Excitedly, Yang Jin exclaimed, "Not bad. Let's go again." Mo Qinfang straightened her spear and launched into her self-created Qinfang 18 techniques. The two engaged in a midair duel, weaving and clashing as sparks flew from their spear tips, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Watching their intense battle from below, Nie Jianxiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Impressive. Yang Jin has fully grasped the essence of Qinfang's spear techniques. His comprehension is extraordinary. If he secures an class contract with the Xinhua Martial Academy this time, he'll recommend him to Elder Mo. With Elder Mo being Qinfang's father, he could also help mend their relationship. Nie Jianxiu activated his electronic wristband to record a video of the fierce aerial combat. Nie Jianxiu thought for a moment, then sent a message to a WeChat contact with a stern-looking profile picture. A few seconds later, he received a reply. The message was marked as read, and though it was brief, it was satisfying. Shortly after, the contact sent a voice message asking, "What's the name of the young man who fought my daughter?" Nie Jianxiu felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, reporting to the elder, "His name is Yang Jin. He is a contestant in this year's martial arts talent competition, recommended by our Xinhua Martial Hall." The elder responded simply, "Got it." Although Mo Elder's words were few, Nie Jianxiu understood that, as a high-ranking figure in the Martial Arts Academy, Mo Elder wouldn't concern himself with trivial matters. Even a globally renowned competition like the Martial Arts Talent Competition was nothing more than a child's game in the eyes of the busy martial saint. To receive the words, "Got it," was already an indication of significant attention. Perhaps Mo Elder had recognized Yang Jin's potential. Feeling delighted, Nie Jianxiu's bald head gleamed even brighter under the sunlight. On August 3rd, after a long day of travel, Yang Jin and his group finally arrived at the Athens-based city. Located on the Attica Peninsula, Athens is surrounded by mountains, facing the Aegean Sea, and boasts breathtaking natural scenery and a rich historical and cultural heritage. For the 99 contestants participating in this competition, the organizing committee arranged unknown services. Nie Jianxiu, Mo Qinfang, and the accompanying staff, as Yang Jin's representative team, were accommodated in the same hotel. The contestants this year came from all over the world, some of whom were old acquaintances of Nie Jianxiu, met through various social gatherings and events. Mo Qinfang, however, disliked socializing and chose to stay at the hotel with the staff, assisting Yang Jin in studying the profiles of the other contestants. Although the official website did not rank the contestants, media outlets had already stirred up heated discussions. Several major websites released estimated rankings based on each contestant's skill level, battle records, and past performances, which sparked widespread debates. Yang Jin came across the ranking predictions on Penguin Network and couldn't help but feel nervous. The list included all 99 contestants, ranked by overall combat strength, each with a corresponding number. The details were as follows. 1. Phillips, male, 22, London-based city, Western Europe, advanced martial artist. 2. Yi Feng, male, 22, Kyoto-based city, Huaxia, advanced martial artist. 3. Natasha, female, 22, St. Petersburg-based city, Russia, advanced martial artist. 4. Wilson, male, 22, Sydney-based city, Australia, advanced martial artist. 5. Ken Inagai, male, 22, New York-based city, of Japanese descent, advanced martial artist. 35. Armin, male, 21, Mumbai-based city, India, intermediate martial artist. 36. Park Bakhan, male, 20, Hanyang-based city, Huaxia, of Korean descent, intermediate martial artist. 98. Beyonce, female, 19, Las Vegas-based city, USA, of African descent, beginner martial artist. 99. Yang Jin, male, 18, Hanyang-based city, Huaxia, beginner martial artist. Yang Jin read through the list and noticed that he was ranked last, at the very bottom. He paid extra attention to Park Bakhan, a fellow contestant from Hanyang-based city and the son of Park Seo-chun from the Korean Association. Overall, among the 99 contestants, there were 12 advanced martial artists, 26 intermediate martial artists, and the remaining 61 were beginner martial artists. It was widely expected that this year's top 10 would come from the 12 advanced martial artists. As for the intermediate and beginner martial artists, the majority were likely to be eliminated in the first round. Of course, rankings didn't determine the final outcome. As long as a contestant performed exceptionally on the battlefield and caught the attention of the three major martial academies, they could secure and steer contract. Even if none of the three academies showed interest, other organizations from various countries would extend their offers. In this globally anticipated competition, every contestant was a hot commodity. On August 4th, the organizing committee officially announced the detailed schedule for the Global Martial Arts Talent Competition. The competition consists of two main events. First, the points match, held on the picturesque island of Minos, where all participants will gather to compete for task supplies to earn points. Second, the challenge match, which will take place in the stadium of Athens-based city. In the challenge match, contestants will challenge each other based on their individual rankings, with lower-ranked participants allowed to challenge higher-ranked opponents. Successful challengers will take the place of their defeated opponents. The final rankings after the challenge match will determine the contestants' overall standings in the competition. To ensure the event is open, fair, and just, the competition will be broadcast live in its entirety, and participants will be provided with standardized equipment and aircraft. Personal belongings are not allowed in the arena. The provided equipment includes armor and weapons, both rated at 2-star level. Contestants can customize the appearance of their armor according to their preferences. Yang Jin chose a fire phoenix design for his armor and selected a blunt iron spear without a sharpened edge, adhering to competition rules. The aircraft provided are basic civilian models with limited speed and endurance, permitted only for use in life-threatening situations and strictly prohibited during combat. On August 5th, the long-awaited points match commenced as scheduled. At 9 a.m., contestants, clad in various distinctive battle armors, boarded official ships heading to Minos Island, located over 90 kilometers away. Meanwhile, members of the support team, including Nie Jinxiu and Mo Qinfeng, stayed behind at the hotel to watch the competition via drone broadcasts. On this day, official TV channels and online platforms from 6 major countries, 43 base cities, and 221 satellite towns around the world streamed live footage of the martial arts competition. People everywhere set aside their work, gathering around TVs or logging onto websites to witness this grand event. In the hometowns of participating contestants, the atmosphere was especially electrifying, with streets nearly deserted as everyone tuned in to cheer on their local heroes. In Yusha City, millions of residents were filled with excitement as a local contestant broke the historical record by qualifying for the competition. At Villa 49 in Binjiang Garden, Yang Tianhai, Xiao Ting, and Yang Hui sat eagerly in front of the TV, scanning the screen intently for Yang Jin. Contestants' armor designs were vibrant and varied. Some featured dinosaurs, others bears, and even Peppa Pig, which amused Xiao Ting. Yang Tianhai chuckled. They're all young, around the same age as Anning and Anjin. They still have a youthful spirit. Yang Hui interjected. Mom, that's called a skin. Rare skins in some games can be quite valuable. Just as she finished speaking, her sharp eyes spotted something, and she exclaimed, Look, it's second brother. Where? Yang Tianhai and Xiao Ting quickly looked over and saw Yang Jin, clad in fiery red armor with a fire phoenix design. At the same moment, Yang Jin's friends and family also recognized him on screen. What a cool outfit, bro. Zhang Tongwei from the Furong District Public Security Bureau closed his office door and watched the live broadcast in private, feeling proud. Not bad, this design choice is great. The phoenix is the symbol of our martial arts academy, and gold and red are the colors of our national flag. At the Xinhua Martial Hall, Wu Zhongsong sipped tea as he reflected, my former rival has left me far behind. I can only look up to him now. Meanwhile, at Hanyang Military Academy, Cadet Zheng Yingjie and his comrades watched Yang Jin on the screen, murmuring to himself in admiration. In Jiangnan Bay City, within a spacious downtown apartment, Zhao Qingtong sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning against her mother, Zheng Yingcui, with happiness and joy written all over her face. A few days ago, upon hearing that her daughter had been reprimanded by Zhao Wuya, Zheng Yingcui immediately flew to Jiangnan to be by her daughter's side. Pointing at a person on the screen, she exclaimed excitedly, Mom, look, it's a Jin. The camera panned and focused on Yang Jin, who smiled gently and nodded slightly at the camera. Zhao Qingtong gazed at him on the screen, feeling as if he was smiling directly at her, a wave of delight surging in her heart. Noticing her daughter's expression, Zheng Yingcui understood instantly and praised. What a handsome young man. Meanwhile, Zhao Longfei, who was slicing fruit nearby, cheerfully brought over a fruit platter and said with a laugh, Of course. My daughter's taste can't be wrong. Cui, Qingtong, have some apples. Zheng Yingcui snorted lightly but, despite her reluctance, picked up a piece of apple and popped it into her mouth. At the same time, over the Aegean Sea near the Athens-based city, the sea breeze carried a faint salty scent, mingling with the sound of waves lapping against the hull, reaching the ears of the contestants aboard the ship. Yang Jin stood by the railing, gazing at a dark silhouette in the distance, the location of Island. Just then, a tall figure with a gentle smile approached him and warmly greeted, "Brother Yang." Yang Jin turned his head and recognized Yi Feng, the number 2 contestant from the Huaxia Kyoto Bay City and a strong contender for the championship in this competition. Yi Feng smiled and said, "As fellow descendants of Yin and Huang, let's stick together and avoid internal strife when we meet on the battlefield." Yang Jin replied, "Brother Yi, your strength far surpasses mine. For you to humble yourself and approach me, I'm truly at a loss for words." Yi Feng laughed heartily. "Brother, you're the youngest contestant this year. Who's to say you won't be the dark horse of the competition?" After exchanging a few words, Yi Feng walked over to another Huaxia contestant with black hair and yellow skin. At that moment, the ship's horn sounded, followed by an announcement from the loudspeaker. "Dear contestants, I am Lambert, the grand judge of this competition and an elder of the Sacred Light Martial Institute." Hearing the words, Martial Institute Elder, everyone on the ship perked up. Lambert continued, "I, along with 8 other judges, am monitoring you from the command room on another ship. Now, I will announce the details of this points-based competition. For this round, gold, silver, and bronze tokens have been placed on Island. Contestants may compete for them. The competition lasts 4 hours, and points will be calculated based on the tokens collected. Each gold token is worth 3 points, silver is worth 2 points, and bronze is worth 1 point. Contestants are allowed to engage in combat, but must not fatally injure or severely harm one another. Each contestant is equipped with an electronic wristband and a specialized satchel. If the electronic wristband detects a life-threatening situation, it will automatically activate a protective shield for 3 minutes. Once the shield is triggered, the contestant's mission is considered over, and they may return to the ship using their personal flying device. Lambert's voice continued. Now, staff will distribute the electronic wristbands and satchels. In half an hour, the ship will reach the island, and speedboats will transport contestants to different parts of the island. Be advised, the island is densely forested and inhabited by numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. There are also many caves connected to the sea, posing hidden dangers. Proceed with caution." At 11:50 a.m., Yang Jin and a few other contestants boarded a speedboat, arriving at the southwestern side of the island. He was clad in a phoenix-patterned battle suit, carrying a gun case and a flying device on his back, with a specialized satchel at his waist and an electronic wristband on his left hand fully equipped. At 12 o'clock sharp, the screen on his wristband turned from red to green, signaling the start of the competition. The contestants on the speedboat leaped out like arrows leaving their bows, covering dozens of meters in an instant and landing on the island. They quickly dispersed in different directions, vanishing into the forest. After they had gone, Yang Jin calmly stepped ashore, locked his gaze on a direction, and strode into the dense woods. Island spans an area of over 150 square kilometers and is a dormant volcanic island. Before the Celestial Convergence event, it was a world-renowned tourist destination. Over the past century, possibly due to changes in Blue Planet's atmosphere, the once barren and sparsely vegetated island has transformed into a lush rainforest. Yang Jin walked through the dense jungle, surrounded by thick ferns, twisted vines, and towering trees layered upon one another. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, leaving dappled patches of light dancing on the ground. The air was heavy with humid heat, and wearing his battle armor only added to the stifling discomfort. A faint buzzing sound came from above. Looking up, he spotted a drone hovering about 100 meters in the air. To capture precise footage of the competition, officials had deployed hundreds of drones, ensuring each participant was followed by one. Yang Jin was well aware that every move he made was being recorded, so he proceeded methodically, searching the forest. The gold, silver, and bronze tokens were small, and finding them on such a vast island was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was contemplating whether to use his psychic sense to aid his search, his ears twitched at the sound of rushing wind from his left, followed by a foul stench. Without moving his body, he swung his spear in a fluid motion, mimicking a rooster pecking the ground. A crisp cracking sound followed as the creature's head was shattered with a single strike. Upon closer inspection, the slain beast was a vibrantly colored venomous snake, thicker than an arm. His helmet's display revealed its details. Jinfu Linshi, adult stage, Tier 1 intermediate beast, highly toxic, just 1 drop, is lethal to an ordinary person. Yang Jin activated his psychic sense, radiating it like ultrasonic waves to scan the surroundings within a 30-meter radius. Suddenly, he noticed something metallic under the roots of a tree nearby. It glinted faintly, likely a silver token. Though he had detected it with his psychic sense, he couldn't afford to make it obvious. Pretending to inspect something else, he casually walked toward a large tree on his right. 5 miles off the island's coast, a cruise ship remained stationary on the water. Inside the ship's command cabin, a 3D holographic projection of Island was displayed on a table. Surrounding the holographic map were 9 judges, representing the 3 major martial academies and 6 nations. At the center sat a middle-aged man with thick blonde hair and a full beard. He was Lambert, the chief referee of the competition, an elder from the Holy Light Martial Academy, and a novice martial saint. The other judges were all advanced martial lords. The lineup of one martial saint and 8 martial lords made for an exceptionally prestigious judging panel. The projection was incredibly detailed, showing moving red dots, stationary gold, silver, and bronze markers, as well as numerous black dots. These symbols represented participants, mission tokens, and beasts respectively. The judges each focused on their chosen areas, clicking to bring up live footage for observation. Judge Jawaharlal from Tianju Nation focused on a group of participants from his country. He clicked on a red dot and pointed at the screen, saying, "This participant, named Armin, killed a pangolin beast and found a gold token inside its stomach." The other judges turned their attention to the footage. On the screen, a man with a hooked nose held up a blood-soaked gold token, habitually sniffed it near his nose, and then placed it in his waist pouch. Moments later, the previously empty scoreboard above the command cabin's projection table displayed new entries. Serial number 1, name, Armin, nationality, Tianju, level, intermediate martial master, gold medals, 1 points, 3. Seeing this, Jawahad applauded repeatedly, while Lambert nodded with a smile. In less than 20 minutes of competition, Armin had already won a gold medal, showcasing an impressive performance. Everyone was curious to see if he could hold on until the end. At this moment, a judge let out a surprised exclamation. The crowd turned their heads in curiosity and saw a young man bending down to pick up a silver medal from the bushes. Smiling, the Chinese judge Yi Yuanxiao introduced him. His name is Yang Jin, the youngest participant in this competition, and he's from China. Another judge, Huang Ming, chimed in. He's also a member of the Hanyang base branch of our Xinhua Martial Academy. With 2 of the 9 judges speaking up for Yang Jin, the attention on him naturally increased. On the leaderboard, Yang Jin ranked just below Armin with 2 points. Someone pointed out, "Look, Armin is heading in Yang Jin's direction, and they're less than 100 meters apart." On the projection map, 2 red dots were moving closer together, and judging by their pace, they would meet soon. Yi Yuanxiao and Huang Ming exchanged concerned glances, their expressions turning grim. They couldn't help but worry Yang Jin was a beginner martial master, while Armin was at the intermediate level. If a conflict broke out, Yang Jin would likely struggle to defend himself. Meanwhile, Jawahad could hardly hide his glee, thinking to himself, "Armin, act quickly and take Yang Jin's silver medal." At that moment, Yang Jin heard faint footsteps from the forest ahead. He debated whether to avoid the person, but the footsteps suddenly paused and then quickened, heading straight for him. Realizing he had been discovered, Yang Jin decided to feign innocence while cautiously moving forward. As the distance between them shrank to just over 20 meters, Yang Jin gripped his long spear tightly and shouted warily, "Who's hiding behind the tree? Show yourself." Armin stepped out from behind the tree, raising his hands and shaking them in a gesture of friendliness. With a warm smile, he said, "My friend from China, don't be nervous. My name is Armin, and I'm from Tianju. Our 2 countries have always been good neighbors, as you say in ancient Chinese, friendly nations supporting each other. You're Yang Jin, right? I've seen your information. You truly are the youngest contestant in this competition." Armin's gaze briefly darted to the pouch on Yang Jin's waist before he continued, "Friend, we're both on our own here. I have a suggestion. Why don't we team up? What do you say?" He forced a harmless smile, determined not to scare off the young man in front of him, all the while inching closer to Yang Jin. In the ship's command room, the judges watched with great interest, their eyes glued to the screen as Armin approached Yang Jin. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed judge commented, "Armin raising his hands shows he means no harm, but in reality, he's trying to deceive his opponent. He's got 2 curved blades on his back, ready to strike at any moment. In my opinion, Yang Jin is about to be eliminated. Armin has strategy, skill, and solid overall abilities." Hearing the praise for Armin, Jawahad was delighted and added, "Judge Jack is absolutely right. Armin is skilled in the whirlwind blade strike, a move that once decapitated a second-tier beast within 15 meters in an instant. However, Yang Jin is still a competitor after all." At this point, Jawahad deliberately glanced at Yi Yuanxiao and Huang Ming, smugly thinking, "Armin is using blunt blades and will control his strength to defeat Yang Jin without hurting him. Don't worry." This remark made Yi Yuanxiao and Huang Ming roll their eyes in frustration. Suddenly, a judge shouted, "Armin is making his move." Everyone turned their attention to the screen, where Armin was gripping his blades tightly. With a flash of steel, the blades slashed toward Yang Jin, who was 10 meters away. Armin swung his dual blades, slicing through the air with a chilling trajectory. At the same time, the live broadcast of his confrontation with Yang Jin, particularly Armin's ambush, was being streamed worldwide. Everyone who knew Yang Jin, friends, family, and acquaintances turned pale at the sight of the dazzling blade arcs. Zhao Qingtong instinctively clung tightly to her mother's arm, while Yang Hui, Yang Jin's third sister, watching the broadcast at home, let out a panicked scream. Second brother, watch out. In the dense forest, the dual blades were about to strike Yang Jin. At that critical moment, a deafening bang rang out as the tip of Yang Jin's spear deflected the attack, and in a flash, it thrust toward Armin's throat. Yang Jin executed the Qin Fong 18 techniques with extraordinary speed, precision, and force. Swish. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Armin's electronic wristband activated an orange protective shield, blocking the spear tip just outside the barrier. The overwhelming force of the spear continued to press forward, stopping mere inches from Armin's throat, creating a tense and surreal still frame. Everyone watching the broadcast was left stunned. They had seen Armin attack first, yet Yang Jin had countered with astonishing speed and dominance. Not only had he deflected the blades, but he had also driven his spear straight to Armin's throat. If not for the protective shield, Armin would have been fatally impaled. A mid-level martial artist ambushed by a junior-level martial artist and defeated in a single move. This was nothing short of shocking. Armin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Despite the unwillingness in his heart, all that remained was resignation and powerlessness. He reluctantly pulled out a gold medal from his bag, deactivated the shield, and tossed it to Yang Jin. With a complex expression, he asked, Yang Jin, what spear technique was that? Retracting his spear, Yang Jin replied confidently, the Qin Fong 18 techniques. Armin muttered the name under his breath, climbed onto his flying device, and left in defeat. The contestant from India, mid-level martial artist Armin, was officially eliminated. In the command cabin of the cruise ship, Yi Yuanchao and Huang Ming cheered in unison, while Zhao Had's face alternated between shades of red and white. Armin's crushing defeat at Yang Jin's hands was a humiliating blow. Stroking his thick beard, Lambert chuckled and said, the young man has patience. First, he feigned weakness to mislead the enemy, then struck back with overwhelming force. One move, decisive and clean. Well done. As the chief referee and the only martial saint present, Lambert's praise carried significant weight. The other judges nodded in agreement. A junior martial artist defeating a mid-level martial artist in a single move was an extraordinary feat. At just 18 years old, Yang Jin showed immense potential. Given another 2 years, he could very well break into the top 10. Unlike the composed demeanor of the judges, the spectators watching the broadcast erupted in cheers and excitement. Some were so thrilled they jumped from their seats. At home in Yusha City, Yang Hui flung herself into Qiu Ting's arms, wanting to roll on the floor in joy. In the Jiangnan base city high-rise, Zhao Qingtong covered her mouth, her body trembling with exhilaration. Zheng Yingcue hugged her daughter tightly, overjoyed. Zhao Longfei stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to look away from the confident and radiant Yang Jin. A figure from his memory surfaced: Jiangnan base city's legendary figure, the prodigy of the Qin family, Qin Muyang. 6 years ago, Qin Muyang had achieved the miraculous feat of defeating a martial saint as a martial lord, becoming a hero admired by all. Since then, Qin Muyang had left Jiangnan base city. Although no further news reports about him emerged, his influence and reputation remained undiminished. Today, Zhao Longfei seemed to see a shadow of Qin Muyang in Yang Jin, which filled him with excitement. He thought to himself that if Yang Jin could one day grow into someone like Qin Muyang, rebuilding the Zhao family would no longer be an impossible task. Zhao Longfei glanced at Zhao Qingtong, and a thought crossed his mind. His daughter had a keen eye, and he must support her relationship with Yang Jin. At the Athletes' Hotel in Athens, Imo Qinfang's face was unusually flushed with excitement, all because of 5 words spoken by Yang Jin Qinfang's 18 styles. At that moment, audiences around the world remembered those 5 words. Just then, her electronic wristband emitted a distinctive notification sound, startling Imo Qinfang. Even Nie Jinxiu couldn't help but scratch his bald head. She smiled awkwardly, quickly stepped aside, and checked the message labeled Old Mo. Daughter, I just saw Yang Jin perform the Qinfang's 18 styles. The moves were exquisite, fierce, and powerful. If you have time, come back to Alishan Island. I'd like to see your full set of spear techniques, the message read. Tears welled up in Mo Qinfang's eyes as she looked up, holding back her emotions, and swiftly replied, I'm usually very busy and don't have the time. If there's an opportunity, Yang Jin can demonstrate the techniques for you on my behalf. After a pause, she sent another message. Dad, I'll come back during the annual meeting this December. Please take care of yourself. Nie Jinxiu noticed Mo Qinfang standing in the corner, her tears mingling with a smile, and felt a surge of relief. Wonderful. Elder Mo and Qinfang have finally started to mend their relationship. Yang Jin, that move of yours achieved something remarkable. In the dense forest on the island, Yang Jin repeatedly examined the gold medal in his hand. It was stained with blood and even had a trace of flesh on it. A thought struck him: could this medal have been retrieved from the body of a beast? According to the competition rules, the officials had placed gold, silver, and bronze tokens across the island, and it was entirely possible for them to have had beasts swallow the tokens, forcing contestants to hunt them down. The referees certainly had a knack for creating challenges, he thought. Yang Jin placed the gold medal into his satchel, where an embedded chip scanned and uploaded the score. About half an hour into the competition, Yang Jin had secured 1 gold and 1 silver medal, accumulating 5 points and taking the lead. Not long after continuing forward, Yang Jin heard a snorting sound. He slowed his pace and parted the branches in front of him. 30 meters away, a beast covered in bristly hair with sturdy limbs was rooting through the grass. It was an adult tusked wild boar, a high-level Tier 1 beast. Its sharp tusks made it extremely dangerous when provoked, with explosive strength capable of toppling large trees. Using the crystal visor, Yang Jin identified the beast. He gripped his blunt iron spear tightly and strode forward with determination. The tusked wild boar, sensing the approaching human, raised its head and let out a shrill, menacing squeal before charging at Yang Jin. With a piercing gaze, Yang Jin angled his spear and thrust it into the vulnerable spot beneath the beast's neck. With a sharp flick, he sent the 700 to 800-pound boar hurtling several meters into the air. He then planted the spear upright with its butt embedded in the ground and the tip pointing skyward. The tusked wild boar fell from the air, its mouth impaling onto the spear tip, its body skewered through entirely. The scene was both shocking and awe-inspiring, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. It was yet another display of Qinfeng's 18 styles. Yang Jin rummaged through the belly of the tusked wild boar, but apart from the warm, slippery entrails, he found nothing. It seemed not every monster's stomach concealed a token. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of battle echoed from ahead. Yang Jin quickly climbed a nearby tree and looked into the distance. About 300 meters away, leaves swirled wildly in the forest, and he could vaguely make out several figures surrounding a beast. Could it be a Tier 2 advanced monster? Otherwise, why would so many people be attacking it? He decided to investigate. With a push of his legs against the tree branch, Yang Jin leaped agilely like a monkey, landing on the bough of another tree. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises followed as 2 figures riding hovercrafts flew off toward the north, where the ship was docked. Impressive. 2 contestants eliminated in quick succession. That beast must be ferocious. Excitement surged through Yang Jin as he quickly closed the gap of a few hundred meters. He crouched behind a moss-covered rock and peeked out to observe the scene. In a clearing within the forest, 3 contestants clad in battle armor had surrounded a massive lizard. The creature was 10 meters long, its body covered in thick scales. Its crimson, triangular eyes glared menacingly, and it hissed at the 3 in front of it, flicking its long, slimy tongue. Yang Jin immediately recognized the beast. It was the ironback monitor lizard, a Tier 2 advanced monster. Among the 3 contestants facing the lizard, 2 wore helmets that obscured their faces, but the third did not. This individual had a white cloth wrapped around his head and a small patch of facial hair under his nose, making him easily identifiable. He was none other than Ken Inukai, a highly skilled martial artist of Japanese descent and one of the stronger contestants in the competition. However, at the moment, Ken Inukai appeared to be struggling. Despite being the strongest among the 3 in terms of individual combat ability, he was no match for the ironback monitor lizard. Moreover, their weapons were not sharpened, making it nearly impossible to deal effective damage to the thick-skinned, heavily armored beast. The lizard, on the other hand, not only had formidable defenses, but also razor-sharp iron claws and a flexible tongue. That tongue, in particular, was like a chain whipped deadly sharp and coated with saliva teeming with bacteria. A single puncture could infect the victim, paralyzing or even killing them within minutes. In the clearing, a man with battle armor painted with a fierce hexagram insignia spoke up. Inukai, we've gone through so much trouble to form a team of 5, and now this beast has already taken out 2 of us. The losses are too great. If we keep fighting, the chances of victory are slim and not worth the risk. Maybe we should retreat. Yang Jin couldn't see the man's face, but based on the fierce hexagram insignia on his armor, he deduced the speaker was likely Park Bakhan, a contestant of Korean descent. Sure enough, Ken Inukai replied. Bakhan, precisely because we've suffered such heavy losses, we have to keep fighting and take a gamble. Besides, this beast swallowed the token we worked so hard to obtain. How can we leave without taking it back? Yang Jin noticed a strip of a bag strap still hanging from the ironback monitor lizard's mouth. Impressive. This beast really would eat anything. He shook his head slightly in disbelief. Just then, one of the 3 contestants shouted, "Watch out! The lizard is attacking." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the lizard's tongue shot forward like a spear, targeting Park Bakhan. Startled, Park Bakhan raised his long blade to block, but just as the tongue reached him, it seemed to change direction with a mind of its own, curving toward the teammate who had shouted the warning. Bang! An orange protective shield instantly materialized, forming a translucent barrier that enveloped the person inside. The iron-backed giant lizard flicked its tongue against the light shield, then quickly retracted it. The man let out a long sigh, pulled a bronze plaque from his satchel, and tossed it to the ground before stepping onto his flying device and leaving. Of the 5 who had been battling the giant lizard, only Kin Inagai and Park Bakhan remained. The iron-backed giant lizard shook its head, its gaze drawn to the golden bronze plaque on the ground, and its tongue darted out again. "Hey!" Kin Inagai shouted sharply, gripping his katana as he slashed at the lizard's long tongue. The strike carried all his strength, and with a sharp hiss, the lizard's tongue was left bloodied and mangled. Park Bakhan, witnessing this, felt his eyelid twitch as he recalled that Kin Inagai had previously struck the lizard's tongue with his blade, but its tough texture had rendered regular blades ineffective. Taking a closer look, Park Bakhan suddenly realized that Inagai's katana now bore a fine serrated edge that hadn't been there before. Seeing the success of his attack, Kin Inagai twisted his wrist and slashed diagonally with the serrated katana, aiming for the wound on the lizard's tongue. A sharp crunch echoed through the air, followed by the lizard's pained screeches. Astonishingly, its tongue was severed after 2 consecutive strikes from Inagai. "Nice!" Park Bakhan exclaimed in delight, raising his long sword as he charged at the iron-backed giant lizard. The lizard opened its mouth, spraying blood like a fountain, before turning and fleeing madly into the forest. "We can't let the beast escape." Kin Inagai leaped forward, pursuing it closely. The giant lizard scrambled on all 4s, reaching a large boulder. Just as its front claws landed on the rock, a figure suddenly sprang out from behind it. Moving with incredible speed, the figure thrust a spear, then swiftly withdrew it from the lizard's mouth. The spear's tip carried away a belt connected to a competition-issued satchel. Using the recoil from the spear, the figure darted sideways at an uncanny angle. Kin Inagai, witnessing this scene, burned with rage. Not only had the person failed to stop the lizard, but they had also taken the satchel from the beast's mouth, which was infuriating. Unforgivable. Kin Inagai roared. "You thief, leave the satchel behind." Abandoning his focus on the lizard, he hurled his katana with all his might, aiming directly at the figure's back. As an advanced martial artist, Inagai's full-force strike carried an unstoppable momentum, like a tidal wave. The sound of the wind roared as the katana, propelled with immense power, closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to strike the figure, they lightly tapped their foot on the ground, propelling themselves into the air. The blade narrowly grazed the sole of their foot before slamming into a large tree with a thud. Boom. The tree was pierced clean through, and the katana's residual force continued to punch through 3 more tree trunks before finally coming to a stop. The figure landed steadily, spear in hand, and turned to calmly face Kin Inagai. Park Bakhan caught up, recognizing the young man clad in a phoenix-patterned battle suit. He quickly said, "Brother Inagai, he's from Huashayangjin." Kin Inagai scrutinized the young man before him and asked, "So, you're Yang Jin, the youngest contestant in this competition?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the satchel dangling from Yang Jin's spear. "Yang Jin, I didn't expect a novice martial artist like you to dodge my strike." "Not bad," Kin Inagai said coldly. Yang Jin removed the satchel from his spear and held it in his hand, replying indifferently, "Mr. Inagai, if this satchel is yours, then whose is the one at your waist?" Hearing this, Kin Inagai's expression darkened instantly, and his tone grew harsher. "Yang Jin, are you deaf? What I mean is, that satchel belongs to my friend, who has already been eliminated. It should rightfully be returned to me." Yang Jin casually flicked his hand, tossing the shoulder bag into the air. Inukai Ken reached out to catch it, only to find it completely empty. His face darkened instantly as he glared coldly at Yang Jin. "Kid, are you playing games with me? Where's the token inside?" Yang Jin's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. According to the official rules of the competition, once a contestant is eliminated, their tokens become unclaimed and up for grabs by anyone. Inukai Ken let out a laugh, more out of anger than amusement. "You've got guts, kid, daring to take something that belongs to me. Let's see what a mere novice martial artist like you has to back up such bold words." As he spoke, his hand tightened around the hilt of his katana, ready to step forward. But at that moment, Piao Fuan, standing nearby, intervened. "Brother Inukai, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let me handle him for you." Inukai Ken smirked in satisfaction, crossing his arms over his chest as he relaxed. "All right, Brother Piao, the stage is yours. I'll stand by and back you up." The two exchanged words, both convinced that Yang Jin was nothing more than a weakling at the bottom rung of the competition, a pushover they could toy with at will. Meanwhile, the tournament's broadcasting room noticed the brewing conflict and quickly switched the camera feed to focus on Inukai Ken and Yang Jin. Viewers watching the scene burst into laughter, ridiculing Piao Fuan's confidence and speculating that he must be out of his mind. After all, Piao's strength was, at best, on par with Armin's, and he stood no chance against Yang Jin. Unbeknownst to Piao Fuan, Yang Jin had already defeated Armin with a single strike. Eager to prove himself, Piao was ready to challenge Yang Jin. At the same time, back at a hotel in the Athens-based city, Piao Shuachin was cheering on his son, Piao Fuan, and had personally accompanied him to the competition. Before they left, Piao Shuachin had advised his son to take every opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Yang Jin if they encountered him. However, after witnessing Yang Jin's overwhelming victory against Armin, Piao Shuachin deeply regretted his earlier advice. Piao Shuachin knew full well that his son's intermediate martial artist status was solely the result of resource investment. His actual combat skills and fighting techniques were far from refined. If Piao were to face Yang Jin, there was no way he could withstand the ferocity of the Qinfeng 18 forms. Watching his son now step forward to challenge Yang Jin, Piao Shuachin was beside himself with frustration. Fuan, you fool. Don't act recklessly. Let Inu Kai Ken handle him. Anger boiled within him, and he cursed Inu Kai Ken inwardly, forgetting that it was Piao Fuan himself who had insisted on taking the lead. In the dense forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Piao Fuan prepared to confront Yang Jin. Just as the fight seemed inevitable, a clear and commanding voice echoed through the woods. Inu Kai Ken, Piao Fuan. Quite impressive of you two to gang up on a Huaxia contestant, isn't it? As the voice faded, a figure emerged from the forest, clad in the majestic Huaxia dragon battle armor. With an 8-sided Han sword in hand, the newcomer exuded calmness and composure, his expression indifferent, yet full of quiet confidence. Inu Kai Ken's eye twitched involuntarily at the sight of the figure, while Piao Fohan's face turned pale, and he instinctively took a step back. He knew all too well who this was. Before the competition, Piao Shuachin had meticulously gone over the profiles of all the contestants with him. Park Shuachin's face was solemn as he warned Park Fuan in a low voice. Among the 99 contestants, the one you absolutely cannot offend is Yi Feng. There was a faint trace of apprehension in his tone. Park Fuan frowned and asked, why? Park Shuachin explained. Yi Feng is a direct descendant of the Yi family, the most prominent family in the capital city of Huaxia. As the capital of the nation, the Yi family status as the top family in the capital essentially makes them the most powerful family in the entire country. Their influence is unimaginably vast. At that moment, Yi Feng approached slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Inigai Ken and Park Fuan. Park Fuan's voice rose sharply, unnaturally high-pitched. Yi Feng, what do you want? Yi Feng smiled faintly, his tone calm as still water. Weren't you two looking for a fight? A unknown seems too boring. How about this? We go Tuntwim and Yang Jin against the two of you. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture. Gentlemen, shall we? Park Fuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed nervously, unable to utter a word. Inigai Ken's eyes were cold as he glared at Yi Feng. After a few tense moments, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Yang Jin, those tokens are yours for now. But be careful, Yi Feng might just turn on you and snatch your tokens. Once the two were out of sight, Yang Jin clasped his hands together in gratitude and said sincerely, Brother Yi, thank you for stepping in. Yi Feng responded with a warm smile. Brother Yang, it was nothing. Yang Jin extended his palm, revealing 4 bronze tokens. Brother Yi, I got these tokens from the jaws of a beast. Take 2 of them. Yi Feng waved his hand, politely declining. Brother Yang, I appreciate the gesture, but you should keep them. I said it on the ship. As descendants of Yan and Huang, we should stand united on the battlefield and not fight among ourselves. I helped you because we're both from Huaxia, nothing more. Yang Jin asked in confusion. Brother Yi, you really don't want the tokens? Yi Feng chuckled. To be honest, I don't need them. After the points match, there's still the challenge round. Even if I end up last, I can still fight my way back. What's there to worry about? Besides, those 2 Inigai and Park rank good people. Be cautious of their schemes. Yang Jin nodded gratefully. Thank you for the warning, Brother Yi. Yi Feng waved as he walked away. They'll be off now. I need to look around. If I see anyone bullying our people from Huaxia, I'll be sure to step in. Watching Yi Feng's retreating figure, Yang Jin couldn't help but sigh. Is this the confidence of being part of Huaxia's top family? The Yi family's descendants truly are extraordinary. In the command cabin of the cruise ship, Huaxia's referee, Yi Yuanxiao, nodded in satisfaction as he watched Yi Feng on the screen. The Russian referee, Jedlov, teased in broken Mandarin. Old Yi, your nephew Yi Feng refuses tokens handed to him, and yet you're happy about it? The Western European referee, George, explained. Jedlov, you don't get it. In Huaxia's old sayings, this is what they call vision. The Indian referee, Jawaharlal, scoffed. What's the use of vision? Can you eat it? We have an old saying in India. The curry you eat is the only curry that's truly yours. Yi Yuanxiao simply smiled and said nothing, his gaze shifting to the leaderboard. The top 5 contestants were as follows. First place, Yang Jin from Huaxia, with 9 points. Second place, Phillips from Western Europe, with 8 points. Third place, Wilson from Australia, with 7 points. Fourth place, Natasha from Russia, with 7 points. And fifth place, Daniel from the United States, with 6 points. Yi Feng, with 4 points, was ranked 8th. Deep in the forest, Inigai Ken and Park Fuan watched as Yang Jin walked away. Park Fuan asked in a hushed voice, Brother Inigai, Yang Jin is getting a bit far. Can we keep up? Inigai Ken smirked sinisterly. Among the ninja arts of Dongying, there's a tracking technique. I've already left a scent marker on Yang Jin's battle, Armor won't escape. Judging by the bulge in his bag, he must be carrying quite a few tokens. Snatching them will be a huge win for us. Park Fuen's eyes lit up with excitement. Perfect. Let's eliminate Yang Jin and take his tokens. Yang Jin moved swiftly through the dense forest, pausing every few dozen meters to release his mental energy for detection, maintaining a range of about 30 meters. Whenever he found a token, he skillfully pocketed it. To avoid unnecessary attention, he intentionally left a few tokens behind. If he swept through the area like a locust swarm, the judges would undoubtedly suspect him of carrying some sort of scanning device. By now, it was nearing 2 p.m., and the competition was already halfway through. Standing on a seaside cliff, Yang Jin had collected 1 gold token, 2 silver tokens, and 6 bronze tokens, accumulating a total of 13 points. Although he wasn't sure about his ranking, he felt confident that his advantage in mental energy would give him a solid performance. He noticed 2 sly rats, trailing him from a few hundred meters away in the forest. They had been following him for over half an hour with remarkable patience. Yang Jin had long been aware that the ones tailing him were Inukai Kin and Park Bakhan. Inukai's so-called tracking technique involved blending grassroot extract and discreetly splashing it onto Yang Jin's armor. With his canine-like sense of smell and the positioning of drones overhead, Inukai could roughly pinpoint Yang Jin's location. Yang Jin's gaze landed on his leg armor, where a barely noticeable mark was left, clearly the tracking residue from Inukai. He decided to take out Park Bakhan first, then test Inukai Kin's strength. Even if he couldn't ultimately win, a strong performance would catch the judge's attention and increase his chances of securing an S-level contract. As Yang Jin pondered his strategy, his brow furrowed slightly, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Moments ago, his mental energy had extended outward and clearly detected a cave beneath the cliff. Probing further with his mental energy, he discovered a peculiar spot within the cave. This spot seemed to absorb his mental energy entirely, like water disappearing into the ocean, leaving no trace. Could it be a black hole? No, a black hole couldn't exist on Earth. Shaking his head, Yang Jin considered another possibility, a spatial rift? A century ago, during the celestial convergence event, Blue Star had intersected with several distant planets in the universe, giving rise to spatial rifts, also known as wormholes. Humanity fought hard to close most of these wormholes, while those that couldn't be sealed were guarded by martial saints and stationed armies to fend off creatures from other realms. Due to the lingering effects of the celestial convergence, new wormholes occasionally appeared on Blue Star. These wormholes were typically small, short-lived, and had minimal impact on human society. Some even vanished before being discovered. The authorities had previously inspected Milo's island and found no anomalies, suggesting that this rift had formed recently. Should he report it? Yang Jin's electronic wristband wasn't permitted in the competition arena, so reporting it would mean forfeiting the match and returning to the cruise ship. But what if it wasn't a wormhole? He weighed his options carefully, his concern not unfounded. On the global stage watched by billions, Yang Jin suddenly claimed to have discovered a suspected wormhole and demanded the competition be halted immediately. If a mistake were made because of this, the consequences would be far beyond what a single contestant like him could bear. The key issue was that even if Yang Jin reported it, the judges would question how he could be so certain. He couldn't exactly say, "I'm a psychic and can sense it clearly," and expect them to believe him and evacuate all contestants from the island right away. Therefore, this matter required careful handling. He decided to approach the site cautiously to observe it before making any decisions. If it truly was a wormhole, he would have to come up with a plausible excuse and muster the courage to report it. Yang Jin made his way down the cliffside to the cave entrance. Inside, it was pitch black with poor visibility. He extended his psychic sense and swiftly slipped inside. A few minutes later, Ken Inukai and Park Bakhan appeared at the top of the cliff. Noticing the drone hovering hundreds of meters in the air, Ken remarked, "Yang Jin must have entered that cave below. The drone can't capture his position, so it's not responding." Park leaned forward, carefully examining the cave entrance, and asked, "Brother Ken, should we go in?" Ken pondered for a moment before replying. "Remember what the head judge said? He mentioned that this island has many caves connected to the sea, posing potential risks. But risks often come with opportunities. There might be a stash of tokens hidden inside." Park's eyes lit up. "Brother Ken, you're absolutely right. If they could come up with the idea of hiding tokens inside a monster's stomach, hiding them in caves makes perfect sense." The more Park thought about it, the more convinced he became. Excitedly, he clenched his fists. "Brother Ken, let's go in." Ken added, "If Yang Jin, a mere beginner martial artist, dares to go in, it would be embarrassing if we, as intermediate and advanced martial artists, didn't. Let's move." Their figures blurred as they quickly entered the cave. Meanwhile, in the cruise ship's command room, the judges noticed 3 drones stationed near the cliff. The chief judge, Lambert, pulled up the footage and asked George, the judge representing Western Europe, "George, can you see what's inside that cave?" George replied, This island has numerous caves, and there are no fixed drones installed. To see the interior, a drone would need to be manually operated to enter. Lambert nodded. All right, deploy a drone and have it manually piloted into the cave entrance. Let's see what Yang Jin and the others are up to. George nodded and instructed the staff behind him to carry out the task. Above the island, one of the patrolling drones accelerated toward the northern cliff. Inside the cave, Yang Jin followed the winding walls and arrived at a spacious chamber. The cavern was about 10 meters high, covering an area of 70 to 80 square meters. The damp walls glistened with water droplets, adorned with stalactites of various shapes. Activating the spotlight on his electronic wristband, he illuminated the surroundings and carefully observed. There seemed to be nothing unusual within the cave. Extending his psychic sense, Yang Jin clearly detected a flat surface the size of a wash basin, hovering 2 meters above the ground in the middle of the chamber. When his psychic energy touched the surface, it penetrated and then abruptly lost connection. A wormhole light was indeed a wormhole. He thought to himself, wondering where the other end might lead. Judging by its small size, it must have formed recently. He needed to report this to the authorities immediately so they could address it in time. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden gust of wind roared behind him. A long blade slashed toward him without warning. Damn it! Yang Jin had been so focused on exploring the spatial rift that he failed to notice Ken Inukai and Park Bakhan sneaking up behind him. Caught off guard, Yang Jin's face turned pale with shock. Park let out a loud shout as he raised his blade, channeling all his strength into a single strike aimed directly at Yang Jin's neck. Yang Jin swung his spear, blocking the attack with fluid precision. With a deafening clang, the long sword that Pu Fuan had slashed down was deflected, sending a shockwave through his arm. The intense pain and burning sensation in his hand turned his face pale. How could Yang be this strong? Pu Fuan was stunned, unable to regain his composure before Yang Jin thrust his spear forward, aiming directly for his neck. As the spear tip closed in, Pu Fuan's scalp tingled with fear. Just as it seemed the spear would pierce his throat, a faint orange light barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping him. Furious and humiliated, Pu Fuan shouted at Yang Jin. You lowly scum. You got me disqualified. I'll kill you. I'll tell my father to destroy you. Yang Jin responded with a cold laugh, swinging his spear sideways and striking the protective light shield with force. Crack! With a teeth-gritting sound of shattering, the shield broke under the blow. The explosion of the barrier sent violent tremors through the air. Pu Fuan felt his eardrums nearly rupture as his blood surged chaotically. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His teeth were stained red, and his eyes burned with hatred and venom. Ken Inukai, act now. Help me take this lowlife down. Don't hold back, cripple him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Ken Inukai had initially thought that Pu Fuan had the upper hand, but in just 3 seconds, the situation had turned from an ambush to Pu Fuan coughing up blood on his knees. Seeing his ally in such a state, Ken's face darkened with anger. He shouted, Yang Jin, Pu Fuan has already lost. How dare you strike so ruthlessly? I won't let you go unpunished. Gripping his katana tightly, he unleashed his signature II slash, aiming directly at Yang Jin's vital points. As Ken Inukai charged with his blade, Yang Jin's anger boiled over. Damn it, these two scumbags are determined to take me down. Since there are no drones here, I might as well go all the way and finish them off. Otherwise, knowing Pu Fuan's character, he'd definitely find a way to retaliate later. With that thought, Yang Jin activated his mental energy, pulling the meteorite steel flying dagger and 2 serpent fangs from the space within his divine insect. Simultaneously, he triggered the ancient divine insect's spatial teleportation ability, creating an invisible wormhole the size of a bowl behind Ken Inukai's head, ready to strike him down at any moment. Just then, the ancient divine insect in Yang Jin's mind opened its mouth slightly, releasing an invisible surge of energy into the air through the wormhole. The wormhole, as if fueled by fire, rapidly expanded outward. Its diameter grew explosively, turning into a massive bubble that engulfed Yang Jin and everyone else nearby. Damn it, the ancient divine insect sensed the wormhole and instinctively amplified its power, causing a resonance. Yang Jin suddenly understood what was happening, but it was already too late. Boom. The wormhole bubble detonated like a bomb. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the cavern into pieces and causing a large section of the cliff to collapse. The massive explosion shook the island to its core, tearing through the once peaceful landscape. Smoke and dust shot skyward, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire island in chaos. The contestants on the island, the judges in the cruise ship's command room, and the audience watching the live broadcast were all stunned by the deafening blast. Chief Judge Lambert burst out of the cruise ship, his arms propelling him into the air with a sonic boom trailing behind. Within seconds, he arrived above the explosion site. Looking down, he couldn't help but gasp. What had once been a flat cliff was now a semicircular crater over 30 meters in diameter. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning, and the scene before him was shocking. Lambert's heart sank as his eyes darted around, searching intently. However, to his dismay, there were no signs of human artifacts, not even remnants of corpses, blood, or bones. Yang Jin, Inu Kai Ken, and Park Bakhan had entered the cave one after another, yet there was no trace of them. Lambert extended his right hand and activated his light-based ability. Intense white light illuminated every corner of the pit. The beams penetrated the air, seemingly revealing cracks in the fabric of space. As he descended to the bottom of the pit, his palm emitted a cluster of white light, with threads of light weaving through the air. Several strands pierced the spatial cracks, only to vanish. Indeed, there were rifts in space, but they had already collapsed, leaving behind only faint traces. Before long, 8 other referees arrived one after another. George, the referee from Western Europe, asked, "Chief referee, can you explain what happened here?" The others turned their gazes toward Lambert, awaiting his response. Lambert pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I conducted an inspection just now. Based on my observations, a wormhole appeared here. The structure of the wormhole was extremely unstable, and it seems the 3 contestants accidentally entered it, triggering an explosion." As Lambert spoke, he continued to manipulate the threads of white light, probing the residual traces of the wormhole in the air. The other referees watched the light threads merge into the space, their expressions changing. Huang Ming, a referee from Xinhua Martial Academy, asked, "Chief referee, what about the 3 contestants who entered the cave earlier? Where are they now?" Lambert sighed softly. "If my guess is correct, they were likely pulled into the wormhole during the explosion." The referees gasped in shock. Yi Yuanchao, a referee from Huaxia, speculated, "In that case, is it possible that the 3 contestants have been transported to an unknown alien world through the wormhole?" Lambert shook his head. "It's also possible that the wormhole destabilized during the transmission, collapsing and leaving them lost in space." The referees exchanged heavy looks. Whether the contestants had reached an alien world or were lost in space, the chances of survival for the 3 martial artists were slim. George solemnly made the sign of the cross over his chest, whispering a prayer. "May God watch over them." Referee Jack asked, "Chief referee, what's our next step?" Lambert furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. "First, the wormhole is an extraordinary phenomenon. I will immediately report this to the Blue Star Alliance and remain here to monitor any changes. Second, the points competition will be temporarily suspended. We'll discuss and devise a proper plan before resuming. Third, we will conduct a thorough search of Minus Island, account for all missing individuals, and hold a press conference to release an accurate report. As for the missing contestants, do not declare them deceased. Simply state that there's a possibility they are still alive. Let's not delay everyone. Take action immediately." With that, Lambert leapt up to the cliff's edge and sat cross-legged, personally guarding the site. The other 8 referees dispersed in different directions to carry out their tasks. As the world anxiously awaited updates, an official press conference was held at 6 p.m. that same day to announce 3 major points. First, professional analysis confirmed that the newly formed wormhole on Minus Island had already exploded and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Second, the points competition would be postponed, and another island in the Aegean Sea would be prepared overnight for the event to continue. Third, in the explosion, Inu Kai Ken, Park Bakhan, and Yang Jin had gone missing along with the wormhole, though it was uncertain whether they had perished. The tournament committee extended its sincerest condolences to the families of the 3 contestants. Yuesha City, Villa number 49 in Binjiang Garden. Qiu Ting heard the devastating news on TV and instantly felt the world spinning around her, collapsing to the floor in despair. Yang Hui stared at the photo of Yang Jin displayed on the screen, crying uncontrollably and calling out, "Second brother!" Yang Tianhai buried his face in his hands, his nails digging into his skin as tears streamed down his face. He was consumed with guilt, thinking, "Tianlu, Xiao, I failed to take care of Jin. I'm so sorry." In Jiangnan Bay City, Zhao Qingtong was watching the live broadcast with her parents. When she heard the news of Yang Jin's disappearance, she froze for a few seconds, as if the sound of her heart breaking echoed in her ears, and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. "Jin, you said you would come to Jiangnan to find me. I've been waiting for you, but where are you?" Zhang Yingcue held her daughter tightly and gently said, "If you want to cry, just let it out." Zhao Longfei clenched his teeth and said firmly to his daughter, "Qingtong, don't cry. I believe Yang Jin isn't dead." He crouched down, looking into his daughter's eyes, and said slowly, "Trust your dad's intuition. Yang Jin will come back. The TV only said he disappeared along with the wormhole. It never said he died. My daughter, I believe he will return, because you're waiting for him." Zhao Longfei's voice grew impassioned, his eyes reddened. His own first love had passed away young, leaving an eternal regret in his heart. He couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer the same fate. "Dad!" Zhao Qingtong cried out in anguish, leaning on her father's shoulder and sobbing. Zhao Longfei gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. Don't be afraid. We can wait, we can wait. Zhang Yingcui, her eyes blurred with tears, looked at her ex-husband, a trace of tenderness in her gaze. Yang Jin's friends and family were all overwhelmed with grief upon hearing the news. Yang Ming wept in the dormitory bathroom, while Hu Qinghua held Han Xuemei tightly, sobbing. At the Athena City Hotel, Mo Qinfang stared blankly at the television, tears welling up in her eyes. Nie Jinxiu slapped his bald head in frustration and sighed deeply. While some mourned, others reveled in the news. In Hanyang Bay City, the Song family erupted in laughter upon hearing the news. Song Suli exclaimed, "Good riddance! Good riddance! Chong'er, Chengxiao, Chengji, Chenglin, Yang Jin is dead and finally in the underworld. Now you can all gang up on him." The Song family members roared with laughter. However, the family patriarch, Song Jianyuan, sternly rebuked them. No one is allowed to laugh. Park chairman's son, Park Fuan, also disappeared in this incident. If the chairman finds out, what do you think will happen to you? The room instantly fell silent, and the laughter turned into wailing and sobbing, as if they had lost a close relative. The wind howled as Yang Jin felt himself plummeting rapidly, the fierce gusts stinging his face. Looking around, he realized he was more than 1,000 meters in the air, free-falling towards the ground. This is bad, Ivy. It definitely ended up on an alien planet. If I keep falling like this, I'll die for sure. Just as he was about to retrieve the flight device from his back, he heard a strange shout nearby. Turning his head, he saw Park Fuan about 10 meters away, glaring at him and cursing. Yang Jin focused on the sound and finally made out the words. Pu Fuan shouted angrily. "You lowlife! You destroyed my aircraft! Go to hell!" It turned out that during the battle in the cave, Yang Jin's shot was too forceful, breaking through the protective shield and slamming directly into Pu Fuan's back, causing his aircraft to malfunction. Panicking, Pu Fuan frantically called out to Ken Inukai on the other side. "Brother Inukai, help me." "Sorry, Brother Pu, but our aircraft is just a standard civilian modelet, can't handle the weight of 2 people. Ken Inukai replied before stepping on his aircraft and speeding downward without even looking back. Pu Fuan froze for a moment before erupting in a string of curses. "Damn you, Ken Inukai. You traitor." He turned back, his eyes filled with desperation. "Yang, Brother Yang, please save me." Yang Jin sneered. Just moments ago, Pu Fuan had been calling him a lowlife, and now he was addressing him as Brother Yang. This arrogant and insufferable man was truly pathetic. Within seconds, the two plummeted hundreds of meters further. The dense, lush forest below became clearer and closer. Seeing that Yang Jin remained indifferent, Pu Fuan shouted in panic. "Master Yang, I beg you, have mercy. Save me." Yang Jin ignored him completely. He placed the aircraft under his feet and was about to activate it when a piercing scream reached his ears. Looking up, he saw Ken Inukai's aircraft emitting sparks and thick smoke, spiraling down toward the forest along with its rider. In the next instant, a dozen arrows shot out from the forest below, targeting Yang Jin and Pu Fuan, who were now only 100 meters from the ground. Not good. Someone in the forest is shooting arrows. Yang Jin had no time to think. He halted his aircraft midair with a sharp maneuver. "You lowlife, you'll die a horrible death." Pu Fuan continued to fall, his curses abruptly cut off as an arrow pierced through his neck. Blood filled his throat as he coughed violently. Using the last of his strength, he shrieked, "Father, it was Yang Jin and Ken Inukai who killed me. Avenge me, avenge me." The immense impact sent him crashing to the ground like an overripe watermelon, his body shattering into pieces. Blood and limbs scattered everywhere, leaving no intact remains to be found. From the forest, 7 or 8 green-skinned creatures clad in animal hides and armed with spears and bows emerged, roaring as they swarmed around Pu Fuan's mangled corpse, scavenging the scattered pieces of armor and metal fragments. Hovering midair, Yang Jin watched the scene unfold. The creatures had humanoid limbs, stood over 2 meters tall, and were muscular with tusks protruding from the sides of their mouths. Orcs. The word flashed through Yang Jin's mind. He couldn't help but think how much these green-skinned creatures resembled the orc race from the old game, World of Warcraft. Suddenly, a tumter-long spear whizzed through the air toward him. Yang Jin swiftly deflected it with his weapon, but felt a tremor in his arm from the impact. "Wow, these orcs are incredibly strong," he thought. More spears followed, whizzing through the air. Suspended in the sky, Yang Jin was an easy target. If a more powerful orc appeared, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. He quickly changed direction, lowering his altitude and heading toward the dense forest. Before entering the forest, Yang Jin glanced back toward the area where Ken Inukai had fallen. The sound of battle and shouting was intense. Yang Jin smirked coldly. "Ken Inukai, I hope you can hold out for a while longer, hopefully long enough to draw all the orcs' attention." In this perilous alien world, encountering someone like Ken Inukai, who could pose a threat to him, left Yang Jin with only one thought: eliminate him at the first opportunity. Of course, from Ken Inukai's perspective, His goal was also to kill Yang Jin. The two were sworn enemies, and neither would ever trust the other. In the forest, Yang Jin sat on a sturdy branch of a lush tree, skillfully using the foliage to conceal himself. His alloy battle armor, blunt iron spear, and electronic wristband were all intact, though he had lost his network connection. Fortunately, his divine insect space contained a meteorite gold throwing knife, 2 serpent fangs, and ample supplies of food, water, and medicine enough to sustain him. Anticipating emergencies, Yang Jin had prudently stocked up on resources and stored them in the space for contingencies. Through several experiments, Yang Jin discovered that the divine insect space within him existed in a vacuum state, preserving anything placed inside without decay or spoilage. After a thorough inspection, he calmed his mind and began contemplating his next priorities. First, survival. On this unknown alien world, surrounded by patrolling beastmen, staying alive was paramount. Second, he needed to enhance his strength. Back on Blue Star, Yang Jin had refrained from consuming the Horned Dragon crystal core in his space due to potential consequences. Now, free from such constraints, he resolved to use the core to strengthen himself. Third, he had to find a way home. He needed to pinpoint the location of the aerial wormhole, figure out how to activate the ancient divine insect, and open a spatial passage back to Blue Star. With these priorities set, Yang Jin stood up and gazed skyward. Flying up to search for the wormhole would require prolonged exposure, turning him into an easy target far too risky. Thus, he decided to strengthen himself first, scout the surrounding beastmen's activities, and then make further decisions. Letting out a soft sigh, he silently thought of his uncle, aunt, elder brother, younger sister, and Qingtong. Please wait for me a little longer. I promise to return. Just then, the rustling of leaves reached his ears. 5 beastmen had crept to the base of the tree he was perched on, conversing in an incomprehensible language. Using his mental power to probe the area, Yang Jin confirmed that no other beastmen were within a 50-meter radius. It was the perfect moment to strike. Swish! A black streak of light flashed behind one beastman's head. Thud, thud. In less than a second, the heads of all 5 beastmen were pierced in succession. The black streak reappeared. Hovering before Yang Jin was the meteorite gold throwing knife. It quivered slightly, shaking off the blood before retreating back into his divine insect space. Yang Jin enveloped himself in mental energy, descending lightly from the tree to the ground beside the beastmen's corpses. After examining them, he concluded that their civilization was relatively primitive, akin to humanity's Iron Age. Despite this, the beastmen were physically robust, with strength comparable to advanced human warriors. Searching one of the beastmen's pouches, he found several palm-sized pieces of parchment marked with twisted patterns. A brief scan with his mental power revealed that these patterns contained abundant elemental energy, capable of unleashing immense power when activated by some method. As he rubbed the coarse parchment between his fingers, he wondered, sorcery? Or runes? Storing the beastmen's corpses in his space, Yang Jin left a marker to identify the location and leaped into the dense forest. His immediate goal was to find a concealed spot to absorb the Horned Dragon crystal core and enhance his strength. Just then, a piercing screech came from above. A massive shadow loomed over the forested giant bird with a sharp beak, long tail, and wings spanning over 10 meters. On the back of a large bird sat a green-skinned orc, holding an object resembling a long telescope, scanning the surroundings. Yang Jin hid in the bushes, his eyes fixed on the strange bird flying overhead. He thought to himself that this must be a scout from the orc tribe. Only after the bird flew far away did he loosen his stance and continue moving forward. After covering a few miles, a strong, nauseating smell filled the air, mixed with dampness and decay. Yang Jin pushed aside the foliage and found himself facing a swampy marsh spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter. Bubbles occasionally rose to the surface, breaking with a rippling sound. He wrinkled his nose at the unpleasant odor. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. He decided to encase his body with his mental energy and submerge into the depths of the swamp to train. The orc scouts patrolled the area but would never suspect that he was hiding within the swamp. Acting swiftly, Yang Jin formed an invisible sphere with his mental energy, which carried him into the swamp. At the top of the sphere were several slender air ducts connected to the outside, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the swamp, Yang Jin adjusted the light of his electronic wristband to its dimmest setting. He watched the sliding mud and wriggling worms outside the sphere with interest before beginning his training. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the crystal core of a unihorn toalong. Ever since obtaining the beast's crystal core over half a month ago, Yang Jin had resisted using it, growing increasingly impatient. It was as if the goddess of his dreams was within reach, yet untouchably a torment any normal man would find unbearable. Using a meteoric iron dagger, he made a small incision in the crystal core's shell. The thick essence inside turned into a thin stream, flowing into Yang Jin's mouth. Meanwhile, about 30 miles away from the swamp, a cluster of buildings stood scattered across a highland. These structures, made of wood and animal hides, were adorned with bones, stones, and other decorations, exuding a raw and primal aesthetic. This was a small orc village. At the center of the settlement was a spacious square paved with green stone slabs. In the middle of the square stood a towering totem pole, carved with images of birds, flames, spears, and arrows. Beneath the totem pole were 3 earthen pits, each with roaring fires. A burly orc wearing a bearskin cloak and a feathered crown held an iron spear and muttered under his breath. After a while, he turned around, spread his arms wide, and shouted, "Loktar ogre!" As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of orcs around him roared in unison. Who? 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 Orc warriors began beating drums, and the square erupted in deafening cheers. With a wave of his hand, the burly orc signaled the crowd to part. A group of orcs strode into the square. Leading the group was an orc dragging a severely injured human, leaving a long trail of blood behind. With a loud thud, the orc tossed the human at the feet of the burly orc as though discarding trash. The burly orc used his iron spear to lift the human's chin, revealing a bloodied face and clenched teeth. The human sneered coldly, saying, "Beast, kill me quickly. Let me die so I can meet His Majesty the Emperor." The captured human was none other than the East Asian contestant Kenny Nukai. The burly orc's gaze darkened as he gestured with a large hand. 2 orcs stepped forward, each grabbing one of Ken's arms, dragging him to the totem pole. They nailed his limbs to the pole, pinning him in place. Ken writhed in agony, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "Beast, kill me. Just kill me already." The imposing orc raised his hand, and another orc stepped forward, holding a stone bowl filled with thick green liquid. The bowl was carefully brought to Ken Inukai's lips. Staring at the strange liquid and catching a whiff of its pungent odor, Ken shook his head furiously. "What kind of medicine are you trying to force on me? I want drink it. I want." The orc slapped Ken hard across the face, causing blood to spill from his mouth and several teeth to fly out. Pressing the stone bowl against Ken's lips, the orc waited. When Ken clenched his teeth and refused, another resounding slap followed. After several more blows, Ken's face swelled grotesquely, resembling a pig's head. Fear flickered in his eyes. "I'll drink it. I'll drink it," he blurted. Gulping down the liquid, it flowed into his stomach. His head grew heavy, and his vision blurred. "Tell me, who are you, and where are you from?" the imposing orc demanded. Ken's sluggish mind registered a flicker of confusion, could understand the orc's words. Shaking his increasingly heavy head, his expression turned blank, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. "My name is Kenny Nukai. I come from Blue Star, country, of Eastern descent." The orc pressed on. "What species are you? Why did you come to the orc tribe? What are your intentions?" Ken replied dully. "We call ourselves humans. We were participating in the global martial arts talent tournament when we accidentally entered a wormhole, traveled through space, and arrived on this planet." The orc continued his interrogation, his expression growing darker with each question. After over half an hour, he had extracted all the critical information. Turning away, the orc ordered Ken to be locked in the dungeon, his limbs broken to prevent escape. "Keep him alive for now. I have plans for him." After a brief pause, the orc's sharp gaze swept over the hundreds of orcs gathered before him. In the shadowy forest, a human named Yang Jin was lurking. "Send out several scout teams and locate him at all costs. Strengthen patrols around the tribe to prevent a human ambush." The orcs responded in unison. "Yes." As the imposing orc led a team out of the village, a burly orc stepped forward and called out loudly, "Lord Blackfong, where are you going?" Blackfong, the imposing orc, frowned, displeased by the other's tone. "Mozhang, I'm heading to the lava cavern to summon the fire pit priest." "Mozhang," the burly orc, protested. "Lord Blackfong, do we really need the priest to deal with weak humans?" Blackfong shot Mozhang a sharp look, his tone hardening. "Mozhang, curb your arrogance. My concern isn't the human named Yang Jin, but the spatial rift. Humans traveling through space to reach here pose a threat to our tribe. We must report this to the priest immediately and have him investigate the situation." After a moment's pause, Blackfang's piercing eyes locked onto Mozhang. "Mozhang, I order you to have your squad armor up, sharpen your weapons, and remain on high alert. Be ready for combat at any moment." "Yes, my lord." Mozhang bowed, hiding his dissatisfaction deep within his eyes. After Blackfang departed, Mozhang watched the retreating group, deep in thought. The journey to the lava cavern was over 300 miles round trip. Including the time needed to report and explain to the priest, Blackfang wouldn't return until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Why not take this opportunity to scout for the human myself? If I capture him tonight and earn recognition from the priest, I might be rewarded. Perhaps I could even become a leader in another tribe. Even if it's the smallest and weakest tribe, it would be better than enduring humiliation under Blackfang's command. Mozhang was filled with resentment. Ambitious and restless, he immediately gathered a dozen of his subordinates and left the tribe under the pretense of searching for humans. As for Lord Blackblade's warnings, they had long been forgotten, cast aside like distant echoes. Stay sharp and search carefully, Mozhang commanded, his voice thunderous as he sat atop a massive wolf. One of the orcs in his group couldn't help but ask, Captain, what level of strength does that human possess? Mozhang explained, based on the information we've gathered, human strength is divided into 5 levels: warrior, martial artist, martial master, martial lord, and martial saint. Our beast race also has 5 corresponding ranks: beast soldier, beast leader, beast general, beast commander, and beast king. The human named Yang Jin is at the initial martial master level, slightly stronger than you advanced beast soldiers. However, a confident smirk spread across Ma Xiang's face. I am a mid-level beast leader. Killing him will be easier than crushing a chick. Hearing Ma Xiang's words, the orcs raised their blades and spears, roaring in unison, their morale reaching a fevered pitch. After traveling several miles, Mozhang and his group reached the outskirts of the dark forest. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky was growing dim. Darkness enveloped the area, with only the occasional eerie calls of unknown birds echoing through the woods, carried by the night breeze, making the forest seem even more silent and foreboding. Captain, should we light torches? One orc asked cautiously. Mozhang shook his head. No torches. We'll use the cover of darkness to search, so we don't alert the human. Another orc asked hesitantly. But this forest is so vast. Humans are so small, how will we find him? Mozhang gave a knowing grin. He reached for a bamboo cage hanging from his waist, opened it, and a raven with glossy black feathers perched on his shoulder, letting out 2 sharp caws. Mozhang took out a dried, blood-stained finger and tossed it to the raven, commanding, Little Wu, there's a wicked human hiding in this forest. His scent is similar to the meat you just ate. If you help me find him, I'll cut off his plumpest thigh for you to feast on. The raven tilted its head, its beady eyes darting as if it understood Ma Xiang's words. With a flap of its wings, it took to the skies, disappearing into the darkness. Mozhang waved his hand. Everyone, follow Little Wu. If you find the human, attack immediately. Break his arms and legs if you must, I don't care. Just make sure he's alive. I don't want a corpse. Meanwhile, deep in a swamp's muddy waters, Yang Jin had been cultivating at the bottom of a pool for over 9 hours. Perhaps due to his recent breakthrough, his cultivation efficiency far exceeded his previous session in the underground cave when he absorbed the moonstone essence. He had fully absorbed the crystal core of the one-horned crocodile dragon, and by his estimation, his vitality had increased by at least 15 points. Earlier that day, his vitality had been just over 14 points, but now it had surged to 30. In a single day, his vitality had doubled, and his cultivation level had advanced to that of a high-level martial master, with his strength skyrocketing. Within his mind's eye, his mental energy, once shrouded in mist, had become significantly denser. The spatial dimension inside the ancient divine worm had expanded to 300 cubic meters, and his teleportation range had increased to 50 meters. Even more astonishing, the spatial portal had widened enough for his entire body to pass through. This meant that Yang Jin could now teleport anywhere within a 50-meter straight-line radius, with just a single thought. Overjoyed, Yang Jin took a step forward, vanishing from the pool's depths. In the next instant, he materialized on a clearing at the edge of the swamp. His sudden, ghost-like appearance would have startled anyone who witnessed it. Yang Jin stood at the edge of the swamp, his telekinetic senses radiating outward, capturing every detail within a 100-meter radius. The rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, the faint wriggling of earthworms in the soil, and the sound of bubbles bursting in the swampy pool all came together in his mind to form a vivid, 3-dimensional projection. The increase in his power had brought him immense confidence. Yang Jin felt that with his current strength, if he gave it his all, he could at least fight Mo Qinfeng to a draw. As an advanced martial artist, his combat ability rivaled that of a high-level martial master, and he stood out even among them. His ability to transcend an entire level in combat prowess filled him with confidence. Caw! A crow circled in the night sky, its sharp eyes scanning the forest below. It had been flying for hours, but had yet to detect any trace of the human it sought. In the dense forest, the orcs trailing behind Mozhang yawned as they followed the crow's path through the trees, fatigue evident on their faces. Captain, it seems like tonight will be fruitless. Why don't we just head back? One of the orcs grumbled in a deep voice. The others quickly echoed the sentiment, expressing their longing to sit around a campfire, eat roasted meat, and drink strong liquor. My she-orc is waiting for me back in the yurt. I just want to go to sleep, another chimed in. The orcs' opinions grew increasingly unanimous, and even Mozhang, having chased for half the night without results, was feeling disheartened. He nodded, about to order a retreat. Just then, the crow let out a sharp cry and shot off like an arrow into the distance. It's found the human. Everyone, follow it. Ma Xiang's spirits were instantly lifted. He patted the giant wolf beneath him, which leaped forward in the direction of the crow. Behind him, the orcs brandished their weapons and let out wild cries as they followed. In the darkness, Yang Jin stood on the ground, his sharp eyes clearly observing the crow flying toward him. His vision zoomed in, revealing every detail of the crow's feathers with stunning clarity. Noticing a bundle of beast fur tied to its leg, it was obvious this wasn't a wild bird but a pet raised by the beast race. After a quick assessment, he decided the foolish bird couldn't be allowed to live. With a thought, a tiny wormhole suddenly appeared in the air before the crow. The bird flew straight into it, but before its body was halfway through, the wormhole contracted and closed in an instant. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the crow was sliced cleanly in two by the spatial tear. Blood splattered, feathers scattered, and the lifeless remains of the crow fell to the ground. This spatial slicing technique was a new skill Yang Jin had recently mastered. It was highly effective, and if executed with precision and timing, even a martial master could be killed instantly. In his mind, he pictured Pu Shuaching being bisected by this very technique. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and rustling echoed through the forest. A group of pursuers was closing in fast. Yang Jin extended his telekinetic senses and smirked before vanishing from the spot. Shortly after, Mozhang and a dozen orcs arrived at the place where Yang Jin had stood moments earlier. Sniffing the air, Mozhang detected a faint human scent lingering. It's the smell of a human. They must have left not long ago. Search the area for any traces, he ordered. As his gaze swept around, it landed on a crow a dozen meters away, pecking at some grass and twigs on the ground. Little Wu, come here, Mozhang called, holding out a small piece of meat. The crow flapped its wings and flew toward him. As the crow flew closer, Ma Shan's expression suddenly changed. The bird's body twisted in an eerie, wave-like motion though it lasted only a moment. It was enough to set Mozhan on high alert. Just as he opened his mouth to warn the others, the crow abruptly accelerated, hurtling forward like a shadow. It shot straight into his mouth and exited through the back of his skull. Blood splattered everywhere, and his brain matter burst out. The gruesome scene left the surrounding beastmen paralyzed with shock, their scalps tingling and legs trembling. The beastmen exchanged stunned glances, struggling to process what had just happened. Their proud captain, Mozhan, was killed instantly by what appeared to be an ordinary crow. One of the beastmen snapped out of it and shouted hoarsely, "This can't be real. It's some kind of sorcery." The others, jolted awake by his words, gripped their weapons tightly. They stood back to back in a defensive circle, scanning the surrounding forest with heightened vigilance. At that moment, 3 sharp streaks of light suddenly flashed in the air, 1 black and 2 white. The black streak was the meteoric iron dagger that had pierced through Ma Shan's skull, and the white streaks were 2 razor-sharp serpent fangs. In the pitch darkness, the 3 streaks moved with astonishing speed, leaving only faint, straight trails in their wake. Thud, thud, thud. Beastmen and their dire wolves collapsed one after another, their deaths eerily identical, a gory hole in the center of each forehead. This was a strategy Yang Jin had perfected. A headshot was far more reliable than aiming for the heart. Any seasoned assassin knew that while heart positions could vary slightly, destroying the brain guaranteed death. When the battle ended, Yang Chun began his loot collection routine. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, he meticulously searched each corpse. Most of the beastmen were ordinary soldiers, carrying nothing of value apart from their leather garments and weapons. However, he did find a few pieces of parchment adorned with mysterious patterns. Though their purpose was unclear, he carefully stored them in his spatial inventory. Just as Yang Jin was about to wrap up, he discovered an unusual item in Ma Shan's leather pouch, a small stone, roughly the size of a bottle cap, emitting a faint red glow. Holding it in his hand, he felt a warm current emanating from it, like the heat from a recently extinguished ember. Could this be a fire element treasure, a fire elemental stone? Yang Jin's heart stirred with excitement. He recalled that on Blue Star, certain unique geographical locations, shaped by long-term natural evolution, could yield elemental treasures. For instance, fire elemental stones from volcanic regions, water elemental pearls from the deep sea, or plants rich in wood elements from ancient forests. While these treasures didn't directly enhance vitality, they significantly boosted elemental affinity, making them invaluable to advanced martial practitioners eager to master their abilities. With this realization, Yang Jin's eyes lit up, and his spirits soared. He remembered how instructor Mo had once mentioned her desire to cultivate gold or fire elemental powers. To help him enhance his vitality, she had even given him her cherished beast cores. Such kindness could not go unrepaid. In that case, I should investigate the beastman's settlement. If I can find more fire elemental stones, I can bring them back for the instructor and aid her cultivation. Yang Jin resolved, setting off immediately toward the beastman's village. The Gloomy tribe, situated in a remote area of the Orc territories, derives its name from its proximity to the Gloomy forest. The tribe is ruled by Black Fong, a leader whose strength rivals that of a high-ranking human martial artist. He governs this inconspicuous little tribe. Late at night, while most of the tribe is deep in slumber, the only activity comes from orcs patrolling the wooden walls. The moonlight is faint, shrouded by the thick veil of night, and the surroundings are engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. It is the darkest hour before dawn, around 3 or 4 in the morning. Outside the tribal walls, trees within a 5-mile radius have been cleared, providing an open field of view for better vigilance. On the arch above the main gate, 2 orc warriors, armed with spears, engage in a casual conversation. Lakama, do you think Captain Mozhang and his team haven't caught the human yet and are too embarrassed to return? One of them inquires. Lakama replies, who knows? Captain Mozhang has always been dissatisfied with Lord Blackfang and wants to take his place. But he's not strong enough, failed every challenge so far. Era adds, by the way, Lord Blackfang went to the lava cavern earlier today. Do you think he'll be able to persuade the fire pit priest to come down from the mountain? Lakama responds, he probably will. After all, this involves the outer demons, and the priest will take it seriously. Outer demons, Era murmurs thoughtfully. 3 years ago, rumors spread about an outer demon appearing near the Fiery Blade tribe. It had slaughtered over a dozen orc masters with brutal ferocity before being driven away by Mugair, known as the Sword Saint. Lakama chimes in, I heard about that too. The Fiery Blade tribe suffered heavy losses, and Mugair was harshly reprimanded by the great chieftain. It caused quite a stir and became a joke among other tribes. Suddenly, Era has a thought. Lakama, do you think the blue star human we captured might come from the same place as that outer demon from 3 years ago? Lakama considers this and replies, it said that the demon had black hair and yellow skin. Just like the blue star human, we caught the 2 orcs exchange a glance, their eyes wide with realization. They understand that the blue star human and the outer demon might indeed originate from the same place. This is a significant discovery, and they must inform Lord Blackfang immediately. However, with their leader still away, they are uncertain about what to do. We'll report it to him as soon as he returns. He's bound to reward us. Lakama and Era are filled with excitement. As ordinary orc warriors who have spent years on guard duty, they finally see a chance to earn recognition. At that moment, a streak of black light flashes out of nowhere, followed by 2 soft thuds. The light pierces through the foreheads of both orcs. They collapse backward against the wooden barricade, lifeless, without even making a sound. Yang Jin leaps onto the wall, landing beside the fallen orcs. He crouches and moves stealthily along the wall, using his mental energy to scan his surroundings. Any orc warriors he encounters are instantly eliminated. Half an hour later, he has circled the entire perimeter of the tribal walls and gained a general understanding of the tribe's layout. It's a small tribe with over 300 tents, housing nearly 1,000 orcs. The tribe's lifestyle resembles that of nomadic cultures in ancient China, with hunting and herding during peacetime and a readiness for all-out combat during war. Compared to humans, orcs possess robust physiques. An average adult female orc has vitality comparable to a mid-level human martial artist, with a life force level of nearly 5. Ordinary orc warriors, on the other hand, boast life force levels as high as 8, equivalent to high-level human martial artists. Yang Jin pondered deeply, feeling a chill run down his spine. A race where every individual is a warrior, how terrifying must that be? Fortunately, the Beast tribe's civilization was underdeveloped. If their technology were on par with that of Blue Star, humanity would stand no chance against them. Logically, there should be a most powerful leader among the tribe, but during his inspection earlier, he had only come across a few beast men whose strength was comparable to the squad leaders he had already slain. Raising his gaze, Yang Jin focused on the central totem pole and a large tent. Judging by the tent's size and design, it appeared to be the chief's residence. He decided to investigate. With his exceptional skills and courage, he leaped into the air. Bolstered by his mental energy, his body glided silently through the night like a wisp of smoke, landing softly on the tent's roof. He concealed himself in the shadows of the roof's beams. After a brief mental scan, he confirmed that the tent was empty. He opened a spatial portal and slipped inside. The interior of the tent was divided into 2 sections. The front served as the Beast Chief's office, while the rear was a resting area. The furniture, tables, chairs, beds, and stools was all crafted from solid wood in a primitive and rugged style. Various animal pelts, such as deer, bear, and tiger skins, adorned the surfaces, giving the space a unique charm. Sweeping the area with his spiritual senses, Yang Jin was delighted to discover a wooden chest near the bed containing dozens of fire element stones, each about the size of a bottle cap. His heart leaped with joy. With these fire element stones, he could present them to Instructor Mo, potentially helping her comprehend a new ability and break through to the martial sovereign realm. Some might wonder why he wouldn't keep such rare treasures for himself. But Yang Jin had his own reasoning. Whether it was Mo Qin Fang's selfless teaching of the Qinfang 18 techniques or her generous gifting of monster cores, he could tell that she was someone worth forming a genuine alliance with. For now, these fire element stones weren't essential to him, but investing in Mo Qin Fang could bring immediate benefits with her unwavering support. Considering her family background and personal strength, even if he ended up at odds with Park Seo-chun or the entire Korean Association, she could help him resolve the conflict. When one is not yet powerful, aligning with a strong ally is often the smartest move. After all, in Journey to the West, even the demons who coveted Tang Monk's flesh ultimately sought to ally with stronger forces, only to be devoured in the end. Yang Jin resolved to use these fire element stones to secure Imo Qinfang's support. Continuing his search in the tent, he found a stash of gold, silver, pearls, and other valuables. Without hesitation, he threw everything into his spatial storage, taking full advantage of the situation to spite the beastmen even further. To add insult to injury, he retrieved the corpse of a beastman from his spatial storage and tossed it onto the tiger-skin bed. Feeling it wasn't enough, he pulled out a barrel of gasoline, one of his emergency supplies. As the saying goes, if you kill, burn. Not only would he kill the beastmen, but had also set their camp ablaze. Amid the chaos in the beast tribe settlement, he would seize the opportunity to maximize his gains. In the dead of night, flames roared to life, engulfing the large tent and illuminating the otherwise tranquil tribe. The sharp clang of gongs echoed through the air as the sleeping beastmen were roused and scrambled to extinguish the fire. Yang Jin, intent on testing the power of his illusion skills, used his mental energy to create a magnetic field around himself, distorting the perception of those nearby. To the beastmen, he appeared as an ordinary, inconspicuous member of their tribe. Distracted by their urgency to fight the fire, none of them paid much attention to him. He pressed onward, reaching the rear of the settlement. Scanning with his mental energy, he inadvertently discovered an underground prison. In the dimly lit dungeon, he spotted a familiar face, Inukai Ken. At this moment, Ken Inukai was already tortured beyond recognition. His limbs were shackled with iron chains, heavy cuffs weighed down his ankles, and his tattered clothes clung to his body like dead leaves caught in the wind. His skin was covered in scars and bruises, with white bone exposed at his joints, a horrifying sight. As a human from Blue Star, Yang Jin couldn't help but feel a trace of pity as he watched, even though Ken Inukai was his sworn enemy. However, he did not waver. The only thought in his mind was whether, out of mercy, he should end Ken Inukai's suffering with a single blow. Just then, a green-skinned orc entered the dungeon, holding a thick, long whip. With a loud crack, he lashed it out. Snap! A fresh wound appeared across Ken Inukai's face, his flesh torn open and blood spraying everywhere. He let out a piercing scream of agony. The orc roared, "You filthy dog!" The Blackblade Lord's tent suddenly caught fire, and all the treasures inside were stolen. It must have been your kind who did it. The orc's strikes grew more ferocious, and Ken Inukai pleaded desperately for mercy. Please, stop. I know who the human is. His name is Yang Jin, and I know how to capture him. Hearing this, the green-skinned orc paused mid-strike and asked, You really know how to catch the arsonist? Ken Inukai whimpered, We come from the same planet. If you let me out, I can pretend to approach him, catch him off guard, and hand him over to you to deal with as you please. The orc raised the whip again and sneered. That arsonist is still one of your people. Why would you betray him? Gritting his teeth, Ken Inukai's eyes burned with hatred as he spat. He's not one of my people. Years ago, my homeland, the 4 islands of Dongying, was destroyed by a Tier 5 beast. Rumor has it that it was a scheme orchestrated by the Huaxia people. They deliberately lured the sword-bone dragon lizard onto the islands. So, we Dongying people and the Huaxia people share a hatred as deep as the ocean, a grudge as high as the heavens. We will never coexist peacefully. The green-skinned orc, growing annoyed, waved his whip and said, I don't trust a despicable person like you. Stay put in this cage. When the fire pit priest arrives, you'll be of greater use. At the thought of the orc's cruel tortures, Ken Inukai's knees went weak. He clung to the iron bars, begging, Please, let me go? Let me go? The orc ignored him, turning to leave. Suddenly, a streak of black light flashed, and a hole appeared in the orc's forehead. Blood and brain matter sprayed out. Terrified, Ken Inukai stumbled back a few steps, retreating to the corner of the cage, trembling uncontrollably. The black light moved like a living creature, weaving through the air before slipping into the cage and coiling around Ken Inukai's neck. A silken voice whispered into his ear, Ken Inukai, I am generously sending you to meet your dog emperor. Ken Inukai's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It's you. Yang Jin, I never thought you hid yourself so well. Yang Jin, I curse you. Curse you to die a miserable death. Ken Inukai's head tilted, and with a dull thud, it fell to the ground, his face frozen in utter shock. Flames engulfed the dungeon, reducing all traces to ashes. That night, the Shadow Tribe suffered a devastating blow, not only losing dozens of orc warriors, but also seeing half their tents and barracks burned to the ground. The damage was immense. It wasn't until dawn that the fires were finally brought under control. Everywhere you looked, there were orc corpses and charred remains, with cries of sorrow echoing through the air. Yang Jin stood atop a tall tree at the forest's edge, coldly watching the smoke rising from the distant orc settlement. His face was devoid of emotion. In the war between two races, there was no right or wrong, only kill or be killed. Yang Jin was certain that if he were captured by the beastmen, his fate would be far worse than that of Kenny Nukai. At dawn, as sunlight bathed the land, a group of beast men was making their way toward the dark tribe, over 100 miles away. Leading the group were two beast men mounted on giant wolves. One was a burly figure, the tribe's lord, Haifeng. The other was an elder, slightly hunched, with coarse, graying hair streaked around his temples. This elder beast man was none other than the fire pit priest, whom Haifeng had personally invited down from the lava cavern. Haifeng took the water skin from his waist and respectfully handed it to the fire pit priest. Priest, you've had a long journey. Please have some water. The fire pit priest accepted it, took a sip, and smacked his lips before speaking. Haifeng, I know what you're thinking. You left the blue star human in the tribe instead of taking him to the lava cavern, just so I'd have to come here myself, didn't you? Haifeng grinned. Priest, the people of the tribe admire you greatly. They all wish to receive your personal guidance. The fire pit priest smiled and nodded. Haifeng, capturing a blue star human alive and extracting useful information is a great achievement. I'll report this to the general and request credit for you. Furthermore, if you can capture the other blue star human hiding in the forest, it will be an even greater accomplishment. Haifeng thumped his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'll make sure to capture him. After a brief pause, he hesitantly asked, Priest, do you think this blue star human we captured has anything to do with the extraterrestrial demon who caused chaos in the Fireblade tribe 3 years ago? The fire pit priest pondered for a moment before replying. Based on appearance, that extraterrestrial demon and the blue star humans are very similar. They likely belong to the same race. Back then, when the battle occurred, I was staying with the Fireblade tribe, discussing fire magic with old friends. As he spoke, the fire pit priest seemed to recall the events, and though years had passed, a lingering fear was evident in his expression. That extraterrestrial demon, by human standards, was at the level of an advanced martial sovereign, equivalent to an advanced beast marshal among us beast men. Yet, with his strength alone, he killed 10 beast generals and 5 beast marshals. Most astonishingly, 2 of those beast marshals were advanced, and he defeated them both with a single strike. His power was terrifying. There was a trace of reverence in the fire pit priest's tone. It was only when Lord Mugayer, the Beast King, returned in time that the demon was repelled. Not just Haifeng, but the accompanying beast warriors also showed expressions of shock. Repelled? Not killed, defeated, or even severely injured? One of the beast warriors asked curiously. The fire pit priest let out a bitter laugh. Yes, repelled and calmly at that. When the great chieftain learned of this, he was furious and urgently mobilized 3 beast kings to join Mugayer in pursuing the demon. And then, did they catch the demon? The other beastmen perked up their ears, eager for the answer. The fire pit priest shook his head slightly. According to reports, the 4 beast kings chased him all the way to the Thunder Abyss cavern. Cornered, the demon dashed into the cavern. However, the 4 beast kings feared the cavern's thunderous power and dared not enter. To this day, the demon has not been seen again, and the great chieftain ordered the 4 beast kings to take turns guarding the site. The surrounding beastmen were left in awe at the tale. The Thunder Abyss cavern. I've heard that it's a place where lightning constantly strikes. Even some beast kings who tried to explore it were injured. It's one of the 5 most dangerous places in our beastman territory. If that demon ran in there, he might have been reduced to ashes by now, one beastman speculated, while others chimed in with their opinions. After some thought, Haifeng asked, Priest, do you know the name of that extraterrestrial demon? The fire pit priest's voice dropped to a somber tone. In the language of the blue star humans, he was called. The priest paused for a few seconds before uttering 3 words. Qin Muyang. Qin Muyang. The name was murmured softly by Haifeng and the orc warriors, as if they wanted to etch the terrifying name deeply into their minds. If Yang Jin were present and heard the name Qin Muyang, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The Qin Muyang mentioned by the orcs was none other than Yang Jin's idol. 6 years ago, the martial saint of Japan, Miyamoto Jiexiong, visited the Jiangnan Bay City and paid a visit to the Qin family, the most prominent family in Jiangnan. Out of courtesy, the Qin family hosted a banquet in his honor. However, during the feast, Miyamoto Jiexiong lost his composure and openly harassed a female server. Qin Muyang, having a deep-seated aversion to the Japanese, immediately confronted him. The two left the base city and engaged in a fierce battle in the wilderness. The fight ended with Qin Muyang severing one of Miyamoto Jiexiong's legs. Qin Muyang, with the power of a martial lord, defeated the martial saint, a feat that garnered global attention and became the inspiration for Yang Jin to embark on his martial arts journey. As the orcs hurried along their path, a shadow appeared in the sky ahead. It was the tribe's messenger raven. Haifeng raised his hand, and the raven landed on his arm with a flutter. He removed a thin piece of parchment tied to the raven's leg, and upon reading it, his face turned ashen. The fire pit priest noticed his reaction and quickly asked, Haifeng, what has happened to alarm you so? Haifeng handed the parchment to the priest, who read it and roared in anger. This is infuriating. Over 40 orc warriors dead, Nearly a third of the tents burned. And worst of all, the Blue Star humans imprisoned in the dungeon were burned to death. Haifeng, what kind of leader are you? The surrounding orc warriors were visibly shocked upon hearing this. Haifeng lowered his head, his voice tinged with sorrow. Priest, please punish me. The fire pit priest took a deep breath and shouted. Everyone, make haste to the Shadow Tribe. I fear these few Blue Star humans are merely scouts, and stronger individuals may follow. Otherwise, how could a few mere martial masters inflict such heavy losses on the Shadow Tribe? The orc warriors brandished their weapons and quickened their pace, riding their giant wolves toward the Shadow Tribe, their cries echoing through the air. In the forest near the Shadow Tribe, Yang Jin observed the activity within the tribe. After spending a day on the orc planet, he had gained significantly. His vitality had increased to 30, elevating him to the advanced martial master level, and he had also acquired a large number of fire element stones. At this moment, a thought arose in Yang Jin's mind. It was time to quit while he was ahead. The longer he stayed, the greater the danger. He began to plan his return to Blue Star. After careful consideration, he identified two main challenges. First, to ascend high into the sky and locate the precise position of the wormhole in the area where he had fallen. Second, to activate the function of the ancient divine worm within him to open the wormhole back to Blue Star. The first challenge seemed relatively manageable, but the second filled Yang Jin with uncertainty. The ancient divine worm inside him was merely a young and dim-witted creature, often reacting passively or instinctively, with no consciousness of its own. As night fell, Yang Jin decided to fly into the sky to search for the wormhole. He planned to locate its position first, and then figure out his next steps. The risks were too high during the day. Acting under the cover of darkness was the safest approach. He leapt onto a tall tree, sitting cross-legged on a branch, hidden amidst the dense foliage. While meditating and cultivating, he continued to observe the tribe's movements. After roughly an hour, a group of orcs emerged at the eastern edge of the forest, trailing a long plume of dust. Yang Jin's sharp gaze clearly counted 17 orcs in the group. Among them, 2 stood out at the front, dressed distinctly, evidently officials of the tribe. The leading orc appeared aged, clad in a leather robe, and holding a wooden staff in his hand. Could he be a shaman? Beside him was another orc wearing a feathered crown, unmistakably the tribe's chieftain. No wonder Yang Jin hadn't found the chieftain within the tribe earlier. Perhaps he had left overnight to bring back the shaman. If this was merely about dealing with Yang Jin, the chieftain might not have been so eager to summon a shaman. This suggested that the shaman's arrival was likely connected to studying the sudden appearance of an alien being and the wormhole linking the two planets. Yang Jin speculated, his deductions largely accurate. If the shaman was here to research the wormhole, there might be valuable information to extract from him, greatly increasing Yang Jin's chances of returning to Blue Star. He resolved to capture the shaman and interrogate him harshly. Yang Jin's eyes locked onto the shaman entering the tribe, regarding him like prey. Within the dimly lit tribe, the previously sorrowful and demoralized orcs were invigorated by the arrival of the Fire Pit Priest and Blackfang Lord. Though Blackfang already knew the tribe had been attacked, seeing the piled bodies of fallen orcs and hearing the unrelenting cries of grief stirred a fiery rage in him, his eyes turning bloodshot with anger. The orc warriors were equally enraged, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles cracked as they roared for vengeance. The Fire Pit Priest murmured softly, "Rest in peace, my kin. May your souls return to the embrace of Mother Earth." He raised his wooden staff, which was adorned with a fire gemstone the size of a fist, faintly glowing with flickering flames. As the priest chanted, a stream of fire shot forth from the gemstone, engulfing the orc corpses on the ground in roaring flames. This scene, visible from several miles away, caught Yang Jin's attention, his eyes lighting up with interest. The red gemstone on the staffet must be a fire elemental stone. In comparison, the ones Yang Jin had collected earlier were mere scraps. He currently possessed dozens of fire elemental stones, all relatively small, about the size of a standard beer bottle cap. Elemental treasures of nature increase in power with size. The larger the stone, the more abundant and purer its elemental energy. He had to obtain it. With such a treasure in sight, Yang Jin could barely contain his excitement, wishing for the sun to set quickly so he could act under the cover of darkness. Inside the tribe, the Fire Pit Priest, accompanied by Blackfang, settled into a large tent. As soon as they sat down, the priest spoke. "Blackfang, I sense someone watching us, likely hiding in the surrounding forest." Blackfang was startled and quickly asked, "Priest, can you pinpoint their location? How many are there?" The Fire Pit Priest replied, "I can only determine the general direction. It seems to be just one person." Blackfang exhaled in relief. "Could it be that human, Yang Jin?" Shaking his head, the priest said, "I can't be certain, but I suspect that person may attempt to infiltrate the tribe tonight, either to gather information or cause more destruction." Hearing this, Blackfang clenched his teeth, his anger boiling over. Outrageous. Repeatedly harassing my tribedo, they think Blackfang is someone to be trifled with. The fire pit priest pondered for a moment before leaning in to whisper in Black Fang's ear. Black Fang, follow my instructions and prepare immediately. When that person dares to come, we will capture them alive. Once we've extracted the information we need, we shall perform a blood sacrifice to the totem in front of the tribe to honor our fallen kin. Black Fang nodded and left to carry out the orders.